Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 651. The 87th chapter. When Li Qingshan was in the middle of the sea of insects, most of his mind was left around, waiting for the old voice to open again, so as to track its position. However, it has been found that this voice is still from all directions, not intentionally hiding the position, and according to what it says, there is only one answer. Talking about this great banyan tree, the first monster king, Great Banyan Tree King in Mist Province. I don't have a bit of respect in my heart. When he was investigating the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he also looked at the 72-way Monster King. This Great Banyan Tree King is the longest-lived one, famous for its longevity wisdom. In general, the more powerful a Monster King is, the more it is feared by other ethnic groups. However, the Great Banyan Tree King is worshipped by the hundreds in the entire Mist Province. Monster race. Needless to say, it is even more rare that both the self-seeing orthodox human race and the eccentrics are like ancestors, and some tribes are more devout. According to historical records, when Saint Emperor swept 9 provinces, he went to Mist Province to ask the Great Banyan Tree King to govern the world and ask the ancient sages to rule the country. Such a character is not just strong. Li Qingshan did not dare to be scornful, but did not expect that the voice replied, "I am indeed a banyan tree, but not a Great Banyan Tree King." Li Qingshan said, "But as far as I know, this banyan tree is from the Great Banyan Tree King. Get a hair from you, can I say that the hair is you?" Hua Chenglu heard the words Great Banyan Tree King from Li Qingshan, and was surprised. To say nothing, the Great Banyan Tree King, one of 10 sides Monster King, for a chi refining warrior, that is beyond the people who don't know how many classes. The gap between them can't be described by the gap, but the real Scorpio. I also found out when I didn't know. Li Qingshan took her waist again and pulled them closer together, while the other hand gripped revolting demon sword. Looks awkward. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he will not relax and fear, even in the face of the legendary Great Banyan Tree King. Still calmly called fellow Taoist. Hua Chenglu is a soft-hearted person who will be praised by Li Qingshan for his well-developed posture, gently leaning in his arms. I have already gotten used to this attitude. Listening to the words of Great Banyan Tree King, I can't help but read, "This big tree, to the Great Banyan Tree King, is just too hairy. Really want to see what his torso looks like in Mist Province." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "That should be seen. The world is only a small number of horses. White horses are only a minority. Is it a white horse? Not just a hair, but it also contains all my messages. How can I say that it is not me?" Ha 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 ha. The old voice of the vicissitudes of life, a heroic smile. The entire Great Banyan Tree is shaking slightly. Thousands of leaves, swaying together. The chasers who are waiting outside are facing each other, and I don't know what happened inside. Hua Chenglu feels that the whole space is shaking, and the subconscious is closer to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan casts a soothing gaze and evangelizes, "Don't worry, why can't you have a hair?" Hua Chenglu lips and microx, just straightforwardly said that a hair is the whole. It makes sense. White horse is also a horse. I am the Great Banyan Tree King. The laughter subsided, and the Great Banyan Tree King admitted. Li Qingshan said, "I don't know what fellow Taoist is teaching. I am long-lived by you, saying that a senior should always be. That would be like the predecessors." Li Qingshan was too lazy to care about these fame, but he thought, "Long live my cultivation is about the same speed as you, then it is really finished. However, I still like fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan snorted. The old man is hard to serve. Hua Chenglu is busy with Li Qingshan. This is the Great Banyan Tree King. Even Si King has to respect him. If he is angry, he will be terrible. Old man home? Oh, young man, old man wants to ask you a favor. Great Banyan Tree King. What is busy? There are a lot of bugs on my body recently. I have trouble helping you to get rid of a worm. The vines on the body are too tight. You have to find a way to loosen it. It is better to have another reign. Li Qingshan couldn't understand. with the ability of fellow Taoist, can't you pick up a few bugs, a few vines, and a fake hand? I am a tree. What is this answer? Li Qingshan ordered righteous path. It is Great Banyan Tree King. Removing a king is actually the Great Banyan Tree. Have you seen Banyan Tree catching insects? Great Banyan Tree King explained that Li Qingshan realized that when it was in Mist Province, surrounded by the Great Banyan Tree, it had its own complete ecosystem, and the locusts had worms. Sunvine was fierce and restrained its creatures. However, after Sea King dug into the dragon battle arena, the birds and beasts were of course dispelled or killed, and the ecological chain was broken. Even if you are reasonable, but there is a way to take the lead and move the whole body, you can't be evenly rooted, and you are still indifferent. If I don't come, don't you want to be eaten by these worms, stalked by the vines? It is Great Banyan Tree King means, if I am angered by the roots, I will not grow up. I will grow up when I go out. If you don't come, I can ask for help from others. Sea King, the kid won't look at me and die. The worst result is nothing but a loss, but if it's done, the whole body is lost. Li Qingshan hearing this, a self-speaking, the husband does not fight, so the world cannot compete with it. There is a faint understanding in my heart. This is his way of survival. Although there is an incredible power of the king, he still follows the nature of principle and lives in a tree way. Even if it is cut open by the bark, the vines take the sap, and the locusts swallow their bodies. Do not abuse their own strength, but strive to maintain a natural balance, the life of all ethnic groups. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, this vine will fight. This is similar to the wisdom of Spirit Turtle. It seems to be in a weak position, and it does not resist when it is damaged. Instead, it maintains its best survival. I have only heard people hate wolves, hate fierce tiger, but have never heard of hate trees. Oh, this is a mystery. Great Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan let go of Hua Chenglu and handed his hand. Well, I am willing to help fellow Taoist. He has already believed that the Great Banyan Tree King is not malicious. Even if he devours his own worms, he can always endure. If he does not use his own power to clear it, how can he be malicious? It is also very admirable for its wisdom and accessibility. It is as if facing the armed weapon and the evil spirits, it is necessary to fight against the desperate struggle. In the face of crutches, the old man of Congo Ruping will bend down to ask for advice. And it is not power to conquer the people. Li Qingshan pays the most attention to grievances. Since he has eaten the bark of others and drank the sap of others, he deserves a return. And you can get scaby insects monster core, which can be said to be profitable, and found that it is naturally integrated into the ecosystem. If the monster king in Verdant Province is the Great Banyan Tree King and not the Ink Sea's Dragon King, it must be a lot better. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 652 Chapter 88 The Temptation of Gifts. Great Banyan Tree King smiled and said, if you can afford it, there is a small gift. Li Qingshan in the middle of the bright spot. Great Banyan Tree King's little gift is not necessarily something useless, although it is impossible to know. If you can come back with a phoenix plume feather, that would be great. That's been thanked first. But the worms are hiding in the trunk. How can I find them? The banyan tree's trunk is 100 times stronger than the stone, and it has a rich spiritual power. Divine sense is difficult to penetrate. Don't worry, I will guide you the way. On the wall next to Li Qingshan's right hand, the wood suddenly twists into a door opening that leads to scaby insect. I have never seen banyan tree do this. Li Qingshan joked, responding to the words of Great Banyan Tree King. Have you ever seen banyan tree catching insects? I am the Great Banyan Tree King too. Li Qingshan smiled, but no standard cannot survive, but it is the same if you do not understand the harmony. There is no law, and all are for better survival. Can you make this hole bigger? Li Qingshan sees the cave opening, only a few feet in size. If it is an ordinary person who can't fly, I am afraid I can only crawl forward. Young man, don't be too picky. Great Banyan Tree King said, Opening a hole in his body is obviously not a happy thing. Li Qingshan can only say to Hua Chenglu, "Chenglu, you will stay here for a while. I will come back to pick you up when the bugs are solved, and it is possible to go directly outside, and I will let the Tree King seniors inform you." Big Brother Li, I think I can squeeze it. Hua Chenglu picked up her lips and she didn't want to stay alone. That's okay. Don't say Big Brother Li is cheaper for you. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his arms. Hua Chenglu blushes, and has to throw his arms around his waist, comfortingly muttering, "Anyway, not bad this time." Li Qingshan's nose is filled with a touch of aroma, as if it blends with the fragrance of flowers. He once smelled this in Huachengzhen, presumably related to its cultivation technique. Only in the battle, innocent and succinct. At this point, she felt that her waist was as soft as a grip, but the crispy chest was full and firm. It was indeed a flower in full bloom. It was a fold, and bowed and smiled. "It's really good." "Come on." Hua Chenglu's face was burnt, and he dared not look up at him, just urging the road. "It is good." Li Qingshan sees her shyness and does not laugh at herself. The stuffed scaby insect was stuffed into the 100 treasure pouch. It was also a monster general. It was swallowed up by a large number of banyan tree. The body was filled with spiritual power. It would be a shame if you lost it. In other words, although it seems a bit disgusting, it is rich in protein, which can provide us with a lot of nutrients, and it can be used to feed millipede. Put into the long passage. The blue water waves are rushing around, not so much as flying, but more like a shuttle. The road is not a straight line. Sometimes it suddenly enters a worm-opening worm, and suddenly turns to change direction. Only in the midst of the battle, Hua Chenglu still doesn't think there is anything. Now one thought is on the way. There is nothing else to distract. A masculine scent, constantly into the nose, and his hands on the waist and vest, as if gradually getting hot. Through the thin clothes, there is a burning feeling. Involuntarily wanted to pull some distance with him, but once she rushed, she couldn't help but cling to him, as if he was constantly crushing her chest, just not by hand. His face was red. Drop blood. In the blink of an eye. Going to a cave again. A white scaby insect, which is bigger than the scaby insect, is screaming at the mouth. Li Qingshan waved revolting demon sword. Demon heart at the hilt gave a round of evil light, and Jiangwen flashed away. Scaby insect was cut open with a huge scar, and skinny insect reacted. Li Qingshan was following Jiangwen into the scars, stretched out and then jumped out, and squeezed a monster core in his hand, directly using the power of Spirit Turtle to suppress it. Losing Monster Core's scaby insect, it changed from Monster General to a normal monster, and its body was sharply shrunk. It eventually became the size of an adult man, and was about to escape. A blue light surpassed scaby insect, and Kaka was frozen into ice. The white chill is spreading. Icebound technique. Li Qingshan cultivation is not the ice gold spiritual chi, but it is not a problem to use this magic spell to deal with a monster. If you want to put one into the 100 treasure pouch, it will fail. It turned out that scaby insect was frozen, but it did not die. Li Qingshan took out a delicate insect sac and put it in. Although he does not understand the technique of refining, the value of such a live insect that has been repaired by Monster General Realm should be of great value. I can still feed millipede. Li Qingshan Gaosheng. Next. You have a very interesting sword. Great Banyan Tree King didn't expect him to kill a scaby insect so easily, but also the unusualness of revolting demon sword. This is a demon sword, but only demonic people can motivate demon sword. Is it the hidden demonic people? And what's more unusual is his ability to suppress monster core instantly. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Without Vajra, how can I take this porcelain? If it's an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, how to kill this scaby insect is a problem. Even if you beat it hard, countless scaby insect will be able to kill it." Li Qingshan revolting demon sword is in the palm of your hand, wearing a monster core. and then suppressing it with the power of Spirit Turtle. Great Banyan Tree King understands that monster core is not the weakness of monster. It can even be said to be strong. At the crucial time, it can also be like artifact controlling to attack the enemy. Unless it is high realm can only directly suppress, but it will never be as easy as him. It's no wonder that when Sea King excavated me in Mist Province, I felt that there was a change in the sky. I really met a funny person. This is an extraordinary person, and I have a fate. The Great Banyan Tree King has opened up a path. You are okay. Do you want to stay here for a break? Li Qingshan feels that Hua Chenglu's breathing is a bit confusing. Her heartbeat is much faster, and her body temperature has risen several degrees. He is not a pure-minded man who has not passed through a woman. It is natural to guess that it is because of his own sake that his face is faintly smiling. The clothes on her clothes are made of precious silkworm silk. Although it looks rigorous, it is actually very thin. In such close embrace, it is almost possible to outline her outline in her mind. Hua Chenglu bit his lip and shook his head slightly. I don't want to stay alone here, but if I am separated from him now, I don't really admit that there is any strange feeling. Li Qingshan smiled and laughed on the journey again. He had to say that the taste of her arms was really good. It's very sorrowful and said, if you squash, don't blame me. Hua Chenglu, who was originally shy to the extreme, almost crazy, saying that good friends and sisters can't play. Men are all mixed ghosts. Nothing good. If you squash it, you won't need it. Looking at Li Qingshan with his eyes open, like a cat that only frowned, let Li Qingshan ha laugh, killing the past all the way, when it was really invincible. Wherever he went, the group of insects gave the first prize. There are only 7 of the monster general realm, and a few hundred are ordinary monster, and those who are weaker are more. It is literally thousands. Li Qingshan, although it is non-stop, it is enough to freeze all these scaby insect into the worm's sack. It takes only hours to calculate the time. It will immediately arrive at 12 hours. That is, all day. This battlefield it will disappear soon. This trip is quite rewarding. It also achieved its original purpose. Although it didn't stop for a while, the main cost was the spirit, and the energy of the demon heart in revolting demon sword. Spiritual power has been slowly recovering, and now it is fully filled with Danshan. That sword chi has also become more powerful. He has absorbed 70% of his spiritual power, but after more than 50%, the speed of absorption has slowed down, and it is getting slower and slower. I want to raise this sword chi to a power of 10%. I am afraid it is not 3 days and 5. Heaven can do it. Also in this great banyan tree, spiritual chi is as strong as any cultivation resort. No wonder the cultivation slow insect trace monster. There will be 7 to become monster general. Anyway, 70% is enough to kill, so you don't have to ask for it. Li Qingshan stopped and said, fellow Taoist, it's almost time, I'm going to go. And Hua Chenglu in the arms. Chenglu, you are here for a while, I will go to the other group to lead the other guys. They have been here for so long. This battlefield is estimated that there will be no other cultivator, estimated when transmitting only you alone. The danger is not great, but be prepared. Don't deplore talisman. Ah, good. Hua Chenglu took a moment to react, and promised in the mouth that his arms were still tightly wrapped around his waist. For almost a whole day, she maintained this posture and hung like a koala on his body, accompanying him to the banyan tree to fight up and down. This process did not seem boring at all. She didn't even feel the passage of time. In addition to the battle, Li Qingshan laughed a few times from time to time, and she gradually adapted to this state, no longer feeling so nervous and shy, recovering a few days. The teeth were sharp and the counterattack was made without any weakness, so Li Qingshan could not speak for several times. But once I said it, Li Qingshan slaps on her hips. This is the habit of staying with Han Qiangzi, Spider Queen Rose, and Yi Lubo. Then I feel a little over. Embracing is forced by the situation, and speech is a joke, and this slap is absolutely hooligan. Quickly apologized. Hua Chenglu licked his buttocks, and was struck by lightning. Then he was completely angry. He was clamoring for trouble. Li Qingshan was in the first place. How can he let go at this time and say a few apologies? I will not say anything anymore. Anyway, I have already played. Just at this time, Clone rushed to fucking and saw the fierce battle in the sky. Li Qingshan was also taken aback. Sea King has already defended so many golden core cultivators without losing the wind. It really is the 11 Imperial Prince. The mind is on the side of the clone, concentrating on the means of watching Sea King as a big enemy. Hua Chenglu is also angry and doesn't talk, no longer holding him, like a big doll. Let him hold his arms. So after more than half an hour, he took the initiative to surround his waist and put his head on his chest. At this time, the battle finally settled. Li Qingshan returned to the mind, feeling that she was overdone, and was about to say something to ease some of the atmosphere. Hua Chenglu sighed and took the lead. Big brother Li, I know that you didn't mean it. You have repeatedly helped me to save me. I shouldn't be so self-willed. But you already have a Korean sister, and you have to come and provoke me. I am so angry. Though I am, the cultivation base is very poor, but it is not a casual woman. If I don't have a marriage contract with Kyungzi, isn't she so angry? Hey, don't be too passionate. Li Qingshan thought, laughing. If you are not angry, you can say that your brother is like a father. You should be a teacher to teach you on your behalf. I haven't beaten me before, and then it shows that you are wrong. What do you teach me? Hua Chenglu yelled. Obviously you are wrong. I am so convinced to talk to you. You still have reason. It's a big deal to give you a good fight. The woman is stingy. Hey, who wants to fight you? I am not your mother. Hua Chenglu grinned. Hey, why is my cultivation so slow? At that time, he was obviously like me. I was younger than him. This aristocratic family, a bright and beautiful arrogant woman, has always been the object of envy, but when she was with Li Qingshan, she felt a little inferior. Cultivation Road has been strong, and cultivation base is the most important evaluation standard. In many cases even the only standard. In order to urge the disciple discipline to work hard to cultivate, the aristocratic family sect has put this concept firmly in their hearts. Starting from Chi Refining Warrior, the cultivation base is higher than the first level is the senior brother senior sister, and the junior brother junior sister is coming. The ceremony, let alone the foundation establishment peak like Li Qingshan, is a stunning genius. Covers the first level invisible aura. Hua Chenglu is deeply influenced by it and is even less willing to be looked down upon by Li Qingshan. After experiencing this episode, Li Qingshan did not dare to say anything more, and he had to pass his mind before he spoke. He is a casual person, and there is a saying that flowers can be folded straight and straight. If it is like Yelubo sisters, he really wants him. He does not reject it. But it won't cost the spirit to take the initiative to hunt. Hua Chenglu is a fascinating one. It is a temptation for a man to see it, but if it is tempting and tempting, it is better than the sect master, and Kuhei Tang is arranged properly. After that, he no longer nostalgia for review, only for the greatest pursuit of life, not between love. The only woman who had made him so impulsive had only one, but the woman had a bucket of cold water and she had completely lost her mind. Hua Chenglu perceives the changes in his speech, and his heart is touched. It seems that he really cares about my feelings. Li Qingshan talked with her about the Eagle Wolf Guard and Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chenglu answered them one by one and asked him some questions. But the life of each other is too far apart. The way of thinking is completely different, and there are many common languages. Li Qingshan is not a person who can speak eloquently, who will be happy with girls, tells jokes, and is arrogant. So all the topics can only be tasted, and the atmosphere is not enthusiastic. He is too lazy to find out, and he has a little bit of thought on the clone side, paying attention to the changes outside the field, to see if he can have the opportunity to take over the dragon battle arena, and break the belly of Aking. Think about seeking losing dragon. He felt very happy with the expression of battle arena. Hua Chenglu see Li Qingshan suddenly silenced, fell into meditation, laughed at him, and asked, Big brother Li, What are you laughing at? Ah, no what? Li Qingshan stunned. Of course, I can't say that I was trying to kill Sea King Imperial Prince. Hua Chenglu feels that the relationship between them seems to be far from a lot, and some are sad. You confuse me. Li Qingshan smiled and said, where? I am afraid to say that you are angry. Hua Chenglu said, is I so angry? I said that I can guarantee that I can't regenerate. I don't guarantee it. Then how dare I talk again and sin the flower eldest young lady? You don't come to bury people as long as you don't move your hands. I am not a stingy person. Li Qingshan chuckled. I feel good. I don't know which man has this blessing. Fang Kai's contemplation, it turned out to be the feeling of reminiscent of his hips. The smile is also naked slutty. Hua Chenglu gnashing his teeth, is not you anyway. The hateful voice together with Li Qingshan's laughter in the deep cave reverberating in the middle. When Hua Chenglu came back, the journey had reached the end. It was not long or short. It was only from small to large. He never stayed with any man for so long, let alone in such a close manner. The closeness between each other seems to be a whole, and there is a sense of loss. After listening to his words, all he thought in his mind was whether he would be in danger or not, and he couldn't help himself to think about the worst. If he missed his hand and was killed, what should he do? Then panic for my imagination, so tremble. Tree King Senior, my big brother Li helps you with so many bugs. He is dangerous now. How can you ignore it? The old voice of Great Banyan Tree King sounded loudly. Don't worry, Li Qingshan, you promised me 3 things. Now I only do 1 thing. Just want to go? Li Qingshan said, it's not that I don't believe, but time is hard to catch up. Even if I don't leave now, I will be forced to transfer to other battlefields after a while, and then I will be in trouble. Sea King is the owner of this dragon battle arena, but in this dragon battle arena, it is not everything that is done by the Lord. You want to stay, you can naturally stay. Li Qingshan looked bright, although it was only 1 hair, but the king was still king, so he laughed. Is it? Sea King dug your old man home. How is it like a wolf room joiner? But I really want to kill the guys. I may wish to reveal, I want to give you a gift. Sea King specifically asks me, but I did not promise. Well, my heart is moving. Li Qingshan understands that some precious things can't be replaced with more spiral stones. Chenglu, what do you think? Hua Chenglu is not. The journey is not over. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation. Please, 5,000 words are 5,000 words. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 653 Chapter 89 Soft Clothing. The black dragon wandered above the sky and traveled between the light and the clouds. When it rose, it was hidden. When it was big and small, the siege of the golden core cultivator was lost. The black dragon clawed and ran rampant, as if the wolf was into the flock. The sheep, although the number is large, the hoof and the horn alone can cause some damage to the wolf, but it does not play a decisive role at all. The black dragon suddenly opened the dragon's mouth, revealing a mouth full of dragon fang like a knife, spewing out a black smoke, shrouded a golden core cultivator in it. The cultivator originally had a vestibule body, not too mindful, but the vestment quickly being black, losing spirituality, and rushing back quickly, he flew more than 10 miles in a flash. The cultivators gradually became horrified in their hearts. How could he be so strong? The cultivation of the royal family is Dark Emperor Dragon scripture, which is stronger than the culture technique of all of us. The chief culture technique is really different. This Sea King dared to challenge us. It was really prepared. He clearly wanted to take advantage of us. We went to him. The cultivators have retired in their hearts. If they were not trapped in the dragon battle arena by their own disciples, I am afraid they have already fled. Sea King Imperial Prince, are you really enemies with the cultivation of the entire Uai County? You can't beat us today. We can't beat you. It's better to be more harmonious. So let's stop. The cultivators looked at Sea King's means, and they all put up a small heart and turned into deep anxiety. Today, everyone gathered together, perhaps not afraid of this Sea King, but until the future spread, Sea King suddenly can be troubled after the fall, not to mention the unseen, unfathomable Jia Zhen and Wu Dan. The situation is stronger than the people. How is the Golden Core Cultivator? The encounter with a stronger existence, but also have to bow down and soft. Although the battle continued, the fighting intent, killing intent provided to Dragon Battle Arena was greatly attenuated. Sea King's brow was slightly wrinkled. This battle was uncomfortable, distorted, and hateful. It really is a group of waste. This is just want to escape? Do you think I can't kill you? If you don't want to collect the fighting intent and don't want to show the trump card too early, you will have to defeat your waste. Just as North Moon couldn't kill Monster Marshall at the beginning, Sea King couldn't do it. It's one thing to rely on the law, but if there is a Golden Core Cultivator, it's another matter. Golden Core Cultivator is not a cat or dog. Any one of the fall is a big deal, and Diaxia Imperial Court has to respond. Under these circumstances, Sea King is easy to make, and it's easy to be invincible, but it's hard to beat all the Golden Core Cultivator's ears and legs like the North Moon Monster Marshall. In my heart, I read, the strong should have done what they want, but they have to be restrained by this heavy rule, so that these weak people will be noisy, and one day if I am enthroned, I must let this world return to normal. The public cultivator looks awkward. No one will pick up Sea King's words, waste or kill, and let him talk about it. Pa Gianying clapped 3 times and smiled, acting, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. You also leave some morality. Since you have already seen each other's means, just listen to me, turn it into a J. Let's go. Sea King felt that this battle was a bit unsatisfactory, but the original goal was achieved. I convinced all sect cultivators and collected enough fighting intent, killing intent. It would be no good to fight. Then follow the words of Gianying too. Since Yanying said so, it is so today. I just want them to understand that this Ruai County is still the world of Diaxia, and this cultivation channel is not going to be done by them. Sea King is turned into a human form. Go and walk away. Golden Core Cultivators, no matter how much dissatisfaction in their hearts, can only borrow from the slopes. Go back to the Flying Cloud stage. There were worries on the face. I thought that after the Battle of Grave Hill, the strength of the 100 families was greatly damaged. Ruai County finally turned their heads to be the masters of the family. I did not expect that there were a few more embarrassing things, but it was not as good as the past. Li Qingshan hid the mirror image clone in the dark, and said, unfortunately, this group of sect cultivators is really embarrassing. He couldn't help Sea King to lose both of these Golden Core Cultivators before he could take the fire and take the Dragon Battle Arena. However, I also understand that even if Gianying does not say anything from it, this battle will not be able to fight. Suddenly, Gianying's gaze was faint. Although it was just swept away, Li Qingshan knew that she had found herself. This bird woman's eyes are really poisonous. Gianying looked at the fucking again. The darkness in the hiding lane disappeared. From the beginning to the end, only she noticed the dark existence, and she only saw it alone. The darkness did not leave, go, but follow the huge shadow of the Dragon Battle Arena. With a little smile, things are getting more and more interesting. Dragon Battle Arena has shrunk sharply and returned to Sea King. He put divine sense into it. The first thing is to find Li Qingshan. After searching it, he didn't feel Li Qingshan's location. He was surprised. It's impossible to escape when I was distracted. I immediately thought that there was only one place in the Dragon Battle Arena that he couldn't perceive. The thoughts were concentrated in the rainforest battlefield where Great Banyan Tree King was located. I saw a group of people like Robin Man around the banyan tree. Li Qingshan, you think you are hiding in the tree? Why can't I have you? Sea King sneered in his heart, but he would not break the rules he set at the beginning, and patiently waited for 12 hours. Suddenly I found 2 people missing. One is Zilai, and the other is a gnome. Sea King soon found Zilai's trail and was fighting a white woman in the Great Lakes battlefield. The woman's cultivation base is not high, but the means of manipulating the water flow is extremely high, and it is more dexterous in the water than the fish. Although Zilai was forced to do her for a while, it was only a matter of time before she could kill her. This barbarian dared not listen to my orders, went to kill Li Qingshan, wait until the end of the test, and then teach him some more. Sea King found it, but couldn't find the place of the gnome. Did he follow Li Qingshan into the great banyan tree, or is it dead? Although he can get the answer immediately by contacting his subordinates, he does not disdain it. In his eyes, Li Qingshan is already a dead person. As for the gnome, if he dies, he will die. Anyway, it is also an awkward waste. Looking at the situation in other battlefields, showing a satisfied smile, as he initially planned, the battle and the slaughter are gradually getting more intense. The cultivators, especially the chi refining warrior, are being influenced by the dragon battle arena, and the shots become vicious. And this is just the beginning. The heart is slightly excited, the accumulation has endured for so long, and will soon succeed. When he finally waited for 12 hours, he immediately ran the dragon battle arena and moved everyone in the rainforest battlefield to the nearby battlefield. The smiling expression stiffened on his face, and the pupils shrank. What happened? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 654 Chapter 90 Enlighten people with perfect wisdom. Third foundation establishment on. The robber man of the robber man is also ready to start a squadron. Slid everyone in it. The magical artifact in his hand flashes aura, and the powerful magic spell is ready to go. Just wait. When Li Qingshan appeared, he gave him a fatal blow. The foreground is distorted, changing from rainforest to desert. The sun is blazing, and the air is dry, which limits Li Qingshan's water element magic spell and prevents it from escaping. However, when they were ready, Li Qingshan did not appear, and the group of people looked at each other and did not know what went wrong. Tree King, why should you interfere with the operation of my dragon battle arena and leave Li Qingshan here? Sea King's voice echoed through the entire rainforest, implying a questioning question. This rainforest battlefield was originally his favorite field. This great banyan tree can provide many valuable resources. However, the other party is Tenside's Monster King. Although he does not dare to follow Nature Dao, he does not dare. Too rude. I said earlier, I am not a great banyan tree king. You don't have to call me an adult. I want to stay with this little friend for a few days, help clean up the worms on the body, and then send him out. Predecessors are here as guests. If there is any need, I will do my best to satisfy the landlord's friendship. Please let the seniors put Li Qingshan out. I will go to help the seniors clean up. After Sea King transplanted a branch of the great banyan tree king into the dragon battle arena, he apologized to him and then worshipped him, but the great banyan tree ignored him. I have tried to get one thing. I was naturally rejected, and I was so angry that I couldn't turn my face. I ignored Scaby Insect, who lost her natural enemies and accelerated her reproduction. I wanted to let Great Banyan Tree King suffer, but I gave Li Qingshan opportunity. There are small things in the district, and I dare not bother with my royal highness. Great Banyan Tree King's tone is always the same, but there is a meaning that can't be changed. Let Sea King touch a nail that is not soft or hard. Hate in my heart, this old thing. In the face of a king, even the most tempered king, Sea King can't help but can only step back. Don't ask how many days. Less 3 days, more than 5 days. Well, I hope that my predecessors can keep their promises. If they have passed the 5-day period, they will not let him out. That would. Then let him stay here forever. Sea King found that if the great Banyan Tree King really wants to protect this Li Qingshan, he really didn't have much idea. He couldn't even uproot this great banyan tree and dig up Li Qingshan to kill it, even though he has this ability. But the great Banyan Tree King didn't have to think of any revenge. As long as the news came out, Daxia Imperial Court would immediately punish him for the 11 Imperial Prince and give an account to Great Banyan Tree King. Since Emperor is the king of the worship, not everyone can offend the following commits. It is a big ring. Sea King was depressed, and the excitement of the Golden Core Cultivator was swept away, and he made up his mind to break through the third heavenly tribulation. Realm of King. Sea King's dialogue with the Great Banyan Tree King was introduced into the Dark Tree Hole, and Li Qingshan and Hua Chenglu looked at each other. Smile. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you fellow Taoist for blessing. It seems that you have a deep hatred with Sea King. I can bless you for 5 days, but I can't help you on the 6th day. You still have to find your own way." Great Banyan Tree King thinks this is unusual, so he will test him in this way, guessing that he will probably ask for help. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan smiled and said, "My way of survival is somewhat different from that of fellow Taoist. Just ask for your own desires and kill them. The more you hate, the better. It's easy to fold, nothing to keep." Great Banyan Tree King laughed again, and the laughter subsided. "Are you ready to do the second thing?" Li Qingshan dagger. "I am good at water element magic spell. It's not a problem to drop a rain. It's just that this sun vine is fierce and can absorb magic spell spiritual power. I don't know what to do to kill it. If you can't contain sun vine first, I am afraid most of the rain will be absorbed by sun vine. But with the power of his foundation establishment cultivator, there is really not much way to take this ruthless vine." Great Banyan Tree King said, "This requires the female doll around you." She? I. Hua Chenglu's eyes widened, and I couldn't think of the unattainable Great Banyan Tree King. There would be a place for her little chi-refining warrior. Li Qingshan also wonders, although the little girl is very cute, I am afraid that the most slender sun vine can kill her. Cultivation technique for your cultivation is called Fragrant Flower Secrets. Yeah. How do you know? Fragrant Flower Secrets is the Hua family biography absolute art. It is a very special wood system culture technique. It collects the essence of flowers for cultivation. Although it does not have the ability to charm, it can also add enchanting and beautiful flowers. With the fragrance of flowers, so many beautiful men and women in the family, is also famous in the aristocratic family. I don't know, but I know the whole story. I also know that the culture technique of Qingshan cultivation is called Boundless Sea Art, which is from the old Azure Sea sect. However, this sect does not exist for a long time, and no one has ever been there. Mist Province. I don't know. Great Banyan Tree King with its long lifespan, the various cultural techniques are so vast that it is unparalleled. Li Qingshan's heart. His cultivation Boundless Sea Art is the biggest problem is that there is no master pointing, can only rely on their own exploration, although with the excellent innate skill, to the 6th layer. But with the wisdom of Great Banyan Tree King, can give some good advice. Take out the jaw slip of Boundless Sea Art and strike the sea. If fellow Taoist is interested, even if he takes the reference, if he can give pointers 1 or 2, the younger will be grateful. I feel an invisible force through my body. Jade slip flashed and disappeared. Hey, this culture technique is really interesting. Your cultivation is not biased. It just lacks some sentiments. After I read it carefully, I will talk to you in detail. The prophet goes back to the truth. Sunvine only has no attack at one time. Sex, that is when it blooms. Hua Chenglu immediately understood the meaning of the Great Banyan Tree King. Fragrant Flower Secrets has the ability to let flowers advance in advance. But with my cultivation base, I can't make such a big sunvine. The lack of cultivation base is improving. I can let you break through the foundation establishment realm within 3 days. But at a price. After listening to this statement, not only Hua Chenglu was shocked, even Li Qingshan was stunned. Now Hua Chenglu is just chi-refining 8th level. Although the speed of cultivation is not slow, it is not too fast, not Hua Chengzhen. That kind of genius. At this rate, it takes at least a decade to get the foundation establishment to succeed. Although the Great Banyan Tree King instilled her own power of wood spirit with her, she was able to make her cultivation base bigger and more reborn. However, Realms breakthrough requires more self-understanding. It is not a resource. She has lost her medicine pill resources from small to large. If this statement is not from the mouth of the great Banyan Tree King, it will be taken as a slap in the air. What is the price? I have nothing. Have you heard of enlightened people with perfect wisdom? If you like this piece, you are welcome to vote for it. The monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 655. Chapter 91, Enlightened People with Perfect Wisdom. Third Foundation Establishment. Hua Chenglu shook his head and said, I have never heard of it. Enlightened people with perfect wisdom is a magical work created by Buddhism. It can directly instill the understanding of the Buddhist law into the hearts of others. No matter how bad the person is, he will abandon the good after the acceptance of the empowerment. Buddhism, or what kind of stubbornness, can be fully realized, brave and daring in cultivation. Let the evil one be good, the fool become wise, that is, enlightened people with perfect wisdom. There is such a wonderful method in the world, which means that as long as I accept enlightened people with perfect wisdom, I can easily break through today's realm. Dare to ask the seniors what I need to do. Hua Chenglu's eyes are shining, her qualification is not bad, but her understanding is lacking. After all, not everyone is genius. You don't have to do anything, but you just don't have to pay a price. Chenglu, I advise you not to accept this enlightened people with perfect wisdom as well. Li Qingshan, after listening to the introduction of Great Banyan Tree King, I feel that something is wrong. Thinking about it is not the so-called brainwashing, and it is really brainwashing. Why? Hua Chenglu saw Li Qingshan frowning and becoming more and more puzzled. If you accept the ideas of others, are you still you? Even if you become stronger and smarter, what is the point? Yes, this is the price, I said. The reason why this strange technique is not widely spread is because it was banned by the Buddha, and the monk who created this magical skill is also mad and died. Go crazy. Hua Chenglu was shocked. Great Banyan Tree King sang a long story. Thousands of years ago, there was a German high monk in the Thunder province, called Yutong Zen Master, often a subtle Buddhist law that could not be understood by everyone. Regrettably, after reading the classics, I have been thinking about it for a long time. First, for the most stupid discipline in the temple, the discipline did not meet his expectations. Overnight, all of the Buddhist law classics in the temple can be turned back and forth, and even the most intelligent fragments in the temple can't match. The cultivation base is even bigger. Therefore, the discipline in the temple jumped and asked Yutong Zen Master to give himself a skill. Yutong Zen Master did not hesitate to spend his mental mana and enlighten people with perfect wisdom for the entire temple. So each discipline became smart and benevolent, and Yutong Zen Master thought that he had mastered the magical skills of Purju, and happy. Just a friend came to visit. Yutong Zen Master showed his results to him, did not want the friend to see the situation in the temple, sighed, monk mistakes. If this method, how is the Buddha? I left the temple. Yutong Zen Master thought that he was a friend who was jealous of him. He was not happy in his heart, and he did not care too much. Until the law meeting in January, the discipline in the temple sat down on the law hall. Nearly 100 discipline. Talking about it is like a model carved out. Even the tone of voice is similar. It should have been a tit-for-tat, a fierce debate of the Far Conference, and it became harmonious and arrogant without any dispute, like a pool of stagnant water. Even if the years-old Xioya is an old-fashioned posture, Yutong Zen Master seems to see hundreds of Yutong Zen Master talking to himself, and his heart is becoming horrible. It is regrettable late. This enlightened people with perfect wisdom is no more difficult than other magic spells to display once it is displayed. So on a thunderstorm night, Yutong Zen Master yelled in the mouth, I killed them all. I killed them all. He died. Such a tragic story makes Hua Chenglu pale. She does not want to become a Yutong Zen Master. There is no white lunch in the world. The shortcut is not so good. Great Banyan Tree King smiled and said, women's dolls, you don't have to be so scared. There is no beauty or evil. If you have a disaster, Culture technology has no good or bad points. If you master the scale, it will not turn you into another people. At the time of the empowerment, I will try to give you only the understanding of fragrant flower secrets. For your improvement of understanding, it is only limited to the foundation establishment realm, reducing the impact on your heart, but inevitably, there are some costs to pay, and the pros and cons are worthwhile. Think about it yourself. With the wisdom of great Banyan Tree King, if you enlighten Huachenglu with enlightened people with perfect wisdom, it is not just the foundation establishment, but also the foundation of the golden core. But Huachenglu will also was completely submerged, and if it controls the size, it will reduce the benefits and reduce the disadvantages. Although it still has an impact, it will not completely distort Huachenglu's heart. For Li Qingshan, it is a distortion of one point. He is also unwilling to accept it. Even if he admire the way of survival of great Banyan Tree King, he is also unkind when he is taught that he is very easy to fold. Back to the sentence soft cannot be kept. Your things are more brilliant, it is yours, I have my insistence. Huachenglu hesitated, bowed his head and thought for a moment, raised the head and said, I promised. Chenglu. Li Qingshan frowned and held her shoulder. Big brother Li, if you can't do three things, you won't get the gift of your predecessor. This is to repay your life-saving grace. Huachenglu a wide grin, easy and playful. That's all right. I haven't made a gift more important than what you see. Li Qingshan categorically said that a small woman would make sacrifices for herself. That is what his dignity can't allow. I want to say this. She has to insist on her own opinion, and smiled a little. I think it is more tempting than Chenglu to make me a family. Huachenglu squinted and raised his chin. Don't think about it. He snorted and laughed. Joke. I am so great, big brother Li, you are genius. Don't know the hard work of our mortal cultivation, with a little change. In exchange for 10 or even 20 years, there are medical pills that cannot be measured, and the benefits of realm's ascension. I am afraid that no one but you can be completely unmoved. Li Qingshan Su Rong Dao, this is a different matter. You should consider it carefully. Huachenglu gently shook his head. Don't worry, my cultivation base. If it hasn't progressed, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it for a few years. I have to follow my father and marry other aristocratic family children. Li Qingshan said, there is your brother, and I am big brother Li. I want to come to no one who can force you. You can slowly pick a favorite person. Huachenglu presses the chest. It's not persecution. It's my responsibility. I have been loved by my father and my brother from an early age. I am almost responsive. This is my longer-winness. Not to mention the difference between men and women. Today's Chinese and Italian, and may not be interested in the future, it's still more practical. Li Qingshan seems to have seen the young Huachenglu, who was a serious man many years ago, and touched her head. You are so small at this age. Not a little bit of your brother's infatuation. Huachenglu grabbed his big hand and slammed it down. You have to move your hands and feet. Hey, I don't want to be as stupid as my brother. If I have a foundation establishment, I don't have to worry about getting married. I will never be alive. Marry. Learn Guyanning, let the eyes of these stinky men look dead. The foundation establishment cultivator in its early 20s, regardless of whether men and women are firmly respected genius, has considerable autonomy in matters of size and size. Unless she is willing to do so, she will not be a tool for marriage. Different realm cultivation bases are directly related to the status of the cultivator and even the fate of a lifetime. Li Qingshan smiled and said, that's good, so as not to let me swear, but if you regret it one day, don't forget your big brother Li. There is a way to keep the water and the outside world. Huachenglu shouted, I don't want to think about it. The words turned, but if there is such a fun adventure in the future, you must call me, I will not drag you down. Li Qingshan shook his head. At that time, I was already a golden core cultivator. I am afraid I still have to fight with one hand. Then you will drive you and make a hand to hold me. Huachenglu's face was slightly dizzy, and his eyes filled with the yearning color. I want to see more scenery, I want you and everyone else. Respect. I don't want to see Zijin again. I can't be friends with her. Li Qingshan has nothing to say. Since this is your choice, then I can only support it. Hua Chengluang said, Tree King Senior, I have already decided. How do I accept enlightened people with perfect wisdom? Come on. Suddenly a cave opening was opened on the wooden wall, leading straight to the center of the banyan tree. Li Qingshan kills scaby insect all the way, all around the heart of the tree. Although the trunk is riddled with insects, the heart is stronger. Hua Chenglu took a deep breath, looking at Li Qingshan, just about to enter the hole. Li Qingshan came to her. Fellow Taoist, it's all in your plan. Great Banyan Tree King said, this is fate. God will send you to me. Li Qingshan glanced at the tree hole. Can I go in? Although I believe in the character of the Great Banyan Tree King, it is indispensable to defend people. If he refuses, he must not let Hua Chenglu consider it again. Can. This hole is too small. I am advanced. Hua Chenglu is a little embarrassed. This hole is much smaller than the tree hole that the two people pass. She hasn't finished talking yet. Li Qingshan smiles and puts Hua Chenglu tight. Hold in your arms. It doesn't matter. Squeeze it. Then jump into the tree hole. You are killing me. A moment later, Hua Chenglu slammed Li Qingshan and felt that his body was faintly painful. He was as strong as he was going to push her into the body. Don't be so delicate. You are killing me. Li Qingshan replied casually, looking up at this strange space, shaped like a bowl of buckles, about the size of a hall. Here is the center of the great banyan tree. Spiritual chi is filled with it, thick as if to be essentially in general. Took a breath. I feel relaxed and happy. Female doll, come to the middle, relax. Great Banyan Tree King's voice is more and more huge. Hua Chenglu stood at the center, and a green root grew out from all around, gently wrapped around her limbs, precisely on her big hole around her body, and more than a dozen acupoints on her head. She left her feet and floated more than 100 roots of the air, while shining green light, marching along the roots of the gas, until Hua Chenglu's big hole. She was shocked. A purely pured spirit gas was injected into the body, and there was the vast and complex message rushed into my mind. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, this month's update is okay, basically guarantees 2 more every day, and there is no break. Ask for a monthly ticket. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 656 Chapter 92, Enlighten People with Perfect Wisdom, Third Foundation Establishment Part 2. Hua Chenglu made a low-pitched voice, which was unbearable pain, but accompanied by unspeakable joy. The incomparably powerful wood spirit rushed into her within the body, and she immediately took her for more than 10 years. True chi cultivation base is replaced by all the punches, and then merged into her within the body, and it runs according to the method of Fragrant Flower Secrets. Chi refining first level, chi refining second level. Once again, I pushed chi refining 8th level again, and then proceeded to chi refining 9th level and chi refining 10th level. Within the body all meridians are connected by spiritual power, which is more pure and powerful than the spiritual chi that she had originally applied. It is full of Danshan Chi Si. Although this great banyan tree is a great thing for the great Banyan Tree King, the spiritual power injected into Hua Chenglu within the body is just a hairy hair, but for a small chi refining warrior said, but it is too big to bear the gift. Ben came to this limit is the limit. Great Banyan Tree King may help her to wash the hair, break through the small realm of chi refining, but cannot let her forcibly break through the big realm. Still need her own cultivation and understanding, but this I don't know how long it will take. Female doll, wake up, hold my heart, don't forget who you are. Suddenly, the voice of Great Banyan Tree King sounded in the mind. Contrary to the requirement to relax, Hua Chenglu tried to restore a clear understanding from the great pleasure of realms breakthrough. In his heart, he silently said, I am Hua Chenglu. The vast explosion of information, a violent explosion. In the past, She seemed to be in a dark labyrinth, constantly searching for a way out for her own path of life, path of cultivation. At this moment, the high wall of the labyrinth suddenly collapsed, the blazing light came in. The troubles and darkness that bothered her, all disappeared, and even the body seemed to disappear, leaving only the soul to expand in the light. It seems as if you have stupid people who have been stupid for a lifetime, and suddenly you can see and hear, be able to think. It seems that after 1,000 years, it seems that after only a moment, her whole person is immersed in joy, inexplicably thinking, this is the ultimate bliss world that Buddhism said. Don't forget who you are. The vicissitudes of the great Banyan Tree King sounded again. Hua Chenglu sounded the story of the Yutong Zen master, and he was slightly surprised. Then he asked himself with some sorrow, who am I? Her name is Hua Chenglu, but that is just a name. Some things have disappeared and some things have changed. There are still some things that appear out of thin air, completely integrated with her, and can no longer be separated. But there is no doubt that she has become more powerful, both physically and mentally, but seems to have missed a lot of things. If you let a child become mature like an adult overnight, you will miss the innocence of childhood, young and frivolous, and the child may never know what price he paid. Just remember that there is more than one blank. The air roots are gathered back into the tree, and Hua Chenglu floats from the air, like a light petal. Boom! The thunder came from the void to baptize all the life that wanted to be reborn. Hua Chenglu didn't panic, opened his arms and welcomed the arrival of the thunder. Ruxin was upset. As soon as she entered the dragon battle arena, I immediately went to meet with Liu Chenqing, but in the middle of the road, I met an uninvited guest, a man with a red cross and a burning flame, Zilai. Ruxin didn't want to fight anyone, and Zilai also went to Stone Forest to meet according to Sea King's order, preparing to kill Li Qingshan together. Although he is not willing to implement this order, he is more willing to find another opportunity to fight with Li Qingshan. But as a prisoner, there is not much room for choice. On the smooth mirrored lake, two people who are heading for different goals pass by. Ruxin gave a sigh of relief. The Fire Eater race has always been a good war, and the fire is even more powerful. This guy is even more difficult to deal with than the cultivator of the Foundation establishment late stage. A fire suddenly came from Gallop, and in front of him, Zilai frowned into a Quen word, jumping in the eyes and staring at Ruxin's eyes. This beautiful beauty makes him convinced that there is no such a face in his memory, and there is no idea of seeing it, but a strange feeling. This woman is very disgusting to him. This disgust is almost instinct. Hate cannot kill and then fast. However, considering his current situation, I am afraid that any human race cultivator will have a similar feeling. If it is only this kind of disgust, he will not specifically turn around and return. In disgust, there is a kind of incomprehensible kindness feeling, as if the hometown is known. This feeling is so distinct and special that the person who has experienced it is unforgettable. In his memory, there is only one such feeling, so he asks, have we seen it? I have never been to the wild land of Mist Province. I am afraid you have mistaken people. Ruxin smiled and looked at Zilai. She also tried to search for memories, but there was no result. She had seen too many fire eaters. After many years, what was left in memory was just a group of angry flames, and one Jiang twists the face of violent rage. Zilai didn't talk anymore, and the three forks suddenly shot, and the blazing fire, like Liu Xing, shot at Ruxin. If you refuse to admit it, then kill it. This is the way the Fire Eater race is going. People will always reveal a lot of secrets before they die. If they still refuse to say it, then take this secret to the Sinister House. Anyway, killing such a small Foundation establishment initial stage cultivator will not waste much time. Ruxin was prepared, and when Zilai raised her three-handed fork, she fell straight to the lake. These damn fire eaters. Three forks stabbed an empty space. The fire shone brightly on the lake, and the white mist filled the air. Ruxin's voice came from the bottom of the water. I heard that there was a fire eater dog doing Sea King, and ordered to bite people everywhere, saying it won't be you. Stop. Zilai waved the three forks to the sound. The loud noise, the lake was divided, and the flames slammed down. A white figure flashed away, but it burned in flames. Instantly, gently sliding to one side. I heard that the eccentrics are hundreds of people. The Fire Eater race has the most temper. It is a temperamental temperament. It is a good man who is unyielding. It seems that the legend is really not true. It is better to be weaker than yourself, and to be stronger than yourself. Was waggling. I heard that Sea King is quite handsome. He. Zilai was stabbed in the heart and pained. Good, you irritated me, you know. The more angry the Fire Eater race, the stronger the power of the flame. Hey! Ruxin dived deep into the water. Zilai thought that Ruxin could solve the problem with 3 strokes and 2, and found that the other party was slipperier than Li Qingshan. He did not play against him at all, like a fish swimming in the water. No matter how fierce the flame he was urging, he can always cleverly grasp the flaws and resolve his offensive, as if he is familiar with his means, tricks, and even the way he fights. He clearly has an overwhelming advantage, but he can't win at a time, and his heart is more suspicious. In the midst of the battle, Ruxin's cynicism continued to come from the bottom of the water, and he yelled at him, and he also took care of Sea King's orders. The offensive became more fierce, and she would not kill her, and she would not give up. Ruxin was in dire straits. If a lot of spirit talisman was in his hands, he almost died a few times. He licked his lips and looked like a jade carving without any change, constantly invading the fire, endless fleeing, endless jungle. Those memories that have been forgotten, suddenly clear again. Blood is still dripping, no fading, the pain is still vivid, like yesterday. In the depths of the eye, there is the stock flame reburnt. After fighting for more than half of the time, Zilai saw the opportunity to swoop down, and the 3 forks in the hand stabbed Ruxin's vest. Ruxin turned around and smiled on her face, which was completely different from her usual gentle look. The publicity is full of aggressiveness. There was a strange phantom behind her. It was a strange eccentrics with a bandage wrapped around it. The white bandage was stained with blood and pus. It had completely lost its original whiteness, and the body exposed between the gaps was half rotted. There are disgusting poisonous sores. Some parts are skinny. It seems that even the meat has been cut, and some places are swollen like a ball, filthy ugly to the extreme. At the moment of the appearance, Zilai rushed up to face, and Zilai frowned slightly. Burning flames, wearing strong armor, and the sword was hard to hurt. He was confident that he could withstand any attack. How could he give up because of a phantom? Kill her chance. Phantom is amazingly fast, silently crossing the flame, crossing the armor and throwing into the body of Zilai. Zilai had a bad feeling that the big thing was awkward, and the 3-legged fork slowed down. Ruxin took the opportunity to dodge. Zilai touched her chest and found that there was no other feeling besides the initial stiffness. The phantom seemed to play such a role. It turned out to be a mystery, and she was almost caught by her. However, as time went by, he began to feel that his body began to feel uncomfortable. He was only a little discomfort at first. His body was cold and hot. He felt some itching slightly, and the control of the flame became less comfortable. Then the mind began to develop halo, until it seems to burst like pain. There is a piece of red rash on the body. Itching cannot help but to scratch. He desperately runs the flame and wants to get rid of these discomforts, but it has no effect. Although the offensive is still fierce and stable, it can no longer pose a fatal threat to Ruxin. What did you do to me? Zilai yelled, no longer the prestige, and his neck was swollen. Ruxin smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you are sick, but you are lucky. I am a doctor. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass, your support, which is my biggest power. Peas, I wish you all a happy day. _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 657 Chapter 93 The Flower of Harmony of Water and Fire. Even the music school has the means to injure people with the sound of the piano. The medical school also has its own way of self-protection. In the classics of the medical school, there is the law of the plague ghost. Plague ghost is not evil ghost, and the legendary god is actually the god of disease. Plague Ghost feeds on the disease and accumulates in the body. It reaches a certain level after a long period of time. When encountering an enemy, it can move forward. Because it is between the gods and demons, it is difficult to obstruct any means, and the disease is transmitted. It's with the body. However, the body of the cultivator is extremely fierce, like Zulai, which is the best among them. The ordinary disease can't affect him much. Only by swallowing a large number of epidemics can it be used to determine the outcome of a victory, which means that the cultivator must spend a lot of time to treat the mortal for medical treatment. Ruxin's plague ghost was still in the midst of war. The plague in Clear River Prefecture was rampant, and some epidemics were collected before it was built into a tower. Therefore, although Plague Ghost is extremely fierce, there are not many medical school disciple choices. The world has been peaceful for a long time. Who is willing to waste time in this regard? Once the Plague Ghost is refining to the small accomplishment, it is even more terrifying than the poison. Toxins can always be suppressed, but the plague will continue to grow. The disease will become more serious if the previous moment is not treated. Zulai can't suppress the itching of the lungs, coughing up with a sharp mouth, and then seeing that the palm is full of blood. He feels that the body is getting worse, as if a building eroded by insect ants will collapse at any time, and the heart will rise. A vicious meaning. I am probably in the middle of this woman's jealousy. As long as she kills her, she can naturally lift it. Even if she doesn't, she must pull her to bury it. Ruxin seems to have long been expected, far away, screaming, "You don't have to worry about it, you just kill me. The disease is not good, but it will burst out in an instant. Put you to death." In the words of Mist Province, it's desperate. Mist Province is a wild land. There are many vicious secretive smelting techniques. The most savvy one is the most vicious one. It must be sacrificed at the expense of its own life. Perish together. You really came to Mist Province. Who are you? Zulai didn't even look down on it. Become a deep fear of fear. You don't care. I only ask you, do you want to go back to Mist Province? Ruxin's eyes are burning, and his temperament is very different from that of weekdays, even though Li Qingshan, who knows her deeply, has never seen it. This battle seems to re-energize her with some of the long-lost things in the body. Zulai is speechless. The Fire Eater race is so brave. If he is allowed to fight on the battlefield, he is absolutely fearless, but like this situation is different. He was first convinced by Sea King and defeated by Li Qingshan. The meaning of death in his heart was wiped out a lot. The pain of the body's disease is constantly increasing. Involuntarily gave birth to a sense of survival. What about you? If I want to, I will control the disease in you. But you have to cooperate with my treatment and drive me for 10 days. Indulged for a moment, Zulai finally lowered his head and said, okay. When the voice falls, it feels that the pain in the body is like a longevity, but this is only Ruxin's depression of all the diseases, deep into his internal organs, brain, bone marrow. Once it broke out, Zulai will be completely killed. What do you want me to do? Zulai originally thought that Ruxin wanted him to collect metal for her, but did not expect Ruxin to say, I want to hear the customs of Mist Province. I heard that Fire Eater race is in Mist Province. The base camp is at Melting Fire Mountain. Are you from there? When Ruxin asked this question, his expression became more and more strange, and he subconsciously licked his lips. And there was an uncontrollable desire burning in her chest like a fire. Melting Fire Mountain is a holy place for my family. Not everyone can live. It is often gathered there when holy war. Zulai can only answer honestly. Holy war. Ruxin's eyes flashed. The Fire Eater race was violent and often struggled with other races, but only the war with Southern Sea Mermaid would be called holy war, and every holy war would gather the power of the whole family. The war is dark, sun and moon are dull. When was the last time holy war was? The conversation between the two people, in a word, in the eyes of others, thought it was a friend of the enemy, but Ruxin always kept a distance from Zulai, and patiently inquired about the news of Mist Province. When the last thunder disappeared, Hua Chenglu opened his eyes and divine sense was released. feeling that the whole world had become different and showed another look in her eyes. This is not only the breakthrough of the real realm, but also the role of enlightened people with perfect wisdom, and the impact of the latter is probably much deeper than the former. Congratulations, Chenglu. Li Qingshan smiled and greeted her, and she felt a little strange in her heart. In his eyes, Hua Chenglu's change was also huge. Her appearance was almost perfect, but if the temperament was worse, she said, compared with Ge Yanning, I am afraid that even the vicious Qian Rongzi can't match. Whether it is like or dislike, it is a vivid symbol that has been honed and displayed. But at the moment, Hua Chenglu is full of peace and agility, as if it is condensed on the dew and above the petals, reflecting the colorful light in the sunlight, and has already seen the beauty of Fanghua. Of course, this is only the first feeling. If more specific changes are made, Li Qingshan can't say it, and he said, I hope it is not a bad thing. Hua Chenglu smiled and called Big Brother Li and meditated. He quickly recovered spiritual power and asked, how long has it been? Li Qingshan said, 2.5 days. Then let's get started. Hua Chenglu said as he entered the cave and left the tree. Li Qingshan didn't have to take it for a long time, touched the nose, and said to Great Banyan Tree King, little girl, I have been interested in my interesting, so that you become so boring. How can you compensate me? In the past 2 days, he has not been idle. He has been asking the Great Banyan Tree King about the problems in the cultivation. They are familiar with each other. This is also a lot of jokes. As for Hua Chenglu, it is interesting or not interesting to him. He is not very concerned. The heart is unpredictable, intentionally or unintentionally. How can it be determined at a glance? Thank you for the advice of fellow Taoist these days. Li Qingshan laughed, and the Great Banyan Tree King's insights into boundless sea art benefited him a lot. For the condensation of azure sea pearl, it's more than breaking the golden core realm grasp. Of course, he did not forget to ask questions about how to make the water and fire blend together. Great Banyan Tree King also said some methods, but these methods can only reconcile the ordinary fires, but can't make Spirit Turtle and Phoenix reconcile. Li Qingshan does not dare to say too much, but a legend mentioned by Great Banyan Tree King evokes Li Qingshan's interest. It is said that there is a place where the flame burns in the depths of the sea. There is a kind of strange flower that will open at the moment of the flame eruption, and then immediately dying. Its innate reconciles the spirit of water and fire, which is a symbol of peace between mermaid and fire eater, and perhaps also symbolizes their peace is as short as this flower. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 658 Chapter 94, Wisdom Fruit. In the blue sky, a cloud of clouds emerged from the air, and the growth continued to grow, becoming a piece of land, barely over the canopy of the Great Banyan Tree. Like the clouds, it seems somewhat unnatural. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged in a tree hole near the canopy, whispering something in his mouth, and playing magic spell wholeheartedly. Even with his ability to control water, it is not easy to cast such a range of heavenly rain. The thing to do with the spell. The spiritual power intention generally recedes as the tides. The clouds are constantly thickening, the sunlight can't penetrate, naturally it turns from white to black, and the rainwater filled with spiritual chi keeps accumulating, like a sponge that has saturated the water, only waiting a drizzle of heavy rain. Hua Chenglu came to the bottom of the Great Banyan Tree. The roots of the Great Banyan Tree and Sunvine were intertwined in the mud, and soon they found a suitable place to press their hands on the roots of Sunvine. Fragrant flower secrets. The rainbow glows on the palm of your hand. The Sunvine, like a huge dragon, trembled with this little power, and with the instinct of taking spiritual power. The power was steadily increasing. The mature Sunvine can almost ignore any magic spell damage, but the purpose of this power is not an attack, but a reminder. Just as a person who does not invade 100 poisons can't resist aphrodisiac, The flowering and fruiting of plants are also profoundly instinctive. Hua Chenglu within the body's spiritual power was quickly taken out, and immediately a tangled root was entangled, injecting the power of the pure spirit into her within the body. Sunvine first produced a flower bed, and then in a moment, the golden sunflower blooms in full bloom, and the glow is as bright as the sun. Great Banyan Tree King said, "Well, I feel much more relaxed, thank you. This sunflower nectar is very valuable for you. Go and collect it." Hua Chenglu took a sigh of relief and smiled. She came to the Great Banyan Tree King and finally saw the light again. However, in a few days, it feels like a reincarnation. Li Qingshan also got the message of the Great Banyan Tree King. The voice of the chanting in the mouth, the sponge in the sky seemed to be screwed hard. The heavy rain poured down and poured on each leaf. It flows down the trunk and the sun is in the dark rain. It's getting brighter. Li Qingshan also came outside the tree hole and watched Hua Chenglu like a butterfly flying around every flower. The sound of Great Banyan Tree King sounded in the ear. "Come on, come and get your present." Li Qingshan came to the canopy along the direction of the Great Banyan Tree King. The branches and leaves were crisscrossed, and the line of sight was less than a mile. The branches swayed slightly and the leaves were let out. "Make a road." Li Qingshan came to the end of the road and saw that on a thick sly, a poorly opened little hua, as if hundreds of slender fluffs were clustered into a cluster. The color was white to red, very inconspicuous. It is totally out of proportion with the huge body of the Great Banyan Tree King. It can't be compared to the huge splendid sunflower. Is this a gift? Don't worry, don't worry. Time seems to flow quickly. Little Hua's color is from shallow to deep, and finally a small fruit, from green to yellow. Of course, it is still very inconspicuous. "Come off," Great Banyan Tree King urged. "The voice is a little tired." Li Qingshan reached for the fruit and played it in her hand. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. But can this fruit be eaten?" He explored with divine sense and didn't feel how much spiritual power it contained, but instead gathered another power, a powerful idea similar to divine sense, divine consciousness. "I don't know what it is." Li Qingshan, "Give me the fruit in the handle, and our grievances will be written off." The voice of Sea King suddenly sounded from the sky, showing a bit of urgency. When he saw the result of the banyan tree blossoming, his eyes widened. "Wisdom fruit," he whispered to the Great Banyan Tree King. "Which is the wisdom fruit?" The Great Banyan Tree King is famous for its wisdom. The fruit is not a cultivation base, but it contains the wisdom of the Great Banyan Tree King. Crystallization can inspire people's wisdom and understanding. This is different from the brainwashing of enlightened people with perfect wisdom, but it is enlightenment and development. It seems that Buddhism's drinking is not the same. The adult's generation has eaten the most brains. Clear understanding is not even useful, but for those cultivators that have been stuck in the bottleneck and the cultivation base is stagnant. Seeking in order to break through the third heavenly tribulation and reach the realm of King, it is natural to need such a wisdom fruit. But it was rejected by the Great Banyan Tree King. The amount of fine divine power consumed by a wisdom fruit is 10 times higher than that of enlightened people with perfect wisdom is much bigger. Li Qingshan just killed some scaby insect, and once he did it, he got such a big gift and made Sea King more hateful. Listening to Sea King, Li Qingshan naturally knows that it is a good thing, and immediately plugs it into the mouth. Great strength chews. The taste is much more sour than he imagined, but when he thinks of Sea King's ugly expression, his mood will be fine. Get up, lean against the branches, and have a happy face. Sea King's expression is as ugly as he imagined, and Li Qingshan has repeatedly challenged him. He is already intolerable. A foundation establishment cultivator, with Guiyanying as the background, dare to be so arrogant. Li Qingshan, you must die. Oh. It depends on the waist you have. Li Qingshan smiled and spit out the core, a slight glimpse, as if there was a spiritual light through his mind. That glimmer of light seemed to be an invisible line that connected many messy messages in his mind, consistently. But specifically, what is the role? But I really don't know. the cultivation base has not risen a bit, and divine sense is not stronger, but these days, the questions of boundless sea art that great Banyan Tree King asked, suddenly it became clear that it was just listening to the ear, remembering it in my heart, waiting to digest it in the future, but now I have a little more insight. In addition to boundless sea art, other various cultural techniques, and even the use of moves in combat, the details of life, there is an indescribable change. No matter what you think, it feels different from the past, as if looking at these issues with a different perspective and angle, there is a very special and fresh feeling. Great Banyan Tree King said, "Others can teach you knowledge, but they can't teach you wisdom. Although this fruit is called wisdom fruit, the real wisdom still needs you to find it yourself. I believe that one day, you will stand on me again. In front of it, it will become more intelligent and powerful. That is, of course, you are a good person. No, you are a good tree. I thank you for your help, but in the future, you will need my help." Li Qingshan earnestly said that he had a good harvest on this trip, and Sea King's performance alone can show that the value of this banyan tree fruit is far more than the reward he deserves. Reimbursement. The envy of the enemy will be reported. A small foundation establishment cultivator, Monster King, who has been symmetrical for thousands of years, said, "You will also need my help." It seems to be absolutely arrogant to others, and he must laugh at him. With the identity of Great Banyan Tree King, I am willing to work for him. I don't know how many. What qualifications do you have to say this? Great Banyan Tree King will not ignore this madness, but feels that the feelings in the underworld are getting stronger. Just as Golden Cicada Spirit King believes that Heavenly Dragon meditation chant is going to land on Littleton, this is not divination spell, just reach them. An intuition of this King of Realm. But by that time, it was not as simple as killing insects and watering. It's just what I want. Maybe I have a chance in the future. Let's go outside this well. This is like an old friend. Li Qingshan's heart, Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Great Banyan Tree King want to come to know. The two temperament in the Monster King is probably also a different kind. According to the book he read, there are many violent people in Monster King. There are not many good ones. There are few pieces like them. The Great Banyan Tree King is based on nature Tao, and Golden Cicada Spirit King has been cultivating Buddhist law. It is a blessing to be able to meet them. However, it was not easy to prove at this time. A fragrant wind came behind him. Hua Chenglu heard the voice of Sea King and rushed over. "Big brother Li, you are all right." Li Qingshan smiled at her and then looked back. The line of sight penetrated the rain curtain and looked at the end of the rainforest. A dozen black spots appeared. Sea King killed his and couldn't wait to send these claws and fangs directly. Li Qingshan is not the same. Hua Chenglu has to say anything more. Li Qingshan jumped and leapt over the rain curtain, still in the rain of the sky, was pulled and guided, gathered to him, followed behind him, as if to open a pair of huge water wings, flying to the sky. The robber man of the robber man also showed his fierce light and displayed his own means. Under the impact of each other, the distance of less than 20 miles was almost reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the rainforest disappeared. Hua Chenglu was holding his breath, but found that Li Qingshan and the running dogs of Sea King all disappeared into the battlefield. Losing the voice, "Big brother Li." Great Banyan Tree King said, "You can't help him anymore. Let's stay here for a few more days." Hua Chenglu forced nodded, like a certain determination, flying to the blossoming sunflower. In the question and answer, the time passed by. Zilai performed very well, almost inexhaustible, and all the words, but he did not give in. Fire Eater will not yield to anyone, whether she or she Sea King. He is waiting for an opportunity. He knows the rules of this test very well. This lake battlefield will soon disappear and everyone will be sent to one place. It will be the best chance to kill her. He does not believe this woman who is Lai. Magic spell applied to himself is desperate. Even if he has to gamble, because he has already remembered where he had seen her. Silently, the next moment is left from the time of transmission. Ruxin suddenly silenced and smiled. It's really not for years. I have vowed to kill all fire eaters. Oh, it's all naive kids. Good childhood is gone, but you're even one. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 659. The 95th chapter is Killing On. Zilai's look changed, and it ignited the fire and rushed to Ruxin. Ruxin smiles, does not change, flies back. The distance between the two is quickly zoomed in, and then slowly pulled away. All kinds of violent diseases broke out on Zilai at the same time. The whole body was swollen, the skin was ulcerated, and Ruxin in the field of vision gradually became blurred. His eyes were stained with first level and almost blind. You bastard, die together. Zilai made the arrogance of the dead beast. His chest was hot and shiny, and he violently beat, and a heart was about to burst. The heart of the Fire Eater race is like the monster core of Monster Race. It's a hub of power, and once it's detonated, it's amazingly destructive. At such a close distance, Ruxin could not escape. The beast is still fighting. The heart is suddenly stopped. Ruxin smiled and opened his fingers and gently held it. For a moment, Zilai seemed to have been pumped out of all strength. For the first time in his life, the heart was quiet for the first time, no longer beating, and the flames of the body were extinguished. The body still maintained the momentum and rushed to Ruxin. Take the 3 forks in his hand and stab her. Ruxin passed him sideways, and a white as if jade's hand was inserted straight into his chest, revealing a bright red heart. Quickly condense and harden in the wind, turning into a fiery stone. The heart of molten. Zilai's body was completely swallowed by the lesion and died. Plague Ghost emerged from him and returned to Ruxin's within the body. Ruxin sighed incomparably, looked at the sky, and gradually became bleeding red in the blue, faintly feeling that he was afraid of being affected by this dragon battle arena, and he could not control the killing intent. However, once the beast is released, how can it be reheld? Li Qingshan felt a very obvious change as soon as he left the great banyan tree. The murderous aura condensed in the air, the sky was smeared with a touch of blood red, and the tiger demon in the sea of consciousness made a bloodthirsty squat. Without the suppression of Spirit Turtle, I am afraid even he will be affected. The dragon battle arena, which was almost refining, although it was not as good as the real Azura field, had some real meaning, and the cultivators of various factions had forgotten the killing. There is no room for hand-free. In just a few days, thousands of cultivators are killed, and even more fuel is poured on the fire, as if the air is burning. The Great Lake disappeared and became a rolling desert. Sea King's hunting plan was back on track, and 17 Foundation establishment cultivators recharged. In the hands of a flying sword magical artifact, the light is intertwined into a large and dense sealed Li Qingshan all the way forward and backward. Li Qingshan laughed, the figure suddenly disappeared, although it did not play a stealth role, but all the internal chi locks were all empty, and the coordination between magical artifacts suddenly appeared a little chaos, showing a slightly invisible gap. He went down with a sword and broke. I was about to take a chance to kill a few, and suddenly I felt a heavy one. The shape is not slow, knowing that the other party magic spell, when it is some earth element magic spell, and at least 7 magic spell are on his body. Magic spell is no more than magical artifact. The attack range is huge. Only hard block. At least 4 of them are magic spell that controls the shape of the lag. Suddenly it became impossible to move, and the piece of magical artifact flew home. Each one has the power to kill. The scared man screamed, the arms and knots became thicker, and the rending earth all direction hammer became huge. Head down to Li Qingshan. Everyone has a loose heart. Really think that we can compete against us to join forces? Seeing Li Qingshan as an enemy, a face will be in a desperate situation. Glang. A black pagoda appeared out of thin air. All magical artifact fell on it, and all of them were bounced off. but they were all under the pressure of the rending earth all-direction hammer. The tiger's mouth of the Scar Man was cracked, and the huge Antishik force let him suffer a dark wound and look at the innocent dark pagoda, revealing an incredible look. His hammer, the golden core cultivator, cannot be hardened, cannot break this strange tower. He did not know that Li Qingshan, the demon-suppressing pagoda, was also unable to open the golden core cultivator, and was the first elder of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. Although everyone was scared, they shouted, "Architecture!" Immediately there are 8 cultivators, taking out the long-prepared flag, putting the pagoda in the 8 directions, and laying out an 8-faced wind gust. The hurricane whistling in the array, rolling like a sword and demon on the suppressing pagoda. There is a pile of broken bones and a broken gold. But for demon suppressing pagoda, it was like a breeze, but it was not in the heart, and even a trace could not be left behind. Booming and banging, a group of cultivators each showed the strongest means, bombarded on the demon-suppressing pagoda, and the loud noise echoed throughout the desert. Demon-suppressing pagoda swayed slightly under this attack and almost fell. 8 demon-suppressing chains flew in all directions, locking the demon-suppressing pagoda in the void without shaking. My demonic nature, unceasing torrent. My sin is endless. For Li Qingshan, this is the strongest defense behind the spirit turtle dark armor. No wonder he is so arrogant, it has such a means to be invincible. The scared man was shocked and shouted, "You take turns to hold the flag, save spiritual power, and see when he can support it." Everyone is nod, revealing the hustle and bustle. The more powerful magical artifact magic spell, the greater the consumption of spiritual power. The blind defense can only be the end of spiritual power exhaustion. This is a very reasonable inference. But the secret of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple is based on the demonic nature of the people who are suppressed in the tower. Li Qingshan is in the tower. The reason why he did not kill immediately is to feel his own demonic nature boiling. In the battle, Tiger Demon became more and more instigated. The original Turtle Demon Tiger Demon was reluctantly suppressed by Spirit Turtle, under the influence of the Dragon Battle Arena killing intent. The originally violent Tiger Demon was increasingly unstable. Outside, you must first settle in, and then compare with your own troubles. The outside siege is nothing. He comforts Tiger Demon, diverts this hostility, and throws it into Dark Red's demon heart, becoming more and more crystal clear. The other one is simply injected into Danshan Sword Chi, so that the sword intent will be more and more violent. After a few moments, Li Qingshan made a shout, no longer hiding the demonic nature of suppressing himself, but letting it be released in another way. The figure was soaring and covered with a pair of armor, and the red was like dripping. Blood comes. Revolting demon sword is held on the left, and a black ring is on the right hand. This is the demonic artifact that Sea King had to reward him on the Flying Cloud stage. He wanted to harm him, but he used it for binding demon ring. Seeing that demon suppressing pagoda was not broken, the Foundation establishment cultivator gradually became dignified. He must be supported by the spirit medicine that quickly restores spiritual power. If you attack for a while, you can force him out. The voice did not fall. A strip of demon-suppressing chains collapsed. Everyone just showed a happy color. Then see demon-suppressing pagoda screaming, banging into the great formation. All the flagged cultivator, feeling chest boring. Maintain formation. Don't let him escape. Demon-suppressing pagoda flew up and appeared in the demon general, which surprised everyone. How did he become like this? The formation was more urgent. The squally wind fell on Li Qingshan, and there was a sound, and the body was heavy. In the blink of an eye, many traces were cut and nearly peeled off first level. Li Qingshan raises his hand and swings his sword. The evil eye released a round of evil light, and then a small circle. The blood-red sword light tears the line of sight, while tearing a cultivator holding the flag, in the astounding eyes, is smashed into two. 8 sides come to the wind, broken. The wind is dying. At the same time, demon-suppressing pagoda ran rampant under his trend, blocking countless attacks and smashing the Sea King claws and fangs. There are still a lot of magic spell falling on the body, All of them are resisted by the armor. Demon Chi offset. Li Qingshan keeps on foot, turning back a sword. The blood is flashing away. A skull is swept away by blood. His three-in-one sword Chi was included in revolting demon sword, and it was concealed. The sword intent contained tiger demon murderous aura. According to a sword, the killing intent convinced the enemy not to dodge. Evil Eye has a glimpse of the flaws, and it cannot be resisted. No matter what the enemy, it is all broken. In an instant, he was attacked many times. The protective body magical artifact was destroyed, and the magic armor was full of cracks. He took the opportunity to throw out 5 swords, killing and killing 17 cultivators. Only 10 people left. Li Qingshan swept the red light in 2 corners. Everyone had a discolored face and a big heart. The battle hit the sky from the sky. In the desert, a giant hand of sand was suddenly caught, and Li Qingshan was caught. The scared man screamed, rending earth all direction hammer. Li Qingshan demon chi moves, shakes the giant hand, and then hits the rending earth all direction hammer. Boom! The armor covering the arm was broken into pieces and scattered on all sides. The Scars man's eyes are round and his hands are bloody. Rending earth all direction hammer takes off his hand and spins to the sky. Suddenly felt a tight neck. A black ring. Binding demon ring keeps tightening and snaps into skin and flesh. With a slamming voice, a big head was broken off by the students, and the last sentence was said, "You have been hiding strength." He had a battle with Zilai in the past. Everyone saw that he was forced to desperately, and he finally turned defeat into victory. Everyone thought that it was the limit of his strength. Dog chickens, dare to kill me? Li Qingshan smiled. Binding demon ring flew back to his hand. The sword pointed to the sky. "Thank you for your kindness." Sea King saw this scene in his eyes, clenched his fists, and his face changed dramatically. Kill the remaining 10 cultivators. All of them have the courage to kill Li Qingshan. But many people still can't win, let alone people are few. Li Qingshan has fought a lot. Not only did not feel tired, but killing intent boiling, not yet enjoyable. In a blink of an eye, 3 people were killed, and the remaining 6 were devastated and fled. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Demon suppressing pagoda lived in 1 person. Demon suppressing chains lingered and entangled 1 person. Binding demon ring circled 1 person. No mercy, and one of the swords would be killed. Sea King can no longer care about the rules. Control the dragon battle arena to send Li Qingshan out, desperate to kill. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 660. Chapter 96 is Killing Middle. Li Qingshan quickly killed a few people and was ready to put the rosary that Angelus monk gave. Sea King may not swallow this breath. If he really wants to kill him, then there is no way to move out of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple to be a shield. I hope that Sea King will not be unscrupulous. But after a while, nothing happened. Li Qingshan snorted. This Sea King's city is really deep enough, and this can be tolerated. Sea King was also stunned, and then it was furious. I didn't know when, under the dragon battle arena, I was stained with the 1st level dark color, and it was spreading, and I was robbing him of the control of the dragon battle arena. Right. For a time, I couldn't care for Li Qingshan. Even the running mana competed with this darkness. I was shocked and shouted, "Who is so bold?" The black is utterly unscrupulous, just blindly immersed in the dragon battle arena. Prepared for these days, I finally got it. Yan Ying said, "Just stand by and watch the fun." This kind of competition, Jia Zhen and Wu Dan can't help, but the Golden Core cultivator doesn't know what's going on. But looking at Sea King's anxious look, the glory of the glory. Li Qingshan didn't know that there was such a change outside. Since Sea King didn't do it, he continued to kill, and Divine Sense had already locked in the 3 escaped Foundation establishment cultivators, and they rushed to kill. The foreground of the eye is like a piece, and it has already passed through to another battlefield. However, it has completely disappeared from the original appearance of this battlefield. The magic light flashes, and magic spell smashes the original and escape. The number of cultivators is in the square 10 miles of the place to start a melee. All of them are like a pair of red eyes. The murderous aura fighting intent is constantly rising into the dragon battle arena, and the red in the sky becomes deeper and deeper. Li Qingshan was shocked. This Sea King is really scary. I don't know what the plan is. I was about to chase down the escaping Sea King claws and fangs, and I saw a few acquaintances. Hua Cheng's and Wei Yangxing, the two took a dozen chi refining warrior and barely formed a formation, being besieged by a group of cultivators, but it is almost impossible to support. Hua Cheng's clenched jaw, constantly urging spiritual power, although still barely awake, but a handsome face is also faintly distorted, and the chi refining warrior next to him is even more crazy. A shot is the same as playing. What the hell is going on? Is it going to kill me today? Hua Chengzhen, even if he is smart, he can't guess Sea King's plan. Even if you guessed it, there is no means to deal with it. The weak face the strong, always so helpless. Boom, a giant hand wearing a heavy armor descended from the sky, fell to the top 10 feet. Several chi refining warrior reacted a little slower, was stunned by Yubo, and his body burst. Seeing is not alive. The giant man has a muscle knot, demon chi sensen, a scarlet pair of scorpions, a savage temper, but also a curse. Hua Chengzhen only knows at a glance that he is not reluctant to recharge his batteries, let alone exhausted. In a blink of an eye, the giant man disappeared and saw a red whirlwind, circled around Hua Chengzhen and the others and stood in front of Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen looks around and two Foundation establishment cultivators, dozens of chi refining warrior, all flew out, and the fatal part of the body. There is a more sturdy sword mark. Killing these people, Li Qingshan did not use the revolting demon sword's ability, but it was easy to do with sword chi's sharpness. The sword chi he raised still left 30% sword chi, but the control is more and more flexible. Monster. There was a scream, and in the face of such impressive fierceness, even those who were infected with murderous aura, red eyes, chi refining warrior, were frightened to retreat. Wei Yangxing clenched jaw, three-footed Kingfing sword stabbed to the monster, but the heart knew that life is to be accounted for here. Too, is me. What about other people? Li Qingshan grabbed his sword and opened his face. Hua Chengzhen, I saw that the face was a lot of arrogant, and it was vaguely visible that it was Li Qingshan's appearance, and could not help but lose the voice. Qingshan. Hua Chengzhen explained slightly that Li Qingshan knew that Hua Chengzhen and the others had gathered in a battlefield according to the initial plan. School of Yin Yang Lord Ma Buai figured out that the trip was very dangerous and the people would follow Bao. Do not intend to fight against people. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Sea King's group of claws and fangs ambushed Li Qingshan, but they performed other tasks first, killing them in various battlefields, and they joined forces Trush, without any sect. 1. The resistance that the Scholastic can resist, suddenly damaged many people. As time passed, the dragon battle arena continued to decrease, and the killing intent continued to transpire. Every transfer puts all the people in a battlefield together. Almost immediately, it is a melee. Now it has all been washed away. It is full of melee. It can't be used for 10 days. I am afraid that after another day or two, cultivator, I am afraid I will die. 7788. Fortunately, Sea King's claws and fangs suddenly disappeared at the same time, as if they were sent away. But I don't know when it will suddenly come out, which is unsettling. Don't worry, they have all been killed by me, and they ran 3. I am going to chase after it. If so, you will follow me and call everyone first. Li Qingshan said that he didn't think that things would evolve to such a degree. He thought that Sea King was just trying to kill him. Now it seems that it is not so simple. I can't help but worry about the safety of Rook Sin, Chu Danking and the others. For a time, I couldn't take care of the 3 dogs who lost their families. In the dragon battle arena, I couldn't escape. I waited for a day or two, and there was only one left in the battlefield. It was more convenient to kill. What? They have been killed by you? Wei Yangxing was surprised. The strength of the group is obvious to everyone. It is overwhelming. In fact, at the beginning Li Qingshan did not come to meet them. They thought they were poisoned and worried about him. Hua Chengzhen looked at the appearance of Li Qingshan and secretly guessed, I am afraid this is his hidden strength. How does it look like the legendary demonization? But I also know that it is not the time to say this. Qingshan, have you seen Chenglu? You can rest assured that she is very good. Now she has broken through the Foundation establishment realm. The Dragon Battle Arena is weird. Is there any way to calm these people? The effort to speak, and a few crazy chi refining warrior smashed and smashed. All were smashed by Li Qingshan. Although I don't know what Si King wants to do, Li Qingshan must come back. You want them to kill each other. I want them to live in peace. Hua Chengzhen lost his voice, but Chenglu, she is only chi refining 8th level. You know her naturally. Wai Yangxing said, if you let Zhao Xin junior brother swear a curse, or let Qin Xin junior sister play a song, you might have some effect. What about them? Everyone has been washed away. Net is useless. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. A whirlwind in front of him, his chest bulging high, screaming a violent rush to the sky, like a thunder, falling from the sky, the sound waves rolling in all directions. The Foundation establishment cultivators are fine. Chi refining warrior felt that the eardrum was shocked. The brain was faintly painful, and the mind that was covered by the killing intent was awake for 3 points. Li Qingshan, although he doesn't know anything about the lion's lion, but the cultivation demon suppression catalog, the voice of demon suppressing is combined with the power of the demonic nature of everyone's mind. But this scream is obviously not enough. The cultivators are still fighting. Li Qingshan flew up, and binding demon ring threw it out, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, encircling the most fierce chi refining warriors, demon suppressing chains whistling out, and clinging to a few red-eyed Foundation establishment cultivator, but only uniform, not killing, brought to the sky together. No more fights. Who will kill me again? His mother, still fight. See the dart. Li Qingshan naturally wouldn't prepare any shadow, so he pointed his hand and demon-suppressing chains slammed the entangled chi-refining warrior out and screamed another chi-refining warrior and became a group. Meat paste. For a time, human race screamed before the death, whistling with the concealer and rang through the sky. Li Qingshan used this method to kill more than a dozen people and finally settled the scene. Although under the influence of the Dragon Battle Arena, almost everyone is killing intent boiling, but under the threat of mortal, the mind slowly cooled down and looked up at the sky. I am Li Qingshan. Si King set the trap. We want to kill each other. You idiots don't want to go out. Put the little life here. This Dragon Battle Arena can affect people's minds. Everyone will give me immediately meditating on the knees, calming my mind. I counted 13, one stood. I killed one. Li Qingshan finished 3 times. No more cultivator is standing. So satisfied with nodded. The cultivators that are controlled are also placed on the ground. Although several Foundation establishment cultivators are very ugly, they are still barely arching their hands to Li Qingshan. The chi-refining warriors who have not been thrown out as large hidden weapons are even crawling. I can't wait to fall to the ground. However, Hua Chengzhen noticed that most of the dozen people who Li Qingshan had thrown out were under the clothing of Si King. However, it is clear that Li Qingshan has no psychological burden to kill a few innocents. Annoyed him, let alone a few. The following cultivators are all killed. I have to go to other battlefields. You stay here and show me. I won't kill each other. If I come back, I will still see you still playing. Let's grab you and blow it up. This test is still a few genius who can't escape. Li Qingshan summoned the Foundation establishment cultivator in the field, and threatened that their mental cultivation base is far stronger than chi-refining warrior. Once they have set their minds, they will be less affected and can suppress chi-refining warrior. A group of Foundation establishment cultivator, whether from Sector 100, even said, don't dare. Under the temptation of Li Qingshan, no one doubts, as long as you dare to show a little resistance, it is definitely a sword. That's good. I am going to find someone else. Li Qingshan immediately set off for other battlefields. No matter what Sea King wanted to do, he would not be able to confuse the matter. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 661. The 97th chapter is Killing Below. Li Qingshan moved to other battlefields, first violently screamed to attract attention, then murdered Lai Wei, and finally delivered a speech and gathered all Foundation establishment cultivators to maintain order. After experience, this work made more moving clouds and flowing water. This is of course built on absolute power. He is the repair of the Foundation establishment beak. After the demon heart demonization, there are also tools such as revolting demon sword. Even the ordinary golden core initial stage cultivator can be used in the Foundation establishment cultivator. There is no one in it. In addition to strength, the power of demon suppressing in demon suppression catalog is also crucial. No matter how crazy the killer cultivator, as long as it is wrapped up by demon suppressing chains, it will quickly return to reason. Where Li Qingshan went, the war ended immediately, and then everyone was gathered. The cultivator of the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy gathered around him. The vast majority of the deaths were Chi Refining Warrior, Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Most of them can still protect their lives. Ruxin and Chu Danqing are all right, let him put down his heart. Then the Buddha monk gathers together, sings the Buddhist scriptures in unison, and the music school disciple matches the piano. Let the cultivators of various factions display a variety of magic spell to counter the influence of the dragon battle arena, and finally control the scene. And the rising murderous aura and the boiling fighting intent will gradually calm down. Sea King is confronting the mysterious shadow, and seeing it all in it. I don't want to worry about it. I can't hate Li Qingshan, but at this moment, I can't help it. The strength of the other side is extremely fierce. There is a strong force of death that erodes his vitality. There are not many people in Verdant Province who can play against him. He has guessed the origin, monster race Crown Prince of Verdant Province. Is it rare for me to use this battlefield? Sea King, you don't know how Azure Field is made? Ink Feather is also not hiding his identity. He has been investigating in Ruai County who killed his men and took away 3 absolute books, which is not difficult for him. Although he did not leave any clues, he was able to follow the death chi to find out the murderer. But the results were unexpected and had to be investigated slowly. Later, by chance, Sea King played against a group of golden cores and faintly guessed his plans. Sea King's face changed. I am Dexia Imperial Prince. You snatched my things. Are you afraid of Imperial Court to sin? Ink Feather said, you take so many cultivators as sacrifices. Are you afraid of Imperial Court to sin? The identity of the two is equally noble, and they all know well the so-called laws and regulations. It is the strong, the restraint is weak, and those who have no background back will be scrupulous. Sea King is able to unscrupulously refine Azure Field, and Ink Feather can unscrupulously snatch it. Does Dexia Dynasty have such a trivial matter with Inksea's Dragon King? The offset between these two aspects is based on their respective means. Ink Feather knows the value of Azure Field, and if it has been in the past, it may not necessarily be robbed. But now he really wants to kill a monster. You hand me this Azure Field, I will give it back when I kill North Moon. Sea King can believe him, sneer. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? You are letting go now. I promise to kill the North Moon. Ink Feather no longer speaks, although Sea King is the owner of the Dragon Battle Arena. But he also prepared for a few days, and finally managed to break into the core of the Dragon Battle Arena. How could he let go? Anyway, he is not afraid of Jia Zhen Wudan and the others' siege. Once the success of the snatch, immediately cast innate divine ability. Who can stop him? In the Dragon Battle Arena medium, the two forces are constantly pulling. Although Sea King's power is overbearing, Ink Feather's death power is like a skeleton, and the tightly attached Dragon Battle Arena is difficult to divide. Although the battle in the Dragon Battle Arena has stopped, The killing intent fighting intent has become more and more popular, and it has been continuously injected into the Dragon Battle Arena to transform it into Azure Field. There was heavy snow in the sky. For a moment, the ground was covered with first-level white, covering all the blood and dead bodies. Thousands of cultivators sit on the snow in the knees, motionless, letting the snow fall on their bodies. It is said that every chi refining warrior is not invaded by the heat and cold, but this snow contains a cold and cold force. Some of the weaker chi refining warrior can't help but shiver, but the mind is more calm and listens. By the voice, recalling the experience of this short number of there is a feeling of chilling. Numerous cultivators have been killed, many of them are their senior brothers, or disciplines and even couples. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, most people here would not be able to escape this way. Be grateful and admire to him, and have a deep fear. For Si King, it is a deep hatred. No matter sect cultivator or 100 cultivators, Imperial Prince cannot treat us as human beings. Let us kill each other like you to satisfy your perverted interest. The hatred heart is so hot, and the killing intent that has subsided is once again boiling. From time to time, chi refining warrior jumps from the snow, eyes are red, wielding weapons. Only killing can calm the anger. But immediately a dark chain flew in, entangled these people, pulled into the dark demon-suppressing pagoda. Everyone did not expect to stand in front of demon-suppressing pagoda, the tower-like figure, heart. Li Qingshan. Everyone has seen the means of killing, but it doesn't have a bit of soft hands, such as cutting vegetables and cutting vegetables. Li. Commander Li, my discipline. Nothing will happen. An old cultivator looked at the discipline into demon-suppressing pagoda, asking with concern. Li Qingshan said, reassured, can't die. Demon-suppressing pagoda can isolate the influence of Dragon Battle Arena, and can suppress the magic crossing. With the heart of these chi-refining warrior, the base is suppressed at once, and the situation is controlled. Li Qingshan does not kill. That's good. The cultivator let go of his heart and went back to the queue. Qingshan, this time thanks to you, or we are all dangerous. I did not expect. This time is so sinister. Liu Qingqing is not afraid to swear. Si King, the same is true for others, but the dissatisfaction on the face is difficult to hide. Si King, the bastard wants us to die. I will go to the last battlefield and cut off his last claws and fangs. Li Qingshan walked 4 battlefields, but couldn't find the 3 escaped guys. Only one battlefield filled with stone forest didn't go, because it was an innate formation. He chose to stabilize the situation and then free his hands. Go hunting. Liu Qingqing sighed. He did this, and I don't know what the benefits are. Si King wants to turn this Dragon Battle Arena into Azure Field. Han Tai coldly said that he was a child of the military school of the aristocratic family, but he was faintly heard that the Dragon Battle Arena could be made into Azure Field. Although the specific method is not clear, but after going through these things, there is still a reason to not understand. After Han Tai explained, everyone suddenly realized that there was even more hatred for Si King. Thousands of lives, and the foundation of the entire Ui County cultivation road. He was actually used as a sacrifice. Li Qingshan is more and more determined, and he must not be successful. Obviously, after Si King was refined into Azure Field, the first one to deal with is him. Qingshan, you change like this, don't worry. The voice of Hua Chengzhen's divine sense sound transmission suddenly sounded in the ear. But he saw his eyes flashing with anxiety. Hua Chengzhen knows Li Qingshan's secrets and looks at his demonization. It is also demon's means. I am afraid he will vent the open air. Li Qingshan said, reassured. I am the authentic Buddha culture technique. If Li Qingshan said that this is a demon art, Hua Chengzhen still wrote a few points. But how can demon chi's change be related to Buddhism? And asked with a smile. Cheng Lu is not seen everywhere. She will not deep into the maze. How can it be? This is not coming. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed to the distance. There was a figure flying in the sky, and the stars were shining with golden light. It turned out to be a seaman woman, and her temperament was extraordinary, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Big Brother Li Huachenglu came to Li Qingshan and looked up and wondered. She has never seen the appearance of Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan left, she completed the collection of sun nectar. These nectars are of great value to her cultivation fragrant flower secrets and are also contaminated with gold pollen. Chenglu. But Huachenglu's surprise is far from Huachengzhen, and there are people who know her. When she entered the dragon battle arena, she was obviously just a chi refining warrior, far from the chi refining 10th level. In a blink of an eye, it became the foundation establishment cultivator, and the smell of the body is already about to break through the foundation establishment intermediate stage. Although there are many kinds of adventures in the cultivation road, it is unheard of to let people achieve such a degree of adventure between several Li Qingshan smiled. Why don't you recognize me? Great. Huachenglu is in the shape of Sei. Li Qingshan disappeared. She has been worried, and now he is safe and sound, and he is relieved. After passing the enlightened people with perfect wisdom, she understood the feelings in her heart. But she also understood more clearly. I am afraid that there will be no results for each other, but at this time, I will see each other again. Even though his demonization looks fierce to others, in her eyes, even if it is handsome, Huachengzhen is also dwarfed. Handsome or ugly, no one can replace his existence. Huachengzhen, the exquisite person, immediately saw that Huachenglu's look was wrong, and he was shocked and asked, Chenglu, how did you achieve foundation establishment? This is also the question everyone wants to ask. In the eyes of the public, Huachenglu is still calm, and this change of attitude is surprising enough, but she listened to her. This is a long story, thanks to Big Brother Li. The eyes of everyone under this time are concentrated on Li Qingshan, and I feel that I can't see him more and more. Li Qingshan said, this is your own chance. I just happened to meet it. Ruxin's voice came from the ear. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Li, and capture the beauty. Li Qingshan smiled and gave her a squint. I used to be drunk and whip the horse, but I am afraid that the beauty is wrong. Is Ruxin fellow Taoist jealous? Ruxin said, after this, there is something to do. Li Qingshan rarely sees her so serious, and she feels that she seems to have changed, but she can't say what it is. Then she said, why should you ask for a word between you and me? Even if you want heavens, there is a I can also give it to you. Taking the stars to take the moon is his wild vision. Ruxin was silent for a while. Let's take a big talk to yell at me, I won't be on your kid. Ha ha, this has been seen by you. Li Qingshan flew up and broke into the stone forest maze, killing Sea King's claws and fangs. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 662 Chapter 98, Array. In the labyrinth of the rock, a huge figure suddenly appeared, wearing a scarlet heavy scorpion, carrying a strange sword, and looking around. It was Li Qingshan. In the center of Stone Forest, 3 foundation establishment cultivators, and dozens of chi refining warrior, are all members of Seeking Jia and Wu Dan's discipline. With Li Qingshan adhering to the general trend, several battlefields have been settled. The battle for these people has been forced to come here. He is coming. I feel his breath. Don't be afraid, we are running formation here. He definitely can't come. That being said, everyone has a terrifying color on his face, as if it were not a person, but a monster, rushing over to tear them down and swallow them. In this maze, the direction is reversed and chaotic, and the people with strong sense of direction can't find the southeast and northwest. Although there is a sun hanging over the top of the head, I am afraid it is also a phantom and deception. Finding someone in such a place is more difficult for Li Qingshan than finding a needle in a haystack. He came to a rock formation, waved revolting demon sword, and slammed it down. He didn't know anything about yin-yang 5 elements, and he was arrogant. Revolting demon sword bounced off the rock, and even a trace never left. These dozens of maze are all in one, pulling their whole body, even if it has the benefit of revolting demon sword. don't think easily break open. Li Qingshan frowned. His right hand lifted revolting demon sword, his left hand stroked the blade. Revolting demon sword gave a slight trembling, and evil eye looked straight at the rock. A sword, the rock is separated by two halves. Li Qingshan's brows are still wrinkled, and the surrounding environment is distorted, but maze still exists. The demon heart, which acts as a blind eye, has only the first half of the size left, and the cost of this battle is not small. The area of each battlefield is dozens of miles. The strange rock is probably tens of thousands. If a root is cut down, I believe that it will eventually destroy the operation of formation. But when it will be cut, it will be wasted. A lot of time and energy. You have to exhaust the magic of a demon heart. I knew that I should find a few people from School of Yin Yang to help out. Li Qingshan is thinking about it. But I also understand that this can only be thought of. Although he seems to be a hero to save everyone, but also a madman who has formed a dead hatred with Sea King. I am afraid that few people are willing to relate to him and stand up against Sea King. Even if I refuse to help him, my heart is also uneasy. I want Liu Chengqing and the others. Obviously, he was almost killed, but he dared not to speak. This is the helplessness of the weak. Li Qingshan is too lazy to force them. This is originally his own war. Spirit Turtle has divination. Good luck. I might as well try to run it and see if it can break this. Li Qingshan's heart, the Spirit Turtle phantom in the sea of consciousness, suddenly moved. He carried the Xuan rune interlaced, each emitting a rim-like strange light. Intertwined with each other, the mysterious and finally merged into a huge round, with Li Qingshan's body as the center, spreading in all directions. This is invisible, neither aura nor divine sense. It is a mysterious heaven and earth numerology. Li Qingshan is somewhat inexplicable. Suddenly, the reflection in the heart of the sea is a little bit of light. It is the virtual arrangement of the great formation of this maze. If you are a person who knows the way of formation, just relying on this virtual image is enough to calculate the formation's the running principle, and so on. It's very easy for a traveler to get a map and wherever they go. But Li Qingshan is still confused. I don't understand it at all. So I continued to push Spirit Turtle, and the Xuan rune on the Spirit Turtle dark armor was running again. Li Qingshan looks a little embarrassed, nod from time to time, talking to himself. Oh, this way. Understand. After a while, he opened his eyes again. His face was smiling, and he walked confidently and walked toward the depths of the labyrinth. I saw his footsteps to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes forward, sometimes back, no hesitation, but unswervingly approaching the core of the maze, did not go one step further. In the center of the maze, it caused a panic. No, he is close. Don't panic. It's estimated that it's just smashing in the maze. It's impossible to get here with luck. No, he is close. Fast, almost straight up. He has seen through this formation. We must move quickly. Everyone made a bird and a beast. It didn't take long for Li Qingshan to come here and smiled a little. It's very fast to escape. Just in the moment, he took the power of Spirit Turtle and pushed all the working principles of the entire formation to remove all the obstacles. This is an incredible thing for the ordinary cultivator, but it is not difficult for Spirit Turtle, which can be tied with the gods. When the Spirit Turtle is born, there will be the image of gods and demons. On the round, the method is on the ground, and there is a plate on the back. Xuan rune is intertwined in a row, and Yu Guangzhou Xuanjin. The operation should be 4 o'clock. Knowing to advance and retreat, Ming and fierce, and do not believe. Spirit Turtle won't learn about formation divination. All formation divination is not an inventing creation, but a natural learning of heaven and earth. And the existence of Spirit Turtle itself is naturally compatible with heaven and earth, and it belongs to being born. It also benefits from the great Banyan Tree King's wisdom fruit. Although it can't make people cultivation base grow up and become smart, it is imperceptible and affects all sides. Let Li Qingshan have a deeper understanding of the power of Spirit Turtle. In the center of the labyrinth is a small open space. with a very tall rock in the middle standing, floating the first level of water. Li Qingshan knows that this strange rock is the core of the Great Formation's eye. As long as it is destroyed, the entire formation will lose its effectiveness and become an ordinary stone forest. It is obviously not an easy task to destroy such a tall and solid rock, but why bother it? Li Qingshan put his hand on the stone, and a divine sense rushed into it. The strange stone glazed and released, and gave birth to a force to compete with him, but he was quickly suppressed and forced to take control of the maze. The labyrinth is running. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators Mercedes-Benz in the rapid maze, dare not have a moment to stay. As for those chi refining warrior are left behind, if you can delay the time, it is fortunate. They were also very knowledgeable about the maze. They didn't hesitate to go forward and backward. They calculated that they would take a few more steps to the exit of the labyrinth, but when they bypassed a rock, they were all shocked. Unconsciously, they went back to the center of the maze, the nightmare-like existence, standing there with the sword, and a smile on his face. Sword. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 663 Chapter 99, Azure Field Coming. In the face of Li Qingshan, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had almost no power to fight back. They were killed by Li Qingshan. The Foundation establishment cultivator is still the case, and the chi refining warrior is naturally even more unbearable. It travels in the middle of the labyrinth and finally returns to Li Qingshan. The last sword, slipping through a throat of a chi refining warrior, took a scarlet blood flower. Since then, the claws and fangs sent by Sea King have all been killed. Li Qingshan feels a burst of joy in Xiaoxin and laughs loudly. A fighting intent, murderous aura flying, but also unconsciously, into this dragon battle arena. Suddenly, the entire dragon battle arena trembled. Li Qingshan laughed and saw that the blood in the sky became more and more intense. The original blue was completely turned into blood red, and slowly rotated to form a bloody vortex, which continued to spread in all directions until it filled the sky. From the deepest part of the vortex, there was a cry that could not be heard with the ear, only to feel it with your heart. It seems that the millions of troops are fighting in the wilderness. There are no comrades, only the enemy. No one fears, no one retreats, only constantly waving weapons forward, until the last person, standing on the battlefield, alone to enjoy this brilliant victory, to the sky to send such hysterical cry. Everyone who hears this shout will tremble deep in the soul, which is both fear and longing. Among the sea of consciousness, Tiger Demon screamed, and the battle and killing suddenly became extremely strong. No matter who the enemy is, they are willing to fight with one. In killing and being killed, they will experience the hot of life. Blooded is passionate, as if this is the meaning of all existence. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Spirit Turtle released a sense of calmness, smoothed out the heart of the killing, and run the demon suppression catalog. Let demon heart fully devour this unstoppable demonic nature. This pair of demon heart is simply the best tonic. In this way, it was only forced to suppress Tiger Demon. This is the power from Azure Path. The Dragon Battle Arena is transforming into Azure Field. Originally thought to have quelled the war. It can stop Sea King from refining Azure Field, but I didn't expect it to be made. Li Qingshan has a heart. He once put divine sense into the hungry ghost path, one of the 6 paths of samsara. He felt the absolute silence and the inner shock. It was the whole world's appeal. What he didn't know was that in the end it was his power that contributed to this transformation. The fighting intent murderous aura from Tiger Demon is far superior to the ordinary cultivator. It is the most needed resource for refining Azure Field, as if it were a key, opening the door to Azure Path and let Azure Field come. No, I have to hurry back. Li Qingshan packed up the corpses of Chi Refining Warrior and 100 treasure pouch, rushed out of the maze and returned to the original battlefield, and immediately heard the killing. The sound of chanting, the sound of the lyrics, All were shrouded in shouting. I can't hear it anymore. Thousands of chi refining warrior, being madly strangled, are 10 times more fierce than Fang's battle. Even the most basic Buzine-seeking ideas have disappeared. People wielding weapons and killing them are turning a blind eye to the sword that pierces the vital point, even if it is dead. Also kill. The idea from Azure Path, even if it is only a trace, is not the same as the idea of chi refining warrior. Not just chi refining warrior. Even the Foundation establishment cultivator is mad. Just want to move Murderosaurus straight into the sky. The bloody vortex in the sky is spinning faster and faster, and the killing on the ground is more and more crazy. A Foundation establishment cultivator squinted, filled with full health silk, waving a long sword and shouted, "Stop, stop, give me a hand." A wave of hand, a golden arc whistling out, and several chi refining warrior were cut off. When they opened the killing ring, they could no longer control their emotions and rushed into the battlefield. Indifference killed the attack. The situation was completely out of control, but Li Qingshan knew that this time he was shouting loudly, and the viciousness of the killing could not be stopped. If you can't stop it, then it won't stop. He is not a salvation hero. It is enough to keep those who are familiar. As the whirlpool continues to rotate, the boundaries between the various battlefields are shattered, and the various terrains are connected into one piece, turning into a huge battlefield with hundreds of miles. Li Qingshan flew to the center of the battlefield, based on the demon-suppressing pagoda, and greeted Liu Chenqing and the others, "Follow me." And then took back demon-suppressing pagoda and flew away. Eyes swept through the battlefield and saw a familiar face. Although it was contaminated by blood, it was still possible to see that it was Hao Pingyang of Mohist School, who was dancing Huanglong's light cannon and people fighting. A demon-suppressing chains stretched out and pulled him back. He saw Li Long of the Agriculturist School, and pulled it together, lest he be killed in the battle, and saved a few novel school's discipline. Liu Chenqing and the others seeing Li Qingshan, they all seem to have the backbone of the heart, while keeping their minds close, while others are close behind. Other cultivators have to keep up with them and rush out of this big quagmire. Also saw Li Qingshan's actions, but also rushed into the battlefield, put on 2 chi refining warrior, and tried to rescue their own discipline. But in the process of this rescue, it is inevitably attacked, and some cultivators can't help but fight back. This counterattack, Murderosaurus, is like a fire, and it is difficult to contain it. Even the purpose of rescue the discipline is forgotten. One by one, on the battlefield, it seems that there is an invisible force that pulls them into this meat grinder. The strength of the Foundation establishment cultivator is strong, and spiritual power is not endless. At most, killing hundreds of chi refining warriors is being besieged by the crazy chi refining warrior. Until I was far away from the battlefield, more than 100 miles, I couldn't hear the killing sound again. Li Qingshan stopped and followed the cultivator behind him, leaving only 100 people. Chi refining warrior were stunned, because they were attacked when they were awake, so they were still awake, and there were more than 20 people in the area. Everyone was frightened and locked, and there were constantly suppressing the fighting intent, killing intent in the chest. It seems very embarrassing. Everyone knows one thing: Ruai County's cultivation. This is over. Li Qingshan was used to the big scene, and could suppress the Murderosaurus. It seemed calm. He also recruited demon-suppressing pagoda to throw in the stun chi refining warriors. Although they were a bit crowded, they wanted to come. Will not care. Looking at it, the Dragon Battle Arena shows the whole picture, with glaciers, big lakes and deserts. Li Qingshan has a heartbeat. Since Spirit Turtle can play a big labyrinth, can it also be used to derive the running mode of this Dragon Battle Arena and find a way out? He also learned the most basic refining method at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, knowing that refining the spirit artifact is to break into the various spirit talisman rune. The refining of magical artifact is to engrave more complex forms to form a more powerful function. Li Qingshan immediately spurred Spirit Turtle and began to make a debut, a round of invisible smashing, spreading in all directions. Above his heart, there is a glimmer of light. In the meantime, The glacial Great Lakes have all disappeared, leaving only one running rune, a working formation. Any form is more than 10 times more complex than that of the maze, and each other interacts with each other to multiply the complexity. Like a sophisticated machine, a formation is a gear that snaps together and rotates together. This is the only dragon battle arena that Dixia Dynasty has the ability to refine. The complexity of the puzzle is far beyond the imagination of Li Qingshan. It is not necessary to spend half a year to push the rules of its operation. After the shock, he immediately converges and goes deep into the core of the Dragon Battle Arena. Since it is impossible to carry out the deduction, can you find the core and destroy it? Suddenly, he saw that at the heart of the Dragon Battle Arena, the two forces were constantly confronting each other, competing for control of the Dragon Battle Arena. One is naturally seeking, and the other is full of deadly power. Li Qingshan is more familiar. Ink Feather. How is this guy here too? No wonder Sea King can't help me find me. It's a pleasure to see the enemy fighting you, but this Azure field is no matter which enemy you are in the hand. I am afraid that the first one to deal with is him, which is not worthy of being happy. However, this may be a good opportunity. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed, and they didn't alarm them. They were patient and waited until they were exhausted. Hua Chenglun see Li Qingshan looking at the distance and asking, "Big brother Li, what should we do now?" Li Qingshan sees her with anxious color, but she can still maintain a fairly calm, enlightened people with perfect wisdom's effect is really amazing. Otherwise she would have been stunned and thrown into demon-suppressing pagoda with her original heart. Smiled, "There is no danger now. Wait and see." Azure Field's influence is also a point of demarcation, and it will not let the Foundation establishment cultivators madly kill. Of course, the premise is that you can no longer fight with people. It is best not to look at it, do not think about it. It seems that everyone has you in their hearts. If you look at the fairy fight, this will be easily triggered, and vice versa. Hua Chenglun sees his relaxed smile and feels at ease. When it is completely converted into Azure Field, I am afraid that Azure will come. Han Tai suddenly spoke, and the armor was damaged, but it was still like a cold iron, standing there as a rifle in his hand. However, in the depths of the eye, there is also a burning flame. As the military school disciple in pursuit of killing, the influence of Azure Field on him is not so big. Military school's cultivation original pays great attention to willingness, and on the battlefield, veterans are naturally more likely to remain calm than new recruits, and the atmosphere that permeates here gives him a sense of intimacy. And Azure Path originally is the home of all military school disciple. Only the real warrior, the soul of his death, can avoid the trial of Infernal Path and start an endless battle in Azure Path. Of course, for ordinary people, it is probably no different from hell torture. My father is in Azure Field of Great General King, and the uncle is now fighting somewhere in Azure Path. Along the footsteps of his father, his heart burned with fighting spirit, but there was a kind of tranquility. Azure. Li Qingshan was very bright, not only worried about fear, but very curious. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 664 Chapter 100 Azure, 6 Paths of Samsara Total, Heavenly Tao, Human Tao, Azure Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Beast Tao, Infernal Path. Beast Tao, also known as Monster Beast Path, is the world of the singer, and the word of the animal is a nickname. Like the dragon elephant of all heaven's gods and Buddhas, although there is an incredible divine ability, if you offend the Lord, you will also be screamed. 6 Paths of Samsara is divided into 3 good and 3 bad roads. 3 good roads, people, Azure; 3 evil road, animals, hungry ghost, hell. However, Azure is a good sect, because it is not as good as the sky, so it is not heaven. Because of its bitterness, it is still more than human beings, so it is sometimes included in the 3 evils, collectively called the 4 evils. In this 6 Paths of Samsara, Li Qingshan has seen the power of the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Corpse King, who has not played the full power, has caused a devastating blow to the entire cultivation road in Ruai County. I don't know much about Azura Path. I only know that it is a world full of battles and killings. As far as he knows, Azura has a powerful force, belonging to the ghosts and gods, but because of its militant killing and no virtue, it belongs to wicked god. Legend has it that Azura's male Xing is extremely hateful, and the female Xing is very beautiful, often with the commander of heavenly Daos Di Shitan. The campaign is endless, and the defeat is more than less. I would like to see what this Azura looks like. Li Qingshan laughed, the belligerent blood flowing in his with the body. Trying to cultivate is not just to see things that can't be seen in the mountain village. Of course, he wants to see this race with its mysterious Say color. And he has to wait for a surprise for Seeking Ink Feather. Certainly not going out at this time. Me too. Han Tai-E also feels that he is about to break through today's realm to reach the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage, and is also eager to fight the legendary Azura. You two militant guys. Hua Chenglu said helplessly. Li Qingshan smiled at Han Tai-E, and the same light shone in her eyes. 100 miles away, the battle was fierce, and the air was distorted by the agitated murderer Sora, because it was a melee at all costs. In a short period of time, there are thousands of cultivators who have died in battle. A piece of corpse is scattered on the ground 10 miles away, and the blood is soaked into blood red. The whirlpool in the sky is spinning more and more quickly, like a strange eye, staring at the battle of the earth. Suddenly, in the deepest part of the vortex, a figure descended from the sky and quickly fell to the center of the battlefield. That is Azura. Li Qingshan's eyes were sharp and he could see the figure at a glance. It is a male Xing Azura. The upper body is, the skin is faintly revealing the blood-red face Say, the body is as strong as the red rock, and the lower body is wearing a brass skirt painted with the face of Jiang Wei, holding a pair of square shovel in his hands, covered with first-level blood. Li Qingshan was a little disappointed. He saw the power of Azura at a glance, which is the level of the superior chi-refining warrior. Although the power of Azura is different from that of human race and monster, it is still quite strong. This Azura has never had a heavenly tribulation, so an opponent can't really make him interested. But he also understands that this is probably the same as the Hungry Ghost Gateway. In the beginning, there was no way to enter too strong a presence, and there were invisible barriers between the two worlds. Unlike the legend, this Azura is not ugly. The face is square, the lion's nose, a gray hair, but rather a sense of majesty. It seems that the legend cannot be trusted. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, and his face smiled with a strange smile. With this repair of Azura, he fell from such a high place. Unless he knew some flying magic spell, he would fall into a serious injury if he didn't live to death. I am afraid that it will be smashed by the cultivators, and there is nothing mysterious and majestic. Just thinking about this, I saw Azura suddenly waved his eyes, and slammed into the void, slamming. The air burst, and the speed of his fall was slightly slower, while the body stretched out, and the pieces were rocky. The muscles suddenly flow like water, constantly making subtle movements, stirring the flow of air. The eyes are dancing into a ball, seemingly messy, but with each movement of the body, the speed of falling down is slowing down. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared, and she became admired and had a hint of Jing. Han Tai-E's shackles are lit up with blazing light. Without relying on any magic spell, this step can be done only by physical skills. It is really extraordinary. Li Qingshan believes that if she has the same physical fitness as this Azura, she can probably do this kind of thing. But it is impossible to be as relaxed as he is. Although he is good at war, he is in the overall strategic overall situation, or partial tactical grasp. Although often in the battle, there will be surprisingly successful out of play, but really want to say that the tricks are wonderful, then it can't be talked about. His cultivation time is almost 10 years, and several cultivation techniques. Cultivating 3 races across the human demon, there is time to delve into the changes in the tactics, and some things are difficult to compensate with innate skill. Little Un seems to be awkward, and I can understand the word intent by looking at 3 absolute books. But the Provincial Education Foundation has been rigorously educated for many years. Although the memory is temporarily forgotten, some things are deep in her. Can be among. Li Qingshan does not have such an opportunity. The principle he adheres to is that one forced to drop 10 meetings, it is better to polish the moves. It is better to repair and use absolute power to crush the enemy positively. But after seeing this Asura, I also put away the contempt. And an ordinary Asura still has such superb skills. If it is replaced by those powerful Asura, I am afraid it will be even more amazing. Don't forget, in addition to the one force to drop 10 meetings, there is also a sentence called 4 or 2 pounds. The absolute skill and absolute power can make people gain the advantage of overwhelming in the battle. Seeing that Asura disappeared on the horizon, Li Qingshan and Han Tai spoke up and saw that Asura was at the center of the battlefield. There are thousands of cultivators in the battlefield, and his landing is like a drop of water falling into the sea, looking down on what waves. Asura is like a lion watching his territory, overlooking the entire battlefield. A man who is taller than him appears behind him, his muscles are tied, and his head is clearly protruding. This person Li Qingshan has also seen it. It was just a few years ago that elitist senior brother of Rhinoceros Horn Mountain who had been through him, but luck didn't seem very good. In a few years, there was no breakthrough in the Foundation establishment realm. Maybe it was because of the original test that gave him some kind of psychological yin shadow, and it was delayed. However, it is also a test of the war. The body is getting stronger and stronger, and the momentum is getting more and more fierce. If Li Qingshan is to comment, in Chi Refining Warrior, this person's strength is considered top-level expert. Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother spurts 2 white air out of his nostrils, like a snarling rhinoceros, rushing straight toward Asura. In the eyes of Asura, the red light flashed. In an instant, the expression on the face became extremely awkward, the nose turned up, and the corners of the mouth pulled to the sides, revealing the sharp teeth of the Sen, like violent rage, like a big laugh, from a normal man, become a beast with a choice of people. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that the Asura men are very ugly. It is not disgusting ugliness, but fearful ugliness. No smile on his face. Come on. Let me see the posture of Asura fighting. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 665 Chapter 101 Asura General. The bloody red vortex hovered in the sky. Li Qingshan and Han Tai stood side by side on a hill, to look into the battlefield below the distance. 2 auras flew from the rear, but they were Hua Chengzhen brothers and sisters, worried about their safety and confidence in their own heart cultivation base. Li Qingshan pointed to the battlefield and smiled and said, "Look, this scene is rare." Hua Chengzhen looks far away, the sound of shouting and screaming. There are always a variety of flashes of light, the sound of the flame burst, the sound of the sword, the synthesis of a shocking chorus. People cannot help but devote to it, fighting to kill one in the field. He quickly stopped his mind and looked at Hua Chenglu next to him. His expression was calmer. Suddenly there was a sigh in my heart. After understanding Li Qingshan's other identity, he no longer had the idea of comparing him. Han Tai was a good friend with him for many years, and his cultivation base has always been better. Even if being trapped in the Chi Refining 10th level for many years, he was the first to succeed in the Foundation establishment, but later came to the ground and was about to break through the Foundation establishment intermediate stage. Now even watching this grow up, there is no sister of innate skill. The cultivation base is more than him. It is impossible to say that there is no loss at all. It is impossible to make a decision to return to cultivation. Can you save some more people? Hua Chenglu was unbearable, and there were many people she knew in the battlefield. Li Qingshan has already recognized this group of strangers, and always pays attention to the struggle between the core of the Dragon Battle Arena Sea King and Ink Feather. It is not easy to say. Han Tai said, It's too late. They have been completely assimilated by Azura Path's ideas, but after the death, perhaps the soul can be attributed to Azura Path. Hua Chenglu, that is Azura. At the center of the battlefield, Azura suddenly and lightly circled and raised a cloud of smoke. The Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother rushed into the air, and the quartet screamed and slammed on his back. Take a few steps forward and fall to the ground. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, and such a blunt blow would not have much effect on the body refining cultivators such as the Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother. In this case, Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother was provoked by murderous aura, and his mind was dysfunctional. Can't talk about how subtle. Sure enough, Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother screamed. Going back, I have to fight again. But I only turned half of my body over, and the lower body was like a stiff, motionless. When he was hit, Kaka slammed and was covered by violent whipping, and no one heard it. His spine is broken. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse, but although the spine is a human race vital point, it is not so simple to break. As soon as I read it, I understand what is going on. Just as revolting demon sword can see the flaws of things, the spine is not indestructible. Azura's look is almost crazy, but the shot is extremely accurate, obviously after 1,000 tricks. And the VIP point weakness of various types of enemies is obviously very clear. Just a trick, you will have a cultivation base that is comparable to itself. To some extent, it is better to beat a little opponent, and the weight is light and easy to reach the extreme. Azura smirked and slammed it in the same position. Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother rounded out, making a roar. Azura waved another shovel. Like knocking a stone, the iron was plunged into the within the body of Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother, hitting dozens of times in a row. Blood rushing out. Rhinoceros Horn Mountain eldest senior brother finally died. It all happened in a moment, and the other chi refining warriors reacted and were inspired by Azura's breath. Was the weapons and killed. Azura murderous aura was more prosperous, did not retreat, rushed into the battle group, double dance, and immediately set off a killing whirlwind. Li Qingshan saw that Azura was very hot and couldn't talk about any routines, but every move was accurate and effective. It was a killing trick in the endless killing. It was almost a trick with him to fight Chi refining warrior. After a moment, several people died under his shovel. However, in such a melee, unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he is not likely to be free from a little injury, and he has added several deep scars to his body. But those wounds have no blood flowing out, but they quickly heal. This kind of low-level Azura has such vitality. It's really good. I see the battle going on. He will be the one who survived to the end. Li Qingshan touched his chin. So Azura, the combat power has even surpassed the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, which is not good at fighting. If it is the sect of the Cloud and Rain sect, which is the master of charming technique, I am afraid it is not surprising to kill this Azura. This is the Azura Undying Body, the legendary Azura, and even the ability of Blood Drop Rebirth. Han Tai said everything about Azura. Blood Drop Rebirth, fun. Li Qingshan said that he believes that Phoenix Nirvana scripture can be repaired to realm. He can also use Blood Drop Rebirth. During the conversation, the Azura in the sky is descending from the sky, then 3, 4 more and more Azura enters the battlefield, and soon joins together, and the cooperation between them becomes subtle, becoming an army, and the more unstoppable split the battlefield and kill the maddening chi refining warrior. Hua Chengzhen is also slightly discolored, so an Azura army. He also wants to flee. Li Qingshan also asked Han Tai a question. If there is this Azura field in hand, can you call Azura to fight for yourself? If so, this is an endless force. If there is more, the powerful Azura is summoned, and even he can feel tricky. I don't know, but it's possible. Han Tai said that although there is an Azura field in the hands of Great General King, after all, it has been peaceful for too long, and no one has ever seen him fight with Azura field. The war soon came to an end. All cultivators were strangled, but none of them were killed by Ashura. Ashura descended from the sky and reached the crowd of hundreds, standing in the blood sea of the corpse, closing his eyes and spreading a trace of blood energy on the battlefield. When they inhaled the body, the color of the skin becomes more red. A thunderous thunder, omnipresent heavenly tribulation came suddenly. A thunder bombarded on an Ashura, and other Ashuras dispersed. His eyes showing an envy and alert look, surrounded by the Ashura. A heavenly tribulation obviously couldn't pose any threat to such a life. The Ashura didn't have any unexpected transcending tribulation success and was promoted to Ashura General. But in an instant, 100 Ashura shot at the same time, besieging Ashura, who had just passed heavenly tribulation. Such changes, Li Qingshan, is also very unexpected, only to work together. How come suddenly kill each other? Ashura was in distress, almost killed, and even his arm was cut to one. His neck was almost cut off half, and his injuries were very fierce. If human race had died 10 times. But he survived with the Ashura undying body. It quickly adapted to the power changes after transcending tribulation and gradually reversed the situation, sending a horrible horror, killing several Ashuras with one arm, and the broken arm grows out, and the more unstoppable. The battle between Ashura made Li Qingshan open his eyes, and after a while, Ashura General took the upper hand. Ashura suddenly stopped and went down to the Ashura General with one knee and honored him. Ashura General showed a satisfactory color and waved his hand. The Ashura got up and gathered behind him. If there is still some taste of their own battles, then an army has been formed. Ashura General, a pair of bloody looking at Li Qingshan, said, "Is it enough? Come to war. It's what you want." Han Tai-yi jumped down the high post and shot like a dragon. Look at it. Li Qingshan raised her hand to stop the Huachengzan brother and sister who wanted to take the shot. He had some faint understanding of Ashura's way of killing. If nothing happened, that Ashura General will not rely on the power of other Ashura. Sure enough, Ashura General saw Han Tai-yi killing himself, waving the battle axe, flying and welcoming, and nearly 100 Ashura behind him did not move, just watching. Time. The two eyes are connected, the long shot and the tomahawk collide numerous times, and the spark is lissing. Han Tai-yi was restrained everywhere, and fell to the bottom. He had already spent a heavenly tribulation for several years, but was completely suppressed by Ashura General, who had just passed heavenly tribulation. Han Tai-yi, who was born in military school and who can do good deeds, is still the case. If it is the Foundation establishment cultivator, it is even more of an opponent. Qingshan, we are better off watching and giving Tai-yi a glimpse. Huachengzan's face is full of concern, and the soldiers are in danger. If they are careless, they may be the end of the world. With Li Qingshan's power, Han Tai-yi is safe and secure. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I am standing here, that is, I can't rescue at a critical time. Huachengla frowned. Why is this? Did he offend you? Li Qingshan smiled and said, of course not. Tai-yi said that it is my little nephew. Even if I offend me, I will not know him. However, he is a warrior. Only when he is dead can he be born. Huachengzan immediately understood what he meant. Han Tai-yi would use this battle to break through the Foundation establishment intermediate stage. If there is a retreat and protection, it will not inspire all the power, and only worry about it. The wind whistled and the pain came from all over the body. Han Tai-yi gradually could not support it, but he did not retreat, letting his blood splash. It's an unstoppable desperate situation. And there is an indescribable pleasure between life and death. The indifferent face raises a pleasant smile. Suddenly, a force breaks through the rumors. The long gun in his hand suddenly had spirituality, twisted the gun head and opened the battle axe in an incredible angle. It's done. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the place. He was inserted between Han Tai-yi and Ashura General, holding a long gun in one hand and a tomahawk in one hand. Han Tai-yi frowned. Li Qingshan smiled and said, the winners and losers have been divided, and the war is no good. You have to die. I am not good with Kaienzi. Although Han Tai broke through the Foundation establishment intermediate stage, he lost too much blood in the battle, exhausted, and the spiritual power was exhausted, supported by a single idea. Looking at the Azura general, it is still prestige. Han Tai stepped back and Azura rushed up. Li Qingshan waved revolting demon sword and said to Azura general, "When you rest, let's fight again." During the speech, the body skyrocketed and turned into a demonization gesture, a murderous aura boiling. Azura general stared at Li Qingshan as the enemy, waving the Azura to stop, and gradually, his face was amazed. Suddenly, Azura general slammed Li Qingshan on one knee and surprised Li Qingshan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 666 Chapter 102 The other Azura faces each other, and they are kneeling down on one knee, just like they were surrendered to Azura general, but this time, did not experience combat. Li Qingshan stood up with the sword. "Why are you kneeling at me?" "Because you are more powerful Azura." Azura general said that as an Azura, he can sharply distinguish the strength of his opponent, but if he is only a powerful cultivator, he can't surrender him. It is just a war. Azura never fears killing and death. However, Li Qingshan's violent murderous aura, which he had only seen in Azura Marshal and even Azura King, had never experienced the endless conquest of Azura Path. He was so imposing that this person was born Azura, so he followed Azura. The rules of fighting between them, loyalty to their surrender. The idea of Tiger Demon's battlefield has already been integrated into Li Qingshan's mind. It is also the way to kill, and this essence is much stronger than the general Azura. In order to conquer these proud Azura, this is really a tiger body shock. Although it is not the atmosphere of Overlord, the effect is not bad. Qingshan, what's going on? Hua Chengzhen brother and sister also rushed over and was surprised to see such a scene. I still don't think that I'm staring at the hundreds of Azuras in the vicinity. I feel like a trembling in fear. It's like the feeling of ordinary people facing a group of murderers. If there is Li Qingshan, the Azuras will have swarmed up. They shredded. Li Qingshan restored his original appearance and said, "They are not my opponents and they have lost." Put away? Hua Chenglu showed an incredible look. You didn't even start it. It's too easy to admit defeat. How to see this group of Azura is not like a person who will admit defeat. But as long as he is there, it seems that any problem is not a problem. In this way, the biggest crisis is lifted. Hua Chengzhen breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing Li Qingshan, also known as North Moon, he would not be surprised if he did anything. Han Tai looks at the back of Li Qingshan, but it reveals the color of meditation, and does not understand the violent killing of his body. Where did it come from? There are many hidden secrets in this man. Do these Kaienzi know? However, after thinking about it, since he is not malicious to Han family, why bother to find out everything? Get up. It's really boring. I thought it would be a big fight. Will there be a more powerful Azura waiting for you? Li Qingshan looked at the sky, showing the color of expectation. This Azura field is just a newborn, calling me and I am already pinnacle, Azura general replied. Li Qingshan nodded. Although refining Azura field is successful, but it needs to continue to accumulate in order to turn into actual combat weapons. It is no wonder that after dropping 100 Azura, the bloody vortex in the sky slows down. I asked if Azura could leave Azura field and the answer was yes. But they can only participate in the battle. Staying outside for a long time will cause damage to their essence. Once they have turned away from the killing, they will be abandoned by Azura Path. Of course, this is also that he has just been promoted to Azura General, and the heart of the killing is not strong enough. If it can be like Li Qingshan, then in any world, the heart of the killing will not wear out. It will not be affected by this, and it will be qualified for conquest heavenly Dao. Li Qingshan slightly daggers. It seems that this Azura field is a summoning instrument. Azura can be called from Azura Path to fight for himself. And as Azura field is enhanced, the Azura summoned is stronger. However, There are also many restrictions on the use. The first is to suppress the power of these Asuras. Otherwise, an Asura king will be called and it will be killed. And pure power does not allow them to surrender. It is necessary for them to identify as the same kind. Those who have to be prosperous and aggressive can only play. Hua Chenglu sighed. I don't know when I can go out. Let's wait 10 days. It will soon be over. It probably won't take that long. Li Qingshan suddenly asked Asura General, hey, I heard that Asura's women are beautiful. How are they all male? Immediately met by Hua Chenglu's eyes, Li Qingshan smiled and said, I said casually, Asura is beautiful, and can't compare with our Chenglu's sister. Hua Chenglu's face was red, and the smile was very beautiful. It was obviously very useful. Cough cough. Hua Chengzhen coughed twice and stared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, I am not teasing you. What are you coughing? Besides, my little nephew didn't talk. Hua Chengzhen said, you have admitted that it is a slap. It is a friend who is not careful, and friends are not careful. Tai Yi, you have to take charge of your brother-in-law on behalf of Qiangzi. He doesn't come to beat me, it's a blessing, you still manage your sister. Han Tai Yi coldly said. Li Qingshan haha laughed. Look at the bullies you told me like bullying men and women. If you are not guilty, how can you convince these Asuras? Even if they defeat them, they will not obey me. Han Tai Yi said to Asura General again, wait a minute, let's fight another battle. I refuse. Asura General said. Why? Han Tai Yi frowned, only seeing Asura General and looking at Li Qingshan. Although he chose to surrender to Li Qingshan, he was still very dissatisfied with his unauthorized duel. Li Qingshan kicked in the past, let you fight, so many words. This time I will never shoot, you will kill you should be deserved. Asura General let a foot, stepped back, and said, no, go. Let's go watch. Li Qingshan put her hand on the shoulders of Hua Chengzhen's brother and sister and took them to the distance. Bullying male and female. Hua Chenglu swears, in private, it is cheaper, and in front of so many people also hooked up, it is an overbearing hateful man. Hua Chengzhen also only smiled, seeing Hua Chenglu even such relatives did not resist. If Heartless killed him, he would not believe it. His sister would like to send a hug. He can say what his brother can say, but he also has some understand the mood of Hua Chenglu. This time, if Li Qingshan is not there, it is not only Hua Chenglu, but all the people who enter the dragon battle arena are dead. And even if they don't die from the hands of Sea King Claws and Fangs, they will die after these Asura. Sea King probably didn't plan to pay the sky-high prize he had opened from the beginning. Even now, the opportunity to escape from here is also on Li Qingshan's body. Seeing his relaxed appearance, he also let go of his heart and give him a bully. At the heart of the dragon battle arena, the two forces are turned into a mighty black dragon and a dark crow, and the confrontation is getting more intense. Sea King saw the appearance of Asura and wanted to control this Asura field in her own hands. Although these low-level Asuras are not a powerful boost for them, they are just beginning, and only enough time will form a Asura army. Compared with these Asuras, those who lose are not worth mentioning, whether it is combat strength or loyalty. They are incomparable. As for Li Qingshan, it is easy to kill. Read this, drink low, long Y is like the sea. The divine light on the black dragon is generous and suppresses the crow bit by bit. Ink Feather naturally refuses to let go, and screams that he is trying to resist. On the ruined flying cloud stage, there was no sound, and a drop of sweat fell from Sea King's face. Golden Core cultivators exchanged their eyes. If they attacked at this time, Sea King couldn't resist it. In order to save his disciples, what scruples are gone. Sea King is not benevolent, we are not righteous. Jia Zhen and Wu Dan teamed up to separate the Golden Core cultivator, so that the Golden Core cultivators did not dare trush, and they were also deadlocked for a while. No one dared to act rashly. Sibao said, a sister, when are they going to fight? Quick. Guiyanying smiled, and the sharp eagle's eyes looked at the flying cloud stage at the foot. The voice just fell, a loud bang, A red figure jumped from the flying cloud stage, set off the dragon battle arena, and it was the demon of the North Moon. Not good. Jia Zhen and Wu Dan suddenly looked back and their faces changed. North Moon opened a pair of wind and fire wings, with first-class fire, rushing away. At the same time, at the core of Azura Field, although the black dragon laid the victory, it was exhausted. Suddenly, a spirit turtle descended from the sky, emitting an irresistible strong idea, and suppressing the black dragon and the raven at the same time. Who is it? Sea King and Inkfeather are both angry. Two grandchildren, even the voice of your North Moon grandfather has forgotten. Spirit Turtle suddenly spit out words, full of triumph and ridicule, and in the blink of an eye seized the control of Azura Field, removing the power of Sea King and Inkfeather. Sea King suddenly opened his eyes and saw Jia Zhen and Wu Dan catch up and scream, and turned into a black dragon to catch up. In Azura Field, Han Tai was eager for the Azura general's fierce battle. Suddenly, the prospect of the eye changed and it was found in the sky. Below is the city of Ruai County, somehow out of Azura Field. Then I saw Hua Chengzhen, Liu Chengqing and the others. All of them have already come out. Li Qingshan is also in it. Everyone is in the middle of horror. I haven't recovered yet. A black dragon whizzes past. At the same time, a black shadow was rejected from Azura Field. It was Inkfeather. He made an angry and screaming scream, and his body was turned into a twisted darkness. It disappeared from the air. When it reappeared, it was already in North. Behind Moon, the black feathers flew over Liu Qingqing and the others, as the Foundation establishment cultivator, will not be killed, with a few chi-refining warriors, descending from the sky. But not yet. A group of golden core cultivators will come up and ask their disciples. Waiting for Hua Chengzhen and the others, a sect Foundation establishment cultivator cried, "Sect leader, discipline is incompetent, they are all dead." If you like this work, you are welcome. Vote for referrals, monthly passes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 667 Chapter 103 All golden core cultivator faces changed, and one person grabbed the cultivator's clothes. What? You give me a clear idea. What is going on? Other cultivators look at Li Qingshan and the others' eyes, and they all become extremely bad. I have already expected that the trial will be damaged, but I did not expect it to be nearly the end of the army. The Foundation establishment cultivator tells the story. The golden core cultivators are all furious. These dead disciples are disciples. Some are very close to them, some are directly descendants, feelings extremely deep, and the root of sect. They are all used as Azura refining sacrifices. All dead, hateful eyes. Sea King, I am not dead with you. On the flying cloud stage, Sea Bao took a pergola and saw a dozen more rays flying to the sky. He said, "It's really fast, this North Moon is really courageous, but how can he escape Inkfeather?" The pursuit. I did not expect a comparison. It is said that the end is over. Yanning gently folded the fan and grinned. It's just a clone. It doesn't matter if it is killed, but if it really succeeds, then Sea King will cry. Sea Bao admire the way, a sister, you have already expected it. Where? That guy is hard to count. Pieces of black feathers, traversing a dark trail, flying away. North Moon didn't dare to have the slightest measure of this monster race crown prince. With a mirror image clone, it was definitely not an opponent of Inkfeather. If he was dragged by him for a while, Sea King and the others immediately killed, then hard to get out. He turned his hand over and shrank it into the size of Azura Field, which burst into a suction, and all the black feathers were caught in it, like a sinking sea. He smiled a little. In addition to being able to summon Azura, it is also excellent to use as a shield. Any powerful trick being introduced into this circle for hundreds of miles in Azura Field is hard to cause damage. In the high altitude, the two demons enter and retreat as if they are rushing. Inkfeather couldn't strike, and stretched out a pale hand like a dead man, grabbing Li Qingshan throat with lightning shock. Li Qingshan has a backhand. I took a shot with Ink Feather and wanted to take advantage of it. Ink Feather's palm exudes a powerful suction, sucking him, and at the same time, the death of a deadly yin cold, constantly eroding his body. Wherever the body is immediately stiff and paralyzed. In an instant, the entire arm lost consciousness, and the skin color became gray. With the power of a clone, it is far from being able to compete with the powerful monster martial such as Ink Feather. Even a move can be supported. Hey! Ink Feather suddenly opened a pair of dark wings, wrapped Li Qingshan in its entirety, forming a black ball, and then began to twist and collapse. Jiu fanned a wave, and a white thunder light shot at Ink Feather. Wu Dan punched out and punched it into a sly wolf. But it is in this moment, the black ball has shrunk into a fist size, disappearing with the North Moon and Azure Field, and the thunder light and the wolf are all empty. No! Sea King gave a hysterical scream. 1,000 miles away, a black dot appeared out of thin air, turned into a black sphere, and a pair of black wings opened. Ink Feather stuck in the neck of North Moon, and said, "You will die. Everyone will die, but not today." North Moon's face also turned into a dead gray, but raised a very bright smile. Ink Feather suddenly felt wrong, and then seeing North Moon's hands are empty, Azure Field has disappeared. Then his figure also fluctuated, gradually faded. It seems that someone has set off a wave of water on the smooth mirrored lake. During the time, all kinds of scenery from the lake reflection are all swaying. As the water level settles, the North Moon has disappeared. Ink Feather stunned, a dead face, suddenly twisted and twisted. It took a few days to invade Azure Field, and even he did not hesitate to make a hateful affair with Sea King. In the end, he was defeated by the deadly enemy North Moon, and there was a smoldering fire in his chest. He slammed his hair and screamed on the ground. All the beasts who heard this crow, all died immediately. Sea King watched as the Azure Field disappeared in front of her eyes, as if she was ahead, depressed and wants to vomit blood, and the killing intent came from behind, and saw only a dozen of the maddening golden core cultivators catching up. One shot, it is the strongest killing, and there is no room for half a hand. The thief, die. Under the flying cloud stage, Li Qingshan smiled at Han Qiangzi. "Don't worry, I'm fine, Tai Yi is fine." In his right hand under the sleeve, a wave of water rippled into a water mirror. The water mirror was distorted, and the palm-sized Azure Field passed through, and he immediately suppressed it with Spirit Turtle. This is the most varied innate divine ability, Water Moon Mirror. Originally, I was able to create a mirror image clone, which was later found to be used to reflect attacks. Later, I discovered that no matter how far I can use the Water Moon Mirror to directly call the clone. The things carried on the clone are not natural. Exception. He never thought that this trick would have much effect. It was just to call the clone at a critical time to help. Perhaps when the clone was besieged, he could recall the clone in time to avoid some losses. I did not expect this time to play a miraculous effect, although I cannot directly pull the clone, but through this water mirror, quietly transfer the smoke back to the hands of the deity. Let the clone stay there. But it is a measure of the tiger. Sea King and Ink Feather all played a game, got Azure Field, Li Qingshan heart fast, and then look at the distant horizon. Sea King is fighting with a group of golden core cultivator, is more happy, double happiness. Hey, a king, grandson, you have a hard time, and finally you are not cheaper. You North Moon grandfather. If you think about it, there are a lot of doubts about how North Moon can grasp the best time to intervene, and how can you find the core of Azure Field as soon as you get involved, gain control of Azure Field. Even Ink Feather, it took a few days for the bit by bit to erode to the core of Azure Field. But no one can imagine that the real North Moon has been trapped in Azure Field, and the entire Tura field can be deduced by Spirit Turtle in order to succeed. Suddenly he felt a sharp gaze. He turned his head and slammed at Guyanning on the flying cloud stage. He said to Han Qiangzi, "I am going to talk to Commander Gu. greeting Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen quickly followed, and the two came to the flying cloud stage and said, Liang Li Qingshan Hua Chengzhen see Commander Gu. Commander Si Bao was impatient. Li Qingshan, you said the story, what happened inside? Li Qingshan tells the story of the incident, but does not say anything about lies, but only passes on the secrets of his own. Si Bao heard Li Qingshan get the great Banyan Tree King's wisdom fruit. He was wide-eyed and listened to him as an enemy. He defeated Sea King's claws and fangs, and he even showed an unbelievable look. Great Banyan Tree King will give wisdom fruit to your kid. Can you beat so many foundation establishment cultivators by yourself? You don't want to bully, beware of me. Li Qingshan smiled and said, just by you. You say what? Si Bao suspected that he was wrong. This kid is really mad and there is no edge. Cough cough, nothing? Oh, the reaction is too much, and it has been stimulated too much recently. Gu Yanying grabbed Si Bao, who was going to worry, and smiled. Okay, let's talk about it. Then I went to the various battlefields, calmed down all the wars, and killed all of Sea King's men. But then Azura Field came. It was still in chaos, and finally there were only those of us left, but luck was good. Finally it is alive. Everyone except Li Qingshan has a feeling of restoring the rest of his life, but he is only happy when he is happy. Even the most influential Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy lost most of the discipline, but these people Li Qingshan did not know, and there was nothing sad about it. The subordinate can testify that Commander Li is all true. Hua Chengzhen also said that his eyes drifted between Gu Yanying and Li Qingshan, and he couldn't help guessing. Do she know his other identity? Oh, I am a fool, if I don't know, how can I treat each other like this? Exclamation mark. Two people, also between human Dao and Dao of monster, naturally have a natural tacit understanding, the same temperament, the same deep and unpredictable. Outside the Suncheer city, under the cedar, it was a fateful encounter, and he was just a trivial foil. I can't help but think of Li Qingshan once said to himself, or he tried to pursue it, or just put it down, and he said that he didn't understand how far they were from Gu Yanying. Over the years, he has been able to stand side by side with her. When I read this, I suddenly made up my mind that it was time to make a decision. Si Bao clapped his hands and smiled. Ha! Sea King is in trouble. Most of the time, the location of this Ruai Marquis can't be saved. I really want to thank the North Moon. If you just use the cultivator as a sacrifice to refine the Azura Field, as long as there is a reason to say it, the Imperial Court will probably not take Sea King. Maybe someone else appreciates Sea King's big hand. But if you lose Azura Field, the situation is different. The Dragon Battle Arena is a remnant of the royal family. It is equivalent to a royal gift. Once it is lost, it is a big sin. If this happens, it is both cruel and stupid to take the cultivator as a sacrifice. In short, evil can be sheltered, but incompetent but cannot be forgiven. Imperial Court will certainly punish. Sea King also understands this truth. Some painstaking sacrifices have resulted in such a result. The whole person is plunged into violent, turned into a black dragon roaring roar, spit out black smoke, forming a black cloud, shuttles among them, and the dragon claw grabs a golden core cultivator. It is necessary to put it to death. Jia Zhen is busy. His royal high. Sea King reluctantly suppressed the anger and asked the golden core cultivator, do you want me to spare your life? The golden core cultivator is also the toughest, said, I Peng Shizong cultivation and then repeatedly humiliated. Immediately self-donation golden core, a loud bang, dragon claw was blown off. Black dragon the body was blown out of a huge wound, and the blood scales were scattered. It was followed by a heavy rain and an angry and screaming dragon chant. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 668 Chapter 104, Anger. Penglo Daoist. Beng fellow Daoist. The golden core cultivator exclaimed, and there are several golden core cultivators in Ruai County. I don't know each other for more than 100 years. Even if I don't have any deep feelings, I can't help but feel that he's dead and sorrowful. Sea King, you are really mad. The imperial family has raised a wolf like you. In the Roar and Roar, the offensive is even more fierce. Sea King was hit hard and fell into the violent rage. The two forces collided violently to illuminate the distant night sky. The wind swelled from afar, and several people on the flying cloud stage whipped. After a while, the sky burst into 3 rounds of light, and then listened to a few loud noises. That is the golden core cultivator, hundreds of years of cultivation. The final sound. After losing 4 people, the golden core cultivator finally dispersed, but there was no hatred in the heart. Sea King restores the human form, the clothes are broken, the hair is scattered, and many parts of the body are injured. It looks like a wolf, and there is no joy in the heart to defeat the opponent. Some are not enough. Things are so troubled. How is it going to be good next? His Royal Highness, go back to the house first, and slowly discuss it again. Sea King looked at each other with a violent temper, but it converges. Mr. is saying, this is not over yet, so be prepared to endure mourning. Yanning stared at the sky and saw the 3 men flying back and smiling at Li Qingshan. Sibao said, kid, you should avoid the limelight first. He has no scruples now. It's really mad. We can't keep you. Although this kid is rude, it's finally the Eagle Wolf Guard is a person who has a bad relationship with Sea King and is also associated with a sister. Yanning smiled and said, I have already reported this to Boss Jin. I have nothing to do with this. What do I want to escape? The rules are all set by him, and I have not done anything. How can I move angry casually? Besides, he still owes me money, and there are debtors who are afraid of seeing debts. Li Qingshan held hands. The right hand is playing 1-string prayer beads, the biggest one of which has been crushed. Although I don't know who your boss Jin is, I also have a boss. Yanning glanced at him and smiled and shook his head, no longer saying anything. It's also very curious that he still has no cards left. Little Hua, let's go ahead. Yes, Commander. Hua Chengzhen squatted and gave Li Qingshan an eye, so he was more careful. Then I flew down the flying cloud stage. Sibao stared at Li Qingshan. You guy, we're dead. We didn't wake you up. It's too late to go now. Sea King, the 3 people have already returned. Sea King saw Li Qingshan beside Yanning, and the eyes of the Yu came out of the fire. This kind of singularly humiliated him, killing his disciple and destroying him. The plan, but also with the North Moon. North Moon grabbed Azure Field. New hatred and hatred are all in mind, all counted on Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan, don't leave me alone. A sigh of energy, like a thunder and thunder. Under the flying cloud stage, Liu Chenqing and the others have not yet dispersed, and they are looking up to reveal the worry. Han Qiangzi looked back and immediately flew to the flying cloud stage. Not yet close. I feel that Sea King's momentum is great as mountain, great as sea. Like a strand of black sea waves jow down, she bite her teeth and go up. Standing beside Li Qingshan, Qiangzi. Li Qingshan was moved. Han Qiangzi smiled at him, and although he didn't know what to do, he could bear the wrath of the Sea King Imperial Prince with him. Sea King saw Li Qingshan stunned and did not put him in his eyes. He was angry and angry. His sleeves shook, and he heard a voice of dragon chant. A black dragon claw grabbed Li Qingshan's throat. Li Qingshan pulled Han Qiangzi behind him and said, how is the monk so slow? Isn't it that he will come soon? A jade fracture fan protruded from the oblique thorn, and a little bit on the dragon claw. The dragon claw immediately took it back. Sea King angrily said, Yanning, you have to shelter him now. Yanning said, what he said is also the Red Eagle commander of Eagle Wolf Guard. How do I say it is the White Eagle commander of Eagle Wolf Guard? I can't watch him being killed for no reason. What good for you? Question mark. No reason to kill. He is a lurking demon. I want to kill him is what I should. Sea King said in his wolf-like voice, full of vicious meaning. Grinding his teeth seems to be chosen. If eccentrics is rejected by the human race cultivation, you can grab it as a slave. The devil's treatment is much worse than eccentrics. Once found, any cultivator kills it, not only is not guilty, but it is a feat of demon. When 9 provinces was not settled, when Dixia was not established, demon race continued to take the opportunity to invade. Because of its chaos and evil, the damage caused is even bigger than monster race. It can be said that it is the enemy of the world. Everyone can know. Since Li Qingshan showed the body of demonization in Azure Field, he was already a dead man in Sea King's eyes. Even if Red Eagle Commander's identity can be killed directly, he doesn't want to. A mount, devil? Ge Yanning snorted and looked back at Li Qingshan. How much secret this guy had. Han Qianzi was also taken aback. She also listened to Han Tai, and Li Qingshan changed his body shape. Is this the secret he has always hidden? But think about it and don't feel like it. The legendary demon is good to kill, to be arrogant, to be evil, to be good and shameful. Li Qingshan, Sea King, Your Highness, you don't want to squirt blood. Who is a demon? You come up with evidence. Only the demon can demonization to motivate demonic artifact. Many people have seen it. Do you want to deny it? As for the evidence is in your body. Every devil has demon heart. See me kill you. Dig out your demon heart. Sea King said as he approached Li Qingshan step by step, Murmurasora, and the white shadow flashed in front of him. Ge Yanning was in front of him. Do you want to cover the devil? Sea King said. Even Ge Yanning hated it. Ge Yanning sighed. Even if he is a demon, I should personally dispose of it by Eagle Wolf Guard. I have already reported it here. I will come to check it soon. If he is a demon, I will never let him go. Although human race and monster race are constantly arguing, the relationship between them is not completely hostile. She can walk halfway between the two. But demon race is different. Sea King calmed down a lot, and the entire Verdant province could be called above by Ge Yanning. Only one. Li Qingshan is definitely dead, but he can't escape punishment if he pulls out such a big scorpion. Well, I will wait for that adult to come. The voice fell, and a golden light galloped from the sky. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 669 Chapter 105 Benefactor, are you embarrassed? The golden light is scattered, and an old man wearing the Eagle Wolf Guard style clothing appears on the Flying Cloud stage. The gold thread on the chest is embroidered with a golden eagle. The claws are like a hook, and the edge is like a legend. Daping bird. Everyone has a glimpse of the heart, and this dress is unique throughout Verdant Province. This person is the highest officer of the entire Verdant Province Eagle Wolf Guard, Golden Eagle Commander. In the 30,000-mile Verdant Province, the highest-ranking nature is the Verdant Provincial Governor King Chulai. Although there are some nascent soul and monster king, there are only a handful of Verdant Provincial Governors, and the Golden Eagle Commander is one. There is no special momentum on the old man. Except for the arrogance of this dress, there is no corner on the body. The round face often has a smile on the round, like a rich family, like a commander. And also there is a very commercial name, Jin Fugi. He was born in a merchant family, and he is not a big family of big businessmen, but a small business who buys and sells. Although the parent's educational level is not so low as to name him Dog Left Baby, but it is not high enough to take out the name that meets his current status. After all, a long time ago, no one thought that this big butt of the bare bottom can have today. It's just natural to call this name on his birth. There is even a feeling of unrealistic luxury. I'm begging for a Geely, just waiting. He is a big accomplishment person, and Anan has steadily inherited his family business. Who can expect that the son of this little businessman will one day be able to cross the path of cultivation, and through the temptation to spend third heavenly tribulation, to the extent of today? Although the name is vulgar, it is also a serious name given by the parents. It cannot be changed casually, and it has to be recognized. Ge Yanning said with a smile, Boss Jin, this dress is still so worthy of you. You gimmick, take this to disgust me. Jin Fugi smiled and looked like a real sigh. This Eagle Wolf Guard is all good. This is the clothes. It is really home, and unlucky in this golden word. But I don't know the cheesy clothes. How many people are looking forward to it? Ge Yanning suddenly looked awkward and bowed his fist. Ge Yanning, see Commander Jin, Si Bao, Li Qingshan, and Han Qiangzi, including many Eagle Wolf Guards under the Flying Cloud stage, also bowed their fists. See Commander Jin. Other non-Eagle Wolf Guard cultivators, also respectfully bowed. See King salute, See King. See Commander. Jin Fugi let it pass sideways, and the smile on his face was scattered. Back to the ceremony. The old minister has seen His Royal Highness Prince. Although there is no small gap between the cultivation bases, Sea King is the Dexia Imperial Prince. There are monarchs. Jin Fugi looked around at a messy flying cloud stage and patted half of the column. I know this, I will know the original, and I will not exaggerate the report to the provincial governor and His Majesty. It will not cover up. Although the attitude is respectful and courteous, the look on the face does not see the change of mood and anger, and is very different from Ge Yanning's kindness. Sea King knows that it is impossible to hide this for him. This is also the thing that I knew at the beginning. If I can make Azura Field, it would be nothing to lose the position of Ruai Marquis, but the result is not as good as people wish. Here, the nail penetrates into the palm. Press remorse and anger. Frankly said, I will bear the consequences, but before that, there is one more thing to Commander to report. What is it? The 9 Prefectures Combat Challenge was a lot of accidents, but it wasn't completely unproductive. I found a magic man hidden in the Eagle Wolf Guard, which was the location of the Red Eagle Commander. It also stole the name of Genius. If not removed early, will be a big curse in the future. Magic man, who are you talking about? The smile on Jin Fugi's face disappeared, and the Eagle Wolf Guard was mixed with the devil, which can be big or small. It is this person, Li Qingshan. Sea King pointed her hand as if it were a spear. I want to wear Li Qingshan. You can have evidence. Jin Fugi has long noticed Li Qingshan, so the age of cultivation is really genius. Moreover, when he came, this child bowed his head like everyone else, but there was not much respect in his eyes. Even Sea King pointed out that the devil was extremely calm, and the corner of his mouth also evoked a disdainful smile. I saw it with my own eyes. There will be fakes, and there are witnesses under the Flying Cloud stage, but they have been with Li Qingshan for a long time, and most of them will cover him. Let them confide in the truth and take trouble. So, please Commander, deprive him of Eagle. The identity of Wolf Guard, I immediately check him, he within the body. If there is no demon heart, I will let Commander handle it. Sea King's Wicked Road. This inspection is obviously not a gentle search, but to remove Li Qingshan from the top of the block. I want to know if he has the demon heart with or the body. It doesn't take such trouble. Yanning, look at it. Does he have the body with demon heart? He is your subordinate. If he is a demon, you will do it yourself. Execute him. Jin Fugi suddenly told Ge Yanning that since Sea King had already said this step, it must have a 10/10th grasp. Although Li Qingshan performed very calmly, a person who was detained should not be so calm. Ge Yanning brows. This move is obviously to let her personally clean up the blame. After all, in the Red Eagle Commander mixed with the devil, her White Eagle Commander is hard to blame. Commander Han Qiangzi couldn't help but open the door. Li Qingshan pulled her hand and motioned that she didn't have to worry. Commander Gu, you are awkward. Ge Yanning also looked at Li Qingshan. Sound transmission said, what are you thinking about? In front of Boss Jin, you can't escape the reality. Li Qingshan smiled a little. Why should I escape? Come on. This kid is a card. Ge Yanning's eyes are round and the pupils are shrinking like an eagle eye. The line of sight became solid. Li Qingshan's body was pierced and swept up and down. With almost no effort, he saw the dark red demon heart and sighed. He turned back and said to Jin Fugi, well, there is indeed a demon heart. Sea King had a disgusting smile on his face, and Liu Chenqing and the others, who had been waiting in the audience, had a cold breath. Jin Fugi sighed, but let her down, but fortunately she did not lie to cover up. It is only in vain to the people. There is no point. Cultivation is not a place to hide the truth. It seems to be a demon person who is naturally proficient in concealment. I have looked away. Li Qingshan, you may not have done anything bad. But the devil is not standing. This is written in the Diaxia law, who is also can't save you, you broke it yourself. As soon as this statement came out, Han Qianzi was struck by lightning and his face was pale. Under the flying cloud stage, there was a sudden exclamation. Li Qingshan said to Jin Fugi, Commander, is Demon Heart a demon? Jin Fugi frowned. Don't argue again. If it is a man, let it die. In the eyes of all, this is the battle of trapped beasts in desperate circumstances. Both powerless and pitiful. Although Sea King is depressed to the extreme today, I still feel a bit of pleasure when I look at the end of the genius that has been screaming at him. Wu Dan stepped forward and smirked with both hands. If you don't want to break yourself, I can help you, but it's not so happy. Amitabha, the world has not been. I can't take it anymore. In my opinion, Demon Heart is not necessarily a demon. A vast and powerful voice came from the sky. Jin Fugi looked back and saw that the sound was just a mustard-sized figure. The figure stepped out and became like a fist, and stepped out again. There are children. The last step has embarked on this flying cloud stage, but it is a fat monk with a bare chest and big sleeves. The 3 steps in the virtual air have spanned hundreds of miles. There is also a bit of high monk, but with a golden leg of lamb and a bottle of gourd. It completely destroys the image of the high monk. Divine feet connection. Sea King has a heartbeat. There are 6 divine ability in Buddhism, and at least the monk king level of 3rd heavenly tribulation is required to qualify for cultivation. Only by this trick can you see the cultivation base. Before coming to Verdant Province, he began collecting information on Verdant Province. And every existence that crossed the 3rd heavenly tribulation was something that must be known. After a little thought, it was faintly guessing the identity and origin of this monk, but I don't know. Why did he suddenly come? And there was some uneasiness in his heart. Could it be for this Li Qingshan? However, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and Demon Race are even more incomparable. It turned out to be your wine, monk. I thought you were going to stay in the Great Buddha Mountain for a lifetime. How come suddenly? Jin Fugi laughed and asked, people like their cultivation base are counted throughout Verdant Province, and they don't know each other. Angelus Monk, although he has been in the Great Buddha Mountain for 100 years, the original Raging Monk is famous, impressive, making countless blood cases, famous killing stars in the entire Verdant Province. If not born in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, long ago I was killed by the Eagle Wolf Guard and I didn't deal with each other very much. Angelus Monk smiled and said, I didn't want to get involved in the mortal world anymore, but I was a bit smothered. 6 of them are difficult to clean. Li Qingshan said, Master, you are too slow, you will come one step later, I will let people break. Angelus Monk's face changed, and Li Qingshan said, Rebel disciple, if you don't look at you for a day, you will go down the mountain and you won't roll over to see you as a teacher. Li Qingshan rolled the eyes, went over, folded his hands together, and looked relaxed. Master is auspicious. Everyone stunned and wondered if they had got it wrong. They even matched the mentoring. Guyanning blinked and dumbfounded. Jin Fugi said, Angelus, is he your crime? Rebel disciple 1. Barely make up eldest disciple. Angelus Monk looked at Li Qingshan, satisfied with nodded, not far from 2nd heavenly tribulation. I have to say that this discipline can satisfy any master in terms of cultivation. But he is not a monk. Jin Fugi was surprised, and was identified as eldest disciple, which is not a general discipline, but a legacy. Layman disciple, not now, will be in the future. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. The future will not be. Jin Fugi was speechless for a moment, and a small thing suddenly caught the giants of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It was still Angelus Monk, and suddenly it became tricky. Sea King's gloomy road, Master, your disciple is a demon. Angelus Monk smiled and said, I have said that demon heart is not necessarily a demon. I am so loud, benefactor, are you embarrassed? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 670 Chapter 106 Chapter Game Crash. The voice of Gotai, the voice of Angelus Monk, is like a thunder. At the time, Sea King's face was so bloody. He grew up from a young age to a big innocence. He has never been so insulted by so many people, and this person who insults him is even more helpless. Jin Fugi shook his head slightly, although from violent rage to Angelus, but Jiangshan easy to change. The nature is difficult to move. This monk is never known for its good temper. Jia Zhen shook the feather fan. The devil is the devil. The person is the person. Not the words can be argued in words. The Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, the Master Angelus, do you want to shelter the devil? Wu Dan also said, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple can block us from the magic, but we can't stop the world. Please Commander Jin. I don't want Angelus Monk to look at them or not. To Li Qingshan, rebel disciple, how do you provoke the chicken to jump? Tell me clearly. Only the two murderers, Jia and Wu Dan, are dogs. One type. Li Qingshan talked about the story, how he turned his face with Wu Dan, and then to the 9 prefectures combat challenge, Sea King's series of actions. Angelus Monk listened to Li Qingshan in the temple against Wu Dan, licking a leg of lamb. Well, this is no different from the beast. Hearing how Sea King Claws and Fangs besieged Li Qingshan, how to be completely smashed. Kill, drink a bite of wine. The kill is good, very good for the teacher's style. Imperial Prince, the first of a county, for the sake of self-interest, sacrificing the lives of thousands of cultivators, so sinister people, really do not live in this world. Finally, the chickens are beaten, it is considered heaven's will. Rebel disciple, you are doing very much, it is good. At the end of the hearing, Angelus Monk laughed in the sky. But in that laughter, it seemed to contain all the anger that burned everything. Sea King was discolored. Jin Fugi originally didn't like Sea King very much. He heard that the source of everything was to help Yanning fight, and he didn't want to intervene. My Eagle Wolf guards Red Eagle Commander, you kill and kill. Where do I put me? Angelus, the name of the master and the apprentice is prior to the name of the superior, and this is handed over to you. I believe that Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will be disposed of in accordance with the precepts. This is naturally to put Li Qingshan a horse, whether you are a person or a magic, hand over to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to deal with it. But he is also very strange, the relationship between Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and demon race. It should be more incompatible with the cultivation base of Angelus Monk. How can you not see Li Qingshan within the body with demon heart? How can you cover him? Commander Jin is a jealousy. This rebel disciple is not willing to be monk. I take him back to do something. He is in the Eagle Wolf Guard, naturally obey your disposal. However, poor say, there is demon heart, it may not be a demon. Suddenly, Dijachion Angelus Monk crushed. His color was like a fire. The distortion changes into a piece of violent rage's face, which changes color for a long time. Demon King. Jin Fugi took a step back and showed the color of alert, staring at Angelus Monk incredulously. Such arrogance. It is already legendary. Demon King. The back of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple hides a Demon King, which is even more incredible. Then look at Angelus Monk in Demon Chi. With both hands folded, the fat face is full of smiles, just like Maitreya. It is a kind of sacred high monk that is unique and solemn, so that one can experience the true meaning of putting down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha. Then he asked, Commander knows which temple I am guarding in the back hill? Demon Suppressing Temple. Then you have heard that in this Demon Suppressing Temple there is a cultural technique called Demon Suppression Catalog. Already heard, is it? No wonder. This culture technique has never heard of human cultivator, but I didn't expect it to be your chance. Jin Fugi was a glimpse, and then, the original Angelus Monk was saved by Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. but many of them said that he had chi deviation. It's hard to have any gains. I didn't expect it to be looted and arrived at Monk King realm. And Angelus Monk will be able to understand the layman disciple. Li Qingshan is obviously the cultivation of the demon suppression catalog. With the body will have demon heart, will be able to display demon race all means, even though there is demon heart. It is not a magic person. Cultivation. This cultivation technique needs to have big obsession, big obstacles, and has great perseverance and great wisdom. It is rare to meet one. It will take a little more love for this rebel disciple, but he will not be able to afford it. Trouble. What made him wrong? Please, Commander, despite disposing, don't bother me. Angelus Monk got into a collection of demon chi, and he lost his hands and wine. And his hands were together and he couldn't tell the anger. There is such an elite in the Eagle Wolf Guard and a blessing to Diexia. It is not advisable to stay in this mortal world for a long time. I will take the first step. Master, please go slowly. Jin Fugi smiled and raised his hand. If you look at them mortal in the unknown, this scene is a rich family who is good at doing good deeds. After Monk's giving up to the door, he will politely send Monk to the door. Master, it's rare to come once. Let the discipline swing in the water, and feast for you for 3 days. Li Qingshan saw this almost desperate scene, and was resolved by Angelus Monk in a few words, and her heart could not help but feel her virtue, and would like to inquire about the situation of Little Un. Hey, there is no feast for the feast, and you have received this rebel disciple. In the future, I am afraid that there will be a scourge of the day, and there is no end to right and wrong. It is really time for you to kill yourself. Angelus Monk is not angry, but this is not just a word. When he arrived at Realm, there was a kind of mysterious feeling for the number of lives in the dark, which is called a word. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Disciple wants to be self-destructive, and does not want to involve others. However, in the world of life, there must always be some entanglements, and it is unbreakable. He looked at Han Qiangzi with a deep look. What about rosary? Here. Li Qingshan took the 1-string prayer beads out. Angelus Monk's big sleeves, the rosary that was crushed, returned to its original state, and again, rebel disciple, good for it. Step out and go empty. Li Qingshan looks at the sky, thoughtful. Ge Yanning looked at his back, smiled in his heart. He had this identity, the world can go. Seeking this time kicked the iron plate. His royal prince, it seems to be a misunderstanding. My Eagle Wolf Guard's Red Eagle Commander Li Qingshan is not what you call the devil. Jin Fugi faintly said that the rich family-like harmony has completely disappeared. Obviously, this misunderstanding is unpleasant for him, and as long as he adds a bit of tone to the report Imperial Court, it may be down for Sea King. The field is very mildew. That seems to be that I got it wrong. Sea King bit his teeth, but instead of killing Li Qingshan, he was insulted in vain, and the two great cultivators behind him, and the results of his refining of Azura Field. It has the same effect, and it is necessary to vomit and bleed. Jin Fugi Chong'e Yanning slightly decapitated. They have to leave. Li Qingshan suddenly said, Commander, there is another thing. I want you to preside over justice. Well, what? Jin Fugi's face is a bit sullen, although Li Qingshan looks a bit unruly, but after all, he is his own subordinate, and he does have the unruly qualification. Look at his cultivation base, and have a chance before the age of 30. The impact of second heavenly tribulation, so genius is counted throughout the Verdant province. As long as it does not fall, it will be the 9 provinces in the future. Li Qingshan said nothing. Open 100 treasure pouch, a slamming sound, a little medal landed on the ground, then slap it. Hundreds of badges, as if the water fell, stacked in front of him. May Hillock. What is this? Jin Fugi is puzzled. Li Qingshan, you and you. Sea King's face was slightly distorted, and her eyes were about to come out. This is a good reward from His Highness Sea King. It is almost here now, and please ask Sea King to settle clearly. Li Qingshan calmly said that the medal issued by Sea King is almost all here, and even if there are emissions, it will not exceed 100. But in Azura Field, Han Tai once again challenged Azura General Hua Chengzhen suggested to Li Qingshan, "King Shan, you have to collect all these medals quickly to avoid changes." Li Qingshan slaps his head and has almost forgotten the business. This is originally set by Sea King, the biggest goal of this contest. He killed Sea King's claws and fangs and has already obtained thousands from their 100 treasure pouch medal. The Azura was ordered, and the flesh and blood bodies of thousands of cultivators were paved on the battlefield. 100 treasure pouch was searched out one by one, and then searched in other battlefields. And those weapons that are left on the battlefield will be rewarded. The Azuras did the job very easily, and Li Qingshan got thousands of medal again. At this time, Liu Chenqing and the others also rushed over. Seeing this situation, they took out their own medal and handed them to Li Qingshan. They could not use this medal to exchange any rewards with the enemy Sea King, and even if they wiped the face, Sea King did not necessarily accept the account, and he gave Li Qingshan without hesitation. This single medal can only be considered a value, but it has not yet been put in the eyes of Li Qingshan. But all medal is concentrated together, that is worth thousands of spiral stones, and there are countless medicine pill, talisman, spirit artifact, magical artifact. It is a real huge sum of money, and Sea King can't be cheaper. I want to make this account clear. Sea King's face turned blue and green for a while. He didn't intend to give this award. In his plan, all cultivators will die and become a sacrifice of Azura Field, but they did not expect that not only will anyone survive, but also almost all of medal was collected. Jin Fugi looked at Sea King, who was slightly trembling. He didn't have half pity in his heart. He set the rules of the game and pressed the people with absolute superiority. In the end, it was ridiculous to play to such a degree. I will play the same thing together. Ge Yanning knows it. The appearance of three people, the game of Sea King crashes. Ink Feather, North Moon, Li Qingshan. Although she knows that Li Qingshan is the same person as North Moon, but I don't know, even Ink Feather is Li. Called by Qingshan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, I found that at the moment when the red light turned green, there was a wonderful pleasure, so I stood at the intersection for half an hour and passed to addiction. New week, I would like to recommend tickets. Your support is me. Power. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 671 Chapter 107 The Lotus Seed has changed. I am still me. Ge Yanning returned to the obeying Feng Shui Pavilion and recalled the 9 prefectures combat challenge. It was still very interesting. A fragrant scent came back at the tip of the nose, and a shadow came in. Gian Rongzi held a white porcelain bowl in both hands and smiled. Master, you are back. It seems that during this time, you are not wasted. Ge Yanning's eyes flashed and smiled. The master has been painstakingly cultivated, Rongzi can't live up to it, and taste my craft. Gian Rongzi put the porcelain bowl in front of Ge Yanning, with lotus seeds, crystal white, full and round, with a small porcelain spoon in the bowl. Ge Yanning reached out and was about to take it. Gian Rongzi suddenly said, "Oh, wrong." The hand was gently turned over, the porcelain bowl fell, clanged, smashed, and the lotus seeds were scattered. Ge Yanning has a slight glimpse. Gian Rongzi has turned back to the curtain, and immediately, he has a porcelain bowl in his hand. In front of Ge Yanning, it is a bowl of dark mud. There is also a small porcelain spoon in the bowl. Gian Rongzi raised a cruel smile. Ge Yanning looked at her and sighed. Suddenly she felt a little tired. Why don't you give yourself a chance to heal the wound? The heart of the master is my heart, but it is too late. My wounds have been rotted and smeared. I died all over the body. If I cut off the carrion, then there is nothing. Gian Rongzi slightly bowed his head and looked at the bowl of mud. If the lotus seed could not open the lotus flower, it would only be turned into mud. How many desperate lotus seeds are contained in this bowl of mud? Ge Yanning is speechless, fleeing suffering and sadness. pursuing happiness and joy. It is the instinct of all life. Even if there is no Buddha, I call the world of self-existence the bliss. The suffering of the world is in vain. However, if anyone knows how to get happiness and joy, and has the ability to get happiness and joy, he has to overcome this instinct and fall into the mud. I don't want lotus. I don't ask for lotus seeds, even though my Buddha is also difficult. So Gyanying said, your cultivation enduring hell-seeking transformation will probably have more innate skill than me. Thank you for the master. Nothing to thank. I thought I saw the shadow of my past in you. So I did a lot of boring things. It turned out that I was wrong. After listening to Angelus Monk's remarks, Gyanying thought that Kien Rongzi would be very suitable for the cultivation demon suppression catalogue. It seems that this is not the case. If she condenses demon heart, will only let it develop crazy to hysteria, become demon among demons. Fortunately, Kien Rongzi drank the bowl of mud and smiled brightly. I am still me. Ruxin returned to Benevolence Island and crossed the long ramp of the ground. The white lights lit up with her footsteps and went straight into the underground palace. A plain-looking man is meditating in the pile of books. It is Chu Tan. After many days of hard work, he has reluctantly returned to the chi refining second level. This speed is for him. It is simply too slow to be tolerated. One is because the cultivation base has destroyed many of the dark injuries left, and the other is that there is not enough resources to supply, and it is difficult for a clever woman to be without rice. Like fellow Taoist, I need some medicine pill. I am not your mother, take care of you, but also eat medicine pill. Can you filial me in the future? I see you are dead. If you are not dead, stay here. Chu Tan smiled and said, fellow Taoist is so angry. This 9 prefectures combat challenge. What happened? Ruxin gave a slight glimpse and found that her emotions were somewhat wrong. A flame was burning in the chest and spread uncontrollably. Wave. Well, the ordinary medicine pill can give you some, but it's too expensive. Chu Tan slightly succumbs. Thank you. I have recently recalled a lot of things, including a cultural technique, which I think is very suitable for fellow Taoist cultivation. Yes? What is the name? Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book is one of myriad forms Heavenly Book. It needs to be combined with concocting pill to put itself in the pill furnace, with both body refining and chi refining. With Cloud Furnace Tao technique, there is no end in wonder. Although in the cultivation, it is worth the pain of suffering, but it is definitely worthwhile. In this world, the culture technique can be compared with a few, as a reward for the salvation of your masters and apprentices. What medicine pill do you want? As long as it is not too much, I can provide it to you. Ruxin's slight decapitation, a good volume of cultural technique for the value of the cultivator is self-evident, can be crowned Heavenly Book cultivation technique, is unusual, compared to some medicine pill, worth nothing. There is another thing to ask for. Chu Tan pulled out a medical doctor from the side. Please use the means of medical school to change the face for me. I want to go out and start from scratch. Ruxin's heart. Medical school does have a means to change, but it is not commonly used. Because the easy-to-change face is not only very demanding for medical skills, but also involves facial numerology. It cannot be changed casually. Moreover, it is necessary to change some of the precious herbs. And the one is the skin muscle. In straightforward, it is the meat cut by the Southern Sea Mermaid, so that the changed face can be completely integrated. These things are not the burden that the general cultivator can afford. Well, I will find a way to collect herbs. Ruxin has been indulging for a moment, but he doesn't have to go to the Southern Sea to catch a mermaid, or cut his own meat. As long as he is willing to pay a big price, these materials can basically be bought. She really wants to use her own flesh and blood. Among them, the guarantee will definitely fail because she is not pure mermaid. Fortunately, she has been helping Li Qingshan concocting pill, and has accumulated a lot of resources. It is not difficult to get together. Then I will be here to wait for good news. After the event, there will be another reward. Chu Tan passed the Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book and Cloud Furnace Tao technique to Ruxin, and told some of the related points. The subtlety of Ruxin was also amazed, and the process of cultivation was really not easy. It seems that you want to use yourself as a medicine pill. You need a good pill furnace, and even some materials to assist. The cultivation process is also extremely hard. While enduring the pain, we must also accurately control the changes of water and fire. The cloud furnace heavenly book cultivation is high. The body is turned into jade. The fire cannot be hurt. The face is not changed for millennium. Life expectancy it is also much longer than a normal cultivator. Finally, Ruxin left some medicine pill to Chutan, and Chutan handed a picture of Ruxin to Ruxin. Ruxin glanced at it. A pretty young and handsome face. The heart moved. If you change your face, if you don't change your height, you may still be seen by her. The woman is a lot of doubts. The lost things always have to be taken back. Chutan smiled faintly, but contained great determination that could not be changed. King Xiao Immortal Cave. The 8-door gold lock array still operates ignorantly, guarding this deserted immortal cave, until a figure emerges from the sky, flies away and landed in front of King Xiao Immortal Cave. Formation naturally, he will be included. Li Qingshan caressed the words King Xiao House written by Little An, and couldn't help but look at the direction of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to look into the distance, but his sight is naturally difficult to cross the mountains, so he only got take back, and recall the experience of these days. Sea King really couldn't get the huge sum of money, so the embarrassed look of almost madness, so far remembered, Li Qingshan felt very funny, and finally only managed to pay 30% of various spirit stones and various talisman medicine pill. Li Qingshan would like to laugh at a few more words, and Jin Fugi stopped his eyes and said, "It is yours, it will be you sooner or later, the royal family will not owe you this thing, you should know how to advance and retreat, your master is not what. Things can be taken care of, unless you go out to the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. This is the world of the royal family." Li Qingshan is no longer entangled and is very satisfied with this harvest. After Jin Fugi left, Sea King also set off immediately and rushed back to Dragon Province to prepare for explanation. He did not talk to Li Qingshan anymore. He just looked at him faintly and said, "Li Qingshan, I admit that I underestimated you. It will not be in the future. One day, you will feel how lucky you are to die here today." The hatred that was contained in the sky, so that Han Qianzi on the side rushed to shudder. Li Qingshan smiled. "Do not talk nonsense, hurry to pay back." Sea King went away. Later, Ge Yanying said to Li Qingshan in private, "Jin Fugi is going to report this matter to the Dexia royal family. Even if she deprives Sea King Imperial Prince of her identity, she will definitely use this for Sea King. When the account is changed, Sea King will be heavier." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "The family name of the surname is big, and naturally it is not bad for me. Let Si Bao have a good look." Ge Yanying shook his head, "But this is not necessarily a good thing. The royal family has lost Hazura Field. It is enough to hurt, and then you will be robbed by fire. If someone moves his mouth, you will have big troubles!" Li Qingshan faintly understands the meaning of the words Jin Fugi said, but he does not care about it. Everything has two sides. It is said that the blessings of the blessings and the sorrows of the blessings cannot always benefit. Also afraid of offending people. Just because the soldiers come to block, the water comes to cover the soil is the only thing. His only concern is that the royal family directly sent the third heavenly tribulation cultivator to destroy him. Then there is really no way, only the slippery road is good. He also understood the meaning of Ge Yanying, so that he should not be mad, be careful of the loss of his forefoot, and then said, after taking wisdom fruit, "I vaguely learned a lot. I am going to go back this time and retreat for a while, and I will hit Golden Core Realm. If there is any need, open the door." Ge Yanying is slightly nod, and she still owes Li Qingshan's debt here. But now that Li Qingshan has the identity of Angelus Monk eldest disciple, it doesn't have to be too veiled, which can naturally be interpreted as an investment. Li Qingshan said, "I want to buy some Tao Elements pill from you. The higher the year, the better." If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support, which is my biggest power. Peas, 2 more outbreaks! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 672 Chapter 108 knows that I am me, and again. Tao Elements pill is one of the few medicine pills that can be mass-produced. There are many medicine pills that are much better than their equivalents. But many herbs are not cultivated in large quantities, or the yield is extremely rare, or only can go to the wild land to collect. And this Tao Elements pill is different, each of which is cultivated in the garden. Of course, it also takes a lot of time. The longer the time, the stronger the medicine, and the better the Tao Elements pill is. The most common Tao Elements pill can be compared to the previous year's cultivation. On top of this, there are 3 years of Tao Elements pill, 5 years of Tao Elements pill, etc. Although refining the drug to remove the dregs takes some time, but it can greatly shorten the time of cultivation. Although the spirit grass contained in it can be cultivated, its value is extremely high. However, if the foundation is unstable due to taking medicine pill, the time saved will have to be spent at the bottleneck. Even the best spirit medicine can only be used as a powerful aid, and cannot completely replace the cultivator's own cultivation. Among them, the choice of gains and losses, but also cultivator to consider and bear. There are not many Tao Elements pills on hand. The best one is a 5A Tao Elements pill, but the value is 100 times higher than the average medicine pill. I want it. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to buy 5 Tao Elements pill, 3 of which are ordinary Tao Elements pill, 1 for 3 years and 1 for 5 years. Then he lingered in the county for a few days, and handed over the 5A Tao Elements pill to Han Qiangzi before leaving. They are more and more separated from each other and can only make some compensation in other aspects. I still remember that Han Qiangzi had Tao Elements pill in his hand. The look on his face was a bit strange. He was pleased with the precious medicine pill. He was completely covered by other emotions. He seemed to want to refuse, but he finally took it down. Li Qingshan knows that he should stay for a while, but he knows that he should be on the road again. He can't stay for someone for a long time. He just keeps going to above the 9 heavens. Even my own emotions have no time to take care of. So kiss goodbye and leave. Li Qingshan converged his thoughts and stepped into the King Xiao Immortal Cave. He took out Azure Field and took it out. He had not had the chance to check it carefully. It looks like nothing changes, just the first level of blood. There are some more red runes. As he gently throws it, Azure Field grows bigger, become the size of the yurt. Li Qingshan stepped in, the scene changed, and a vast expanse of land was spread out in front of him. At the same time, he became the appearance of Scarlet Hair, Scarlet Eye, unfolding the wings, and with a single stroke, all the scenes were instantly pulled into thousands of pieces. The color line, speeding backwards, stopped in front of that towering giant wood. The sun is still in full bloom. The flowering period has not passed, and the great banyan tree is dressed up. So Li Qingshan announced to the big tree, "From today, I am the master here. I am North Moon, and you are the great banyan tree king of 10 sides, monster king." For now, the most important resource in this Azure Field is the great banyan tree king, which not only provides a quick return to the sap of spiritual power, he can also give him wisdom and enlightenment. There are many questions in cultivation that can be consulted, so his first thing to enter Azure Field is to visit him. "Is it you?" Great Banyan Tree King gave a horror. "What is me? Have you seen me?" Li Qingshan was shocked and his face was quiet. "You are Li Qingshan? What are you talking about? I am the kind of humble human race." Li Qingshan unpleasantly raised the tone. Great Banyan Tree King suddenly laughed, and the huge body was shaking. The laughter is full of emotions. "No wonder I feel that this Azure Field is being refining from the inside. It turned out to be your kid's means." See, King's kid is now afraid of vomiting blood. Li Qingshan has a loose body. "Well, how did you see it?" "Although I have lived for tens of thousands of years, I have not forgotten to such a degree. If I have been in the district for several days, I will not recognize you. It is more than your looks and breath. Your subtle expression, the way you speak, the language of your body, it is equally clear in my eyes. Li Qingshan can only admit that at some point, instead of changing a face, changing to monster chi, he can get through others. At least not the great Banyan Tree King of the old become a spirit. His dual identity has not been seen, but because of the many contacts with North Moon, Li Qingshan is not recognized. Familiar with Li Qingshan, there is little contact with North Moon, which creates an information asymmetry. Coupled with the confusion of clones, this secret can be maintained to this day. With this lesson, you have to double your mind in the future. Then trouble fellow Taoist keeps me secret. Reassure, for me, your little secret is nothing. I have kept many more important secrets. Great Banyan Tree King. After the vicissitudes of life, Li Qingshan's existence is somewhat strange, but it is not particularly prominent compared with the predecessors. Of course, this is just his view of the present. Great Banyan Tree King's promise. Li Qingshan has nothing to worry about, so smiled. Since it is an acquaintance, then I am welcome. In fact, about Boundless Sea scripture, I still have a lot of doubts. I would like to ask fellow Taoist advices. On Mooncourt Lake, it was raining and turbulent. A red mullet roams in the lake, sometimes floating out of the water, and sometimes sneaking into the water. A thundering thunder broke through the night sky and always followed it. What happened? In the Mooncourt Water Mansion in the heart of the lake, above a high observation platform, standing two beautiful female night walker, a noble temperament, starry glittering, a sexy and charming, breasts and fat buttocks. It is Yi Liusu and Sister Yi Hangbo, whose eyes penetrate the rain curtain and cast into the depths of the black water. Yi Liusi said, "It seems that the owner is sitting on the squid in transcending tribulation." Yi Lubo was surprised. It's just an incarnation of Monster General, how can there be such a big momentum? Yi Liusi has a faint conjecture, but did not say it, unless it is the water god seal in the hands of the squid. But the water god seal is not a last resort, how can it be given to others? And there is some worry. The squid named Small Red by Li Qingshan, bearing Water God Seal back to Mooncourt Lake. The power contained in the Water God Seal, naturally poured into its within the body. Until now, Water God Seal has almost refined all the waters of Ruai County, from the ground to the ground. This is a 3,000-year-old Ruai County, and the water resources contained in it are extremely abundant. Even if you only absorb a 1,000th of the spiritual power, for a water element monster, you don't know how many medicine pill. As for monster, instead of the realmed bottlenecks of human race, the hardest part is to accumulate spiritual power. With the water god seal as the foundation, within a few days, it reached the edge of Monster General and was brought down by heavenly tribulation. It competes with heavenly tribulation and naturally motivates the power of this water god seal. At the Wild Ferry on the Mooncourt Lake, there are also two figures, one is a fierce wicked man, the other is a black fan, and the sinister scribe is Wu Dan and Jia Zhen. North Moon, the thief dared to play with us so much that he would not kill his subordinates, and it would be difficult for me to hate. Wu Dan gnashed his teeth. It's too wasteful to kill the light, or catch it up as a slave to sell back to Dragon Province, which can make up for a lot of damage. Monster and the male Nightwalker are sent to the battlefield, and the female Nightwalker can also sell for a good price. Jia Zhen shakes the lupin. It still looks very calm, but there are two evil fires in the middle of it. As the right arm of Sea King, they have always received the courtesy and faith of Sea King, and they have benefited a lot from the identity of Sea King Imperial Prince. The main worries and humiliation. The main humiliation of the minister, now Sea King just took office, was forced to return to Dragon Province to plead guilty. For them, it is also a shameful shame, cannot be reported. So I put aside all the intrigues, crushed with absolute strength, and saw the situation on Mooncourt Lake, and got the same conclusion. There is monster in transcending tribulation. It's such a momentum, It's North Moon's monstrous talent. He's just Monster General. It's already so great. If you break through Monster Martial Realm, who can still make him in Ruai County? Wu Dan frowns. Jia Zhen said, it's just a heavenly tribulation. It's definitely not North Moon. It's such a sound. He sighed for a moment. His eyes lit up. Water God Seal is probably in the hands of Monster. As long as you win the Water God Seal, you can make up for the loss of Azura Field. If you combine the Mountain God Seal and make a real mountain and river, the purpose of this trip is achieved. The two were about to shoot, and suddenly they remembered a voice behind them. Two friends. It's been a long time no see. How come suddenly to the humble house today? In the midst of the rain, a man with a scarlet hair, scarlet eyes walking across the water, striding forward, with a sinister smile on his beautiful face. It is the North Moon, or more accurately, Li Qingshan's mirror image clone. There is a saying that the enemy meets and is divided into red eyes. Wu Dan's eyes are really red, and they are full of violent breath. They are screaming around the rain and staring at the North Moon, as if they want to choose someone. Monster. North Moon. Jia Zhen lifted the lupin to stop Wu Dan. North Moon, return Azura Field, our grievances, right off, and immediately leave. Or, you really have to die with us? In the heart, he made up his mind. When North Moon handed over Azura Field, he immediately took Water God Seal, cut off his wings, and then found a chance to kill him. Well, I admit that I did something wrong with this, but Azura Field is not in my hands. I was taken away by Ink Feather, and I almost ruined his poisonous hand, and finally escaped. North Moon spread his hands and couldn't help. He also secretly frowns in his heart. With a clone, it is by no means an opponent of any one of them. Even if the deity comes, they will not be able to join forces. Unless Spider Queen Rose is willing to help, he has no hope for this. Although it will be counted as seeking, but if it is a confrontation, he has no advantage. The best result is just taking the fire and taking Water God Seal back. There is no way to take care of the other. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, continue to break out today. Unbelievable. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 673 Chapter 109, Rainstorm Night, Water God Battle. In Ruai County, Liu Chenqing and the others reboarded the Flying Dragon boat and said goodbye to Li Qingshan. Ruxin quietly told Li Qingshan about her one thing, that is, I wanted to borrow a section from Water God Seal cultivation. Time. This is a simple matter for Li Qingshan. Water God Seal originally is derived from her, the power of Water Spirit saved in the former Water God Seal. She can't even use an E10th or even an E10th. Li Qingshan readily agreed, and after the separation with Han Qiangzi, he found a small mountain lake, reapplied Water Moon Mirror, and created Mirror Image Clone to come to Moon Court Lake. I didn't expect to catch up with the rainstorm, and there were two people, Jia Zhen and Wu Dan. Water God Seal was in danger of being lost. I deliberately said some lies to confuse the two people's audio and video. I want to come to Ink Feather and don't tell them specifically. Azura Field is not getting it by myself. As one of the people who played, Ink Feather did not publicize his failure, and Sea King had no chance to look for him. Jia Zhen and Wu Dan look at each other, but it is not certain that Azura Field is in the hands of North Moon. If it is normally inferred, it is probably not in his hands. As the Verdant Province Monster Race Crown Prince, Ink Feather's reputation is above the North Moon. In the case of an Eonone, naturally he is more likely to win. At that time, Ink Feather also held the North Moon and moved to another place. It was obviously a winner. Jia Zhen suddenly asked, how do you know that Dragon Battle Arena has become Azura Field? I have also kept it for a long time. If I don't know what it is, how can I grab it? Oh, I didn't expect it to be a basket of water. Ink Feather is the enemy of Aking, and it is my enemy. We should unite against him and take Azura Field back. If we are entangled again, isn't it a joke? Li Qingshan said that the more he felt that his mother was a clever tongue, and approached the two, saying that he was not malicious. "It makes sense." Jia Zhen nodded, suddenly turned and flew toward the depths of Moon Court Lake, and Wu Dan punched out, punching into a black wolf head, making a fierce wolverine, opening a fang's mouth, biting towards Li Qingshan. "Come, whether Azure Field is in the hands of North Moon. This water god seal is a must." Li Qingshan's reaction was faster. Before the two shot, he faintly felt through Spirit Turtle, opening his wings directly, rushing to the sky and rushing toward Moon Court Lake. But the wolf screamed together, and immediately it was like a magical voice. The body shape was stiff, and the wolf's head was in full shape. He kicked his backhand and slammed on the wolf's head. Cast the innate divine ability of Bull Demon Vibration. Boom. The two forces collided fiercely. A thatched cottage and several flat boats were destroyed in an instant, and a huge pit was blown up. The rainwater within a radius of 10 miles was swept away. It was like a bullet endlessing in all directions, running through countless trees. In an instant, Li Qingshan's clone was badly hit, and Monster Chi went a little more. This Wu Dan is a bit more fierce than he expected. It is by no means comparable to the general Golden Core Cultivator. As long as he makes another move, he clones, there is a danger of being defeated. Hurry to run Water Moon Mirror through the deity. Monster Chi was injected into the clone, and the injury and loss of Monster Chi quickly recovered. However, in this moment, look at Jia Zhen but has been flying a few miles away. Want to take the water god seal first, and then join Wu Dan to attack North Moon. Li Qingshan swung away with a right hand and a purple talisman. Drink a low set. Jia Zhen's figure suddenly jerked like a bug stuck in the void. Body lock talisman. Wu Dan stopped him. Purple talisman. But this body lock talisman can't hold him for a long time, but at the moment he just puts his heart down, because it's definitely not the North Moon deity, which Jia Zhen reminded. Wu Dan made a punch and made a punch, followed by a punch, and the enthusiasm condensed half of the wolf, and the wolf screamed over the storm. If it is directly hit, I am afraid that it will not be able to recover, and it will be directly defeated. Li Qingshan only frustratedly waving the wind and the wings, behind the giant wolf, and the backhand did not return. Spirit Turtle dark armor. The semi-transparent hexagons are interwoven into a thin light curtain, behind them, and the clear reflection is a giant wolf. Wu Dan didn't put this little obstacle in his eyes. The giant wolf hit the light curtain and shred it easily, but a small amount of power was bounced back. The giant wolf twisted and exploded. Only affected by the aftermath, Li Qingshan felt that the vest had a pain, but he had taken care of it. Now he is going to race against Jia Zhen, take the water god seal in one step, and then immediately use Water Moon Mirror to bring water god seal, handed it to the deity, and that one. Flying further, I saw Jia Zhen looking at him gloomily, his body fluttering slightly, his body flashing. He could break away from the body lock talisman's restraint, and the wind rushed behind him. Wu Dan's figure skyrocketed and turned into a height nearly 10 feet of the giant, the clothes cracked to reveal a lifelike black wolf tattoo on the chest. Roaring and striding over, the speed is not much slower than he wields the wings. It is really a tiger before the wolf. Jia Zhen's arm jerked, waving the feather fan and pointing to the flying North Moon. The thunder in the sky seemed to have guidance and goals in an instant, bringing together a blazing thunder snake, swimming through the sky at an incredible speed, hitting Li Qingshan. Boom! Li Qingshan was shocked and did not feel any pain. There was only one kind of deep paralysis, and it was impossible to move at any time. Then I felt the violent pain everywhere. If Jia Zhen was barely playing magic spell under the influence of body lock talisman, this thunder completely ended Li Qingshan's race. I haven't slowed down yet. Wu Feng came behind him. The huge Wu Dan, Jiang Kai Wu pointed him to grab. Just force it. The clone will be shattered immediately. Li Qingshan took out the second purple talisman and rushed. A golden light flashed, and he formed a steel fortress around him. This is a defensive talisman. The steel fortress was distorted under the brute force of Wu Dan, and it made a harsh bang, but it was alive and hard. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to fly to the middle of Moon Court Lake. Jia Zhen waved a fan again, and a whirlwind whistled, and Li Qingshan was rolled in. The lakeside fighting method spread to the island of Lake. Yi Lubo, surprised, "Sister, is the owner of Monster Chi. He is fighting against people and calling people." Yi Lusu passed down the order and looked down. Nightwalker slammed into the promise of the North Moon recognized Nightwalker commander. Although Li Qingshan has not come for a long time, she has used her own means to stabilize her power and slowly restore the glory of Nightwalker. But with us, how can we help the owner? Yi Lubo died at the expense of him. But I also understand that his battle is not based on their strength. Have you forgotten? Let everyone go to the altar. Let the mother preside over the ceremony. Yeah, I almost forgot. What about your sister? I go out for a while. Go out? Yi Lubo looked in the direction of the lake, where there was only a wave of battles, which made people feel amazed. I don't want to go to war, I want to get Water God Seal. Right? Sent someone to Spider Queen Rose. Not waiting for Yi Lubo to answer, Yi Lusu jumped out of the lookout and got into the darkness. Although she is not very clear about the specific situation, but it can also be seen that this Water God Seal is the key. With his strength, he can also escape without being attacked. It is unlikely that he will be directly killed. But if the Water God Seal is lost, it is an irreparable loss. The dark rain whistling down, Li Qingshan panting. Just between this moment, he almost got rid of it a few times, and he used all of the purple talisman on his body, only slightly preventing the pace of Jia Zhen and Wu Dan, and could not cause any damage to them. These two people show a terrible strength far beyond the general Golden Core cultivator, and anyone has the power to play against his deity. Being able to support this moment is thanks to the rare purple body lock talisman at the beginning. Let Jia Zhen not be able to show his full strength. However, the power of this body lock talisman is here. Jia Zhen was shocked and broke away. His face was filled with a gloomy smile, but his heart was somewhat regrettable. I was originally worried that it was the deity. It was only a clone of the district. It would be better to join Wu Dan at the beginning. Kill him and ensure that he can't even use those purple talisman. The mind turned and the fan waved in the hand. This time was the turn of Li Qingshan. The blink of an eye was covered by the giant wolf. Even the time to recall the clone was not. The clone was directly defeated and disappeared between heaven and earth. Under this absolute power gap, it is already an effort to achieve such a degree of struggle. After Jia Zhen waved this fan, he did not see the result and flew away from the thunder. Yi Lubo completed the instructions of Yi Lusu and waited at the lakeside. He looked anxiously at the wind and rain, and suddenly he felt a shock. Master Monster Chi disappeared. No, it is only the Master's clone. Maybe it is convergence. The breath escaped. The master will not die. What are you talking about? Yi Lusu came out of the dark lake water, slipping smoothly from her, and carrying a bear child in her right hand. It looked like she was only 4 or 5 years old. She was constantly swinging her legs and struggling, but not like the action of human race. This is that fish. Yi Lusu threw the child on the ground, and the child wanted to go back to the lake. She coldly said, "You are called Small Red. Someone outside is going to take the Water God Seal. The North Moon adult will give you Water God Seal. If you lose it, what is the end? I don't need to tell you." Li Qingshan was delayed for a moment, and Small Red finally passed heavenly tribulation and became a monster general. However, after being exhausted by transcending tribulation, it was stopped by Yi Lusu and did not waste anything. He took it directly to Lake Heartwater. In the mansion, the explanation is given. Hearing this, Small Red didn't dare to go to Lakeside again. Boom! A raging force slammed into the formation of the water mansion, the outermost first-level formation, which was already on the verge of rupture. A giant came to the lake, stood a scribe on his shoulder, saw Small Red at a glance, and pointed the feathers. "Hand over the Water God Seal, and spare you." If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peace, ha 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 ha, success. The last few days of the month, your ticket is my motivation. please see The Dreamer Against the Legend. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 674. Chapter 110, A Punch. The wind and thunder. The strong momentum that these two people exude is something that Ieyasu and the others have never seen, even if it is the Spider Queen Rose. Although there is still no sense of security, as long as they are willing, they can easily kill them, such as pinching ants. Under such oppression, even if the Golden Core cultivator has to tremble, Ieyasu calms his mind. Please let us think about it. No. Don't give Water God Seal to someone else. Small Red jumped 3 feet high and shouted with a tender voice. Just think about it, what can't be done? Such an opponent is not something we can compete with. Even if we lose Water God Seal, North Moon adults will not blame us. But such a big thing, we are afraid that we have no right to make a decision. Go back and call everyone to discuss. Ieyasu is also an intent to exchange his eyes with Ieyasu. It is impossible to surrender the Water God Seal. Let's delay for a while. Which time is there for you to consider? I have dozens of sounds. You don't hand over Water God Seal. You are ready to bury the North Moon. Jiazen the Gloomy Road. Just the North Moon's clone, which the Slayer just killed, will soon arrive, and things will become tricky. Without seeking, it is impossible for them to kill him because they have joined forces. If it is not arranged in advance, I am afraid that it is difficult for the three to join him. Although they are invincible, if he takes the Water God Seal, they have no way to take him. He doesn't think that North Moon will care about the life and death of this group of Night Walkers. At most, afterwards, they will find ways to avenge them. However, he does not think that Night Walker will be loyal to North Moon. Night Walker has always been known for its insidious scams. Just press them and get Water God Seal, so that's all right. 10, 9, 8. Sister, what should I do? Listen to Jiazen countdown. Ieyasu was anxious, and the two men were not so good, looking to Ieyasu, but she found her expression. They refused to delay, which proved that they still have scruples. If they are completely unscrupulous, they will delay. That turns out that things have reached the worst situation, and I am afraid that even delays are useless. This scruples is naturally on the North Moon. The heart estimated the speed of his flight, so he set his mind, and now he can do it, only to delay the time as much as possible. Jiazen counts down to 1. Okay, we can hand over Water God Seal. Ieyasu. Jiazen showed no surprises. Wu Dan slammed the formation with a big hand, and screamed in his mouth, "Slut, take Water God Seal to Lozi." Ieyasu said, "But you have to swear to the sky, after getting the Water God Seal. Never hurt us. Otherwise, if you take Water God Seal and turn your face, we are not fools. On your slut, you are also qualified to let us swear." Wu Dan became more and more furious, and the black wolf on his body spurred the violent monster Chi, but with his own breath, a wonderful match. His figure has skyrocketed again. In many places, long black wolf hairs were born, the mouth bulged forward, the back of the back arched, and the eyes flashed with a clear light, like a wolf. Good. Jiazen immediately promised to swear to the sky. A sneer in my heart. I thought that if I had a vow, I could restrain us. For the cultivator, some vows can't be messed up, but the vows are sincerely sent from the heart to form a constraint on the self. Otherwise, the strong can easily press the weak and let them swear allegiance to their lives. Otherwise how? Even if the vows from the heart are violated, there will be no punishment for God, but it is easy to form heart's devil. The more binding oath is to use some magic spell, magical treasure, and like this swearing oath, Jiazen is not at all concerned. I have made up my mind, and when they hand over the Water God Seal, this layer of formation will be flawed. When it happens, all the Night Walker and monster race will be turned into slaves and sold to Dragon Province. Ieyasu sighed and sighed. It's still. What are you talking about? Jiazen's face sank. Ieyasu ordered Small Red, hurry up, to urge Water God Seal to stop them for a moment. and North Moon will soon come to the rescue. You slut. Jia Zhen's face changed greatly. I didn't expect them to be ants. I dared to deceive him. Jia Zhen, I said that your set of tricks is not applicable everywhere, but it is the third-class formation. Even if there are more than one layer, it is also vulnerable. With Lo Zi breaking, I have to dry these two sluts. Wu Dan has long been impatient, and he is very dissatisfied with Jia Zhen's thoughts of trying to take shortcuts. When he speaks, his backhand slams into the formation. Suddenly, a raging wave suddenly patted from behind, and his body was more than 10 feet tall. His fist slammed on the formation, and he did not achieve the desired effect. Although the first level light curtain had many cracks, but still stick to it. Small Red, which has just been transformed, is urging Water God Seal. Wu Dan was surprised if he didn't suffer anything. The power of this Water God Seal is so great. A small monster general, just succeeded by transcending tribulation, can be so powerful. If you get North Moon in the hands, it's not that it's harder to deal with, you have to break it out as soon as possible. Yang Tan made a Wolverine, and the double fists were bombarded again and again. It was like a thunder, and the first level formation was defeated in an instant. Jia Zhen flutters the fan, and all kinds of magic spell, like a storm, are bombarded with seemingly frenzied, but for the characteristics of each form, using different 5 elements magic spell. Small Red struggled to control the Water God Seal to obstruct the two, but with the monster general's cultivation base, the entire Ui County's rivers and lakes could not play the full power of the Water God Seal. The layered formations that hang over Water Mansion are mostly from the various battles of the Mountain Defense Great Formation that were plundered in the past wars. Although they are considered top-notch in Clear River Prefecture, those sects are just small of Foundation Establishment Cultivator Oversee. The door is small. In Jia Zhen Wu Dan, the cultivator of the 2 Golden Core Peaks, it can only be regarded as third class. Seeing the shaving of the formation layer upon layer, Yi Lusu's face is also a dignified color. Yi Lubo looked back and said anxiously, "Isn't the altar still starting?" Suddenly, a shadow rises from the heart of the island, and it seems deeper than the night that was immersed in the rain. Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo are all loose, leaving Small Red to continue to spur Water God Seal to fend off and fly to the shadow. Between the hills, I don't know when to build a dark altar with the Moonwalker style pattern on the altar, and countless stars, the secret rune North Moon used to let Yi Lusu lead the Night Walkers back to Subterranean World. The reason why Yi Lusu dared to return to the Moon Court Water Mansion was to rely on this altar in addition to relying on the defense of the formation. Around the altar is full of Night Walker, hand to hand, as if praying in good faith. A force gathered in the black altar, rising. Yi Mingzu stood on the altar with her hair, and she had a word, a frenzied dance, and her figure was like the erratic shadow on her head. It seems that her shadow was blown into the sky by the gust of this force, but she was still in a line with her and could not be blown away. With the North Spirit's reward of true spiritual pill, a large number of Night Walkers that can't break through the bottleneck, have broken through a heavenly tribulation, plus the original Strong Walker Strong, and the Night Walker who has spent a heavenly tribulation around it as 100. There are so many people, and on the outside, there is a regular Night Walker that has never passed heavenly tribulation. Thousands of people have been called up to participate in this mysterious ceremony. Put your own power into the altar without reservation. Yi Lusu see this situation, let go of a little, so that you can delay for a while, but there are some concerns. How long can the formation support? However, at this point, I thought about it. I went to the altar with Yi Lubo, and I was kneeling on my knees. The shadow above the altar gradually formed, and Yi Mingzu suddenly made a non-human whistling, and the shadow was completely cured. It seems that the thin shadow is inflated and enflated, and the figure is just like Yi Mingzu. In addition to Water Mansion, Jia Zhen and Wu Dan teamed up to break the layered formation in half, and the formation plate was broken and the flag was turned into fly ash. Small Red has been exhausted and fell to the ground. At this moment, a familiar voice came from afar. "Two friends, it's been a long time no see. How come suddenly to the humble house today? The same words, as if the world is back. Jia Zhen and Wu Dan looked back at the same time. The North Moon waved the wind and the wings, like a red lightning, smashing the sky, and the wind and rain gathered on him. It was really monster chi. The two couldn't help but think, but the cultivation base of Monster General has such a powerful force and a means of change. If you give him another heavenly tribulation and become Monster Marshal, they are afraid that they will only run away. This time, with him completely turning his face, if none of the three of them can get through the third heavenly tribulation, it is really endless. But the arrow is on the string and has to be sent. With the sound coming, North Moon is close at hand. The same words, emitting a very different tone, no longer the slightest falsehood, only the nakedness. Wu Dan suddenly looked back. North Moon, you are finally here. Jia Zhen, you continue to break. I will come to fight with him. North Moon, Lozi's Dragon Province Myriad Beast Mountain Village. Beast King seated eldest disciple Wu Dan, can you dare to fight with me? Li Qingshan said nothing, but turned into a true form, a punch, like a slow and fast, layer by layer, a black crack on the fist, completed wearing a glove. Still the trick, bull demon vibration, but compared to Clone's fist, its power is not as strong as it is. Boom, a loud noise, the wind and thunder is discolored. Wu Dan stepped back a few steps. His eyes rounded, his right arm trembled slightly, and the blood flowed like a stream. The power of this monstrous talent is simply incredible. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, the recommendation is still a few thousand, it is almost 400,000. And the collection is still a few dozen to 60,000. I have to break through the bottleneck. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 675 Chapter 111, The Fierce Battle in the Lake, each showing divine ability. Above the Great Lakes, where heavy rain hits, a flash of lightning tears the night. A round of invisible and shadowless waves spread in all directions. In an instant, countless waves and waves were shattered and shattered. A large area of water region recovered a moment of silence and then immediately became more surging. In the Great Lakes, two huge figures confront each other. Like the charcoal scarlet eye, and the wolf eye shining with the blue light, the sight of the shot is like electric light, colliding in the air, all violent bloodthirsty. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, in addition to violent bloodthirsty, there is a calming force like a mountain, overlooking Wu Dan in front. A pair of curved bull horns slammed into the sky, a pair of bull hoofs stepped into the earth. The deep lake was only submerged to his waist, and the waves slammed on his reef-like chest. Wu Dan's place is close to the island. The terrain is much higher, but it is still a bit lower than Li Qingshan. He has to look up and look at this monstrous, regardless of the time of cultivation or the cultivation base. Talent. Blood ran down his right arm and reddened a water region in a blink of an eye. In addition to the powerful and amazing power, the horrible vibration of the punch was the real culprit in causing such damage. The fierce wolf screams suddenly tears the night, and from the mouth of Wu Dan and the black wolf tattoos, he is covered in muscles, his bones are stretched, he is once again inflated and enlarged, and a black spear-like black wolf bursts out, covering the whole body, turned into a black wolf, and even a long wolf tail behind him, swaying wildly. Li Qingshan also felt a threat. Although this person is extremely annoying, he is also an opponent worthy of a battle. This kind of body and strength is not what the general Golden Core cultivator can have, but his heart is strange. He is also a half-man, half-demon. I don't know what Myriad Beast Mountain Village is. Myriad Beast Mountain Village is one of the largest sects in the Dragon Province. It is comparable to the 3 sects in Verdant Province. In some respects, it is even better. It is responsible for the Diexia Royal Garden for the Diexia Royal family. Wu Dan's Master Beast King is the village lord of this Myriad Beast Mountain Village. The famous great cultivator in Dragon Province. In the strong-minded Myriad Beast Mountain Village, the Beast King's seat eldest disciple, Wu Dan's strength is far more than the same generation. Myriad Beast Mountain Village's discipline has been introduced from the youngest to form a tattoo, forming a tattoo, without any foreign objects in the battle, just liberating the beast soul, can have a terrible combat power far superior to the same cultivator. But the deeper the liberation of the beast soul, the more easily it is infected by the animal nature. The more the temperament of its disciples appears to be brutal and violent, not subject to moral ritual restraint. Do whatever you want, near Demon Dao. And even if you don't care, even the soul will be swallowed up by the beast soul, becoming a sacrifice of the beast soul. Most of the disciplines of Myriad Beast Mountain Village are killed by the beast soul. So Wu Dan will not be the beast soul until the crucial moment. The power is liberated to such an extent. Hey! Wu Dan's back arched high and his feet slammed back, and in an instant he rushed to Li Qingshan with an astonishing speed. How can Li Qingshan not be afraid to compete with him? Stand up and sway. At this moment, the warning sign in my heart suddenly shook, and the white light flashed. Rayleigh, Jiazen, the fan of the fan refers to the sky. The thunder snake of a water tank descends from the sky, and the thunder light of the phoenix is filled between heaven and earth. Li Qingshan was shocked, though with a strong body. Nothing hurts, but expert is only in the first line. Boom! Wu Dan slammed Li Qingshan into the lake, biting it and picking up waves. After the completion of the bull demon 5th layer, Li Qingshan was a tough cow, and Wu Dan dripped his blood from his throat. But it can't be torn completely, and even if it's really torn, he won't die if he doesn't have a bone. It is good. Li Qingshan was not surprised, but with her arms wide open, Wu Dan, with Earth Divine Power as the foundation, such a frontal force. He is not afraid of anyone. Wu Dan felt a pain in his waist, his bones were slightly mown, like being torn off alive, and he struggled hard, and he finally tore the North Moon's throat, but it was not blood, but to the flames of the group. The other party is as good as nothing. If you don't get rid of this situation early, you must die first. However, he would choose to be close to fight, not to lose his senses after liberating the beast soul. He whispered, Jia Zen, don't worry about the formation, kill the monstrous talent first. Under the mud at the bottom of the lake, suddenly there was a vibration. The stone giants stood up from the mud at the bottom of the lake. Each one was 7 or 8 feet tall, although it was like a child with Li Qingshan's figure of more than 20 feet. The same, but all have a strength, have pulled Li Qingshan hands and feet. Pull hard. After the complete liberation of the beast soul, Wu Dan's power is extremely strong and amazing. Only when he encounters Li Qingshan, this monster will be suppressed. Now these stone giants help out and reverse the situation and gain the upper hand. Li Qingshan was shocked and the force of vibration was released. The stone giants were shaken away, but in a blink of an eye, more stone giants came out, as if they were endless, but Monster Chi was not endless. Of this consumption must be that he can't support it first. This is naturally the means of Jia Zen. He stared at the battle in the lake and was surprised. He was the first time he saw Wu Dan falling in the wind with people close combat and had to resort to foreign aid. This demon must not be removed. The feather fans waved in and out, and various magic spells displayed them. Every time they waved, Wu Dan was strengthened by 1 point, becoming stronger and stronger. The body covered the defensive aura, and the wounds were quickly recovered. He didn't have any spirit artifact magical artifact from beginning to end. Only a hand fan was shaken, but the various 5 elements magic spells displayed were as simple as eating and drinking, and they were all amazing. Qingshan should not be underestimated. Li Qingshan has worn 5 pieces of magical artifact in the Foundation establishment realm, which has surprised many people. Jia Zen of Golden Core Peak wears more than twice as many magical artifacts. His hands are wearing a ring, a necklace hanging around his neck, a sachet hanging from his waist, a vestment worn on his body, etc. A total of 10 magical artifact, none of which is below middle grade. The feather fan in the hand is even more valuable top grade magical artifact. However, None of these magical artifacts can be used to directly attack enemies like the flying sword. It is all about improving the power of magic spell and the speed of restoring mana. Contrary to Wu Dan, who does not borrow foreign objects, Jia Zhen took the strengths of the human race cultivated to pinnacle. Li Qingshan's brow wrinkled. Sitting still waiting for him is not his character. Wu Dan suddenly cannot suppress him, rushed to Jia Zhen and said, "Don't pity your talisman. It's natural to use it." Jia Zhen spoke, throwing a purple talisman and affixed it to Wu Dan's vest. Wu Dan is full of golden light, forming the first level Vajra incarnation outside, but it is Li Qingshan's long-lost Vajra strength talisman. But this purple talisman is much better than the yellow talisman he first saw. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Jia Zhen, vaguely in the form of Yi Mingzu, but it was dark, without face, holding the darkness of the shape of the dagger in his hand and stabbing the Jia Zhen vest. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 676 Chapter 112 Azure Field, Spider Queen shows up. Jia Zhen has never known how many battles in his life. How can he be attacked successfully without any precautions? In an instant, at least the 5th level defensive aura is flashed on his body, both the body of the magical artifact and the defensive magic spell. Even if Li Qingshan, I am afraid I can't break them with a punch. However, the qualitative dagger, which is based on the shadow, has penetrated several layers of defensive auras silently, letting Jia Zhen feel a glimpse of it, and then wants to dodge but is a step late, feeling a pain in the vest, and the dark edge runs through the heart. With a bang, Jia Zhen, who was stabbed, turned into a wave of water, and his deity moved out of 10 feet. He was shocked and looked at the shadow of the group. His heart was mixed and angry. He almost fell miserably in a very easy task, died under this inexplicable assassination. The assassin's way, originally is to attack it, to weakly win. On the black altar, Yi Mingzu, who was originally crazy and mad, was standing still, as if she had lost her will. At this moment, her mind was all taken out and injected into the shadow of the group. Whether she is in the heart or not, as if to melt in this sweet night, if there is such power, where the world cannot go, but also understand that this power does not belong to her, and cannot last too long. But with such an experience, her chances of breaking through second heavenly tribulation have increased greatly. I heard that there is a medicine pill named Yuan spiritual pill in the world. If you can get one, you have a chance to break through second heavenly tribulation. A brand new realm. Rayleigh. Jia Zhen pointed the fan to the sky in an angry way, and thunderlight roared from the sky. Yi Ming's convergence, the shadow once again blends into the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to move. Jia Zhen looked around with vigilance and couldn't be as impetuous as magic spell. Li Qingshan felt a lot easier. If this is not a wolf, it can be no better to stay away from him. Peng 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 peng. Among the Great Lakes, Wu Dan, who wore Vajra's incarnation, waved his fist and madly bombarded Li Qingshan. Every punch has the power to open the mountain. Ra is the strength of Li Qingshan's body, fierce cowhide, but also the 5 internal organs. Li Qingshan open mouth, a spit, but not a blood, but a fire, to accompany me to see the stars. He laughed and grabbed Wu Dan's shoulder. Behind the gorgeous wings suddenly opened, with Wu Dan rushing to the sky. The light of the moon, and the moon is quietly scattered on the sea of clouds. There is no heavy rain here. Only the thunder light flashed and thunder came from the clouds. Suddenly, the clouds broke open, and 2 huge figures broke through the sea and broke the silence. There is no interruption. Let's talk about it. Li Qingshan punched Wu Dan's face and there was a crack in Vajra's body. Wu Dan flew up on his back and stepped on Li Qingshan's chest. Also here the bones faint. At the same time as the two separated, Wu Dan immediately opened his mouth and made a wolverine. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and screamed a tiger. The two sounds sounded at the same time. staggered and collided in the air. Boom! Thick clouds are being swayed by a big cave. You can see Moon Court Lake that is getting very small. The light of the moon and the moon through the cave opening, sprinkled on the big lake like a rainstorm. Yi Lubo looked up and looked happy. I know that the master will not die, he will not lose. Yi Lucy said, be careful, we help him with Nightwalker God. It is good. So the two concentrated on prayer, injecting its own power into the Black Altar. Nightwalker God, originally a god of respect for the Nightwalker family, was deported to Subterranean World and was no longer allowed to worship Nightwalker God after being ruled by Spider Queen Rose until Yi Lucy reunited the Nightwalker race. Among the classics, restore this faith and build this altar. The altar gathers the power of the whole family in one person, showing amazing power, as if the gods are attached, and the Nightwalker God is coming. Under the control of Yi Mingzu, the shadows wandered in the darkness, surrounded by a circle of Jia Zhen, sometimes close and sometimes far away. Jia Zhen looked around with vigilance and frowned. The sneak attack just ruined a life-saving magical artifact, and the remaining magical artifact could not give him any sense of security. Nightwalker, one of the 7 great eccentrics races, has some doorways. If it's the unusual golden core cultivator, it's already dead. But since that sneak attack didn't kill me, I wouldn't want to hurt me again. Hairless. Jia Zhen suddenly raised his right hand and injected the mana into the ring finger with a gemstone ring. The transparent gem suddenly burst into a ray of light, and the light of the 10 miles of the circle was shining, and the light of the moon and the moon falling down from the sky. In the ray of light, a black shadow flickers and flickers, and it is constantly twisted under the radiance of the light, as if it is trapped in a quagmire. Yin-yang 5 elements, the opposite of each other, magic spell can't be cracked in this world. Jia Zhen said. The white light condensed into a spear in the right hand, and cast it toward the shadow. The shadow of the shadow dagger cut the spear, broken in the air, but its darkness has become thinner. At the end of the day, Nightwalker is still pursuing Assassination Dao, a hit without 1,000 miles. Jia Zhen can't always maintain such a radiant attitude. When there is always a slack, it is an opportunity for an assassin. But a positive confrontation like this is not what it is good at. At this moment, Wu Dan broke through the clouds, descending from the sky, enveloped in the golden body of the whole body, twisted and deformed in many places. And there was a crack on the broken edge. A red man was flying beside him, constantly hitting him, making a loud noise like a big bell. Every time the impact, the golden body collapsed and the cracks were denser. It is Li Qingshan. He recovered the scarlet hair, scarlet eye. He played his own speed to pinnacle. Wu Dan can also fly in the air, but obviously not like the winged Li Qingshan, so flexible. Fighting in the air, almost no effort to fight back. So I rushed down desperately. Wu Dan blinked and saw the Black Altar, and he understood the source of the shadow, so he aimed at Moon Court Water Mansion. Boom! Wu Dan hit the Moon Court Water Mansion and the sound overshadowed everything. The golden body on the body is completely broken, and a few layers of formation are broken. The only form is crumbling at any time on the broken edge. Li Qingshan slammed in the air and took the opportunity to fly to Moon Court Water Mansion. He is single-handed with Wu Dan and seems to have the upper hand, but the situation is already quite bad. Whether it is the wind and the wings or the power of vibration, it is all amazing. It is based on the premise of a large amount of monster chi, and he did not dare to use the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor for defense. Once monster chi runs out, almost all innate divine ability can't be used, even though power can be endless, but it's just a live target and even the danger of losing it. Monster General Realm is his bottleneck after all. He has been waiting for an opportunity to get back to Water God Seal. You can go in and out, and Jia Zhen and Wu Dan can't help him anymore. Block him. Don't let him get Water God Seal. Jia Zhen immediately repelled the shadow that had become very thin. The Fan waved toward Li Qingshan, and a strip of white light wrapped around his hands and feet. Wu Dan turned back and swooped, and the giant claw screamed. Li Qingshan suddenly took out a thing and pointed it at Wu Dan, who laughed. Azure Field. Jia Zhen and Wu Dan talked off at the same time. The bloody vortex spins out of the Azura field. Wu Dan didn't respond, and he broke into the whirlpool and disappeared. Li Qingshan broke the light belt, crossed the existing formation, entered the Moon Court Water Mansion, landed heavily on the sand, and lifted the small red. A shot of his stomach, spit out the water god seal, and glanced between his legs. Mom, it's still a public. Lose me to give you the name of small red is so feminine, and then go with small blue to get the base. Indignantly throw he on the sand. North Moon, it really is you. Jia Zhen looked gloomy and North Moon took back water god seal, which was half lost. What about you, my son? Li Qingshan turned and smiled, swallowing the water god seal in one bite, and the endless feeling of the water spirit infused with the body, flowing through the body. Monster Chi quickly recovered. Happy and happy. Jia Zhen threatened, Azura field belongs to the royal family. You take it for yourself. You know what it is. You have offended Ink Feather, and Ink Sea's Dragon King will not protect you. You are stupid than I thought. Water God Seal belongs to you, Lozi. You take it yourself. You know what is going on. You also offended your grandfather. Your grandmother will not protect you. You ask who your grandfather is? Of course you are my son. You are really better than me. Imagine being stupid. Li Qingshan dismissed the threat of Jia Zhen. Jia Zhen's face changed. Monstrous talent doesn't know how to live. Li Qingshan said, do not talk nonsense. Can you dare to come to Azura field to fight with me? Look at me with an enemy too. Explode your dog's head, or I will blow your dog's head here first. Jia Zhen sneered. Do you think that I am as stupid as you are? With this just made Azura field, I also want to trap Wu Dan. Of course, you can run away. I will be the night walker on this island, and yours. Monster has all the killers. Can you be especially familiar with them? I will have a special treat. That seems I only have to put you in. Murderous aura hostility, like a mountain and a tsunami, broke out from Li Qingshan's body and was ready to go. I am afraid that you don't have this spare power. Jia Zhen's body shape suddenly changed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and finally turned into nearly 100, 4 scattered, and open together. It's really blackmail. Li Qingshan snorted. If divination is performed with Spirit Turtle, it is not difficult to find out the true body of Jia Zhen. But his right hand is behind him and holds Azura field. Jia Zhen said it was good. If it was so simple, it would trap Wu Dan and then kill Jia Zhen alone. He has already started, and the route is originally not going to have a series of battles in front. At this time, Azura field's surface is constantly fluctuating. Wu Dan is in the left and right, and will break through at any time. Instead, he will spend a lot of energy and Monster Chi to control the promotion of Wu Dan by Azura Field. Azura Field has just been remade, as if it were a newborn, and although it has the potential to become a magical treasure, it does not have much combat power. After all, as the prototype of Dragon Battle Arena, it is not used to fight itself. The two stood opposite each other through the only form of formation. Jia Zhen had to wait for Wu Dan to come out, and Li Qingshan was thinking about countermeasures. North Moon, it seems that you are in trouble. Suddenly a familiar voice came. Li Qingshan looked back and saw the Spider Queen Rose in a black tights, standing on the reef not far away, such as blood and lips slightly raised. Completely optimistic show the look is obviously not intended to help. Since you come, you can talk nonsense. Come help. I want to escape and escape. When do you think they will let you go? It will probably do you 100 times. Li Qingshan stunned and walked toward the Spider Queen Rose. As long as the Spider Queen Rose could drag Wu Dan in Azura Field for a while, he could kill Jia Zhen first. He doesn't doubt the capabilities of the Spider Queen Rose, but also the insect race monster Marshall. It is a strong defense against innate divine ability. Wu Dan is fierce, but there is no such thing as bull demon vibration. He wants to kill the Spider Queen Rose. So easy. I didn't expect you to ask me. Why should I help you? What good is it for you? Tell you, I want to see you die. Spider Queen Rose smiled and glamorous, condescending, overlooking Li in front of him. King Shan restored the pride of the queen. Li Qingshan stared at her eyes and licked her lips. Well, if I win, I will do you 101 times to repay your kindness. Spider Queen Rose shocked said, "What? Give me in." Li Qingshan fluttered and flew up, and Azure Field in his hand turned to Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose didn't even think of the enemy. Li Qingshan would still shoot her, and I don't know what Azure Field is all about. Still not responding, immediately disappeared into the bloody vortex. Azure Field's fluctuations immediately subsided. Apparently Wu Dan has received this gift. As for whether they will fight, Li Qingshan is not worried. The Mad Wolf and the Vicious Spider are locked in a cage and there will never be a second result. So he just put Azure Field off and turned around and said to Jia Zhen, "I want to make a bet with you. What are you gambling?" Nearly 100 Jia Zhens spoke together, and the sounds overlapped and echoed. "Betters, there is a person who is a fool." Li Qingshan looked at this one Jia Zhen. "Who are you betting?" "Of course it is a gamble. The dead cannot mind." Li Qingshan fluttered and rushed to the real body of Jia Zhen. These words were only used to determine the true body of Jia Zhen with Spirit Turtle. Among the raging lakes, a tsunami-like wave swelled toward Jia Zhen. As the true master of water god Seal, only Li Qingshan can evoke the true power of gas. Not good. Jia Zhen did not hesitate to use escape magic, and turned into a glimmer of light to the distance. Just for a moment, wait for a moment, Wu Dan killed the monster marshal and rushed out of Azure Field. The two of them joined forces and remained invincible. But between the transitions, I saw the North Moon forced to the front. The speed of flying is no longer under the light. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas. Hey. The collection has finally broken through 60,000, and the recommendation is only more than 2,000. Although there is only one chapter today, there are as many as 4,000 words. You can use it as 2 chapters and 2,000. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 677. Chapter 113, Spider Queen, Spider Queen Rose has come back to the strange space. Glaciers, forests, deserts, all kinds of topography, clear and distinct, pieces are distributed in this vast space. Each piece is exactly the same size. The blood vortex in the sky is constantly rotating. On the glacier in the distance, a black man-wolf with a height of more than 10 feet is screaming and screaming, and a pair of green scorpions look to the Spider Queen Rose. The next moment, the glacier bursts, the snow and the snow splash. The wolf has disappeared. Spider Queen Rose's pupils swelled and looked up at a huge shadow to cover the sky, rushing toward her, and the huge wolf claws screamed. Boom! The sand dunes of Spider Queen Rose were completely flattened and turned into a dust storm. Spider Queen Rose flies backwards with the yellow sand, and she is stunned in the midst of 1,000 miles. The heart is also very shocked. She is so far away from her, she is almost out of date with the dual-purpose innate divine ability. Reaction. The speed and strength of this man-wolf is already equivalent to the top monster marshal. It is not something she can overcome. My heart hates the teeth of North Moon. When the mind was turning, the hurricane struck, a huge wolf head, and opened the mouth of the fangs to bite her. Spider Queen Rose spit, and the spider stretched out to cover the wolf's head, but Wu Dan waved the spider's claw and flew the Spider Queen Rose into a rainforest, breaking dozens of big trees. Only stopped. Spider Queen Rose maintains a defensive posture. The tights of her arms are cracked, revealing the silvery skin. Her silver face, faintly twisted, eyes flashing angry vicious light. No matter who wants to take her in the dead, you have to pay the price. Wu Dan pulled the spider over his head and tore off some black wolf hair. He shot the Spider Queen Rose's wolf claws and was also stained with first-level black toxins. It is spreading all the time. He opened his mouth and bit it, tearing it down by the toxin-infected flesh and blood. The pain made him even more violent rage. Who determined that Spider Queen Rose was the helper of North Moon? To stop him from leaving Azure Field, and he was going to kill it soon. After liberating the beast's soul, his mind has been greatly affected. But the instinct of fighting and killing. But it became more and more sensitive. Spider Queen Rose turned over and looked back at the great banyan tree in the distance. Immediately did not hesitate to go. The forest quickly retreated. It is necessary to use a certain terrain to curb its huge body shape and fight against it on the ground. Once it is caught and bitten, there is no room for resistance. Only the release of all toxins will be followed. She had just started, and the roaring sound in the rear was approaching. I am afraid that I will not be able to use a few breaths and will be caught up. Before she came to the great banyan tree, Monster Chi gathered in the eyes to form a round of secretive beautiful lines. Her eyes lit up. Through the thick bark, I saw the hidden tree holes behind. She jumped and plunged toward a tree hole. Wu Dan also chased the tree, and stretched out the wolf claws to catch her in the air, as if to catch the flies. Spider Queen Rose spit out a line of spider silk, stuck to the tree and pulled hard, and the figure suddenly accelerated. Dangerous to get out of Wu Dan's fingers, while waving the poison whip in his hand to smash the bark and crash into the tree. Not yet relieved, there was a loud noise behind him, and numerous wood chips flew in. A wolf claw was inserted into the tree and grabbed the Spider Queen Rose. Spider Queen Rose was shocked. Release a gossamer and connect yourself to the great banyan tree. Although Wu Dan's power is large, but the thousands of spiders are extremely strong, and they can't be pulled out for a while. Wu Dan was a quirk, and Spider Queen Rose felt that a huge force was added, as if to kill her alive. And she bitterly bit Wu Dan's hand, innocently injecting toxins into it. Great banyan tree trembled fiercely. The blossoming sunflower flew down and felt that the homeland on which it lived was being hit hard. Sunvine woke up and danced again, wandering around Wu Dan. Wu Dan didn't dare to let these Sunvine entangled, violently slammed all the spider silk, smashed Spider Queen Rose out of the tree, and leapt into the distance as soon as he stepped into the tree. Feeling tight, I was entangled in a sunvine, and the sunvine, like a dragon snake, rushed up. His body was suddenly stagnation, but the reaction was extremely fast. The wolf claws waved, and sunvine was cut off. The body flung to the jungle, and a loud bang. I don't know how many trees were overwhelmed, but it was finally separated from sunvine. The scope of the attack. Suddenly feeling the numbness of the right hand, with no effort, the toxins have been deeply invaded. Spider Queen Rose took the opportunity to escape, and fled to the great banyan tree. The vine dance. Boom. Wu Dan held her poisoned right hand and slammed her on her foot. Above the Great Lakes, the torrential rains became more and more fierce. It was no rain, but it seemed to be pouring water from the Dan River and going down to the end of world. The thunder, which was roaring all the time, calmed down and seemed to be ruined by heavy rain. Under the urging of water god Seal, Rolling Water Spirit brought together the rivers of Ruai County, each river, and each lake, bringing up the heaven and earth vision. In the darkness, only two bright lights flashed. Jiazen is covered in a body of aura, derived from yin-yang 5 elements, a variety of powerful defense magic spell. But without any conflict, the aura of various colors merge with each other to form a wonderful harmony, as if it is a fortress that never falls. Ordinary cultivator will be among the yin-yang 5 elements. Choose one to carry out cultivation. Only the ancient cultivator will be simple cultivation of 7. The difficulty is not only 7 times bigger, if not the innate skill. Even start can't do it, let alone cultivation. Golden Call late stage. Jiazen is such a genius, will be Sea King's arms, called Mr. He is not only more powerful than the ordinary Golden Core cultivator, yin-yang 5 elements has a cycle in his within the body. The speed of magic spell is even more amazing, and he knows almost all magic spell. Even the most difficult tricks it can also be easily used, and this magical artifact is just to icing on the cake, a tiger that has grown wings. He is also proficient in divination spell. With his strategy, he has no choice but to take the lead. but the North Moon's life has been hidden, and even he can't peek. When I came to the small place of Ruai County, I was so embarrassed. He did not expect that the hatred of the North Moon was deep in the mountains and seas. Monstrous talent. Do you think you can win me by trapping Wu Dan? I am not trying to win you. I am going to kill you. Li Qingshan grinned, and the gorgeous phoenix wings burned behind him. At the same time, Wind God Wings' innate divine ability was applied. The wind helped the fire and stretched the wingspan. Every dance, the distance was soaring. In this straight pursuit, the speed no longer under escape magic. Two light collide, and in a flash, the radiant light shines, tearing the darkness, and drowning their body shape. Around the black altar, prayer continues, and the shadow that has become thin is slowly recovering. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 678 Chapter 114 May your soul become surer. Bang 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 exclamation mark. In an instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he punched his fists, and he was full of blood. Under the unscrupulous bombardment, the fortress built by 7th level is crumbling, and the shockwave and the aura flash and illuminate, illuminating his handsome wild face. Mooncourt Lake came alive, as if a huge, ferocious beast, squatting on the ground and roaring to the sky. It is also like the army of murderous aura, following the Soul Commander's constant siege. Li Qingshan feels boundless, completely immersed in the passion of battle, and constantly rising, overlooking all the water regions of Ruai County. After refining the waters of the entire Ruai County, he was also the first to use the water god seal to fight his will in the boundless water region. He is the rivers and lakes, surging, or the inspiration of wisdom fruit, or the meaning of boundless in the sea, and a bit more insight into boundless sea art, feeling that he is standing in front of the golden core realm, as your sea pearl is pointing to him beckoning, and moving forward, is another new world. This time, you can take Yuan spiritual pill and hit second heavenly tribulation, but you must win this battle first. Jia Zhen's face is paler, as if to be swallowed up by the great river. In all directions, front and rear, all are whistling water, almost indistinguishable is placed on the great lakes, or in the abyss of the sea. But he is not a target, and every time North Moon attacks, he must still be color. The thunder of the scorpion, the glaring golden light, the constant flashing call sign, do not need to think and judge, just the magic force to give birth to the most powerful magic spell. A brain bombardment on the North Moon, tearing the skin, peeling off flesh and blood. The vital point in the North Moon was severely damaged, and the entire right arm was almost only bones left, which looked miserable. However, it only makes its offensive more and more crazy. And as long as they are not continuously attacked, those tragic injuries will be restored at an extremely fast speed. A flame burns and everything is restored. This is Fire of the Phoenix. He has phoenix blood. Jia Zhen has experienced countless battles in his life. For the first time, he felt that victory was hopeless. He couldn't help but give birth to a thought. Is this monstrous talent not dead? Li Qingshan is not immortal. As long as he crushes his tiger bone and destroys his monster core, he will die. But this is not what a golden core cultivator can do, no matter how innate the golden core cultivator is. Skill is amazingly powerful. With the water god seal as the foundation, he is not afraid of the consumption of monster power, and he can always maintain the spirit turtle dark armor. The injury is not so fierce. However, in the fierce battle, Spirit Turtle and Phoenix have some contradictions and confrontation. So he deliberately did not use Spirit Turtle's innate divine ability, and then let Phoenix continue to recover from the injury to avoid excessive internal friction. It was another big wave from the past, and a shadow that was darker and darker suddenly appeared behind Jia Zhen. It was the Night Walker god who had the shadow of Jia Zhen's surname and was sacrificed. After the prayers of countless Night Walkers, it regained its power and even became more secretive. The weapon in the hand changed from a dagger to a long and narrow sword, such as a moving cloud and flowing water. a smooth sword, and silent. Defend the aura from the layer upon layer and approach his back. After the last sneak attack, Jiazen was always vigilant, flashing a layer of white light on the fan's fan, and turned back to the shadow behind him. Get out. Boom. Light and shadow collided, and if there was a real qualitative sound, the shadow twisted back and became thinner, but it was still not destroyed, but immediately merged into the darkness, waiting silently for the next opportunity. Boom. Li Qingshan took advantage of Jia Zen's distraction. Vibration force urged Pinnacle. A boxing collapsed the outer khaki defensive aura. The remaining 6th level lost the perfect harmony structure, seemingly 6th level, but defense, the ability to detract from more than half, is not limited. Jia Zen's face changed a lot, and she couldn't hold it anymore. She immediately turned into a light and fled to the sky. As for Wu Dan's surname, it is really an old saying, dead fellow Taoist is not dead. Li Qingshan flew up and hugged the wings, tightly draped in the back of the twilight, straight out hundreds of miles away, the convergence of the wings floating in the air. Watching the dawn disappeared into the sky, shaking his head slightly. If Little Un is here, Blood-Sea Banner a roll, you can let this escape. This will not result in any chasing down, but will accidentally fall into the trap of the other party. It is not an easy task to reach their realm and kill the opponent of the same cultivation base. This reflects the important surnames of the magical treasure in the self-contained space, such as Blood-Sea Banner and Azure Field. Moreover, without going to the rescue in Azure Field, Spider Queen Rose will be killed, and she has been able to support it for so long, which has surprised him. 100 birds are in the forest, not as good as a bird. If Wu Dan is allowed to escape, and then Jia Zen will kill the carbine, it will be stupid. So Li Qingshan immediately converges all the breath, rushes into a large river on the ground, enters the underground river, and runs along the river. The ripples on the river have not subsided, and a ray of light flew in. Jia Zen sneaked back, first searched Divine Sense, and Divination, but where can I find Li Qingshan's trace? Brow wrinkles. This time Wu Dan, I am afraid that it is fierce. I am willing to kill Moon Court Lake to kill those night walkers, but I am afraid that I will be confronted with the North Moon. If I am not careful, I may even have a survivor's life. It is not worth the risk of the Night Walker. And the strange shadow of him also made him quite jealous. In Azure Field, the bloody vortex doesn't know when and spins again. Spider Queen Rose's body breaks from the middle waist, plump hips and round legs, or horrible spider belly and furry spider legs. I don't know where to go. Only the upper body was lying on the grassland, and Monster Chi was exhausted. Although Wu Dan couldn't step on her, let her run away. It's a left, right and right-handed, with the great banyan trees topography, but under Wu Dan's overwhelming power, it was quickly caught up, and it didn't go through such a fierce confrontation. It became so. Of course, Wu Dan also paid a price for this. The right hand that was soaked in toxins had to be smashed. Although it was regenerated immediately with a powerful body, it also took a lot of power and took a breathe there. The green eyes gradually became a frenzy. Dead. Wu Dan snorted and the paws were taken to Spider Queen Rose. North Moon, you can't die. Spider Queen Rose snorted and prepared for the self-detonation monster core, and the black rainstorm fell from the sky. Wu Dan's wolf claws hung in the air. A familiar figure appeared in front of the Spider Queen Rose, supporting the big wolf claws with one hand, and smiled back. You are all right. Seeing that she is so miserable is also somewhat unbearable, but I want to come to my excitement. This is the end. Li Qingshan thought that Spider Queen Rose would swear, or vicious cursed, but she heard her weakness and weakness, save me. Cannot help but reveal a strange color, then smiled. That is, of course, you are my woman, Banshee. As soon as he turned his mind, Spider Queen Rose and her broken lower body were sent outside Azure Field. North Moon. Wu Dan roared, the wind blew his face, and the wolf claws roared. Li Qingshan's body became bigger and bigger, reaching more than 20 feet. He was hard pressed by his claws, and there were several fierce claw marks on his chest. He didn't care. He looked down at Wu Dan and shuddered with metal. The voice said, "Wu Dan, your death is here." Wu Dan recovered a trace of waking from the frenzy, suddenly some uneasiness, smelling the breath of death, leaping back sensitively, staring at Li Qingshan. From his eyes, it has been seen that only one person can live in this battle. Down. There is no second possibility. This is what you forced me, don't regret it. Li Qingshan stepped forward, the iron hooves stepped down, and the earth shook a little. Come on. Wu Dan gave a desperate roar. After reaching the apex, he threw away all fear and despair. It seemed to crack the last chain. He completely liberated the beast soul, letting the beast soul swallow his soul, and could no longer restore the shape of human race. The back arched high and the arms stretched almost to the ground. At this time, Wu Dan was more like a wolf. After this absolute sacrifice, it was absolute power, and the breath was soaring. It was close to the power of the king. Li Qingshan cracked his mouth and smiled with excitement and yelled, "Come on!" Murderous aura is boiling, fighting intent rising, in the sky. The blood vortex accelerates and rotates. The tiger whistle and the wolf at the same time. Li Qingshan and Wu Dan flew at the same time, collided in the air and fell on the ground. In an instant, the fists are coming and the blood is splashing. The two people's postures are like human beings, like beasts and beasts, like the witches of the wilderness era, conquest each other on the wasteland. A roar, the earth cracked and collapsed, like a drum that was knocked. The bloody vortex seems to be one-eyed, satisfied with this scene. This nascent Azura field, along with their battle, bit by bit perfected, more Azura descended from the sky. First the ordinary Azura, and then there was an Azura general. They all looked at the battle between the two, and the look on their faces was intoxicated. Their fighting skills may not match the real Azura martial, but this almost unrelenting fight is another decidedly different gesture. Wu Dan's offensive was like Li Qingshan, but he was not hurt, but he didn't die. Water God Seal supported his monster chi. Earth Divine Power supported his strength and stared at the storm. The attack, mudly moving forward. After Wu Dan's power reached peak, he couldn't help but decline. No matter how powerful the strength of the beast soul is, it is not endless. In the end, Li Qingshan ran a pair of bull horns through Wu Dan's chest, picked it up, and fell to the ground. The iron hoof was heavy on his chest, the bones were broken and the chest collapsed. At this time of death, Wu Dan recovered a trace of wisdom, no fear, no mercy, and said 3 words, "You won." May your soul become Shura. Q. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 679 Chapter 115 Spirit Turtle Warning, Fated Tribulation. A tall, rocky black mountain. The 4 characters Myriad Beast Mountain Village are filled with 100 feet. On the top of the cliff is a faintly embossed totem of various beasts, from the common birds and beasts to the legendary spirits and animals. Roar. A roaring vibration mountain full of wild surnames and anger. All birds and beasts trembled. A hairy, majestic old man like a lion, appears on the edge of a cliff overlooking Verdant Province. Who killed Wu Dan? Li Qingshan suddenly felt a deep chill at the moment of killing Wu Dan, and Spirit Turtle also issued a strong warning sign. Even without divination by Spirit Turtle, he can guess that killing Wu Dan has provoked a terrifying figure, and that character is what he can't fight now. Master, Beast King. After chewing these 2 words, he left it behind, and with the deepening of the understanding of Spirit Turtle, the signs of good fortune and misfortune became more and more sensitive. Although this is a fated tribulation, it is not imminent. Beast King is killed by Wu Dan. It is always known from Jia Zhen to know who the murderer is and then to feel Verdant Province from Dragon Province. In a killing intent, there is still a line of life. Even if you can't beat it, can't you escape? In short, it is a blessing that is not a curse. It is a curse to hide, but it does not make people worry. Li Qingshan stretched out and looked at the bloody vortex of the sky. I wonder if Wu Dan's soul has already been attributed to Azura Path, or was swallowed up by the beast soul and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Looking down at the palm, a grey-black golden core, with a black wolf's totem, a wild name stepping out of Azura Field. It's more than a decade deep into Subterranean world. A small river flows through the darkness, and Spider Queen Rose is lying naked on the riverbank not far away. Although it is extremely weak, the injury has basically recovered. Only there is a blood mark that has not healed at the waist. For her body, Fister, Monster Marshal, this kind of injury can't save her surname. But no doubt it can be considered a heavy blow. Even the scarlet lips faded a bit of blood. Spider Queen Rose looked at him. You won again. Oh, thanks to you. Open your mouth. Li Qingshan walked over to grab her back, took out a banyan tree trunk, squeezed it hard, and dripped the milky white sap into her mouth. Soon, the injury on her body was completely restored, and her lips were a little more bloody. She always stared at him with a strange look. I understand that Golden Cicada Spirit King is looking at him differently, even appears on his body. There is something different from the ordinary monster. Let him from her little monster general. Until today. Spider Queen Rose recovered a few monster chi. Li Qingshan patted her cheek. Okay. Go back. Spider Queen Rose suddenly grabbed his neck. Have you forgotten something? Okay. You said that if you win, you will do it. Now you win. Spider Queen Rose licked his lips and said in a low tempted voice. Li Qingshan and Spider Queen Rose have also had many times, but they are all strong. She can't resist half a half. For the first time, he was so eager to ask for joy. He couldn't help but smile. This also meant that she no longer thought about revenge and completely accepted his existence. I can't talk about love, nothing more than agree with the strong, obey the strong, but for Li Qingshan, it is enough. Pinching her chin, smiled. Fortunately, you are not too stupid, otherwise I am afraid that I will kill you one day, so it is not too wasteful. The reason why he didn't kill Spider Queen Rose was that the monsters couldn't kill each other with each other. Later, they took into account the face of Golden Cicada Spirit King. As for the quickest meaning of his love, it was not the most important reason. A woman is also a banshee. There is a lot of things in the world. Even if he is lascivious, he will not hang on this tree, let alone beauty is not the greatest pursuit for him. When his strength becomes stronger, he can ignore this kind of rule. If she is still looking at him with that kind of hateful look, he may pay a smile, not in the heart, or may turn his mind and turn the old account of the past. Counting the calculations, the hand is falling. That day will not come. Spider Queen Rose took the initiative to look up and kiss his lips. Li Qingshan raised her hand to block her lips. I still have something to do. And you will go back and wait for me to be lucky. Right? Don't forget to hide deeper, the storm is not over yet. After sending Spider Queen Rose, Li Qingshan's face faded and he immediately returned to Moon Court Lake. The rainstorm was still pouring, and the waves were still ups and downs, but it was not so intense. In the distant past, I saw the last few layers of formation. And I also enveloped the Moon Court Water Mansion. I was relieved that he was most worried about Jia Zhen's return and the death at Moon Court Water Mansion. Although there is no special affection for Nightwalker, the sisters of Yi Liusu are still very concerned. This time fighting, they performed well. If it wasn't for the shadow attack twice, Jia Zhen would not escape so quickly. He would be a little embarrassed. On the black altar, Yi Mingzu still closed his eyes and stood in the middle of the altar. The shadow was around her. I didn't know what the situation was. I didn't dare to disperse this Nightwalker god. The Nightwalker, with all the weak cultivation bases around, has already fainted to the ground, that is, those strong Nightwalker, and some are faltering. Yi Mingzu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shot toward the foothills of the mountains. The shadows blended into the darkness, appeared behind Li Qingshan. The sword in his hand was ready to go. Seeing that he stopped the action, Yi Ming's busy. The host. Other Nightwalkers saw the scarlet hair, scarlet eye, but they also showed their joy, let alone Yi Liusu and Yi Lubo. In any case, the fate of this region's Nightwalker has been linked to him. and it is indeed through his hands that they are freed from Spider Queen Rose to survive under the stars. In fact, the main reason is that Li Qingshan is too busy. There is really not much time to oppress them. If he is as boring as Spider Queen Rose, he probably wants to enjoy the decadent life of the ruling class. At best, she is not so perverted. Li Qingshan slightly decapitated, and Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo smiled and said, "It's all done well. Everyone here today will have a reward." Going to the black altar, gently tapping, the material of the altar seems to be the block of obsidian is carved with singular power. Also to Yi Mingzu, "You are about to break through second heavenly tribulation." "Yes, Master." "This is Yuan's spiritual pill, which is used when human race breaks through second heavenly tribulation. I don't know if it works for Night Walker." Li Qingshan took it away. Yi Mingzu took Yuan's spiritual pill, and his face was full of surprises. "Thank you. The owner rewards. I want to take this down now." Although after the battle, the spirit is a little tired, the strength of Night Walker God is still in her within the body. The will is unprecedented strength. This is undoubtedly a godsend opportunity with you. Li Qingshan also wanted to see the scene of second heavenly tribulation and prepare for the next transcending tribulation. Yi Mingzu immediately took Yuan's spiritual pill and sat down on the altar. The shadow of her body gradually dissipated, and her own power emerged, covering her body. A thunderous thunder. The thunder descended from the sky. Night walkers have retreated to the surrounding hills. On the best mountain peak, Li Qingshan smiled at Yi Lusu and Yi Lubo. "I haven't seen it for a long time. This time you made a credit and wanted me reward you?" Yi Lubo said with sadness. "I have forgotten about you as a master." Others say that it is a lack of skill. The master has both a real body and a clone, but he does not know to come see us. "I don't reward anything. I am not good. As long as you owe me something." "What do I owe you?" "Ah, master, you forgot. I want children." Yi Lubo is about to look like she is crying. "Well, go back and live." Li Qingshan promised to let Yi Lubo smile, his arms clenching his waist, as if he was afraid of escape. Li Qingshan asked again, "What about you, Lusu?" "I don't dare to ask for anything. As long as you are half-hearted, you will be satisfied." "I don't know which one is easier than the birth of a child." Yi Lusu turned back and smiled, and a pair of stars stared at his eyes. Li Qingshan raised her eyebrows and laughed. Her sister's dissatisfaction was much bigger than her sister's. She bowed her lips and kissed her lips. "Sorry, I have a little more. I have killed an opponent this time, but his master is Beast King of Dragon Province. I will probably come to trouble soon. I can't stop." Yi Lusu was greatly moved. I didn't expect him to explain and even apologize to her so sincerely. With his strength, he didn't need to put her thoughts on his heart. He said, "You have given me enough. I am but can't help you, but I am always concerned about you, and in any case, everything belongs to you." "Sister?" Yi Lubo under amazement. Yi Lusu looked dizzy and bowed his head. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Do you want to give you a child too?" "As long as you want." Yi Lusu turned her head and looked forward to the mountain valley. The flashing thunder light kept illuminating her face and gradually worried. "Mother, can she transcending tribulation succeed in this area of Night Walker? I don't know how many years have passed the strong transition of second heavenly tribulation. One is that Night Walkers kill each other. Once such a genius appears, other clans will try to kill them. Then there is the suppression of Spider Queen Rose, something that other clans can't do. She can call it into the Spider City in one sentence to swallow it. Finally, without the magical medicine pill like Yuan's spiritual pill, it is not an easy task to break through the second heavenly tribulation by its own strength. Reassure, if she is not confident, she will not choose transcending tribulation now. At the point of view of Li Qingshan's observation, the power of second heavenly tribulation is not particularly terrifying. At least he feels that he will not have any problems. Of course, this self-confidence is built on his incredibly powerful body. Although Yi Mingzu is not so strong, but the bottleneck has been stuck for so many years, the foundation of accumulation is extremely deep, And Yuan's spiritual pill has played a role for her. Sure enough, when the last thunder fell, Yi Mingzu still stood on the black altar, filled with joy. Everyone returns to subterranean world. No, come to me. Li Qingshan suddenly made a loud voice, looking at the direction of Dragon Province. His fated tribulation came. Come fast. Q. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 680 Chapter 116, Beast King, Spirit Turtle. The rain stopped, and the clouds were still thickly covered in heavens. The eastern sky, the morning light through the cloud screen. Unconsciously, the night passed and the dawn came. The cool wind sways the red hair and the wetness of the rain and fog that has never been exhausted. This is a comfortable morning. Li Qingshan stands alone on the highest mountain of Moon Court Water Mansion, staring solemnly at the sky in the north, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a breath appeared in the northern sky, violently tearing the clouds and letting the sun shine. It is also a suffocating sensation through the swell of breath. After Jiao escape, I immediately passed the incident to Sea King, then to Beast King, and got the name and appearance of the enemy. Beast King immediately set off and killed from Dragon Province. The orangey-eyed eyelids are like beasts, and for a moment they lock the figure of the Scarlet Hair, and the word North Moon on his head. There is no mistake. Boom. The air burst, the wind blew, and a white round of ripples ignited in the void. Beast King screamed in front of Li Qingshan, and the entire island trembled and countless buildings collapsed. Li Qingshan held his breath and stepped back, examining the Beast King. He looks like he is in his 50s, his body is taller than ordinary people, his nose is tall and wide, his eyes are stunned, his mouth is squatting down, but he is a real bloody mouth, like an old lion. Between the hopes, there is the prestige of the king of the beast. He does not hide the breath of his body. The anger is like a volcano that is about to erupt, and Iki is about to be destroyed. Although it is barely a defeat to the king, but it is the power of a collection of unknown people, taking advantage of the time and place, and finally shattered the space to kill Corpse King. However, Li Qingshan later estimated that if it was normal, a near-known duel with Corpse King, even if his current strength has been much stronger than that, even if there is Water God Seal, the final result is still mortal. Undoubtedly. Unless he saw him far away, he immediately flicked his wings and fled. Only have a chance to escape life. There is a huge power gap between the two realms, which is not easy to cross. And in front of Beast King, I am afraid it will be better than Corpse King. Beast King is also looking at the North Moon, and there aren't many people who can keep calm before his anger, and the smell from him is not strong enough to kill Wu Dan. This made him somewhat confused. You killed Wu Dan? Like a lion's low voice. Not bad. Li Qingshan said calmly. Do you dare to stay here? At least look. What is my enemy like? By the way, verify some things. Now you see it. Can you be ready to die? I will make your soul into a beast soul. Beast King took another step forward, and the huge momentum of the landslide and tsunami. Li Qingshan smiled. I won't die in your hands. The voice didn't fall, and a thick hand tied his throat, so he couldn't get any response, and he still had the afterimage of Beast King standing in place. Li Qingshan said to himself, it seems that others are not worthy of relying on only their own strength. It is truly powerful. The body suddenly stirred up, like a ripple, the light and shadow twisted, and then completely broken and disappeared. This is just the clone. He stayed here. He will not be stupid to the deity to stay here, waiting for Beast King to kill. When he felt that fated tribulation was coming, the crisis came from the north. Make a decision immediately, that is to escape. As the saying goes, 36 counts go to the top. And Spirit Turtle's true meaning is to evade disasters and hide hidden shapes. To put it bluntly, it is to shrink the tortoise, so that no one can find it. No matter how powerful the enemy is, there is no way to take him. Leave mirror image clone here, one to see what Beast King looks like, and then take a look at Inksee's Dragon King's reaction. It doesn't make sense to say that only Wu Dan can kill North Moon. North Moon can't kill Wu Dan, or it will be retaliated to death. Ink sees Dragon King, the king of this verdant province monster race. Also the protector of all monster races in nominal terms. If his monster marshal monster general is killed by human race's strong great cultivator, it is his dereliction of duty. But in the end, Ink sees Dragon King didn't appear, which explains a lot of problems. On the Moon Court Lake, the Ink sees Dragon King couldn't be ignorant. Beast King was violently killed from the Dragon Province. But the Ink sees Dragon King in Verdant Province did not arrive in time. Perhaps there is no ability, perhaps no will, and there is only one conclusion. Ink sees Dragon King is not worthy of cuddling. North Moon, no matter where you flee, the old man will kill you and make it a beast soul. A roar, blowing clouds screen, Beast King a boxing on the foot of the mountain. Boom! A black crack spread across all sides. The entire island was torn apart, collapsed into Moon Court Lake, and Water Mansion was completely destroyed. At this moment, Li Qingshan is walking deep in the subterranean world. In order to hide his tracks, he does not even spread the wings. It is just a light and fast Mercedes-Benz, with a smile on his face. Feel the slight vibration from afar. The subtle sands know that So fell from the top of the head. More converging breath slowed down the speed of running, silently running the spirit turtle monster core. The only thing he was worried about was that he was locked in with divination spell. With the cultivation base of Beast King, you would find a very powerful divination, and you must be careful. Fortunately, Spirit Turtle has expertise in this area. After taking Wisdom Fruit, he has a deeper understanding of the use of this power, but he does not have to worry too much. But the North Moon is temporarily abandoned. Deep into the intricate underground cave, as if the Spirit Turtle slowly sneaked into the sea, no one could find his trail. Lian Mountain, a small, inconspicuous cave with a stream flowing into it. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dark subterranean world, which is black, and has a bronzed face. The sun is shining brightly, and all the trees are green. A white figure winds the snow, sitting on a rock near the creek not far away, looking at him like a smile. The black-haired long-haired waterfall usually falls from her beautiful cheeks and falls down to the waist. It flutters in the wind. Compared with the past, the dress is more romantic, but it is difficult to use charm and the like feminine vocabulary to describe, perhaps because she is always so confident and calm. Perhaps because she did not see herself as a woman. Li Qingshan glimpsed in the heart and stepped forward. Sea Commander Gu Yanying said, "Qingshan, younger brother, your misfortunes are not small." Li Qingshan had a handful of expressions and made a helpless expression. "The world is compelling." Gu Yanying said, "I see you are happy." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I have an old saying in my hometown, life is like rape. If you can't resist, then enjoy it." Gu Yanying said, "It's not like what farmers in Crouching Bull Village would say, and it's not you, but Wu Dan." Li Qingshan said, "I hope he enjoys this last battle." "Well, you are waiting for me here. I don't want to hear me say these things." Gu Yanying raised two fingers. "Two things. One is that after you left, the king of the beasts rushed into subterranean world, killing the Night Walker and monster. And Ink sees Dragon King let him go back to Dragon Province. This old beast is very obedient, unless he wants to die in Verdant Province. Ink sees Dragon King can kill him." Li Qingshan was shocked. The strength of Beast King was what he saw with his own eyes. The higher the realm, the harder it is to kill. To kill Beast King, unless the power is far stronger than him. "I don't think there is any problem. My king is mighty." Li Qingshan couldn't help but make a new comment on the power of Ten Sides Monster King, which was named Ten Sides Monster King thousands of years ago, and after thousands of years of accumulation, each is a horrible old monster. Gu Yanying said, "Ink sees Dragon King has issued an order to let North Moon go to Ink Sea to see him." Li Qingshan said, "Do you think North Moon should go?" "I don't think North Moon will go." "Yes, I haven't heard of it." Li Qingshan smiled, nodded. He would never be willing to put his life in safety, all in the mood of a strong, and most hate to play the role of the courtier. There are so many secrets on him that he may not be able to get through the eyes of Dragon King. Of course, He can also send a clone to Ink Sea. But such rude behavior is only irritating to Ink Sea's Dragon King. Not every Monster King is as peaceful as the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Great Banyan Tree King. So the best way is to simply not hear about it. Guyanyin said, there is still the second thing. Dixia has an official signature for venerating Heaven Overseer. I know their supervisors. It is a confused old man's house, but it is also the most powerful of 9 provinces. School of Yin Yang. Venerating Heaven Overseer has a magical treasure called Venerating Heaven Platform, up to 100 feet, collecting Yin Yang 2, 5 elements elite, extraterrestrial meteor refining. As long as the old man is on top, divination is almost omniscient, and Jiazen happens to have something to do with him. This is the most worrying thing about Li Qingshan. Frowning, venerating Heaven Overseer, venerating Heaven Platform. The old man is not easy to use divination, and will not use the venerating Heaven Platform at will. Just relying on Jiazen can still say no, but if you add Beast King, seeking Imperial Prince, and the royalty get back to Azura Field's wishes, let him go to the venerating Heaven Platform and count on someone. This is really bad. This is a set of small 5 elements that reverses the forming and can confuse the secret. For at least 3 months, don't leave the scope of the forming, plus your own divine ability means, you can probably cross the sky. Right, enter Azura Field. Can also play a certain effect. Guyanyin gave a set of formation to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was silent. I bought it with you, and our debts are clear. Such a set of forms that interfere with the strongest school of yin-yang divination is definitely worth the price. What is more precious is the message, she reminded. If the position is calculated without knowing it, even Li Qingshan's identity is likely to be exposed. When you raise your hand, we have an appointment, and it is also appropriate to take care of each other. If you are killed, who will do what I promised? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. The monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 681 Chapter 117 Guyanyin disappeared into the sky. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and returned to the King Xiao Immortal Cave. After several years of collection of 8 gold locks, the spiritual chi in the Immortal Cave became very rich, perhaps not comparable. A first-class cultivation Immortal Cave, but it is also a good place for cultivation. Under the small 5 elements reverse position, the heavens became reversed and chaotic. Li Qingshan just let go of their heart, and then entered Azura Field, appearing in front of his eyes, still a dense rainforest, a big tree towering. Master. One night walker was busy in the rainforest and saw Li Qingshan bowing. As soon as the shadows floated, Yi Mingzu appeared in front of him, wearing a traditional black armor of Night Walker, which could not cover her mature body, but its existence was as thin and vague as a silhouette, giving off a dark and unclear atmosphere. It seems to be integrated into the dark at any time. Congratulations to you. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. In the depths of the jungle, there are more night walkers and monster. Yi Liusu and Yi Lubo feel his breath and come together. Millipede climbs on a big tree, and small red and small blue are soaked in a forest pond. When Spirit Turtle is on the way to fated tribulation, all of Li Qingshan's night walkers are brought together and sent to Azura Field, leaving Mirror Image Clone, and the deity returns to Subterranean World. As much as possible to each encounter Night Walker. Monster is included in Azura Field and leaves before the arrival of Beast King. With Azura Field's range of hundreds of miles, it is not a problem to accommodate them. The only trouble is the impact of Azura Path's killing ideas. It is not the normal Night Walker and monster that can resist, and it is easy to fall into frenzy. Even if Li Qingshan is the owner of Azura Field, this effect cannot be eliminated, so Azura Field will no longer be Azura Field. But there is still a Pure Land, which is the extent of the Great Banyan Tree King's canopy. Under the power of the Great Banyan Tree King, even the power of the Azura Path can't invade it. It is like a green cloud canopy. Big enough. All night walkers and monster are concentrated under the tree. But at the same time, I dare not be too close to the tree. Monster, who has been smashing, tried the power of Sunvine. It's the gift of the master. Yi Mingzi respectfully said that although he successfully passed the second heavenly tribulation, he still dared to have the slightest scorn in front of him. Although he had previously succeeded in transcending tribulation, he was expelled and he was in charge of the Nightwalker race. The idea of power. But after going through the battle at Mooncourt Lake, I ended up thinking about it. His strength is strong. More on her mind, it is not an opponent who can win by assassination. In addition, he is actually not interested in the rule of Nightwalker. Now Yi Lucy is in power, and her mother is also in power, so she can't take the risk. Yi Lucy said, Master, I want to entrust the things of Nightwalker to my mother and concentrate on cultivation for a while. Well, I said that you should not spend too much energy on trivial matters. It is only natural that the rule of the strongest is. Yi Mingzi, you will continue to be your matriarch and rule the Nightwalker race from today. Thank you for your master. Yi Mingzi was overjoyed, and the desire for power has gone deep into the bone marrow. How do you feel about this place? Li Qingshan said. Very good. According to the classics, Nightwalker lives in such a forest before entering subterranean world. Li Qingshan looked up. This is not the jungle of the day. Under the shadow of the great banyan tree canopy, it seems more and more dark, like the late night. It seems to be very suitable for Nightwalker life, so I asked the great banyan tree king, fellow Taoist. Does Mist Province also have Nightwalker? A lot of them live in my shade. Great banyan tree made of vicissitudes of old voices, and many Nightwalkers were shocked. When they first saw such a giant wood, they were surprised, to say nothing. I didn't expect this big tree to be a monster with will. Even Yi Mingzi. Open your eyes. Li Qingshan said, this is the great banyan tree king, one of the 10 sides monster king. Of course, this is just one of his clones. Great Banyan Tree King. Yi Mingzi impressive famous 10 sides monster king, who doesn't know, Inxi's Dragon King, who ruled Verdant Province, has always been a legendary figure in her eyes. I didn't expect to see one today, and I added a bit to my heart. Or, Li Qingshan asked again, I want to remove these sun vines so that they can live safely under your shade. Fellow Taoist can? I am just a tree. I don't have to ask my thoughts, but the roots have been intertwined with the roots. It is not easy to remove the roots. Then I will try it. Li Qingshan smiled confidently, stepped forward, and her body became more than 20 feet tall, and a series of sunvine madly entangled. He was so tempted that he was completely immersed in the golden sunvine, and every sunvine desperately absorbed his monster chi with the body. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing. Li Qingshan instantly suppressed all the monster chi convergence, just like freezing the sea. And Sunvine was still in the air. Bull Demon Vibration. Li Qingshan transformed Monster Chi into the power of Bull Demon Vibration and released it from the whole body. Sunvine instinctively absorbed all the vibration power and nothing left. Li Qingshan was unmoved, and the force of vibration continued to be released. Gradually, Sunvine fluctuated and seemed to have reached a certain limit, and suddenly collapsed and turned into a crush. The yellowish sap contained in it splashed in all directions, and it was like a heavy rain. The spiritual chi contained in the juice is full of enthusiasm. Li Qingshan has a long sigh of relief, just like a baptism. The exhaustion after the battle is eliminated, and the whole person is completely renewed. The surrounding rainforest, which has been subjected to the rain of this spiritual rain, has also grown wildly. The Nightwalker and the monster have also jumped into the canopy to enjoy the bathing from the sky. Because of its instinct, Sunvine even shattered the most subtle roots in the deep buried soil and removed it. Maybe one day, I can grow up again, but I am afraid it will take a long time. Under the auspices of Yi Mingzi, the Nightwalkers built their homes in the roots of the tangled roots under the great banyan tree. Li Qingshan stood on the great banyan tree, overlooking the busy Nightwalker below, and looking at Azure Field's border. I couldn't help but feel that I could only sleep in the cowshed. What a cramp! Now I have a few hundred miles of private territory, really like a world. However, the past difficulties are not worth lamenting, because he hasn't been able to see it until now. The green bull that has been with him for more than a decade has been a huge monster. I am waiting for you at above the 9 heavens, waiting for you to be with me. He is in the sky. Is Azure Path high, above the 9 heavens? I am afraid it is even more far away. Don't bow to anyone, anything, because you used to ride on my back. This statement is inscribed in the heart. He took out the long-lost bamboo flute, put it on his lips. Some unfamiliar playing, not a pleasant flute sounding in the wind. Great Banyan Tree King listened in silence. He has heard countless sweet music, but he has never heard such a flute. That is to climb out of the well, look at world's wild vision, is turned into a star, dream. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, the recommended ticket is over 400,000. Happy, thank you all. The number of words will soon be 2 million, and the click will soon exceed 5 million. Every time you break through a bottleneck, you will be closer to the goal of looking at it. Then you understand that you are still on the road. This book has to be written very long, so everything just started, and your support is my driving force. Ask for recommendations, ask for monthly passes. Let us move on. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 682. Chapter 118. Heavenly tribulation comes again. Bohai beads. As soon as the flute sounds, the sky is bleak. Azure Field has once again been promoted and broken, and the bloody vortex in the sky gradually dissipates, revealing a reddish sky, waiting for the next life and death showdown. Li Qingshan is preparing to leave Azure Field, preparing to retreat cultivation and break through the golden core realm. Suddenly I felt a hot gaze and looked at him from below. Yi Mingzi finding the right place to stabilize the cultivation base. Yi Luxiu directs everyone to rebuild their homes. Everyone has a job, but from time to time they will raise the head and look into the depths of the canopy. Only Yi Lubo sat on his knees, his eyes blinking at him for a moment, listening to the flute, like listening to the sound of the fairy. It is not so much the feeling of men and women, but rather the look of deity. Li Qingshan smiled and leapt down from the great banyan tree. Phoenix wings patted it gently, stroked a beautiful arc, swept over the rainforest, hugged her in her arms and flew to the distant mountains. It seems that it is time to complete my promise. Li Qingshan bowed and smiled at her in her arms. Master. Yi Lubo was pleasantly surprised and hugged him. Or call my name. But I like to call your master. That's also with you. Yi Luxi looked up at them flying away from the great banyan tree, flying away from the rainforest, feeling sour and happy for Yi Lubo. In the end, it was relieved to listen to him playing the flute. He felt more and more distant from each other and would be farther and farther. He would never belong to a woman. The wind whispered, and Yi Lubo knew the strangeness of this world, but in his arms, it was unprecedented tranquility, and there was an indescribable joy. No matter what, the eyes were somewhat blurred. Flying through the dusty desert, the Azuras are fighting, and several Shura will be fighting for each other's status. Seeing Li Qingshan passing by the sky, they have stopped the weapons and stood up. That battle has made them understand who is the well-deserved master here. Li Qingshan smiled and saluted them with a military ceremony, and then looked at those Azura who also gave a similar gift, and could not help but smile and continue to fly forward, and went straight to the front of the snowy mountain to stop. Gently fall at the foot of the mountain, where you can see the big lake in the distance. Do you like it here? Like. Yi Lubo bit his lip, breathing a little, and his body began to get hot. Li Qingshan placed her on the white snow and gently stroked her face with her fingers. After falling down again, the armor was silently cracked, the fullness of the crisp chest jumped out, the microwave moved, and continued to slide down, and the skirt was also split. Her beautiful ketone body is completely visible in front of her eyes, leaving only a pair of boots. The beautiful pattern of the night walker stretches out, and the dark blue skin and the white snow form a very vivid reflection. Yi Lubo looked at him like a lamb, looking forward and helpless, muttering, Master. Li Qingshan didn't have much urgency for this unreservedly dedicated pet to him. Teasing her with fun and patience, the index finger passes between the chest and chest, until the delicate navel, a gentle poke. Yi Lubo trembled. A sweet low-pitched, rounded thigh overlaps each other. Slightly rubbing. Li Qingshan did not think that she was so easy to be emotional, and laughed. It is really lascivious. Yi Lubo, am I feeling wronged? All our masters. No, don't talk back. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed her index finger at her lips, and immediately fell into the warmth. She held her fingers on her head, and the silky tongue entwined. It seemed to taste something delicious. The eyes were full of joy, that is, warm and careful, as if the most fanatical believers were pleasing their gods. Li Qingshan felt a hot desire, and the caress became fierce. She played hard and played a soft, honey-handedly into her body and found that it was more humid than her sandal mouth. She only heard a scream in her mouth. Moan, master, is full of desire. So Li Qingshan did not hesitate and leaned over. The joy of love has not completely dissipated, and has returned to the dark mountain belly. Li Qingshan shook his head and made a deep breath, then burned, bathed, changed clothes, and calmed, and prepared for the fullest. Sitting cross-legged and closing your eyes, the experience of this time, starting from the 9 prefectures combat challenge until killing Wu Dan, everything that happened during this time, fighting, speech, hatred, gratitude, hostility, goodwill. The scene is drawn from the front and contains all the people and things. Anger and joy, helplessness and eagerness stirred his heart at the same time. His eyes gradually calmed down like water, let it all precipitate, perhaps because of taking wisdom fruit. God's God transformation is particularly clear. In the end, all the people and things are gone. Only the spiritual chi in the Danshan Chi Sea is floating, but it is just a stone's throw. The time is ripe. It is time to step out of this step. He took out a Yuan spiritual pill, took it, and refining it. A strange singularity with the body. The originally calm Danshan Chi Sea, suddenly unstable, and the sea of consciousness also tumbling, as if to spread the bigger and farther, as if to gather, condense Bohai as in a bead. The two feelings are completely contradictory and extremely coordinated. Let Li Qingshan peep into the existence of that heavy path. He quietly runs boundless sea art, but he is not in a hurry to break through, silently understanding the medicinal properties of Yuan spiritual pill, and the true meaning of the sea. After a while, the medicine dissipated. The first Yuan spiritual pill was wasted, and even the golden core cultivator would feel extravagant, but he just took the second Yuan spiritual pill and did not take it immediately. Just sitting quietly, letting time pass, passing by. Suddenly, the little 5 elements was reversed by the inexplicable power and worked hard. However, even this wonderful formation can't stop the exploration of that power, bit by bit through the chaos like a labyrinth of fate. Pointing to himself, he held his breath and let Spirit Turtle dive deeper, hide in the sea, shrink into the tortoise shell, and become self-contained. After that force passed through the formation, there were some lack of success, and it took a long time to explore. After all, it failed to grasp the slightest flaws and had to return without success. Dragon Province, venerating heaven platform glows with shimmering, engraved with sun and moon stars on all sides, changing day by day. At the top is a big gossip figure, the center is sitting in the old man with a feather crown and a crane hair. After a while, the old man opened his eyes, which was dark and black. But there was no Baron, but it was as clear as a secluded pool. Reversed image, he said to himself, the ignorant person, the little 5 elements is upside down. If you want to divination, you can't do it. At least you can determine its location. But that would cost a lot of money. The Beast King's stag ghost is not qualified enough to let him do this. If Sea King died, it would be almost the same. However, I can't count you. Can't you think that this little 5 elements is upside down? The old stars in the sky are shining together. The little 5 elements is reversed as a form to deal with divination. It does not have any ability to defend against enemies. It is not a common form, but its value is quite high. People who own it are not many. For the big school of yin-yang like him, this kind of protection is also a clue and flaw. After a moment, a figure emerged in his eyes. From vague to clear, it was Ge Yanning, who smiled at him and bowed his hand. This girl. The old man shook his head and got up and walked down the Venerating Heaven platform. At the moment of leaving the Venerating Heaven platform, his tall figure suddenly collapsed, and the clear eyes became cloudy. Even the ruddy face was faint down. A lot of folds and gullies were born out of thin air, and the hands were behind them, walking slowly, like a mortal. Beast King, Sea King, and Jiazen, 3 people waited under the Venerating Heaven platform. When they saw the old man down, Beast King also had a head under his head and performed a ceremony. Supervised adults, what is the result? I can't count it. The old man looked up at them and suddenly flashed a glimpse of surprise. At this moment, the power of the Venerating Heaven platform has not completely dissipated. His face was quiet. He turned and walked, but he walked very slowly. Beast King stepped up in 1 step. He can always count it. I don't want to, just ask where his deity is hiding. I can't count it. The old man waved his hand. All 3 are very unexpected. They all know the abilities of this old man, let alone the magical treasure such as Venerating Heaven platform. It is reasonable to say that even the birth of the North Moon monstrous talent can be counted as a clear second. Chew, how can you not even position? Beast King spent a lot of money for the singer, but only got such a result. How heartless. Frowning, a majestic face, more and more imposing, but facing the old man, the violent the temper is not a little bit too. The old man stopped to look back, and the turbid eyes became clear. Yes, I still have 3 words to tell. The 3 did not dare to neglect and listen calmly. What the old man said is not a mysterious rumor. The world is not. It is better to be unable to do it. At this time, Li Qingshan took the 2nd Yuan spiritual pill, still not used to breakthrough, quietly thinking, then the 3rd, 4th, and when he took out the 5th Yuan spiritual pill, time has passed more than a month. He looked at the 5th Yuan spiritual pill in his hand, reloaded it, and continued to meditate until he thoroughly refined the medicinal properties of the first 4 Yuan spiritual pills, and then wholeheartedly operated Boundless Sea Art, 1 to 6th layer cleaning technique, all round and happy, no stagnation. And it took nearly 2 months. He used Yuan spiritual pill to peer into the path, but he did not intend to use Yuan spiritual pill to make a breakthrough. In the end, he still had to go out of that step with his own strength, which is naturally much more difficult. But he was not in a hurry and patiently sat for 4 months. It was a very long period of time. In the cultivation, it was like a moment, as if immersed in a dream, until one day at dawn, he opened eyes, big dreams, in the Danshan Qi Sea, rolling spiritual Qi began to gather, to condense into the azure sea pearl. At the same time, the thunder of the thunder came from the ear. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Peace Qingshan breakthrough soon, seeking monthly ticket support. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 683 Chapter 117, Heavenly Tribulation. The bead of the Bohaisi below. Li Qingshan jumped out of the mountain and greeted the first heavenly thunder from the sky. Boom! The blazing thunder instantly hit Li Qingshan, and there was a strange numbness in the body, until the depths of the soul, all shuddering, shocked by the horror of heaven and earth, and then felt deep pain. This is a deadly thunder, and it is also a sacred day. For the greatest test of those who are not willing to be in the status quo, it is a God-sent opportunity to break into a butterfly. The spiritual power in Danshan Qi Sea, which is consumed sharply in the baptism of the thunder, removes impurities and blends in a completely new way. Unlike the first heavenly tribulation, the robbery clouds piled up in the sky, no matter how much the momentum or the pressure, they are many times stronger, The low pressure is over the Liang mountain veins, and the thunders are interwoven in the clouds. However, it does not lead, but under the violent surface, there is a mysterious heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are flashing, and the tribulation thunder is like the God's craft of heaven's craft. If you can withstand this kind of tempering, you can become a steel. If you can't, it's only the bones. The end. In the intense pain, Li Qingshan's thinking is extremely clear and calm. If the first heavenly tribulation, most cultivators can pass, there is no danger. Then the second heavenly tribulation is dangerously multiplied. I don't know how many cultivators have lost their lives before this pass. But he is not afraid. Through the cultivation of gods and demons' 9 transformations, he is strong and strong, no matter the strength of divine will, far beyond the foundation of foundation establishment cultivator. If this is the case, heavenly tribulation, it's alive to die. At the same time, Ruxin is sitting cross-legged in molten jade furnace, cultivation cloud furnace heavenly book from Chutan. It is not an easy task to refine itself as a medicine pill, but her brows are not wrinkled, and she is not silky, like a beauty carved by white jade. As the foundation of the cultivator, this cultural technique is more powerful than she initially envisioned. Less than half a year of cultivation just let her change dramatically. The cultivation base also broke through the foundation establishment intermediate stage. In addition to the cultural technique, it is also her own strange innate skill. Of course, molten jade furnace, this rare magical artifact pill furnace, is even more important. Compared to these gains, the pain in cultivation is really nothing. Suddenly, there was a thunder in the ear, which contained the power of heaven and earth. Even the formation can't be blocked. Is it? Ruxin's heart moved and received the cultural technique. She came to the immortal cave and saw that she was fighting with heavenly thunder. There was also an indescribable shock in her heart. Although he knows that his actual strength has far surpassed that of the ordinary golden core cultivator, some of the gaps in realm are not simply the power to make up for it. He will be able to reach a brand new realm. The Genghis talent of the Verdant Province Cultivation Road. The roar of the thunder was smashed into pieces, as if he was roaring endlessly, drowning him. Ruxin can't look directly, secretly thought. No wonder there are a lot of cultivators killed under second heavenly tribulation, which really has a lot of danger. But don't worry about him. I cultivated Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book. Down there are also some points to grasp. Raise brilliance. Brilliant to pinnacle. Li Qingshan's with the body. Loud rumble. Rolling spiritual chi toward a little collection. It merges into a round and sleek, round blue ball, in which the breath is floating, and the vastness is like the sea. Second heavenly tribulation breakthrough. As your sea pearl is made, the clouds are scattered, the sky is blue and the sun is shining. Open your arms and shout. The mountains echo. Looking back, Ruxin of Chongyuan smiled a little. In a flash, all the sunshine was gathered on his face. It was brilliant and hard, and finally took another step forward. Congratulations. Didn't let the thunder die. After a little rectification, Li Qingshan came to Ruxin's immortal cave, where Ruxin came up with tea and laughed. I will not die if you die. Your change is not small. Li Qingshan looked at Ruxin up and down. Her skin was originally extremely white and delicate. Now she has just turned a kind of luster like jade, which makes her less angry and more dusty. Ruxin did not hide, telling the story of the matter. Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book. I didn't expect this kid to be so useful. You won't really become a stone in the future. What's the point? Li Qingshan reached out and put a finger on Ruxin's cheek, but it was still soft skin. Take your dog's paws. Ruxin didn't change his face. Hey, you said that if I take him to torture, I can get more useful things. Li Qingshan got the inch, turned into a pinch, and got out of the other hand, grabbed her cheek on the other side and pulled it on both sides. Her cheeks became strange and he smiled. When Ruxin was about to worry, he let go of his hand. Say, the water god seal, but it's better to use it under my control. If you accidentally reveal the breath, or mobilize spiritual power in rivers and lakes. Maybe there will be big trouble. Like the dragon snake coiled water god seal, it radiates a blue glow with a powerful spiritual power. However, Li Qingshan clearly felt that during this time, someone was digging his corner and using another water god seal to smother his water region. If you don't even have the deity in person on weekdays, just slam the water god seal and you can exclude it. However, I also know that this is a trap set by the enemy to lead him out. It is a so-called conspiracy. Now, even with the water god seal bringing together the power of the water spirit for cultivation, there is a risk of exposure. He simply ignored it. Ruai County swayed thousands of miles. How many rivers and lakes? He relied on Spirit Turtle's divine power to complete the system so quickly. The large water god seal was taken by the ancestor emperor to refine the 9 cauldrons. The water god seal of the other side was estimated to be a big one. It is already a great place to accommodate 1/10 of the water region, and the whales are also encroaching. I haven't had a few years of hard work, and I don't want to threaten his water god position, and let them go and squat when they cry. Since there is trouble, then be careful. Beast King doesn't bother you. Don't bother me. Ruxin licked his cheek, hatefully said, I owe your medicine pill. All gone. Li Qingshan took a lot of spirit grass from subterranean world to refine her. She divided most of them into medicine pill and Li Qingshan, and a small part, or had no time to refine, or find no to match the spirit grass. It is the end of the settlement. You don't say, I forgot. Although I am the big creditor of Seeking Imperial Prince, I don't miss that thing. But you should still pay back the bill, or you will pay for it, before you turn it into a stone. It also lets you experience what is the joy of. Ruxin smiled. I have 4 words. Wishful thinking. Go to hell. Li Qingshan haha laughed. Water god seal flew from his hand, emitting 2 water-like blue light, shrouded the 2, and silently absorbed the spiritual chi, silent for a while. Time passed. 4 eyes met. After a while, Ruxin closed his eyes. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, closed his eyes. Inside the within the body, the square azure sea pearl, dripping like Totei. The water spiritual chi is swallowed and tempered into its own mana, as if it were a bottomless pit. Golden Core Elm's demand for spiritual power is really amazing. If you don't have water god seal, just take medicine pill and use spiritual chi to cultivation. The time it takes is definitely calculated in years. Wait until Spirit Turtle breaks through. The 5th layer, the power of the water spirit needed is definitely the huge volume. It is not true without the water god seal as the foundation. Ruxin opened his eyes again, staring at his face, and immediately closed his eyes. In a blink of an eye, it took a few days to pass. There is a saying that there is no child in the mountain. Cultivation is always easy to forget the passage of time. It feels like it's just a fight, or a moment. Li Qingshan has solidified the cultivation base of Golden Core Elm and realized the changes after Second Heavenly Tribulation. The breakthrough of human race cultivation base does not directly increase his strength. It just tempered the soul body and divine sense became more powerful. After all, the North Moon of the cultivation gods and demons 9 transformations is too powerful. The biggest role of Azure Sea Pearl is that it can add 2 or 3 to monster chi at a critical time. However, crossing this big realm is crucial, both for people and for the demon. The higher the realm, the closer it is to heaven and earth. Grand Tao. No matter how many cultivation methods or wonderful divine ability, the ultimate goal is to welcome the arrival of heavenly tribulation, as if the bull demon tiger demon spirit turtle, which has been shackled and has been stagnation, has resumed its growth, and has a new understanding of the use of innate divine ability. Until the realization of these insights is fully integrated. For the opposite of Jia Zen seeking, you can have a few more chances. Ruxin also opened his eyes, the kind of exhaustion and comfort after the cultivation. You seem to be eager to improve the cultivation base. Li Qingshan has long been surprised. In the past, Ruxin never said that she would use the water god seal for cultivation. Although this was what she gave him, Li Qingshan had reached such a level after numerous difficulties. Although they are good friends, she will never take the initiative to ask him what he wants, let alone such important things. Remember some old grievances and want to make a quick break. What grievances? Let's listen. It has nothing to do with you. Ruxin refused. Li Qingshan was silent, sighed and put her hand on her shoulder. If you die, I will be sad. Although the better, not to explore each other's secrets, but inevitably the more you know each other. Qingshan. Ruxin's face is touched by the color. Take your dog's paw. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass, your support, which is my biggest power. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 684 Chapter 120 Rumors? Lie. Water fire flower that does not exist. Are you schizophrenic? Li Qingshan slammed his mouth and let go of his hand. The touch on her face seems to be paving the way for the evil words in the mouth, which is a shocking effect. What does schizophrenia mean? Ruxin seemed to be stained with something like a dirty thing on his shoulder. Li Qingshan explained it in general, and Ruxin sighed and sighed. It turns out that my head is also faulty, and the disease is not light. Right, I have to tell you a good thing. What? Li Qingshan can only adapt to her intention to change the topic. After all, everyone has a secret, and has nothing to do with the depth of feelings. It is like he will not tell others about the passing person. If he wants to explore, he is rude. Sea King's Ruai Marquis was dismissed by the Imperial Court, and she was also guilty of the South Hub City Provincial Governor Palace. It's less than a month, which is probably the shortest lived Huai in history. This is what he asked for. He was in the position of monster ace this month. The strength of the entire Ruai County cultivation road has been greatly reduced. Even if Imperial Court can accommodate him, Verdant Provincial Governor also can't let him go. Who is the place to take Ruai Marquis? Li Qingshan. Although it is suspected that there may be such a result, hinting this is not a matter of spirit. Sea King Jia Zhen stayed in Ruai County for one day. I am afraid I will find ways to find my own troubles. But in this case, who is embezzling his water region? Could it be that the newly appointed Ruai Marquis will not be an imperial prince again? Give back to Jiang's family, who was replaced by a son of Jiang Fu, but only Foundation Establishment Cultivation Base. Commander Gland Han Great General. Han Great General. Yes, your old Korean father and father returned, and also crossed the second heavenly tribulation and took over the position of Great General. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief. In this way, Han family has restabilized the situation in Ruai County, plus Yanying, the two most powerful powers of Ruai County, have a close relationship with him. No one is embarrassed with him. You can temporarily settle the cultivation for a while, fly with Han Qiangzi, and come to Azura Field with Yi Lubo for several more creations, or bully Spider Queen Rose at Subterranean World. Wait until the painting tomb opens. Going to explore with Chu Danking again. This day is more comfortable. Although there is a temptation to fight and kill, but an opponent who cannot kill, it is too annoying. As the cultivation base increased, Sea King threatened him even smaller. But with the identity of Imperial Prince, Inxi's Dragon King is going to kill him. However, Li Qingshan firmly believes that it is not reported, and the time has not arrived. After a few words with Ruxin, Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something and asked, yes, you have heard of Water Fire Flower? Water Fire Flower? Ruxin's look was a bit weird. It's said that in the depths of the Southern Sea, when the volcano erupted, the waters and fires blended. It's no need to say, I know. Li Qingshan has not finished yet. He was interrupted by Ruxin, and he was happy. You really heard that? You know where to find it? Ruxin shook his head. Don't look for it. Don't look for it, because it is fake. Ruxin categorically said. The legend is really called the legend because it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. She even decided that it was a fake. Let Li Qingshan be very surprised. This is what the great Banyan Tree King told me personally. People can stay in Mist Province for 10,000 years. That is not omniscient. I advise you not to take this opportunity. This legend is a lie. Ruxin's eyes are fascinating, and it seems to be a far-reaching place. The legendary water fire flower is indeed a symbol of peace between the two communities. However, this legend is the following: if the water fire flower is unbeaten, it will bring great disaster to both families. Clear River Prefecture City, Eagle Wolfguard. The copper eagle spreads its wings and overlooks the city. However, there is a lot of sin in front of the door. This is naturally the sin of seeking. If some of the Eagle Wolfguards are not part of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and they go out to perform tasks, they have not participated in the 9 Prefectures Combat Challenge. Not working properly. In a room on the top floor, Hua Chenglu is burying her head in the official document. In the past, she lacked this ability, but after enlightened people with perfect wisdom, she is now very handy. Suddenly I heard a few words from the window. Dong dong. I looked back in amazement and saw a familiar figure standing outside the window with a bright smile. Big Brother Li, you are out. Hua Chenglu showed the color of surprise, and got up and opened the window to let Li Qingshan come in. Li Qingshan, I saw Hua Chenglu in the costume of Scarlet Wolf Commander. It looked very handsome and matured. Congratulations, promotion. Hua Chenglu under the commander. Hua Chenglu smiled and worked with him. He was also happy. The only fly in the ointment was that the commander brother, who was not often in the Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan said with a serious look, the so-called men and women match. Work is not tired. I should have been replaced by you as my deputy. I am interested in coming here several times. If you don't come later, I don't want to. Hua Chenglu's lips are slightly sloppy, even though she has become mature. But facing the man who has been thinking about her for the past few months, she can't help but reveal the delicateness of her little daughter. As soon as I spoke, I felt that I was overly intimate, and my cheeks rose a little red, which was very charming. Let Li Qingshan also feel a move, and smiled. I try my best. Your brother? My brother broke through the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage and was promoted to White Wolf Guard to Ruai County. When he mentioned Hua Chengzhen and Hua Chenglu recovered a little calm, I couldn't help but think of the time that Hua Chengzhen said to her from Ruai County. The words were vague and the meaning was very clear. Let her keep some distance from Li Qingshan. This is not the man she can control. Li Qingshan smiled and said, he finally got what he wanted. Hua Chengzhen, the infatuated Lang Jun, finally got close to his dream lover. When it comes to this, Hua Chenglu's look is a bit complicated. Brother, he... Yes, Commander Gus said, if you go out, contact her immediately. Well, I am also doing this. Li Qingshan left Lian Mountain. The first stop was chosen here to contact Ge Yanning. Her status is high enough to know a lot of secrets. She wants to inquire about her, who is embezzling his water region. Hua Chenglu looked at Li Qingshan and stepped into the room where she contacted Ruai County Eagle Wolf Guard. Her face looked thoughtful and always felt that this time Li Qingshan appeared, and the smell of her body was faint, but she couldn't tell. Those changes suddenly gave birth to a thought. Does Big Brother Li break through the Golden Core Realm? He shook his head and thought it was impossible. Golden Core Realm was so easy to break through. He boasted that he could break through Golden Core Realm before the age of 30. But he is still a few years away from the age of 30. Only when you think so, will you feel that the distance between them is not so far away. Li Qingshan converges on the breath, but she can't see it. It didn't take long for Li Qingshan to come out of the room and look like a pondering look. I got good news from Ge Yanning. Seeking owed his debt. The royal family did not have a discount, and now it can be handed over to Ge Yanning's spatial ring. This is naturally a big good thing, but Ge Yanning reminds him that it is best not to expose the current cultivation base. This incident has caused some of the above dissatisfaction, but it does not put down the body to deal with a small Foundation Establishment cultivator. But if he exposes the current cultivation base, it must be shocking the world. Everyone is eye-catching. Ge Yanning's original words are, if you don't want to be transferred to Mist Province to be White Eagle Commander, still honestly maintain the status quo. This is true for Li Qingshan. He is also trying to stabilize for a while. Now the name genius is irrelevant to him. But Ge Yanniang's next words surprised him. He was not murdering his water region, not human race, but monster race. In this way, North Moon appeared and the order of Ink Sea's Dragon King was passed. Let him go to Ink Sea to see Dragon King. Once he is actually receiving the order, if he dares to perfuse him, then he will not be able to accept Ink Sea's Dragon King and Verdant Province monster race immediately. There is no need for any reason. For the ruler, it is a death to sin. Li Qingshan originally thought that if it wasn't a great character, I would look for a chance to kill it with clone. Fortunately, he didn't want to do this. He didn't want to fight Ink Sea's Dragon King directly. This is much more troublesome than Beast King. Let the name of North Moon disappear for a while. Hua Chenglu is concerned. Is there anything? Nothing. I will go back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, right? I will come to see you later. Li Qingshan flew away. Hua Chenglu said, what often come to see me? Here is not Cloud and Rain building. In the underground palace under Benevolence Island, Chu Tan lies quietly on a cold jade bed. The cold jade bed emits white mist. His body is looming. His body shape is very ordinary. Now it has become tall and slender. It looks a little thin, but it complements his elegant temperament. The only regret is that there is only one that is too ordinary. On the edge of the cold jade bed, the immortal crane-shaped incense burner spits out a smoky smoke, as if it is surrounded by Chu Tan in life, exudes a scent of incense, letting his body relax, and the bones seem to loosen. The softness is on the cold jade bed, and even the mind is drifting. A white figure walked to the front of the cold jade bed, stretched out his hands, and held a sharp knife with a long length in one hand. He said, "Are you ready? I am going to start." The sound is ethereal, like coming from a distance. Chu Tan through the cold fog and blue smoke, see Ruxin face, with the final strength, slowly nodded, and then the thoughts continue to sink. Li Qingshan walked in from the martyrdom and stood side by side with Huasi. He left Lian Mountain with Ruxin and knew she was going to face Chu Tan. Naturally, I have to come over and see Ruxin's concentration, and the blade in her hand can easily slide Chu Tan's cheeks and perform surgery in an orderly manner. Huasi suddenly gave Li Qingshan a look and walked outside the underground palace. Li Qingshan had some inexplicable keep up, peas. There is still a chapter in the evening, but it may be late. Are you schizophrenic? Li Qingshan squinted at the corner of his mouth and let go of his hand. The touch on her face seems to be paving the way for the evil words in the mouth, which is a shocking effect. What does schizophrenia mean? Ruxin seemed to be stained with something like a dirty thing on his shoulder. Li Qingshan explained it in general, and Ruxin sighed and sighed. It turns out that my head is also faulty, and the disease is not light. Right? I have to tell you a good thing. What? Li Qingshan can only adapt to her intention to change the topic. After all, everyone has a secret, and has nothing to do with the depth of feelings. It is like he will not tell others about the passing person. If he wants to explore, he is rude. Sea King's Ruai Marquis was dismissed by the Imperial Court, and she was also guilty of the South Hub City Provincial Governor Palace. It's less than a month, which is probably the shortest life to I in history. This is what he asked for. He was in the position of monster ace this month. The strength of the entire Ruai County cultivation road has been greatly reduced. Even if Imperial Court can accommodate him, Verdant Provincial Governor also can't let him go. Who is the place to take Ruai Marquis? Li Qingshan. Although it is suspected that there may be such a result, hinting this is not a matter of spirit. Sea King Jia Zhen stayed in Ruai County for one day. I am afraid I will find ways to find my own troubles. But in this case, who is embezzling his water region? Could it be that the newly appointed Ruai Marquis will not be an imperial prince again? Give back to Jiang's family, who was replaced by a son of Jiang Fu, but only Foundation Establishment Cultivation Base. Commander Gu and Han Great General assisted. Han Great General. Yes, your old Korean father and father returned, and also crossed the second heavenly tribulation and took over the position of Great General. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief. As a result, Han family regained its position in Ruai County, and with Ge Yanning, the two biggest powers in Ruai County had a close relationship with him. People are embarrassed with him. You can temporarily settle the cultivation for a while. Fly with Han Kyangzi and come to Azura Field with Yi Lubo for a few more makeup moves. Or bully Spider Queen Rose at Subterranean World. Wait until the painting tomb opens and go on a trip with Chu Danking. This day is no more comfortable, although there is a temptation to fight and kill. But an opponent who cannot kill, it is too annoying. With the increase of the cultivation base, Sea King threatened him even smaller, but with the identity of Imperial Prince, it was the Ink Sea's Dragon King who wanted to kill him. However, Li Qingshan firmly believes that it is not reported, and the time has not arrived. And a few words with Ruxin, Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something. Asked, right. Have you heard of Water Fire Flower? Water Fire Flower? Ruxin's look was a bit weird. It's said that in the depths of the Southern Sea, when the volcano erupted, the waters and fires blended. It's no need to say, I know. Li Qingshan was interrupted by Ruxin before he finished. He was happy in his heart. You really heard that? You know where to find it? Ruxin shook his head. Don't look for it. Don't look for it, because it is fake. Ruxin categorically said. The legend is really a legend because it is difficult to distinguish it. She actually decided that it was a fake. Li Qingshan was very surprised. This is what the great Banyan Tree King told me personally. People can stay in Mist Province for 10,000 years. That is not omniscient. I advise you not to take this opportunity. This legend is a lie. Ruxin's eyes are fascinating, and it seems to be a far-reaching place. The legendary Water Fire Flower is indeed a symbol of peace between the two communities. However, this legend is the following. If the Water Fire Flower is unbeaten, it will bring great disaster to both families. Clear River Prefecture City, Eagle Wolf Guard, the Copper Eagle spreads its wings and overlooks the city. However, there is a lot of sin in front of the door. This is naturally the sin of Sea King. If some of the Eagle Wolf Guards are not part of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and they go out to perform tasks, they have not participated in the 9 Prefectures Combat Challenge. Not working properly. In a room on the top floor, Hua Chenglu is burying her head in the official document. In the past, she lacked this ability, but after enlightened people with perfect wisdom, she is now very handy. Suddenly I heard a few words from the window. Dong dong. I looked back in amazement and saw a familiar figure standing outside the window with a bright smile. Big Brother Li, you are out. Hua Chenglu showed the color of surprise, and got up and opened the window to let Li Qingshan come in. Li Qingshan, I saw Hua Chenglu in the costume of Scarlet Wolf Commander. It looked very handsome and matured. Congratulations, promotion. Hua Chenglu under the commander. Hua Chenglu smiled and worked with him. He was also happy. The only fly in the ointment was that the commander brother, who was not often in the Eagle Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan said with a serious look, the so-called men and women match. Work is not tired. I should have been replaced by you as my deputy. I am interested in coming here several times. If you don't come later, I don't want to. Hua Chenglu's lips are slightly sloppy, even though she has become mature. But facing the man who has been thinking about her for the past few months, she can't help but reveal the delicateness of her little daughter. As soon as I spoke, I felt that I was overly intimate, and my cheeks rose a little red, which was very charming. Let Li Qingshan also feel a move, and smiled. I try my best. Your brother? My brother broke through the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage and was promoted to White Wolf Guard to Ruai County. When he mentioned Hua Chengzhen and Hua Chenglu recovered a little calm, I couldn't help but think of the time that Hua Chengzhen said to her from Ruai County. The words were vague and the meaning was very clear. Let her keep some distance from Li Qingshan. This is not the man she can control. Li Qingshan smiled and said, he finally got what he wanted. Hua Chengzhen, the infatuated Lang Jun, finally got close to his dream lover. When it comes to this, Hua Chenglu's look is a bit complicated. Brother, Yes, Commander Gus said, if you go out, contact her immediately. Well, I am also doing this. Li Qingshan left Lian Mountain. The first stop was chosen here to contact Ge Yanning. Her status is high enough to know a lot of secrets. She wants to inquire about her, who is embezzling his water region. Hua Chenglu looked at Li Qingshan and stepped into the room where she contacted Ruai County Eagle Wolf Guard. Her face looked thoughtful and always felt that this time Li Qingshan appeared, and the smell of her body was faint, but she couldn't tell. Those changes suddenly gave birth to a thought. Does Big Brother Li break through the Golden Core Realm? He shook his head and thought it was impossible. Golden Core Realm was so easy to break through. He boasted that he could break through Golden Core Realm before the age of 30. But he is still a few years away from the age of 30. Only when you think so, will you feel that the distance between them is not so far away. Li Qingshan converges on the breath, but she can't see it. It didn't take long for Li Qingshan to come out of the room and look like a pondering look. I got good news from Ge Yanning. King owed his debt. The royal family did not have a discount, and now it can be handed over to Ge Yanning's spatial ring. This is naturally a big good thing, but Ge Yanning reminds him that it is best not to expose the current cultivation base. This incident has caused some of the above dissatisfaction, but it does not put down the body to deal with a small foundation establishment cultivator. But if he exposes the current cultivation base, it must be shocking the world. Everyone is eye-catching. Ge Yanning's original words are, if you don't want to be transferred to Mist Province to be White Eagle Commander, still honestly maintain the status quo. This is true for Li Qingshan. He is also trying to stabilize for a while. Now the name genius is irrelevant to him. But Ge Yanning's next words surprised him. He was not murdering his water region, not human race, but monster race. In this way, North Moon appeared and the order of Ink Sea's Dragon King was passed. Let him go to Ink Sea to see Dragon King. Once he is actually receiving the order, if he dares to perfuse him, then he will not be able to accept Ink Sea's Dragon King and Verdant Province monster race immediately. There is no need for any reason. For the ruler, it is a death to sin. Li Qingshan originally thought that if it wasn't a great character, I would look for a chance to kill it with clone. Fortunately, he didn't want to do this. He didn't want to fight Ink Sea's Dragon King directly. This is much more troublesome than Beast King. Let the name of North Moon disappear for a while. Hua Chenglu is concerned. Is there anything? Nothing. I will go back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, right? I will come to see you later. Li Qingshan flew away. Hua Chenglu said, what often come to see me? Here is not Cloud and Rain building. In the underground palace under Benevolence Island, Chu Tan lies quietly on a cold jade bed. The cold jade bed emits white mist. His body is looming. His body shape is very ordinary. Now it has become tall and slender. It looks a little thin, but it complements his elegant temperament. The only regret is that there is only one that is too ordinary. On the edge of the cold jade bed, the immortal crane-shaped incense burner spits out a smoky smoke, as if it is surrounded by Chu Tan in life, exudes a scent of incense, letting his body relax, and the bones seem to loosen. The softness is on the cold jade bed, and even the mind is drifting. A white figure walked to the front of the cold jade bed, stretched out his hands, and held a sharp knife with a long length in one hand. He said, are you ready? I am going to start. The sound is ethereal, like coming from a distance. Chu Tan through the cold fog and blue smoke, see Ruxin face, with the final strength, slowly nodded, and then the thoughts continue to sink. Li Qingshan walked in from the martyrdom and stood side by side with Hua. He left Lian Mountain with Ruxin and knew she was going to face Chu Tan. Naturally, I have to come over and see Ruxin's concentration, and the blade in her hand can easily slide Chu Tan's cheeks and perform surgery in an orderly manner. Hua suddenly gave Li Qingshan a look and walked outside the underground palace. Li Qingshan had some inexplicable keep up peas. There is a chapter in the evening, but it may be later. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 685 Chapter 121, Ruxin, Forgive, Chu Tan, Face. Outside of the underground palace, Hua expressed his gratitude to Li Qingshan, But the dark-skinned old man, even if he expressed his gratitude, did not appear very enthusiastic. The feeling for Li Qingshan has always been quite cold. Hwas organized a speech. Ruxin is not her original name. Yes? Then her original name is. Li Qingshan felt a move in his heart. He felt that the name was special at first, and he never heard anyone's surname. The original name is not important. I don't want you to say that the word Ruxin is what I take, and that together is a fog word. Excuse me. To forgive. Forgive herself. I thought she was able to let go. I thought she had been able to let go and be a healer in Verdant Province. But since the 9 prefectures combat challenge, Hwas is stunned and his face is full of worries. Why did the seniors suddenly tell me this? If one day, she is going to Mist Province, you must stop her. Hwas's eyes flashed and gave Li Qingshan the feeling that it was an old man who was telling his will to take care of his young children. He said, he is not as indifferent as the surface. If she has something, I will naturally not stand by. But why should I forgive? Since she can't let go, she wants to kill, I killed her. Li Qingshan's plain words are filled with confidence and determination that cannot be changed. Hwasa reviewed Li Qingshan again and shook his head with a smile. Li Qingshan wants to ask Ruxin's past. But Hwasa refuses to say, let her tell you. Chutan wakes up and opens her eyes. It is still in the dark underground palace. Sitting up from the cold jade bed. Touch your face and cover the layers of white muslin. Did you make it? Failed. Congratulations, you have disfigured. Don't put this layer of cloth in the future, so as not to make people feel uncomfortable. Ruxin sat aside. Fellow Taoist is laughing again. Chutan can feel the changes in the face, and the skin is completely integrated. Li Qingshan is curious. Get out of the way and let us see what it looks like. In Chutan's sleepy work, Hwasa underwent follow-up treatment, and the injury on his face had basically healed. Layers of white muslin unveiled, showing a handsome face, eyes like a cold star, nose like a dangling, double eyebrows inserted obliquely. In addition to a pale face, it is a standard beauty man. Coupled with the qualitative change after the memory is restored. Where can you see the trace of Chutan? Don't be shameless. Li Qingshan snorted, and turned her own so handsome, and expressed his conviction on Ruxin's cosmetic technology. Chutan took a photo of the mirror and first handed it to Ruxin. Thank you for fellow Taoist. Then he smiled at Li Qingshan. This is the face of my previous life. It is not beautiful and ugly. From today, I am no longer Chutan. On Illusory Cloud Island, the bamboo forest Xiao Xiao also had a lively event, but after the disaster of the 9 prefectures combat challenge, it was restored to the cold, so that Patriarch Liu Kunfing was very sighing, but it was a blessing to survive. Only look forward to the opening test in the near future. Receive some discipline with innate skill. However, it is not without any benefit, that is, the other Nobel schools in the 8th house. The heavy losses suffered were far greater than theirs, and several of them were completely annihilated and broken. There is no other government that can compete with them for control of the Illusory Cloud Association. Sun Fubai easily promoted the Illusory Cloud Association to the entire Ruai County, and established branches in each government. The foundation of Novel School immediately turned over 9 times. And the speed of cultivation took a new step. Liu Kunfing is now writing a new novel, suddenly feeling a familiar atmosphere close. Put down the pen in his hand, greet the door, and see a tall figure striding. Li Qingshan. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation, the great amplifying divine symbol has also been reborn, reaching a new realm, and the power of the great amplifying divine symbol is constantly increasing, knowing that it is mostly Sun Fubai's credit. This kind of gestivation does not require much thinking, and it is quite good to be able to constantly feel stronger. The news of Li Qingshan's exit was spread, and everyone came to Illusory Cloud Island to thank them, but they rushed. Li Qingshan has left clear of a prefecture, flew to Ruai County, and came to the front of the great general. After seeing Han Nanjun, he has more murderous suffocation. Standing alone, The momentum is like a big army. However, after seeing Li Qingshan, I was also very angry. I thanked you first. Without Li Qingshan, Han Taiyi is almost dead in Azura Field. This is a great favor for him or Han family. Li Qingshan didn't care about the smile. It's all family, so it's so polite. It's really gratifying to see the father-in-law and you have broken through the second heavenly tribulation. I have to take care of it in the future. Hey, your kid is going under the door of Angelus Monk, where I can take care of it. Han Anjun said, take a box from 100 treasure pouch and hand it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan opened it. It was a Yuan spiritual pill, and the backhand was given to Han Anjun. I still leave it to Taiyi. I don't need it, as long as you don't stop in front of Qiangzi, say those unpleasant words, make her uncomfortable. Just fine. Han Anjun did not humbly know that Li Qingshan won a staggering amount of money from seeking Imperial Prince, and he even knew that he would give a 5A Dao Elements pill to Han Qiangzi for cultivation. The Yuan spiritual. The value of pill is not too much. If it is really clear, it is impossible. I am her father. Some words must say that she listens or doesn't listen to her, and I won't talk about it. Han Ango said. Suddenly he felt something wrong, staring at Li Qingshan. His heart was amazed, some could not confidence. Have you crossed second heavenly tribulation? Li Qingshan only uses the ordinary means of gassing, but does not use the power of Spirit Turtle. It is impossible to get through the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator will ignore the past if it is not carefully explored, but if you explore it carefully, you will find the problem. You see it, but please keep it secret for me. This is not a temporary leak. Rao is Han Anjun's heartfelt and irony. At this time, he couldn't make a long sigh. He had many years of hard work, day and night cultivation, and he experienced countless sinister tests in Azura Field. He finally crossed this step, but he turned around. It was discovered that this kid has already rushed up, and there is a fascinating posture that has come to the fore. It is no longer what the word genius can describe. Leaving the great general house, but Li Qingshan has never seen Han Qiangzi. She is also in the process of retreating. It takes a lot of time to completely refining the drug of Dao Elements pill. Soon after, the opening trial of Clear River Prefecture was opened again. Li Qingshan saw a familiar and handsome face in the exam taking the exam. It was a big splash in the opening trial, which was better than the Chutan in the past. More dazzling. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 686 Chapter 122. Stop and think about it. Chutan is dead. From today, my name is Lin Xuan. Please ask a few people to meet later. Don't be wrong. In the bright sunshine, Li Qingshan's mind stunned, recalling the man named Chutan in the dark underground palace. The last words. Is Lin Xuan the name he compiled? Still the original name. He doesn't know, just know that this time Qian Rongzi is a woman. It will be a more terrifying enemy than seeking Wudan first class. All the patriarchs come together to look at the fluctuating water surface, because the original water moon plate was taken by the North Moon monstrous talent, so this is used to observe the new students' water mirrors, which is best made by water element magic spell. Qingshan show. Li Qingshan leaned against the window and looked at the sparkling dragon snake lake lazily. This calm life was really a long absence for him. There was a feeling that every bone was unraveled and relaxed. In fact, during this time, he did not idle, went to the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple, and reported his current cultivation base to Angelus Monk to report. Angelus Monk was amazed at his horrible cultivation speed. The only pity is that only he is condensed by the Azure Sea Pearl, not the Sarira son of Buddhism. Then Angelus Monk agreed to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda's 7th level. After a hard time, he finally walked to the 7th demon-suppressing statue and learned the 7th demon suppression catalog. And thanks to the fact that he is now free to demonization, disguised as demon race, will not be attacked by the demons. His cultivation base went one step further, and demon heart became more and more embarrassing. and after demonization was enough to fight against the Golden Core intermediate stage and even the late stage cultivator. But I didn't see the most wanted little Anne. I only heard that she was taking a cultivation in the body garden. She didn't talk to anyone. It was said to be repairing her mouth. But Angelus monks said that she just didn't want to talk to people. With a little bit of reluctance, Li Qingshan left the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. Before he left, Angelus monk warned him, "You are all too fast, stop and think about it." Li Qingshan thought after, deeply convinced that he has reached the current realm from a young, deeply buried boy, simultaneous cultivation humans and monsters, and it is only a decade old. Little Anne is similar, from a little ghost that is afraid of the wind, to killing corpse marshal now. No matter how talented, it also takes a certain amount of time to settle, and a powerful cultivator is difficult to achieve. So the elder brother bull will give him 10,000 years. The power of Phoenix and Spirit Turtle may not be incompatible with each other. Instead, it takes too little time and effort to solve problems. The cultivation base is advancing by leaps and bounds. It seems that today, it is not so simple, since there is no shortcuts to Nanshan, then climb up by bit. At this moment, he sat downstairs. Mirror image clone is in the deep subterranean world, soaked in the earth fire magma, suffering from the burning of fire. At any time on the verge of collapse, he must constantly mobilize monster chi, repair it, to maintain go on. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation, he has deeper understanding of heaven and earth, grand Tao and natural mystery. As he merges with the water and fire, he gradually finds some path, no longer like the past. I don't know how to be good. Qingshan, wait until the end. Let's go to the Cloud and Rain building for a few drinks. How? Why? Yangxing suddenly said that although the look on his face is still not up to date, it also contains deep awe. In fact, although Li Qingshan is careless, it has always been the focus of everyone's attention. Even the Chilian, Han Tai was given the implicit hint of Hanan Jun. Seeing his eyes are very different. The only thing that doesn't take him seriously is the medical school patriarch Rook Sin, at least it seems. Well, is Cloud and Rain sect still not closed? Li Qingshan readily agreed that he was not the kind of painstaking brewer, and the opportunity to drink fine wine, how could he refuse? The 100 insects die without being stiff, let alone a big sect, but it seems to be a lot of trouble lately. In the end, there is no root bone. It is better for Qingshan to take over. Liu Chenqing took a smile and suggested to Li Qingshan. After Grandmother Yu was killed and Kuhei Tang disappeared, Cloud and Rain sect would have no heads, not only within the collapse, but also outside the crisis, becoming the target of many forces. Liu Chenqing originally wanted to take the opportunity to annex it, but after considering it again, Li Qingshan took great risks to help Kuhei Tang get out of it. The final benefits were all taken by himself. If they gave birth to each other, it would be too bad. As a result of the precision governor, the Cloud and Rain building maintains the status quo. Neither scattered nor anyone can succeed. I think about it. Li Qingshan originally wanted to say, I want to use that thing, but after thinking about it, this is Kuhei Tang's sect. There will be opportunities in the future. If you can return Kuhei Tang is not bad. Various examinations were carried out in an orderly manner. In the end, the handsome boy named Lin Xuan passed the test and entered Taoism to become a Taoist. Let Confucian school patriarch Wei Yangxing be a great pity, and many people can't understand it. Since the death of Chenzi, Taoism has been in a state of no patriarch, with the chief disciples plus several professors presiding over the scene, inheriting Taoist magic. No one can give him any extra benefit. But Wei Yangxing has made quite good conditions. Li Qingshan understands that he is afraid that he will not be particularly concerned about someone. He will choose Taoism, and it will take a long time to become Taoism patriarch. Not only does he have a strong understanding of culture technique and cultivation, But Ruxin also promises to provide sufficient resources for cultivation to exchange detailed lectures on cloud furnace Tao technique and cloud furnace Tao technique. The rise of a new star is already foreseeable. Liu Kunfing sighed, unfortunately, if this child can enter my novel school, it would be fine. Junior brother, don't be crazy, although the novel school is much stronger than the past, the real genius will not go this way. For this opening trial, Sun Fubai also came back specifically for novel school, received more than a dozen figures. Li Qingshan said, if I didn't bully Zitong, I wouldn't fall into novel school. Sun Fubai smiled and said, this is heaven's will. It is also a good fortune. I will try my best not to let Qingshan disappoint you. When you go back and tell you carefully, novel school is also very promising. Returning to Illusory Cloud Island with a new discipline, the three men each said something encouraging, explained some of the rules of novel school, let them go around, and then went back to the bamboo building to discuss things. A dozen new disciplines. The largest is already 20 years old, and the youngest is only 9 years old. After the three people left, they all sighed. The pressure of the Foundation establishment cultivator was too great. Although it was only unintentionally, the breath of the air makes them afraid to breathe. The oldest young man, with a look of excitement, really him, the youngest 9-year-old child, with his head in doubt, said, who is this? The one who spoke last, the tallest one, is Li Qingshan, Li Marshal uncle. You won't have heard it. The boy pressed his voice down. And you looked so ignorant. Of course I heard. Red Eagle, commander of Clear River Prefecture, who was originally a cowherd, had cultivated for 10 years and defeated a group of Novel School Foundation establishment cultivators in the 9 prefectures combat challenge, less than 30 years old. Already breaking through the Golden Core Realm, it's our Clear River Prefecture. No, the most powerful genius in the entire Ruai County. A girl immediately said, proud as if to say something about her own, full of admiration. The young man sighed, hey, I don't ask for anything, as long as I can be Foundation establishment before the age of 30. Others also showed a revered look, full of confidence in the life of novel school. Role model power is endless. Li Qingshan is far from the world of pursuit, although there is still a distance. But the famous Zenai Ruai County is not a problem, and unconsciously dyed the legendary color. Among the bamboo buildings, the three people sat opposite each other. Li Qingshan picked up the teapot and said to Sun Fubai, Fubai has worked hard, and Qingshan here's a cup of tea for wine, and you have a cup. Liu Kunfing also took the tea and thanked Sun Fubai. Without him running outside, the Illusory Cloud Association never did. Sun Fubai smiled and said, I and junior brother want to thank you. Qingshan, do you still have money in your hand? Money? Are you talking about spirit stones? Sun Fubai smiled and shook his head. No, it's money, real money. Originally for the cultivator that achieved their realm, gold and silver are almost as meaningless as scrap iron. However, in order to expand the Illusory Cloud Association and implement Li Qingshan's plan, Sun Fubai will set up a free private school in Ruai County to teach the children of poor families to read and literate, to expand the foundation of novel school, and find that the money is really unconventional. In the vast territory of Ruai County, the construction of these private schools is only a matter of hundreds of millions of dollars. In addition to recruiting personnel, the cost of maintaining operations is astronomical, and it is only impossible. Sun Fubai is not lacking in the means of collecting money. He has mastered a lot of salt mine gold mines in his hands. It is a source of money. However, there is still a big gap in implementing such an ambitious plan. After listening to Sun Fubai's explanation, Liu Kunfing said, since there is no money, it will develop slowly. Why bother? Sun Fubai shook his head, but it is too wasteful, like a ridiculous land. The more seeds that are buried now, the more food will be harvested in the future. After 1 year of farming, it will be less than 1 year, so now invest, the more the better. Li Qingshan searched for 100 treasure pouch and found a lot of silver banknotes, as well as gold bars and silver ingots. The value is also tens of thousands of silver. Then I will be welcome. If there is more, then Li Qingshan thought, General Sect will not accumulate too much gold and silver. But there is no exception. Cloud and Rain Building welcomes visitors from all directions. Most of them use gold and silver mortals. Cloud and Rain Sect should be quite rich! Li Qingshan said Liu Chenking's suggestion. Sun Fubai immediately said, this is a good idea. A Cloud and Rain Building is better than 10 money houses. Well, I will go and talk to Liu Prefecture Governor. Li Qingshan said, I haven't seen Kuei-Tang for a long time, and I don't know how she is doing now. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, I feel a little tired recently. Is it the so-called fatigue period? It is really ruthless. Whenever you are happy, you always believe that you can ride the wind and break the waves. Whenever you are in a difficult time, you always tell yourself that this is the last difficulty, but life is inevitably difficult. Let me encourage you, thank you. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 687. The 123rd Chapter of Emotion, Vain, Transformation. Deep in the depths of the lake wave swayed over the head of Kuei-Tang. She couldn't sit still. Long eyelashes, slightly upturned Kyung nose, rosy lips, a cloud-like black hair without combing, such as a waterfall. It usually falls down to the waist and hips, charming and colorful. After a while, I opened my eyes and sighed. I didn't know how to stay at the bottom of the lake for so long. She had never retired for such a long time, as if she had been forgotten by world. Of course, only one person knows that he is there, and that person is obviously going to forget these damn and heartless male names. Her foundation establishment has been a foundation for many years. After converting the cultivation technique of cultivation to Rouge Dying Heart law, with the Rouge Heart of Grandmother Yu, it has already broken through the foundation establishment late stage, but it has not been completely refining. There is still a distance from peak. It's not easy to take that step and form your own Rouge Heart. She didn't have Yuan's spiritual pill, and it was too difficult to break through her own strength. She got up and went back in the immortal cave. Without the rapid increase of the cultivation base, she almost doubted whether she could stay here for so long. Although she was tired of bustling, but lonely for a long time, she found that life is not so simple. The long hair of the black hair is gathered and turned to the face. Although she is a cultivator, she firmly believes that the meaning of life is not just cultivation. She can't let her face fade in silence in the long river of time. All cultivation is only for the pursuit of a beloved man. And then the lovesick dread line secret technique. Since the human heart is changeable, use a red line to train it and tie each other. Who is that person? I first thought of Hua Chengzhen, but immediately smiled and vetoed. Although I once loved him to give up my dignity, I still didn't want to insist on this level. If the other party is heartless, what is the significance of using magic spell to maintain the affection? Then the scarlet hair appeared like a fire, smiling face, muttering, North Moon. Bastard. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the top of the head, and Kuei-Tang looked up and saw a familiar smile outside the crystal wall. North Moon. Li Qingshan stepped into the immortal cave at the bottom of the lake. The immortal cave and his departure did not change much. Although it was simply arranged, it was still boring as if it were a prison, compared with her original and magnificent immortal cave. Heavens underground. It's hard for her to stay here for so long. Look at Kuei-Tang. Li Qingshan is not a heartbeat. At this time, she, a plain and indifferent dress. There is a beauty of washing the beauty of the lead, originally skin like snow, perhaps staying at the bottom of this dark lake too for a long time. The skin color showed a white color. Standing there, a pair of charming and beautiful eyes looked over, while revealing an unspeakable strange charm. In Kuei-Tang's view, his changes are not small, a little less arrogant, more stable and quiet, and her eyes are also very satisfying. but remembering the relatives of the past is still as usual. The heart of the sea is full of waves. It is difficult for you. Her color does not move. The tea is poured into the water. The courtesy is polite but alienated, blaming him for a long time. Li Qingshan asked, "You are also going to cross the second heavenly tribulation?" "Yes." Kuei-Tang cherishes words like gold. "Give." Li Qingshan threw a box to her. Kuei-Tang took the box and opened it. He shouted, "Yuan spiritual pill." Li Qingshan put his hands in his pockets, turned and walked away, leaving the cup of tea untouched, and the smoke was smoky. "Wait. You go now?" Kuei-Tang didn't expect him to go and leave without a bit of hesitation, and there was a fluster in his heart. "What else can I do?" "I don't think you want to talk to me." Li Qingshan turned back and said that people don't give a good face. He doesn't want to talk about it. Of course, if it is strong, Kuei-Tang can't resist it naturally, but he is not the evil ghost in color, and he doesn't specialize in doing this kind of thing. "You are really indifferent to Heartless," Kuei-Tang angrily said, his kind of ignorant attitude. She was irritated. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "If you have an old age, you can be considered a cultivator. I think that with your innate skill, you can't think of love and love. You have already crossed second heavenly tribulation. Let's go. Don't come again." Kuei-Tang threw Yuan spiritual pill back. "You won't be blaming me for not coming to see you." Li Qingshan took Yuan spiritual pill. Her body flashed, came behind her, wrapped around her waist and said in her ear, "I am not rare, let me go." Kuei-Tang screamed coldly snort. Li Qingshan can feel the buttocks rubbing, and looking down, the snow-white gully, in the violent tripling. "Then I have to explain briefly. I have been cultivating for a while. They have fought twice with Sea King and killed Wu Dan. They have been chased by his master recently." "Have you heard of his master?" "It is Dragon Province, Myriad Beast Mountain Village." "What is Beast King?" "That's amazing." He said it was easy. But Kuei-Tang could hear the thrills. Wu Dan was so good to kill, let alone Beast King. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, it was a legendary powerful person. Being chased by him is a life of 9 deaths. When she was cultivating in the hidden immortal cave he created, he was sinister and slain outside because she had a terrible enemy. He has been quietly paying, he can do whatever he wants, but he never asked her anything. In her mind, Indifference Heartless immediately became silent and felt very sorry. "I don't know, I should have thought of killing Wu Dan. So many disciplines, he won't be willing to give up." "You are fine." "This is not good news for you. My enemy is your enemy. After all, everyone knows that you are my woman." Li Qingshan evoked Kuei-Tang's chin, and she looked up and looked at him. Understand that he was angry for his own cold, and could not help but smile. "If it weren't for you, I am already dead. I am afraid this is my destiny." Kuei-Tang sighed a little, but there was a hint of helplessness, but there was not much sentimentality. The fog of first level was covered in the eyelids, and it was more and more touching. "I don't believe in fate, things are artificial." Li Qingshan put Yuan spiritual pill in her hand and let her go with some disappointment. "If he keeps this posture, he can't guarantee what he will do. This time goodbye." He has a feeling that he doesn't want to be too offensive, perhaps because this time is not drunk. "Can you tell me carefully what happened outside?" Kuei-Tang turned and she was eager to know his experience. "Okay." Li Qingshan tells about the adventures of North Moon, which can't help but have some false elements to fill in some blanks and modify some flaws. The most fake part is all about Kuei-Tang. For example, "I have been there for a while. I miss you." Or, "Since I know that Wu Dan is rude to you, he is the object of my non-king, even if I am convinced of Beast King. His surname is like this." Kuei-Tang doesn't care about him, he doesn't bother to say a nonsense, but she is soft, and he is willing to say something good to make her happy. I have to say that this is quite difficult. When Li Qingshan said these words, he felt that he was a little unrestrained and his acting skills were far from normal. Kuei-Tang, this intelligent woman who is very good at observing her eyes, should have seen his lie at a glance. However, even though she said, "I don't believe it," The face also has a shy smile. Later, it was even more colorful. The appearance of the end, the silky tenderness in the sputum, and constantly expanding. Let Li Qingshan understand why the female cultivator is the most ruthless. Seeing her appearance from the heart, it is radiant and exudes an unparalleled charm, so his sweet words are more and more smooth. Even he is going to take it seriously. Well, at that time, I might have thought about her, but I was interrupted by the scream of Wu Dan, and I had to kill him first. At this time, his hands and feet were very regular, just holding her jade hand and gently rubbing. Appreciating the beautiful radiance that she glowed at this time, and savoring the affection flowing in her shackles is a kind of enjoyment far beyond desire. Shame, concern, and tenderness, all kinds of changes in expression, are all moving. If it is the desire of the hand, it is a kind of destruction of this beauty. Kuei-Tang is full of smiles. You really let him call you Au? Yeah, I called him Aking, and Adan Azen. You really should look at the expression on their faces at that time. You are really bad. Kuei-Tang laughed and swayed. It's better to call you Au later. Then I call you Aunt? No, it's hard to hear. You just call my name. Li Qingshan has a passionate way. Kuei-Tang. Oh, it's too nauseating. Kuei-Tang frowned, but in his heart he felt a strange shudder, and his face floated two blushes. See, King has arranged so many women for you, why don't you touch it? Or lie to me? I swear to God, this is absolutely true, just because they are compared to my Kuei-Tang, just like the worms in the moon, I really can't afford to come. When did I become your woman? Did you have already accepted your life? Things are artificial, but you said. I regret it. Oh, it is too late. Of course, there are also many loopholes in these words. For such a long time, if he really thought about her as he said, wouldn't he really have time to come to see her? However, she was completely ignored by her. Even if she thought of it, she felt that he was not only cultivation but also against strong enemies. He should not be distracted, and he did not want to bring the evil to her. If she blames him for such a thing, then she is simply a woman who is indifferent and ignorant. She is not stupid, but she is too infatuated. Hua Chengzhen has never said this to her. Other men are not in her eyes. The woman who has been longing for emotions has listened to these sweet words for the first time in her life. Even though she is smart and sensitive, she is somewhat confused. It doesn't mean that she can lie to her with a sweet talk. Otherwise, these words will not turn to Li Qingshan. For a long time, his rescue and care for her is not false. She has already touched her atrium and buried it in her heart. The next seed, these words are just an opportunity to let the seeds sprout. Li Qingshan thinks, if you can see the data such as good feelings, now I can see that her good feelings have risen a lot. And sure enough, the unknown hero can't be, and the light is not stupid. He also practiced the practice, and he said that, with such results, it is natural like moving clouds and flowing water. Later, her gentle concern of natural overflow, simply let the heart melt, shy and whisper a tone, so that he is half or tiger bone. At the time of the separation, Kuei-Tang reluctantly, Li Qingshan suddenly asked, Kuei-Tang, do you have money? Until this sentence, if you change a modern person to listen to this sentence, it must be treated as a column of emotional fraud. It's like silver banknote. Li Qingshan further explained that he vaguely remembered that when he handed over Granditha's 100 treasure pouch to her, there were a lot of silver banknotes. At that time, he didn't pay attention to it at all, and he was reminded by Sun Fu Bai. Kuei-Tang couldn't think of it. He came to find her motivation, which is actually a silver banknote that is of little use to the cultivator. However, these silver banknotes are all in one piece and cannot be replaced by a yuan spiritual pill. Li Qingshan said, I have some use. Kuei-Tang took all the silver banknotes out, but it was much more than Li Qingshan originally envisioned. She has been the sect master of Cloud and Rain sect for many years, and has mastered the accumulation of Cloud and Rain building for many years. The money grandmother Yu is not too concerned, she is still kept by her. Before leaving, Li Qingshan said, Hey Tang, you aren't spiritual pill, don't rush to take it. If transcending tribulation fails, I will be sad. This is not a fake. Well, I will be careful. Kuei Tang has never been more docile, and he has some tweaking words. If you have nothing afterwards, come and sit down. I will. Li Qingshan smiled, glanced at her lips and turned to Sprinkle. Kuei Tang stood still and touched her lips. This gentle kiss gave her a touch, far more expensive than he used to be. After a while, I came back to my heart and opened my arms in a circle. The mood was very pleasant and the steps became light. The darker immortal cave seemed to have sun shining in. It's hard to calm down and start looking forward to seeing you next time. Looking at you, Aunt Spiritual Pill in your hand, you have to step up cultivation. No matter what he said, she believed in her own fate. Li Qingshan left the bottom of the lake, but his heart was wondering what he had just done. Or not, but he quickly forgot the idea. The world's right or wrong is so easy to distinguish. Did it, and did not I regret it? The silver banknote was handed over to Sun Fu Bai, and at night it went to the Cloud and Rain building to officially take the Cloud and Rain sect into a pocket. It got a financial source, and Novel School's 100-year plan was vigorously carried out. For Li Qingshan, this is not a big deal. The great amplifying divine symbol is not very important. It is barely the least important one of his cultivation roads, but it really affects the fate of thousands of people. Li Qingshan's life suddenly calmed down, but there were certain things that changed without knowing it. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 688. Chapter 124. Chapters Return Home. Time flies. Winter comes to spring, summer goes to autumn, and advances in an unprecedented steady pace. I sat on the noisy pier of Clear River Prefecture City. The autumn rain, tens of thousands of miles in the river, also poured into the lively atmosphere. A dragon boat parked in the rippling river, a man standing on the bow, squinting, going, just an ordinary farmer, and suffering from the sun and rain. The skin is dark and rough, but when you look closely, you will find the shining light in his black eyes. The ship will go upstream, and Li Long looks at the direction of the Clear River Otter and has a lot of thoughts. He has left his hometown for more than 10 years. Even if he is enmity every year, he has never returned. He does not want to go back. There is always a busy farm work. The ripe melons are waiting to be picked, and the medicinal herbs need to be watered almost every day. Clear River Prefecture has been ravaged, but there is a lot of land filled with spiritual chi. Some of the sects that have been destroyed, the medicines are still there, and the agriculturist school disciple has to be taken care of. He is a rare opportunity for cultivation. In this case, it takes him time to travel thousands of miles. It is almost impossible to go home once. He can only ask someone to go to the house for a little silver banknote and talk about filial piety. Now his face is black and thin. His clothes are old, like a bandit that has just been removed from the soil, and his body is filled with rusticity. So when the rain became bigger, he returned to the cabin, and the people around him had to keep some distance from him. Years ago, he went to school from Crouching Bull Village to Suncheer City. It was just to get rid of the identity of the farmer. In the end, he became a complete farmer. It was really funny. However, this appearance, praised by the agriculturist school patriarch Old Man Huang Tu as civil-shaped, said his genius of the agriculturist school intends to pass the position of patriarch to him. It is just that I have paid so much hard work. His cultivation base can advance by leaps and bounds. In the past 10 years, from an unspeakable Jianghu guest, he became the chief discipline of the agriculturist school, 10th level chi refining warrior. He was originally planning to make a fuss, and then painstaking cultivation for several years trying to break through the foundation establishment realm world. Our letter from the Crouching Bull Village to Suncheer City was passed to the headquarters of the Clear River Prefecture City Iron Fist Gate via the Iron Fist Gate's contact line, and then handed over to his hand to learn about his father's illness. He hurriedly packed up his bags and embarked on the road to return home. Before leaving, in addition to entrusting a large piece of land to the senior brothers, He also visited a person, the only fellow Li Qingshan. Ask him if he wants to give a message, or something else. Li Qingshan thought about it for a moment to think of the village chief Li, and then let Li Long sorrow, and there was no sad look on his face. After a long period of time, it is hard to touch the heart of a mortal who is not a pro-independence and even offended him. His disposition does not like to pretend. Li Long doesn't blame him. He has been out for so many years. He has received his unpaid help at several key times, and he has the cultivation base. And even if it has become so powerful, his attitude can still be said to be equal, even for himself. The old face has a tendency to become increasingly blurred, and it is only after hearing the death that it suddenly becomes clear. I don't feel particularly sad in my heart. In the end, Li Qingshan did not give a slight message, which was also expected by Li Long. Since his demise with his brother, his connection with Crouching Bull Village has been faintly close to nothing. This man has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. It is not normal until he is filled with water by the witch, but he does not like to play with his peers. One person has to go to the Bull Ridge to play the flute, which is so weird. It is not human, and it is regarded as a different kind of people. Although it is not directly excluded, it does not have any deep feelings. It was not until many years later that I realized how many of them were unusual and made a commentary on his miraculous rise. The big ship pulled the anchor and went upstream. Clear River Prefecture City gradually drifted away, and Li Long set foot on his way home. The ship passed through Blessed Peace City, a city that was once 10 bedroom and 9 spaced by Stone Demon, and is now back to life. It is said that even the Eagle-Wolf Guard on the mountain has been restored. The ship continued to move upwards until the dock that departed. He disembarked and took out a subduing seal and called out a horse. This was his riding beast to facilitate the running around. Another day, the familiar old wall looking far away, I suddenly realized that my hometown was not as far away as he imagined. Iron Fist Gate, 2 robust men in black suits, together with the pair of mighty stone lions, stayed in front of the door. The pedestrians on the road are far away. The man on the left looked at the sky and complained, "It's really endless when it rains. Auntie, this weather is really bad luck." The man on the right shook his body. "It's much stronger than the summer. Just stand for half an hour, just like fishing out of the water. Who makes us get too late? Is the martial skill too bad? Wait a while, look for a guy. The kiln, have a good drink and warm up." When Lozi became innate master, he slept in the kiln. Just by you. What happened to me? Li Qingshan was not as good as me before. Even the kiln could not afford to go. Now I heard that the entire kiln of Clear River Prefecture is his. And that Li Long, formerly our Iron Fist Gate now. It is said that Innate has a few 10th levels. Innate Realm is only 10th level, and there are several 10th levels. While talking, a black and thin man walked straight toward the door, his eyes fluttering in the air, looking at the familiar porter. There are countless sighs. Suncheer City is also relatively remote, close to the Kangshan Mountains, and belongs to the middle of the 2 monster race forces. The war with monster race has had little effect on this. Country Bun, this Iron Fist Gate is you can sneak. Don't look around, roll fast. My name is Li Long and it is the discipline of Liu Hong sect leader Liu. You have to go back and pass. Li Long doesn't know the 2 gatekeepers. He knows that he is a new collector after he left. It is also awesome to stand there, but the martial skill is not enough for the 3rd class. Only the ordinary people, otherwise will not be sent to guard the door. You said you are Li Long? Robust man has wide eyes, although he has never met, but the name they are so arrogant. It is a powerful figure from their Suncheer City Iron Fist Gate, innate several 10th levels big expert, Iron Lion Liu Hong. Every time you drink boast some. But looking at the dress of this person, it is not like the legendary Li Long. How can this come back just like the ground? The 2 did not dare to neglect. Knowing that expert on Jianghu, they liked to pretend, and immediately went in to inform. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a robes, walking and windy, imposing manners came out from the door. But not Liu Hong, saw Li Long, stunned, and took his hand up. Junior brother, really you? Wang senior brother. Li Long also recognized people. Originally, Iron Lion Liu Hong had placed the Iron Fist Gate sect leader in the hands of eldest disciple Wang and went to the city to support his life. Wang patted Li Long's shoulder and revealed the color of mourning. Junior brother, the sorrow is changing, the uncle is so old. Saying a word of comfort, Li Long can see that there is not much real feeling in it. It's just some scenes. Li Long said, life and death have a life, wealth is in the sky. Under the order of Wang, Liu Hong, who sent people to ask for a pension outside the city, gathered all the Ice Fist Gate disciples and went straight from the wall to the main entrance. Junior brother, please. Wang put his hand in front and walked in front of the sect leader, highlighting the word junior brother, which meant not to forget me or you senior brother. The relationship between the two is not considered harmonious. More than a decade ago, Wang was often dissatisfied with Liu Hong's eyes on Li Long, and later took over the position of Iron Fist Gate sect leader. This sentiment gradually flattened. Now seeing Li Long in a lonely dress, I can't help but feel a little comfort. Tell Li Long about the changes in Iron Fist Gate after he left, saying that he is so proud of the Iron Fist Gate's good guys, taking the entire Sunshia city into control. The original 4 forces were killed by Li Qingshan, and the Horse Rain village has been closed. This is especially true after the sick Yellow Tiger left. The Iron Fist Gate became the only force in Sunshia city. Wang leader naturally has a very good prestige, and he has a lot to talk about. Even the county has to look at his face. The inner court is a group of wives and wives. I thought to myself, what cultivator you are outside, may not be worthy of my work in Sunshia city. Li Long is only nod. This once Sunshia city is like the whole world for him, but nowadays, it is just a small town with no humble eyes, and there is no fertile land with spiritual chi. If Liu Hong is not here, he will not be able to stop. The two sat in the middle of the hall. Wang smiled and asked, junior brother, have you been outside these years? Haven't married or have children? What do you usually do? There is a lot of time for farming, and there is time to marry and have children. Li Long said that there was also a music school disciple who was interested in him, but he had no choice but to take care of the other, and finally he could not. Wang was amazed. Agriculture. The cultivator still has to plant a land? Li Long smiled and said, I am agriculturist school disciple. What can I do without farming? Wang frowned and shook his head. What does this cultivation mean? I also felt dull at the beginning. It's been very interesting for a long time. Li Long said, working on the land, seeing the ripening of the fruit, the growth of the spirit grass, and the feedback from the earth and plants, the cultivation base is constantly improving. There is an unspeakable happiness. Wang said that she couldn't understand, and Li Long was probably too stubborn to admit mistakes. In his eyes, the farmer, that is better than barely, let him plant a decade, it is better to kill him directly. Sure enough, it is being a chicken head, not a cow, and his powerful Iron Fist Gate is naturally a chicken head, which is still better than Li Long's cultivation. Peas, I wrote 5,000 deletes 3,000 yesterday, and the remaining 2,000, probably not yet used, so I am sorry. However, this process is actually quite interesting. It is far from the code word and then bit by bit. It is close to the bit by bit. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 689. Chapter 125 is returned to the countryside below. The flying horseshoe splashed yellow muddy water, and the yellow horse galloped through the rain curtain. Before coming to the Iron Fist Gate, the knight suddenly pulled the reins. Hybrid screamed and the horseshoes rose high. Old sect master. Seeing the people in the discipline waiting outside the door, they all came forward to see the courtesy. Liu Hong turning over, the body shape is not reduced. In the same year, the reins will be smashed. Striding through the entrance, and coming to the front of the hall, and seeing Li Long at first glance, I am really back. Master. Li Long also rushed to the outside of the hall and slammed into the rain. He grew into a Iron Fist Gate and followed Liu Hong's martial arts. He was taught by him, and his feelings were deeper and even above his father. "Well, come back." Liu Hong was so excited that Li Long lifted his hands and put his arms into the hall, and the men and women were excited. They didn't know what to say for a while. Life is alive, it is inevitable to die, unless cultivation like you can surpass life and death. Your father is so old, it is fun, not too sad. I am afraid it will not take long, you will come back for me. When talking about Li Long's father, Liu Hong can't help but feel deeply. At his present age, he feels the threat of death and is very envious of the cultivator that can prolong life. Where the master said, "Your old body is strong and you will be able to live forever." Li Long sincerely, for more than a decade, Liu Hong seems to have a lot of aging. His face is full of folds. His hair is mostly white. Only chi refining can delay aging. And then the strong warrior is also unable to withstand the attack of time. The long-lived 100-year-old is considered pinnacle. Yes, master, it's so easy to be detached from life and death. At most, you can live for a few more years. As long as you have been comfortable for a lifetime, it is not bad for a few years. Wang Li is a strong young man, strong in physicality, and does not put this dead word in his eyes. Listening to Liu Hong said how to be a cultivator, he is not very comfortable. He will not envy the original martial skill. Junior brother. Liu Hong took Wang Li and glanced at it. "I have been licking blood for so many years, and I am still using you to teach me. You can be safe and stable for so many years, not for Lozi and Li Qingshan." Wang Li's not happy in his heart. He is also a good sect master. Liu Hong teaches him to train children. However, in Jianghu, the master's position is higher than that of relatives. No matter the right or the evil, the murder of the ancestors is the first major crime. Everything he did was from Liu Hong, and there was no way to refute it. Senior brother is also right. Life is expensive. Cultivation also has the difficulty of cultivation. Some time ago I almost lost my surname. In fact, it is not necessarily comparable to living in Sunshia City for a lifetime. Li Long advised that although he had been dealing with the land for many years and had less time dealing with people, he also felt some of Wang Li's thoughts, but there was no comparison with them. They had completely lived differently in the world. I don't want to let Wang Li feel dissatisfied because of myself. After all, Liu Hong will rely on him to support the elderly. Wang Li listened to Li Long in favor of his statement and was happy again. Junior brother went out for a lap and realized a lot of truth. The old saying goes, "It's not as good as the home." Liu Hong was surprised. "Is there any danger at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? I heard that like the divine immortal cave, it is not something that mortals can compare." At this time, I noticed that Li Long was dressed up, but it seemed to be stumbling, but at the same time, I found out that he was out of the door and squatting in the rain. There was no trace of wetness on his body. It was still dry and rustic. Li Long said the 9 Prefectures Combat Challenge, and sighed. This campaign, thousands of cultivators, survived more than 100 people. Many cultivation bases are higher than me, magic spell is better than me. I lost my heart, and now I still feel like I am thinking about it. I didn't expect this cultivation to be more sinister than Jianghu. I really want to thank Li Qingshan. Liu Hong is amazed that the battle of this scale is beyond imagination and more dangerous than the fight in Jianghu. What is even more unimaginable is that the country boy, now, has such a thorough means. Li Qingshan, I heard that he is now a big man. Wang Li, like listening to the heavenly book, has been stunned for a while, imagining the power of magic spells battlefield and the sword flying on the battlefield. Yes, he is now Red Eagle commander in Clear River Prefecture, and the cultivation base is about to break through second heavenly tribulation, ready to marry the daughter of Han Great General. Wang Li said, "That's really a bad thing, master. You also beat him at that time." "It's not worth mentioning, it's not worth mentioning." Liu Hong haha smiled. At that time, Li Qingshan Tentacles of Silver changed his punch, but he couldn't be too angry. "Now I want to come. I've played such a big man, but I feel very face." Li Long remembered the past, and he didn't feel the smile. He also said a word, and the sky was getting dark. Liu Hong said, "It's not too late, we will go back to Crouching Bull Village overnight." Wang Li said, "It's hard to rain on the mountain road. Junior brother is coming here. He hasn't eaten yet, and he is not in a hurry. It's better to have a rest in Suncheer City. Wait for tomorrow. Let junior brother be good this evening." Taking a bath, the whole body of clothes, can be regarded as return in glory. Go back to filial piety, what is good for rectification. Liu Hong glanced at Li Long again. "But it's better to just do a filial piety here. The meaning of the words, I really feel that he is not a decent person. The words return in glory are both clothes, and the more small villages, the more deserving of such decent." Li Long only smiles. His clothes are Old Man Huang Tu, although it has been worn out for many generations in the agriculturist school, but it is also a top-grade spirit artifact, which is very helpful for his cultivation, and then people look down on it. "Master, still have dinner and then go back." Wang Li wanted to make a big banquet on the Suncheer upstairs and clean the dust for Li Long. However, Liu Hong reprimanded a few words and placed a seat in the hall. He called several Iron Fist gateheads to accompany him. For more than 20 years of aging, the dishes are also wild and delicious. Li Long only drank the quilt and ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. Wang Li said, "Junior brother, is it not a taste? I let them redo. I used to eat the fruit. It's all my own. How do you taste it?" Li Long took some fruit from the 100 treasure pouch and gave it to everyone on the table, as well as a jar of his own wine. In the past few years, he has basically made 3 crops of his own crops, which can basically replace the medicine pill used for normal cultivation. The rest are sold and sold well. So as long as there is enough land and willing to work hard, the agriculturist school disciple is very rich. Then we have to taste it. Wang Li enviously looked at 100 treasure pouch at Li Long's waist and laughed in his heart. How did this come with the poor relatives in the country, and brought some indigenous products? When everyone tastes it, they can't stop, and then there is no voice to speak, until the fruit is eaten up, and after a jar of wine is finished, it will only grow a breath, and the look of the face will be endless. This ordinary melon fruit is more delicious than any dish on this table. The whole person feels refreshed, not to mention the altar wine. The entrance is full of fragrance, it seems to be somewhat light, but it immediately changes. It's so hot. The internal organs feel ironed, and the wine has not been scattered for a long time. Compared with the wines that have been eaten by life, they are as tasteless as white water. For those who love wine, they can drink this kind of wine every day, and they can live for 10 or 20 years. One of the bosses said, "I feel that internal strength has grown a lot." Not only him, but everyone has noticed changes in the body. Not only the internal strength has improved, but even some years of dark injuries have been cured. Look at Li Long, they are all awe-inspiring, and what they give them to eat is a rare baby on Jianghu. It's normal to cause a bloody fight. At the beginning, a spirit ginseng can turn this Suncheer city into a mess. As the genius disciple of the agriculturist school, Li Long planted these fruits, not much worse than spirit ginseng. Spirit ginseng, although it is a long vintage, it has not been carefully cultivated. Junior brother, these things are hard to come by. Wang Li's a bit complicated in his heart. For the agriculturist school disciple, he dare not underestimate the slightest. And Li Long is suddenly unpredictable. It's very difficult at first. It took a lot of time to figure out that the control of the sun and rain is very important. The key is to use the right magic spell. Li Long said about the cultivation of the agriculturist school, "But see everyone, it's all foggy, so I won't go on." Liu Hong caressed and smiled. Li Long also prepared a medicinal liquor for Liu Hong, but considering its value, he dared not take it out directly and waited for the right opportunity. After eating these things, the banquet is eaten again and it becomes uninteresting. And although there is no feeling of fullness, it no longer feels hungry. So the group set off overnight, and the Iron Fist Gate's fragments almost rushed out and rushed toward the Crouching Bull village. Crouching Bull village is also immersed in the night train. Only the steward Liu home, and the village chief Li home are still lit. In a dark house in the west of the village, a man and a woman are talking. The woman said with a rough voice, "This Li old man is dead. Li Long will definitely come back to the village. He can talk to Li the second. We have to ask him to send a letter to Li the second kid. He is now developed, can't forget us. How many years have we taken care of him? No meat to cook for him. He has already starved to death." This was Li Qingshan's most disgusting voice, and here is his old home, or more accurately, in the tattered cowshed next door. There is another ox in the cowshed, and there will be children blowing the whistle. They ride the cows back to the bull ridge to release the cows, but they don't have to live in the cowshed. The food and clothing are stronger than the Li Qingshan. How many times? Big Brother Li turned over on the bed, sulking and sulking. He has already broken his mind with Q. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 690 Chapter 126 Revenge. Hey, you crazy woman, don't let go. Big Brother Li made a cry. Li the eldest licked the ears of Big Brother Li and turned his body around. The old lady went to the 8 generations of mold. Married to you, this useless thing. I don't dare to believe a letter. What do you want to use? Your brother is a personal thing, but it is a heartless, unspoken bastard. Li the eldest bites his teeth, hates his face, hates Big Brother Li, and hates Li Qingshan heartless. Over the years, the biggest change in the village is the village chief Li. It was just a farmer who was not much better than them. As a result, since Li Long went out, the money was sent back like a stream of water. And it was suddenly rich. The house was pushed and covered, and a large house was built. Every meal was delicious and spicy, and it was used to work in the ground. Look at your own home. Although it takes up a few acres of land, but it has lost a labor, as well as the cost of buying cattle, but also to raise more people, but a lot of hard work. Obviously, Li Qingshan has more money than Li Long. But she can't even take advantage of the cheap money. It really makes her hateful. At the beginning, it was not your ambiguous idea. You want to take up his field and drive him out of the house. Now I will blame me. Then dare to talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I will smoke you. Big Brother Li is also angry. He has not been ridiculed by the villagers in these years. He said that he was a good man at home, but he was driven out of the door by his eyes. Hit. You killed me. Li the eldest, the general body of the Ryukyu ball, dancing 4 round hands and feet, sprinkling on the bed, talking about these things. She is not regretting the intestines are green, but the water is difficult to accept. Now say these, what is the use? Hey, crazy woman. If you don't think about it for us, think about it for the stone. And let him follow you for a lifetime. Big Brother Li is also silent, and my mind is gradually alive. Even if there is a big hatred, it has been so many years. After all, interrupted the brothers with bones and ribs. He is blaming me, my brother, and can't blame him for this relative. As long as he is a little relieved, it is a blessing. At the same time, under the lying bull ridge outside the village, several people are immersed in the night train, faintly revealing a light. Looking at it in a blink of an eye, it seems to be a residential building, but there is a circle of exterior walls that are painted red, like the appearance of ancestral hall. Entering the door, one for the table, a few plates of melons, a lonely lamp, without the autumn night wind, it has been crumbling, will be swallowed by the darkness at any time. Through the faint light, a black wood portrait is faintly visible, with one hand on the waist and one hand-held knife. Although the posture is very prestige, the workmanship is very rough. At first glance, it is the craftsmanship of the country carpenter. However, Yan Yan is quite similar to Li Qingshan, more accurately Li Qingshan of juvenile Li. Here is the hut that Li Qingshan used to cover himself with a wild boar. Later he took out the name of Tiger Slaughterer, and the villagers built a special small temple on it, called Tiger Slaughterer. The temple, as well as a special temple wished to clean up, is actually an old man who has no children, and the village calls it Liu Zizi. Liu's duty is to ensure that at night, the oil lamp is not extinguished, but no one is supervising. On this autumn night of hurricane and rain, he closed the temple door early, and he ordered some pig's head meat, drank half a catti of turbid wine, and slept with a quilt. When someone broke the temple door and came to the temple, he was unaware. The man's back was very strong, and his beard was not old enough. When he stepped into the temple, he was not wet by the rain. The eyes looked at the wood statue, shot the light of hatred, and gnashed his teeth. Road, Li Qingshan. He suddenly stepped forward, taking a shot from the air. A loud noise, and the statue was torn apart. And the erratic oil lamp was steady. Liu Lauta was shocked and woke up. He was still confused. Is it thunder? He limped to the front of the hall and saw the strong black shadow at a glance. You are. The words have not been finished yet. The man took another palm shot, and Liu Lauta also burst like a statue, spurting a scarlet bloody fog, leaving only one head intact, and being placed on the table by the person. Silently said, Father, I will finish your behest first, and destroy this Crouching Bull village. This is the first one. There is a glimpse of it, and I will kill Li Qingshan by myself. Xun Baishan said sinfully, if Li Qingshan is here, maybe it will be familiar, and of course it may not be completely impressed. Compared with the enemy he later killed, Black Wind Camp main Xun Xiangwu is really nothing. Xun Baishan is the son of Xun Xiangwu, but he did not stay in Black Wind Camp. Instead, he followed his grandfather and learned that when Black Wind Camp was slaughtered, he was still a child. He understood that he wanted to revenge and hate, and he only had to wait for a good opportunity. But he has been forbearing for more than a decade, but he has found that the enemy has become Red Eagle Commander. The hope of revenge is getting more and more embarrassing. Only the Crouching Bull village is slaughtered, and all the relatives and friends of Li Qingshan are killed to vent their hatred. Xun Baishan mentions Liu Lan's head and goes to Crouching Bull village, determined to kill everyone and turn the head into a tower. That is the favorite symbol of Black Wind Camp, to pay homage to Xun Xiangwu and those uncles! He suddenly heard a footstep in his footsteps. He saw a team of people passing through the night rain and entered the Crouching Bull village. His face was cold. Well, how many kills are there today, as well as Horse Rain village, Iron Fist Gate, all with Li Qingshan people who have relationships must die. Li Long's return caused a sensation in the Li family courtyard. Li Hu Li Bao, two brothers greeted, crying in the mouth, Big brother, you can come back. Before dying, still calling your name, why is it so late? They are now all white and fat, full of face. Each grabs Li Long's hand, kindly as if he had just left Genius yesterday. The crying outside the hall also followed, and all of them grieved to the extreme. Li Long silently changed into filial piety, 3 times and 9 worships, came to the hall, and saw the remains of the body lying in the coffin, and 2 tears fell in his eyes. Just after the completion of the ceremony, Li Hu pulled him to the partial room and Li Bao quickly followed. Li Long is inexplicable, listening to them and you arguing for a pass. After the village chief Li, they are vying for property, and they are waiting for Li Long to come back to preside over justice. 2 people glared at each other, and there was still a half-hearted look. Li Long was disgusted in his heart, was about to talk, and suddenly sniffed his nose. There is bloody smell. A thick bloody smell is coming through the rain curtain from the other side of the village. Li Long stepped out and came to the street. I saw Xun Baishan coming over from the other side. He had more than 20 heads in his hands. He was always there for men, women and children. He was still bloody, and he was working hard. 6 families had been gone. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 691. Chapter 127. Plants vs. Jiangshi. Liu Hong, Wang Lan the others, see Li Long rushing out the door and followed. However, they did not look at things like Li Long at night, only to see a black shadow vaguely, and Liu Hong was shocked and stood still. Wang Lan rushed forward and rushed to the shadow, Who? Be careful. Li Long stepped out and Tru Chi turned into a palm and grabbed Wang Lu. Wang Lu felt a huge force coming, and couldn't help but fly backwards. The position where he was standing suddenly blew a big hole, the raindrops splashed, and his heart was cold. If he still stood there, even the whole body stayed. Knocked down. 10th level Chi refining warrior. Xang Baishan was shocked. I didn't expect this small village to have the 10th level Chi refining warrior. He threw his head like a hidden weapon and his body rushed back. He has been cultivating for so many years, but it is only the Chi refining 8th level. After 10 years of cultivation, it may not be able to get to the Chi refining 10th level. Where to escape? Li Long's figure flashed slightly, avoiding the head, and was about to pursue. Peng 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 peng. The head exploded in the air, numerous bone fragments flying and slamming, more sinister than any hidden weapon in Jianghu. Li Long has Tru Chi body, it is not afraid of such a trick. But there is Liu Hong Wang and even one behind it. Iron Fist Gate disciple. If ignored, one can't live. He stepped back and forth, and turned back and forth. His hands waved again and again. There was no trick, but the movement was naturally like a field work, and Tru Chi swayed and flew out the bone fragments. A few screams. There are still a few Iron Fist Gate disciple hit, although not a fatal position. But the wound immediately blackened and hardened, convulsions fell to the ground, instantly mad. King Poison. Li Long's pupils shrink. If it is Chi refining warrior, as long as it can support a moment, he can still save, but these ordinary disciplines are no different from mortals. Where to resist the live, poison gas attack? See Blood Seal Who. At this time, even Liu Hong did not react very much. Just watching Wang Lu rush out, and then flew back, and then blinked, 20 heads flew to the front and exploded. Li Hu Li Bao, two brothers, panting out to the door. What happened? Squinting, through the light of the lantern, saw the inverted Iron Fist Gate disciple, and made a pig-like misery call, killing. This is a very vocal voice that pierces the entire Li family courtyard and then passes through the entire Crouching Bull village, leaving many people awakened from their sleep. Liu Hong said, "Is that person just?" "Do not know." Li Long has a heavy face. If the other is a cultivator of cultivation refining corpse, then Dukan refining corpse is not a rare thing, but things are obviously not so simple, otherwise the head will not fall. With the cultivation base of 10th level Chi refining warrior, even if it is not good at Camp Agregenist school disciple, it is not a problem to kill an 8th level Chi refining warrior, but with the help of it, Crouching Bull village must be a heavy casualty. Moreover, from the traces of the other party's shots, he even had a kind of worry. The flash of light in his hand flashed to Ho and shouted, "Who are you? Why do you commit me?" Crouching Bull village, you know the name of Li Qingshan. Number. Hey, Li Qingshan, you are not Li Qingshan. The things here are not related to you. Why are you desperate for the mortal? Let us not make the water. The voice of Xang Baishan came from the other side of the village. I am the person of Crouching Bull village. How can I be irrelevant to me? You have to escape now, or you will have to take your name. Li Long listened to this sentence and suddenly understood what was going on. He couldn't help but be angry and ridiculous. This person must have a hatred with Li Qingshan. As long as the other party withdraws from Crouching Bull village, he will pursue it immediately, and he will not kill him! Exclamation mark. If that's the case, then stay here and bury it with Crouching Bull village. Xang Baishan's breath is amazing, with a sleeve and a string of zombie copper rings on it. The same is true for the other hand. Tru Chi reminds them that these copper rings light up together. Li Long suddenly felt a huge corpse coming. Artifact controlling came to the air, sinking in my heart. And sure enough, the densely spirited corpse soldier emerged out of thin air, exuding the scent of the autumn rain. Although most of them were ordinary Jiangshi, even Jiangshi couldn't be considered. It was not refining, but the corpse transformed by the corpse. However, the number is only 1 or 2,000, and there are many iron armor corpse in between. In the face of such a corpse, unless the invaders can be killed as soon as possible, the cultivation base of 10th level Chi refining warrior is not exhausted. but the enemy is surrounded by layers of Jiangshi. Very careful. Human race and monster race have been fighting for years, coupled with the plagues caused by the disaster, the death toll of thousands of people, refining corpse technology to the world, until the trouble of Grave Hill. This atmosphere only slightly subsided. However, in almost every chi refining warrior in Clear River Prefecture, there will be a corpse-shaped copper ring. The other party will be a corpse poison. It is obviously specialized in such a cultivation technique, and the number of squatting Jiangshi is more. This is my vow to let the Crouching Bull village do not stay, to avenge my father's revenge. You can't escape now, or you will have to die when you are in deep trouble. Sun Baishan is like a general, with a big hand and a wave. The army is marching forward, hitting our huts, rumbling, and the earth wall is pushed directly into the collision, unable to stop the torrent of the body, actually to crush the entire Crouching Bull village level. Liu Hong's face changed greatly. He went through Jianghu's wind and rain, but he saw such a horrible scene, as if a horrible behemoth was throwing himself at the bottom. Wang Lu was even more scared of trembling in fear. His legs trembled and shouted to heaven, "Junior brother!" Everyone is careful. Li Long snorted and flew in the direction of the Jiangshi army. At this moment, the Iron Fist Gate disciple, who was poisoned, suddenly opened his eyes and slowly climbed up from the ground. The people around him immediately dispersed. Li Bao even crawled and rolled his butt. Liu Hong screamed and screamed. Iron rides prominently and hit a fist on the head of the body. With a bang, the head of the corpse split like a watermelon, and the body fell to the ground again. He leaps and bounds, punches like a wind, and uses a martial arts to pinnacle. Every punch hits a head, and the bodies that are about to get up are back on the ground. These are just ordinary corpses transformed by corpse poison. Although they are not afraid of life and death, they are slow to respond, and they pose no threat to Jianghu expert like Liu Hong. Iron Fist Gate disciple burst into cheers. Liu Hong was standing on the body. The vest was soaked in cold sweat and stabilized his mind. Don't be afraid, but only a few dead bodies. Li Long is facing more than just a few dead bodies at the moment, but thousands. There are both men and women, both before and after, and there is no meaning in the mouth, synthesizing a horrible scream. The autumn rain does not know when, has stopped, the clouds are scattered. A round of autumn months, sprinkle the cold glory. It illuminates the little Crouching Bull village, but it is like a nightmare scene. The tide of the corpse ignores any obstacles and advances quickly. Some of the corpses fall to the ground, and they are trampled by the corpses of the back body. In a blink of an eye, they become a muddy mud. In the collapsed house, there was a scream of screams, but it immediately stopped abruptly and was torn by Jiangshi. Li Long palm has sweat oozing, but after going through the 9 prefectures combat challenge, his mental capacity is much greater for such scenes. Although there are not many survivors in this life, if he can't stop the corpse, he can only flee a few people, and other relatives will die here. He took a handful of seeds and waved his hand, and the seeds scattered. The construction of Crouching Bull village is not dense, and there are a lot of open spaces between the houses. It is opened up as a vegetable dish. A seed falls into a vegetable garden and immediately sprouts and grows rapidly into a black thorn. It is still growing and spreading, covering the entire vegetable garden in a blink of an eye. The same is true for other seeds. A cluster of thorns grows and grows into a thorn wall. This black thorn is different from the ordinary thorns. Each thorn is long and sharp, sparkling with the luster of metal. Sun Baishan didn't care. Jiangshi didn't even fear death, let alone pain, and broke into the thorn bush. Originally thought that with the terrorist power of the Jiangshi army, it would be easy to break through. However, the roots of each thorn are deep underground, and they are still extending, and the thorn itself is hard as iron, pulling, and making a metal-like sound. The thorn bushes seem to be awakened by the monsters, dancing wildly, and a series of thorns are entangled and pierced. The ordinary walking corpse is directly smashed into pieces, which is like a piece of meat grinder. In the case of the refining Jiangshi, They can also be entangled and stretched into their bodies. Although agriculturist school is not good at fighting, it also has its own set of methods to defeat the enemy, and it is on this amazing plant. First collect the plants with the offensive surname, and cultivate the seeds for a long time, which contains a strong vitality. As long as they fall on the ground, they can grow rapidly. What Li Long just sprinkled was the seed of Iron and Bloodthorn. However, plants must firmly root the roots into the ground. Most of the time they can only be used for defense, and they are not divided between the enemy and the enemy. It is difficult to control. Anyone other than the breeder will be attacked in this thorn bush, but to deal with this scene, it is the most appropriate. Li Long got a lot of energy, a little more confidence, and took out a seed and sprinkled it out, but this time didn't see any change on the ground. See how long you can stop. Xiang Beishan mobilized the army and concentrated on the sparse places of the thorn bushes. At the same time, he took out a copper bell and shook it hard. The rushing bell rang. Jiangxi became more frantic, desperate to move forward, and thorns and tears. Broken. Although the thorn bushes have killed a large number of walking corpses, the corpses contained in their bodies are also fatal to plants, and the thorns are withered. The Jiangxi army broke through the thorn bushes, like a flood to open the dam, to swallow the little crouching bull village. The first Jiangxi took the left foot and stepped on the ground. The pressure was pushed into the ground from the surface. I didn't know when it was the fruit of a sweet potato. I felt the pressure and exploded, and Jiangxi was blown up. Fly out and spread around Jiangxi. Booming. The ignorant advancement of Jiangxi's army led to a series of violent explosions. The seed that Li Long had sprinkled was called Daiguana. The ancient agriculturist school disciple often buried it around the fields to prevent the beasts from destroying the crops. Q. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 692. Chapter 128 is burned out. Big brother Li and Li the eldest huddled in bed and shivered, and the whole house shook with them, and the dust of the smoke continued to fall. There are countless horror voices that mortals can't understand, penetrating the walls, flooding the room, and letting them see the courage to see what happened. In the cowshed next door, the sound of the yak is constantly coming, full of fear and despair. A year-old child drilled out of the quilt and ran towards the door. Stone. What are you doing? Li the eldest suddenly found that the child beside him was gone, and was shocked. Old Yellow is still outside. I will pull it in. The stone turned back and slammed out. The door was opened and rushed out. I didn't dare to look around and rushed to the cowshed. Ox is constantly shaking his head and shaking his blood. Don't be afraid of Lao Huang, let's go back to the house. The stone untied the rope, jumped on the cow's back, hugged the bull head. The ox was quiet, and the bull hoof just stepped out of the cowshed. A loud bang. Several Jiangxi broke through the wall and slammed in. Under the light of Hua, the look of the stunned stone made the stunned. The ox immediately fell over and headed for the other side of the village. The stone slammed on the back of the cow, and the wind whistled, and it was hard to go back and look back. Cried, "Hey, mother." The last scene I saw was that my house collapsed, the bricks and gravel flew, the smoke and dust came out, and there was no time for worry or sorrow. Several Jiangxi rushed out of the smoke and chased the tail. It seemed to be stiff, but faster than the ox. I don't know how many times. When Jiangxi slammed first, 10 long, curved nails almost reached the stone's buttocks, and the second half of the ox was smashed. Hey! The ox screamed and fell to the ground. The stone swooped out and slammed into a wall. It was the end of the brain, and he closed his eyes tightly, but he felt light and surrounded by a soft and strong wind. In a blink of an eye, a strange man put him in his hand and carried a brilliant hoe. This seems to be just the gimmick of the farm implement. It easily breaks into Jiangxi's head, dances into a round of silver, and hits Jiangxi, who flies more than a dozen. Li Long didn't dare to fight, but then rose to the sky. I don't know if the stone is born with daring. Still scared, I looked at the ground away from my eyes. I saw the horrible Jiangxi that could not be counted, and my house was completely crushed and became a ruin. I couldn't find it. Underneath them, the trees are mad. because the planting distance is very close, and they are squeezed into a tree wall, and the roots below are firmly entangled together. After the consumption of iron and blood thorns and landmines, the loss of Jiangxi army is also great. There are only a few thousand left, but most of the losses are weak and small, and the Jiangxi damage is much smaller, and the iron armor corps is not damaged. Peng 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 peng. The torrent of the body slammed into the tree wall, the sawdust flew, and the trees shook. Li Long's brows are wrinkled, and these trees are not used to fight. The aggressive plant, although there are some seeds of aggressive plants in his hands, but the number is much less, and the torrent of the corpse cannot be resisted. He clenched a handful of seeds, and the palms were all sweaty, but they were not in a hurry to throw them out. Instead, continue to plant the kind of trees that form a tree wall. Under the violent impact of Jiangxi, the sawdust flew and the juice dripped. However, Jiangxi's strange power was strong, and it could not break through the solid walls formed by hundreds of big trees. In the crowd of corpses, Xun Baishan came to the tree wall and looked fierce. He didn't expect the other party to stop him from reaching such a point. With these strange plants, he constantly consumed Jiangxi, who he controlled. This tree wall is a few feet tall and leafy, and the usual Jiangxi is difficult to climb, except for the more dexterous iron armor corps. But once the iron armor corps goes over, it is separated from the big force. A 10th level chi refining warrior killing these iron armor corps is expensive, but not difficult. The most fearful thing is that the other side took the opportunity to attack him. These iron armor corps were used by him as a guard. The ordinary Jiangxi is difficult to get entangled with each other, and then sprinkle some seeds. I am afraid that there is a real worry. Although it can be circumnavigated, there are paddy fields around the village. After the autumn rain, it is like a swamp. Jiangxi enters it and the action will be affected. Hey, do you think I will count your plans? But it's just some wood. If you can't push it, then rush over. Xun Baishan shakes his age. Jiangxi separates a path. Xun Baishan pro times dozens of iron armor corps come to the tree wall. The copper bell slams up, and the head of iron armor corps fiercely claws. The sturdy wooden head was opened like a mud, and a big cave was dug in the blink of an eye, and then it continued to extend inward. After a while, a tunnel was opened in the tree wall. The first iron armor corpse just broke through the tree wall and was bitten by a big mouthful of teeth. The big mouth was a deep purple flower, and the flower stems connected to the flower swayed like a snake. The stems are connected to the thicker branches. There are 9 such flowers, and there are 9 flowers growing on the top of each one. It is like the legendary Hydra, which is called the Hydra flower. It is like a python. Like a python. Each bites an iron armor corpse. Iron armor corpse struggled, the soft stems entangled like snakes, entangled them, secreted a digestive juice containing strong acidity, and even the refining iron armor corpse couldn't resist it. Melt. There are a total of 8 such a Hydra flower blocking the tunnel, plus Li Long himself. It is really a husband and wife. Xun Baishan had some regrets in his heart, but he should have a good detour. But he had an idea in his thoughts, and all Jiangxi returned to the tunnel, and then ordered iron armor corps to dig to the sides and avoid the plants that were blocked. Plants are more aggressive, and they can't move around. Li Long has to constantly replenish the plants for defense. I see how many seeds you can plant. Xun Baishan sneered. The seeds of the aggressive plants accumulated in Li Long's hands are indeed running out. And the urging of these seeds, although not very expensive, but accumulated, also let his Danshan True Chi exhausted, holding a spiral stones in his hand to recover. But on his face, there is a relaxed, flying a spirit talisman in his hand. It is just a normal fire symbol, and if you are lucky, you can kill an iron armor corpse. The fire blaze burst into a fire in the air, but not just one Jiangxi, but the neat tree. Boom! The flame spread rapidly, and a large tree burned like a torch, especially the fruit of the tip. As soon as it was gently smashed by the fire snake, it immediately burst into a flame. For the agriculturist school disciple, there are only 2 valuable plants. One is the aggressive plant, And this is only a small part. Most of them are practical plants, such as fruits and vegetables, food herbs and the like. Most of these trees are specially cultivated tung oil trees, and even the resin contains oil. Once ignited, even if it is raining, it will not be extinguished. For a moment, the tree wall burned into a wall of fire, and the sky reflected a fiery red. Xanbei took the iron armor corpse to open a tunnel under the tree, and Jiangxi army was behind him. Almost all of them came to the underground of the tree wall and suddenly found that there was already a sea of fire. Almost every Jiangxi was contaminated with a lot of sap, and their dry body was quickly ignited. Even the iron armor corpse of impervious to sword or spear, the first level armor covered by it, under the burning of fire, they all began to distort. Xanbei's face changed greatly. True Qi blocked the flames. Besides ordinary Jiangxi, he led the iron armor corpse and turned to rush outside the sea of fire. He saw a figure falling from the sky and falling on the edge of the sea of fire. Li Long stepped on the solid land with bare feet, and the fire reflected his scorpion burning and shining. His rough hands clenched his head and sprinkled the last seed in front of him, breaking out of the soil, growing, dance and fight alongside him. Large smog rushed into the sky. After a brief sunny day, the clouds were intertwined, obscuring the sky, blocking the moonlight, and falling in autumn. At the junction of rain and fire, the vibrant plants and death Qi Jiangxi, crazy entangled. Li Long's eyes were always on Xanbei, and the hoe in his hand was raised high and fell. Until the flame burned to ashes, the sky was already bright, and a faint rain fell on the grey charcoal, and a slamming smog was like a mist. In the smog, Li Long lay on the hot earth, gasping with a big mouth, holding a hoe in his hand, and double eyes looking to the sky. He stood up, looking at it. The entire Crouching Bull village had become a ruin, with a wooden wall burnt into piles of charcoal at the junction, and a broken brick that was leveled by Jiangxi. On one side, it is a charred charcoal burnt out by the flame. Although it started to rain, the fire still inevitably spread. Li Long couldn't help but appear a stunned color. After a hard night, although the enemy was killed, the village did not keep it. He did not have Li Qingshan's decision. After all, he was born to raise his hometown. Countless familiar people and things disappeared between the night, and there was no joy in the heart, and it was heavy and powerful. "Hey, mother, hey!" The cry came from behind. Li Long turned and saw that a child was slamming in the ruins, but even the bigger stones could not be moved, and the tears on his face flowed into a piece. Li Long is inexplicably in the heart. "What is your name?" The child turned around and said, My name is Li Qingxi. I beg you, divine immortal, you help me to marry me. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, sorry, let everyone wait. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 693. Return of Chapter 129. Li Qingxi. Li Long snorted and glanced at the ruins under his feet, and suddenly understood. It's a good name, but it's not quite suitable. The stone snarled and snotted. My mother said, I want to be a great person like my uncle. Li Long touched his head and squatted down. I will take you to see him. I wonder if my mother is dead, like the old yellow? Asked the stone with amazement. Li Long was speechless and sighed. I don't know how the masters are. With their skills, this fire should not be able to save their lives. At this time, at the other end of the village, a group of people appeared on the ruins, and they saw the two people far away. The head of the people rushed. Master. Li Long's eyes lit up. Those people, headed by Liu Hong, behind the Iron Fist Gates discipline, and many Crouching Bull villagers. After the fire broke out, Liu Hong led the Iron Fist Gates discipline, evacuated all the villagers and fled to the nearby mountains until the light was shining and the fire was extinguished. You are fine. Liu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Wang looked at Li Long's gaze. It was full of awe. The fire that rushed to the sky last night was the legendary divine immortal. If not, I am afraid everyone will die encroaching. In the Bull Village, the villagers brought their families to the house and found their own houses that had become ruins. Many people made sobbing sounds. The stone finally understood that his mother-in-law, like the old Yellow, would never come back again, bursting into tears. Although Li Long is gratified that this battle is not meaningless, but the heart is really not happy. To Liu Hong said, "Master, I should go back. Don't wait until you are buried. My soul has been attributed to the land, and the rest is nothing but a body. And even this body, I am afraid it does not exist." Li Long saw Li Hu and Li Bao in the distance. When the fire started, they were too late to escape. Someone who took care of a dead body was turned into a fly ash with the Li family courtyard. It is strange to say that it is a brother of a mother compatriot. At this moment, it feels so far away, as if it were two completely different lives. The so-called return in glory becomes meaningless. If I leave this time, I am afraid I will never return to this small village. Li Long thinks of Li Qingshan again. Has he already expected this, so he is so determined? In the end, Li Long handed over 100 of the Crouching Bull Village's money to Liu Hong, and a medicinal liquor brewed by the altar. After some explanation, he set foot on the road to Clear River Prefecture. Great river, great ship. The stone squatted on the side of the ship, widening his eyes and looking at the rushing clear river water. Swallowed and spit. Probably still can't deeply understand the meaning of death. He has recovered a bit of anger and is attracted to the wonders he has never seen before. On the contrary, Li Long, the mood is still a little heavy. Looking at the back of the stone, there is more worry. When he was impulsive, he said that he would take him to see Li Qingshan. However, Li Qingshan had already severed his relationship with Li family. It was by no means talk about the man's decision. The fate of this poor child is probably not so optimistic. The ship went down the river. When it arrived at Clear River Prefecture, at dusk, Clear River Prefecture was in full swing. Li Long and the stone, one big and one small figure, walked down the big ship, and the people beside them flashed away, showing the disgusting color. Li Long is still a rustic dress. The stone is even more unbearable, and the dirty body is like a small mole. Li Long didn't even let him wash it, let alone change it. The stone is in the eyes of everyone. I couldn't help but shrink, but seeing Li Long's face calm, I stepped forward and felt very stable. After disembarking, Li Long first went to the Eagle Wolf Guard to find out that Li Qingshan was at the Cloud and Rain Building night banquet and took the stone to the Bright Cloud and Rain Building. The stone looked up and tried to look up. On the top floor of the Cloud and Rain Building, it is the singing and dancing of the songs, the warmth of the people, the singing and dancing of the weather. Almost all of the Eagle Wolf Guards in Clear River Prefecture come together, but most of them can only sit in the last place, because in front of them are Wei Yangxing, Liu Chengqing and other Foundation establishment cultivators. Even Han Tai is coming. Hua Chenglu is also in the list. Looking at the second-hand Hua Chengzhen, this night banquet is held for him. I saw him drunk, left and right, and no two women, teasing, from time to time to make a very close gesture. If other men are like this, it will inevitably appear to be sloppy. But it is impossible for him to say that the wind is flowing, and the turbidity is good. After the chairman's white jade case, a young man with a strong body supported his hand with a faint smile. He played with the wine cellar and seemed to be enjoying the song and dance, but if he observed it carefully, he would find him black and black. No focus. His appearance naturally cannot be compared with a beautiful man like Hua Chengzhen, but it is like a taiga forest. There is a kind of arrogance, and even if he is silent, no one can ignore his existence. Is it not beautiful? Beside him, a woman gently pushes him. The beautiful face is just right. Her body is very petite, like a 14-year-old girl, but the curve is exquisite, bumpy. A blow can be broken. The cute baby face is very cute and exudes special charm. It's beautiful. Li Qingshan hangs his eyes and replies casually, "This woman is really beautiful, and also has a eight-faced form. I am afraid that only Hua Chengla can beat her. Then why have you not looked at me? Then he lowered his voice and attached it to his ear and said, is it afraid that Commander Hua is jealous? Exhaled like a blue, the tip of his tongue glimpsed in his ear. You are not afraid that the cultivation base has not arrived. Will I be eaten by me? I am not afraid. Ling Long spit out her tongue, and she sat down right. Li Qingshan shook her head. How Shy Child was raped for a year, and he dared to play him under the crowd. Adult, sect master, there is a man named Li Long who wants to see you, and is waiting in the warm room. A maid came to report. Oh, he is back. Li Qingshan got up and went to the warmth downstairs. You come back so fast, let me go and have a drink. This child is. That happened. Li Long raised the words and stated the story. The stone already knew that he was coming to see it. It was the legendary uncle who was very incomparable. Under the examination of Li Qingshan, the small face rose red and straightened. Li Qingshan closed her eyes and immediately opened it. I have been separated from Li family. This child has no relatives with me. You should not bring him to Clear River Prefecture. The stone was like a deflated ball, and it was feeling wronged in the chest. It was angry, raised the head, what to say, but with Li Qingshan's eyelids, he couldn't say a word, bowed his head. The eyes are red, and the tears fall straight. I understand, but I want to accept him as a disciple. Li Long sighed. He deliberately didn't wash the stone. He wanted to make him look pitiful. If he could get Li Qingshan's approval, it would be a step in the sky. But it would not work after all. Li Qingshi is not the name. Change. 1. Li Long's eyes lit up again. So, what is the name? It's called Li Xiaoyao. Li Qingshan thought about it and turned to the topic. You are going to Foundation Establishment. There are 3 true spiritual pills, and Chi Refining Warrior is not qualified to be a master. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 694 Chapter 130 is forgotten. Li Long looked at the 3 true spiritual pills, and the heart was moving. True spiritual pills' value to the Chi Refining Warrior is self-evident. With these 3 true spiritual pills in hand, the Foundation Establishment will succeed and take over as the agriculturist school patriarch's position, but he took a breath, but did not reach out. Nothing is unreliable. You killed an enemy for me. This is merit. Don't want mother-in-law. Let you hold it. Li Qingshan stuffed true spiritual pill into Li Long's hand. I will take good care of this child. Li Qingshan smiled and said, that is your business. Li Long retired and came outside the Cloud and Rain building. He squatted and said to the stone, from today on, you are called Li Xiaoyao. This name is very good. I don't want it. He doesn't recognize me. Why change my name? Hey, you are still small, but there are things you will come from to understand, right? Don't mention your relationship to anyone in the future. He doesn't recognize me. I don't recognize him. Uncle Li the eldest, you are good to me. I listen to you. You call me Li Xiaoyao. I will be Li Xiaoyao. In the future, I have to change my name to be a master. Li Long smiled and touched his little head. Go, let's go eat something and take a shower. Yes, master. 1 big one and 2 small figures are integrated into the crowd. Happy. Do you like farming? What is the material? It is farming. I don't like it. Well, what do you like? I like to release cows. But the old yellow is dead and can't be put in. I also like to play swords, but my sword is gone. I can't play. I still buy a sword for you. In the warmth, Li Qingshan stood for a while and gave a soft breath. Although he never lacked a decision, he was not a heartless person. There was a light footstep behind him, and a soft, delicate body stuck up and wrapped around his waist. Things are finished. Why don't you go back? Li Qingshan said, exquisite. Do you think it is lucky or unfortunate to know me? Nature is a great blessing. If you are not an adult, you are still an ordinary discipline, and you may be forced to self-form. A year ago, Li Qingshan officially took over the Cloud and Rain building in order to add a source of money to the Illusory Cloud Association. All of Cloud and Rain sect disciple are coming to see. He naturally has no time to manage Cloud and Rain building and needs an agent. So I picked one in the disciple. It is exquisite. Her cultivation base was flat. At that time, she refining 6th level, and the reason for choosing her was quite casual. When other female disciples stood tall and tried to show their charm, only she looked at his eyes. Looking down at the shame. The moment of the moment is quite moving. Ling Long still clearly remembers the situation at that time. He smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Exquisite. From today on, you are the sect master of Cloud and Rain sect." What? So her fate has undergone earth-shaking changes. The biggest change is that she has a man. When he selected her as sect master, in the eyes of everyone, she had become his imprisonment, including herself. Her cultivation base, the weakest Cloud and Rain sect master, has never dared to violate it. The former arrogant senior brother senior sister, all bowed. These are the powerful foundation establishment cultivator, who came to the Cloud and Rain building and was also polite to her. She also quickly adapted to her new identity with the 8-faced form, and she managed to keep Cloud and Rain sect organized. Li Qingshan pulled her to her front, pinched her cheek and smiled. "Now is it the same?" "Exquisite is willing. How can it be the same?" "I hope you don't regret it when you come to Japan." Li Qingshan's words made Ling Ling stiff, but he didn't take it forever. Li Qingshan's reputation is in full swing, not to mention Clear River Prefecture. Even in the whole Ruai County, it is impressive. And there is one of the 3 sects of Verdant Province. Dragon Buddhist Temple is a patron, who can help him. The Exquisite will never regret it. Let's go back and see how the dude is drinking, happy and unhappy. Li Qingshan smiled and said nothing. Just after returning to the top of the building, Hua Chengzhen grabbed him. "Where have you been?" "Not going to steal jade, let's drink." Li Qingshan took the wine cellar he had handed over and looked at his handsome, smiling face. He suddenly asked, "Is it useful?" Hua Chengzhen stunned, and there was a bit of bitterness in the smile. "It seems to be useless." In the past year, the change of Hua Chengzhen has not been too small. From the past, the lover has become a romantic man who is drunk in the red building and leaning against the red. No use and drink. In Li Qingshan's view, Hua Chengzhen is like a little girl who has failed in feelings, and the bar is drunk and drunk. He didn't have any prejudice about drinking and going to bed, but he believed that Hua Chengzhen woke up after drinking and looked at the strange woman around him. He was definitely not as good as an ordinary man. "I am afraid there will be tarnished pain." "How else?" Hua Chengzhen drunken laughed. When he made up his mind to let go, he felt relieved at first, but then he felt deeper pain and entanglement. "Pa!" A loud slap in the face of Hua Chengzhen. Quiet time. The Cloud and Rain building was quiet. Everyone looked at Li Qingshan. I did not expect him to suddenly slap his friends. "Big brother Li." Hua Chengli lost his voice. Han Tai-yi got up and his face changed. Hua Chengzhen has never been humiliated at any time since childhood. Li Qingshan said, "Wake up, big brother. I am not rejected." Hua Chengzhen was annoyed first, then smiled and touched the palm of his face. "I am different from you. Although you are stronger than me, you don't know what you are." "I can't get her, but I can't help." "She was, Pa." Li Qingshan said nothing but a slap in the face. "In the face of so many people, my teeth are sour. I am full of friendship slaps. You give me a good experience." "Hey, I have long been I want to do this." Han Tai-yi shouted, "Qingshan, stop." Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Chengzhen and rose into the sky, turning into a little black spot in a blink of an eye. "Where are you going to take me?" Hua Chengzhen asked, the wind whizzing past, leaving Clear River Prefecture City behind him, and quickly getting smaller. "Through your fault." In a moment, a great lake appeared on the horizon. Under the shining of the silver moon, there was a shimmering light. Hua Chengzhen's eyes, Dragon Snake Lake. "Wake up the bar first." Li Qingshan suddenly fell, pressing Hua Chengzhen into the water, and the waves surged, plowing a ditch on the lake. maintaining this attitude into the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, to the medical school Benevolence Island. Hua Chengzhen was involuntarily asked by him, "What are you doing with me here? Is the medical school still able to cure his heart?" Peng peng peng. Li Qingshan knocked on a door and the door opened. Ruxin, who is dressed in white, came out. Over the years, her skin-staking cultivation cloud furnace Heavenly Book has a white jade-like moisturizing effect. Lined with a pair of black scorpions, such as paint. First look at the soaked Hua Chengzhen, and in a sullen tone to Li Qingshan said, "You finally have to shoot men." "Well, I don't like men, so please help me." Li Qingshan said. Hua Chengzhen was in the heart. I don't know what Li Qingshan took him to see what Ruxin did. He was smart, but Li Qingshan couldn't use common sense to infer. After all, he was a demon who wanted to do whatever he wanted. What busy? Li Qingshan smiled a little. Take him. Don't. Li Qingshan, you are crazy. Hua Chengzhen struggled fiercely. But how can you rival Li Qingshan as a divine power, and even the spiritual power can't be moved? Not a woman. I see how you love the eunuch. If you don't want to be an eunuch, you don't have to worry about it. If patriarch is medically successful, you can become a woman. Ruxin smiled. I can try it. With the beauty of fellow Taoist, it becomes a woman peerless. I don't want to be a woman. Li Qingshan said, then become eunuch. No, Ruxin said, you can also change yin-yang people. I don't want to change anything. Qingshan, you calm down. This is my own business. It doesn't matter to you. These two people said a word to me, completely awakened Hua Chengzhen's whine. The water is still not there. Dry. It is the first level cold sweat. I just can't see you like this bag. Have you got this step? And you got it? Li Qingshan made a narrow smile, took Hua Chengzhen to the room, dropped it on the floor, and said to Ruxin, how is your forgetting water refining? After my re-refining, the effect should be good, but I have not found a suitable test article. After all, it is aimed at the cultivator. Ruxin showed distressed color. Hua Chengzhen feels that it is forbidden to lift, and when he climbs up, he has to rush outside, hear this and stand still, forgetting water. Ruxin smiled and said, a potion that can make people forget something. Do you want to try, fellow Taoist? In the past year, in addition to her cultivation, she has been refining pharmaceutical water, Chutan, now Lingxuan, in order to recall more of the previous life memories. Ask her to refine the more effective recalling water. In myriad forms Heavenly Book, Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book itself is best at concocting pill, and Ruxin is also considered to be this genius, plus Lingxuan to help improve the formula. Recalling water, the effect is getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, she also refines the powerful forgetting water opposite recalling water. Hua Chengzhen looked at Li Qingshan in front of the door and smiled bitterly. It seems that I have no other choice. Li Qingshan said, if you don't want to, you will get rid of it. Hua Chengzhen turned back and said to Ruxin, this forgetting water, is it really useful? You need your active cooperation. If you reject the drug effect, you must remember it. The effect is much worse. Ruxin took out a bottle of lavender syrup and gently swayed it in his hand. Li Qingshan looked at her and looked at her. She frowned. Remember this, remember what to forget. Although Ruxin refused to confess everything, Li Qingshan knew that she had great hatred in her heart. She refused to say that the enemy must be extremely powerful. Even if the power of North Moon is dangerous, she will not. He is involved in it. However, Li Qingshan has already made up her mind that no matter when she will go to Mist Province, he will definitely go around and help her make a break. You want a monstrous talent to do nothing. Ruxin gave him a look. I just want to do nothing. You help me. You. Hua Chengzhen didn't understand. Ruxin obviously recognized North Moon. Do not talk nonsense. Do you drink or not? Hua Chengzhen bites his teeth. I drink. May this cup be exhausted. You can put down your heart obsession. You can forget her. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 695. Chapter 130. Indifference. The lavender liquid flows into the abdomen, and forgetting water swells like 1,000 cups of wine. Hua Chengzhen's eyes are fascinated, and Li Qingshan and Ruxin are blurred. Can't tell what it is, non-sweet and bitter. There is a kind of emptiness deep into the bone marrow. Wherever the heart is, it will be numb. Flower fellow Taoist, please close your eyes and think hard about what you want to forget. To play the role of forgetting water. Ruxin's voice seems to be coming from a distant place, and the ethereal looks like a line of hairspring, which will be blown off by the wind at any time. Hua Chengzhen closed his eyes. No need to use force. Some things, not thinking about unforgettable, the first time of the shock of Diva, and later all kinds of words. The picture, all can't wait to come out from the depths of memories. Smile, it's sweet to the extreme, but it's also the source of pain. But suddenly, all these memories become faded, as if they have been washed and washed repeatedly, and they can't be kept away from it. Hua Chengzhen subconsciously reached out and seemed to grasp those memories, almost instinctively resisted, and did not want to forget her. But this kind of effort is making forgetting water's efficacy play pinnacle. Li Qingshan looked at it and saw Hua Chengzhen's brow furrowed, half squatting on the ground, his face full of pain, and he could not help but sigh. Maybe I don't know what it is compared to him. Ruxin said, being born, you can heartless, you can get a pot of tea by putting the tea into a pot of water, but if you put it in a tank of water, the taste is very light. If you throw it into the pond, who can see the change? Li Qingshan haha smiled. Thank you for complimenting. It is rare to hear a good word from your mouth, but you are not a pond, but you want to spread the river and become a sea. Actually, what I want to say is that you are not a person. I know, you are not a person. Eccentrics is also human. Ruxin cocked his index finger and shook it gently. Peng peng peng. At this moment, a loud knock on the door came out. Li Qingshan opened the door and Han Tai-yi came in and saw Hua Chengzhen's eyes closed and painful. He grabbed Li Qingshan's collar. What have you done, brother? Hua Chenglu quickly went to lift Hua Chengzhen. Looking back, Commander, how can you do this? Let's let go. I am as embarrassed as a little scorpion. Li Qingshan warned Han Tai-yi and said to Hua Chenglu, reassured, I am doing it for him. After he wakes up, he will wash his face and redo. Chenglu. Hua Chengzhen woke up. He still remembers the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy that Li Qingshan brought him, but the reason was forgotten. With his wisdom, he quickly discovered that there were many gaps in his memory, including some things that he remembered became illogical. It seems as if a story has been cut. By the way, I just drank forgetting water. But what did I forget? Instinctive recall. But nothing was gained, all thoughts were sucked into an empty hole, and my heart was empty, but I felt more brisk than ever. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Han Tai-yi flew out and fell into the lake. In front of Hua Chengzhen, curiously said, Hey, Chengzhen, do you remember Guyanning? It turned out that she is called Guyanning. Li Qingshan looked up at Ruxin and said, the quality of your medicine is not good. What is the use of a name? Return, lose money. Ruxinimai said, impossible. Is it true that the so-called infatuation can really resist the effectiveness of forgetting water? Hua Chengzhen stood up and shimmered in the bright light. Not so. I did forget her, but through other memories, I can still infer her existence, including gender identity, such as fellow Taoists' medical skills. Wonderful. Hua Chengzhen thanks. With his intelligence, it is not difficult to make up for those gaps when there is a large amount of facts. Brother, is this true? Hua Chenglu was greatly surprised. Hua Chengzhen, if he had this not, relied on his innate skill, and the foundation establishment was successful. Now it is possible to repair the intermediate stage and even the late stage. Han Tai-yi flew back and heard this statement. He also stunned and understood the meaning. He met Hua Chengzhen since he was a child. He is considered to be very talented, but he believes that innate skill has a big gap with him. I am still worried that it will cause many side effects. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid it will lead to confusion in thinking. If I see fellow Taoist, I will be relieved. If it is useful, then pay it. Ruxin reached out. Li Qingshan said, Do you want money? Ruxin slanted and said, is it difficult to lose money if the medicine is not effective? Do not pay if the medicine is good. You have to pay for the money and pay for it. Li Qingshan said, how much? 1,000,000 spirit stones. Dreamed dreams. Isn't fellow Taoist worth 1,000,000 spiral stones? I changed him from a dead-hearted waste to a smart genius. Dead-hearted waste. Hua Chengzhen's eyes were pumping. But Li Qingshan decided, of course he is not worth 1,000,000 spiral stones. Then what do you think should be worth? 100 can't be any more. Hua Chengzhen wants to stop. Ruxin had to argue again, glanced at Hua Chengzhen and sighed, well, it makes sense to say that you are 100. 100. Hua Chenglu snorted. Hua Chengzhen, there is something to be said. I also said that I am a smart genius. If it is cured, it means 100 stones. For a long time, it was for me to bend the corners of me. Please don't discuss my value again. Hua Chengzhen gave Li Qingshan a deep glimpse. Qingshan, thank you. Li Qingshan waved his hand. You are welcome. Hua Chengzhen said, but since there is such a spiral medicine, why are you still slap me? Well, ha, well, don't entangle these little problems, let's go back and drink. Celebrate for you. Hua Chengzhen said helplessly, or change some places. Just everyone is back. I see the bamboo forest on Illusory Cloud Island is good. Flying through the night sky, Liu Chenqing and the others also rushed back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan said, there is no beauty companion on Illusory Cloud Island. Hua Chengzhen said, Feeble Water 3000. I only want one person. Li Qingshan, Hua Chenglu, and Han Tai face each other. Is this a cure? You rest assured, I am not talking about Commander Gu. Although we have no chance, I believe that there is always a woman waiting for me somewhere in this 9 provinces. Before that, I would not want to float and provoke other women. Li Qingshan can't smile, that is, he will find another pit to jump in. Is this the so-called character that determines fate? In this regard, Kuei Tang is indeed very good. 2 people, one with a clear world, a smart and superb, one of the opposite words. Clinging to near innocence. Li Qingshan is also very impressed with this. Although he has the ambition of 9 heavens, he does not think that everyone should be like him. You can't go to the 8ths, strike the sea, picking up the stars, and longevity is not dead. It is a fierce dream. But for many people, it may not be as good as unrestrained Enron, who is drinking a pot of tea at home. It is enough for people to live forever. Brother, you will find that person. Hua Chenglu encouraged and glanced at Li Qingshan, and his eyes could not help but feel a bit of resentment. This man who likes to sneak a slap in the face has no way to compare with his brother. In the past year, Li Qingshan has been a lot more at the Eagle Wolf Guard, and it seems that she is loyal to many of her duties. But in fact, it is still all the matter, all thrown to her to deal with. Every time we have to slap her, I feel that it is specially for the purpose of teasing her. What is even more hateful is that he still has so few. Li Qingshan took a shot of Hua Chengzhen's shoulder. Give up, you are no longer innocent. Hua Chengzhen was shocked and it looked like a blow. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. Hello, you are a man. You don't really care about your cleanliness. It's already like this anyway. You will be happy in front of you. Don't blink. You will see Commander Gu, and then come to love life and death at first sight. Then it's funny. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Hua Chenglu, it also shows a worried look. Ruxin said, forgetting water is too much, and the utility will be reduced. Hua Chengzhen sighed heavily. The big mistake has been cast. Not wrong. I will ask for a change of position with Chenglu. Come back to continue to do the vice commander. No longer see Commander Gu. This. My cultivation base is not enough. I am afraid it is not qualified to be a White Wolf Guard. Hua Chenglu looked hesitant and his eyes flickered. Let Hua Chengzhen feel helpless. In the past year, he has only been immersed in his own sorrow, but he has neglected the guidance of his sister. I thought she got the enlightened people with perfect wisdom of great Banyan Tree King, and she could control it a bit more. I didn't expect it to be muddy. Li Qingshan smiled and said, you don't want to come back as a White Wolf Guard? and come back to call my vice commander. You have to chat and talk, drink and go out to drink. Ruxin took the order. Li Qingshan reopened on illusory Cloud Island, and Liu Chenqing and the others took a few drinks and went back to Immortal Cave. Others left in twos and threes, leaving only Li Qingshan and Hua Chengzhen. Two people drink. Under the bamboo building, in the dead of night, looking at the autumn rain, Hua Chengzhen suddenly said, "I want to see her." Li Qingshan wine cup naturally knows who Hua Chengzhen is talking about, except Kuei-Tang, who he wants to see does not need his own consent. When, the sooner the better. That's the time to drink this cup. Actually, I would rather you refuse. Why? Prove that you care enough about her. If she changes her mind, I will never reluctantly do this kind of thing. Originally, I can't ask for it, not let it go. That's just because you haven't met someone you really love. Even if you lose her, you won't feel too painful. You say love, love, I have to slap you again, and then take it to the water. Why? You lost this man. You should soak the pig cage. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 696. Chapter 132, Realm. Kuei-Tang was meditating at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly I felt the water rippled. The lake was separated. My face was bright, and I got up to the mirror. I used a long 10 fingers to sort out the hair, and turned around. The North Moon really appeared in front of her. She liked it. I was so excited that I was about to speak and saw Hua Chengzhen beside him. I was taken aback. Little Hua Haitang. At the moment she looked back, Hua Chengzhen barely recognized her. She was beautiful in her uniform than at any time in her memory, exuding a charming charm. This is not just because of the cultivation rouge dying heart law. When she walked out of the shadows of the past, listening to the touching sweet words and regaining confidence in herself, it naturally looked radiant. Kuei-Tang cast a questioning color on North Moon. Li Qingshan crossed his hands. This man found me and said that he wants to meet you and has something to say to you. I don't want to see him, please let him go. Kuei-Tang turned her back. She didn't want to be entangled with him, and didn't want to be misunderstood. Li Qingshan looked at Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen, although she was very smart, she faced some problems with his negative woman. Haitang, some words are still clear. If there is a knot, it is extremely unfavorable to your cultivation. Li Qingshan shook his head, his body slid backwards, and the words disappeared into the lake. Hua Chengzhen, what is the story to say today? Kuei-Tang took a deep breath. The head did not return. It was the biggest shame of my life that I failed to stand up on the Cloud and Rain building that day. Since then, I have been tossing and turning, regretting, I am. Having said that, Hua Chengzhen is holding his words and can't say it. Kuei-Tang turned slowly. Seeing him look like this, his heart is soft. What happened to you now? What is the use? Hua Chengzhen said sincerely, it's useless, but please believe that if I am alone, I would rather die for you. I believe that you are not a timid person. But I want to ask you, if you change to Guyaniying, what would you do? Sorry, I don't remember her anymore. Don't remember? Kuei-Tang's eyes wide open. Hua Chengzhen said that he forgot anyone she would believe, but only that woman. Hua Chengzhen said the strange experience of the night. When the shadow of Guyaniying is lost, the memories of Kuei-Tang suddenly become vivid. Not only do you think that if you have never met Guyaniying, would it be another ending if you took Forgetting Water earlier? Kuei-Tang sighed a long sigh. Then I really want to congratulate you. I can help you answer the question just now. If it is Guyaniying, you will leave everything behind. Just smile for Bo. I understand this mood. But do you know? At that time, I never wanted you to abandon everything for me. I just want you to lie to me and yell at me. What you can do for Guyaniying, I am willing to do it for you, but it's already gone. Now you are fine. I am not bad. Isn't it? Kuei-Tang turned his head and wiped his eyes, puts out a long breath, and said these words, feeling that the whole person is much easier. Hua Chengzhen is still the Hua Chengzhen, but unconsciously, she has lost the magic that once fascinated her. Yes, this is the only thing that is fortunate, otherwise I will regret it for the rest of my life. Don't talk about these disappointing things. I will use the tea to replace the wine. Congratulations, we can all get rid of the cockroaches and see the sky again. It is a melancholy, and the unlucky places are similar. Kuhei Tang smiled and recovered calmly. Really, I should wake up again. Two teacups gently touch each other in the air. Four eyes met, everything in the past, from the strong return to light. Li Qingshan stands on the surface of the lake and silently feels the changes of Water God Seal. Over the years, the power that eroded his water region has spread and now accounts for a third of his water region. Slow signs. Obviously there is a big chunk or a lot of Water God Seal. If all this is Inksee's Dragon King, it's not surprising that you can come up with so many Water God Seals. In this regard, he is only paying a slap in the face. Even if he gives up the entire water region, I want to stop this water region. This year is not a waste of time. With the constant run-in and trial, the conflict between Spirit Turtle and Phoenix has been greatly weakened. Although there is still a long way to go, it is believed that it will soon be able to inspire the true Phoenix divine ability. This is also thanks to the great Banyan Tree King and the Golden Cicada Spirit King. This year, Li Qingshan went to Azura Field to chat with Great Banyan Tree King. Clone is in the lava flame deep in Subterranean World, and Golden Cicada Spirit King will also say a few words to him. Whether they are cultivation base or wisdom, they are at the top of the 9 provinces. The words and phrases in a few words can often make Li Qingshan open and benefit greatly. The value of this opportunity cannot be estimated. It is no accident that Li Qingshan can get their favor. Gods and Demons 9 transformations made him the most embarrassing star of the world's monster race. And 9 Heavens' ambition gave him the opportunity to have an equal dialogue with these monster kings. Li Qingshan's own cultivation base is also very important. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation, there may be no earth-shaking changes in power. Realm is closer to the essence of this world. As a foundation, it greatly reduces Gods and Demons 9 transformations. The difficulty of cultivation. According to his deduction, as long as the cultivation base of the Phoenix Nirvana scripture first layer is really solid, with 2 innate divine abilities belonging to Phoenix transformation, you can step into Monster Marshall's realm. By then, his innate divine ability will be increased by 4 more, so that he has 12 innate divine ability, and the original innate divine ability will also get stronger. The overall power will produce a qualitative change. In the meantime, Second Heavenly Tribulation Realm will no longer have his opponent. Third Heavenly Tribulation Realm. It is not easy to kill him. Looking at the entire 9 provinces, there is self-protection. If you can upgrade Phoenix transformation to the same 4th layer as Spirit Turtle transformation, let the water and fire blend together into a water and fire monster core, which will reach the peak of Monster Marshall and challenge the strength of Monster King. The real Monster King, and Monster King with 16 innate divine ability, is the pleasure of this world of 9 provinces. At this point, the 9 changes in Gods and Demons 9 transformations, he is only the first 4 cultivation areas: Bull Demon, Tiger Demon, Spirit Turtle, Phoenix, and almost half completed. I am afraid that when he breaks this world, when he jumps out of the well, he can't completely make any changes. But he doesn't know if he can have a chance to see the changes of the remaining 2 gods. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. His eyes through the clouds, through the stars and moons, pointing to the distant void. He stretched out his arms as if to pick up a star, and his mouth raised his smile. 10,000 years. It used so long. Hua Chengzhen's figure rises from the bottom of the water. When he sees this scene, he feels a shock in his heart. He looks up in the direction of his fingers, but only sees the dark clouds. What is he looking for? What is attracting him above the sky? In the high places where the infinite people have never reached, in the deep sea where the deep love cannot reach, the dream will never calm down. Li Qingshan took back his arm and smiled back. How about talking? What did you look like? What? It's heartbreaking and exciting. Ha! I am not interested in men. I am the same. Thank you. It has been entangled for so long, it is time to start again. Hua Chengzhen looked up and broke the two loves of love and love, relieved all persistence, embarrassment, pain, whether to restore the glory of the past, and recapture the name of genius. Of course, the first genius is not to be thought of, the one standing in front of it, and the second genius seems to have no possibility. Little Un is in this position. In addition to these two people, he believes that he will not lose to anyone. He didn't have any nonsense like please take care of her. After he broke his hand, he left. Li Qingshan turned back to the bottom of the lake, Kuei Tang sitting back to him in front of the dressing table, his eyes slanting. You are familiar with him? Although the lake is very deep, she is worried, listening naturally, and feels that their conversation is very special, like a familiar friend. I have seen it a few times. Li Qingshan came behind her and pressed her hand on her shoulders. You are quite generous. Kuei Tang was afraid that he would misunderstand, but looking at him with a relaxed and casual appearance, he was very dissatisfied. You are not afraid that I will run with him? Li Qingshan smiled and leaned over her ear and said, I was just outside, but I was crazy, but I believe in you. The scattered scarlet hair blended into her long black hair. She felt her neck slightly itchy, yang starting from the exaggeration of the eyebrows. If I really change my mind and rekindle the old feelings, what do you do? Kill him? You can't break it. I will help you break. You are not afraid of me? Sad. Hate you for a lifetime? Kuei Tang eyes slightly raised. No one will always be sad. I think you are very embarrassed. It is better to be forgotten as a stranger than to be hated for a lifetime. It's really overbearing. I'm not good. Kuei Tang bit his lip, but his eyes filled with joy. Is it? Li Qingshan took her face and leaned over her lips and kissed her gently. She didn't resist, but let his tongue tip open white teeth, taste the fragrance, and even take the initiative to respond with the tongue. Soft in his arms. The plump chest is slightly ups and downs. When the lips are divided, a trace of fluid is broken. Li Qingshan smiled and said, is this not very good? Kuei Tang turned and said, I want to drink. Will you drink? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. Although he likes to drink, the number of nights is too much. What, you don't want to? Drinking is okay, but I only accept one wine cup. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 697 Chapter 133 Beauty. Li Qingshan smiled and gently wiped her rosy lips. Kuei Tang immediately understood what he meant. He said that since he can kiss, it is not a big thing to feed him. But she understands that if she really uses that, it is impossible for two people to sit opposite each other. It is impossible to sit in his arms. If you expect him to behave in a proper manner, it is simply impossible. His face is dizzy. With your amount of alcohol, it is not necessary. Exhausted me. Do you only say that you are willing or not? Li Qingshan smiled and held her forehead, listening to her loose mouth, which is not sinful, into the novel chapter. You have to deal with me one thing, don't allow manual feet. If it is normal, Kuei Tang can never promise such excessive demands, but the things that are going through tonight are eager for his hugs and relatives. Between her eyes, she is also planning to sneak her thing, for the first time in her life, ready to really sell her form. Okay, no problem. Li Qingshan immediately answered. Kuei Tang took half a push and finally agreed. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. In the past year, although he did not come to the bottom of the lake, he mainly talked about love and love, but he could not be as intimate as he used to be. Immediately grabbed her slender waist and held her in her arms. The soft and tender body seemed to melt. Kuei Tang grabbed his neck, moved his body, adjusted his comfortable posture, and the rounded buttocks gently rubbed a few times. Li Qingshan immediately raised a fire in his lower abdomen, and the body changed a little. Kuei Tang was in a stiff shape and was busy lifting his body and staring at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, this is not a hand or a foot. If you hold this, you still have no reaction. It is not a man. You are not a man. Kuei Tang, sit down and give him a lesson. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief, but not because of pain. His body fierce can contain all parts of the body. I felt deeply into a group of softness, and pleasure was hard to say. Instead, Kuei-Tang frowned. He took nothing to help him, but he was attracted to his own temptation, and he was not proud of his heart. What about my wine? Li Qingshan leaned over her face and licked her lips. I want to drink 3 cups. Kuei-Tang took a few altars from 100 treasure pouch. Open the mud seal, and a direct light comes out, and the wine is full of fragrance, extremely strong. Li Qingshan knows that it is the strongest good wine. The taste is faintly familiar, but I don't remember where I drank it. I asked, what is this wine? 1,000 days drunk. 1,000 days drunk. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that when he took part in the opening trial of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he bet with Daoist Sloppy Zitong and drunk him for 1,000 days. I will not wake up and finally have to enter novel school. I didn't expect to drink again today. Kuei-Tang's eyes flashed. Have you drunk? Li Qingshan said, I only know the name. I don't know if I drink it. Is it really a drunk for 1,000 days? But I don't believe it. That's a try. Kuei-Tang smiled and sipped a glass of wine sent to his mouth. Li Qingshan closed the lips and refused to drink. Kuei-Tang was helpless. Only the wine was first placed in the mouth, and then she was sent to his lips. The cheeks bulged slightly, and the red color seemed to be coated with first-level rouge. Kuei-Tang leans forward. Li Qingshan will swing back. She will turn to the left. He will turn to the right. The ear will be smashed, and the slap in the face will see a sip of wine in the mouth. She will scream on him and send the wine when he entered his mouth and wanted to separate. He could not do so. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly, stroking her back, sucking her tongue, her rich double peaks clinging to her chest, and she could clearly feel the softness and richness through the thin gauze. Sure enough, wine. Take each other's lips as a cup, so that a cup of drink. Not long after, a few altars are drunk and almost drunk. This wine is really easy to get drunk. Li Qingshan has even drank 3 games, but he doesn't like to use monster chi refining. He also has 7 or 8 minutes of drunkenness. But this time is not a little sleepy. The desire is more and more blazing, and she kisses her white and slender. The neck, at the same time, has long forgotten the appointment of the manual foot, and gently caress her delicate body. You don't. Kuei-Tang, although he drank less, but his cheeks were flushed red, his eyes were blurred, and his softness was in his arms. Don't you? Li Qingshan smiled and gently stroked her chest. Do not leave me. Will not. Kuei-Tang would not be rebellious. Only when he tried to explore the clothes, he would grab his hand and stop it. It's not because of the feeling of confused and enchanted, but because he has been treated as a beloved one. He was born for him, and enjoys his warmth. Just because he is shy and has a woman's little thoughts, he refuses to let him. It's too fast. Li Qingshan understands that her boundaries are not reluctant. The big hand is squeezing her abundance through her clothes, so that she can change her shape in her hands. She only sees her eyes closed, a face of peerless, like drunk instead drunk, eyebrows from time to time due to his movements subtle changes, shy and calm. Know that she has opened her mind and body to herself. Suddenly I feel a bit strong in a soft, thumb index finger, gently pinch. Ah! Kuei-Tang snorted and snorted, opened his eyes and glanced at him. But for his unscrupulous move, he only had to accept it. Li Qingshan moved in the heart and took out a jar of wine and sent it to her mouth. Kuei-Tang opened mouth to drink, but the curvature of the jar was too big, and it was clear and transparent, pouring down her lips, dripping down, flowing through the slender neck, flowing through the rich chest, flowing through the smooth belly, wherever the hot skin feels cool. After returning to the gods, a jar of wine has dried up and was thrown away by Li Qingshan. She was soaked in the clothes and tightly attached to her body. It was almost transparent, and she completely outlined her moving figure. Dressing up suddenly became sexy and tempting to the extreme. Kuei-Tang is ashamed in his heart, running spiritual power to dry the clothes. Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder, I don't want to move my wine, I want to start drinking. Then I buried her between the chest and the big mouth. Drinking up, the so-called gentle home, it is here. Kuei-Tang hugged his head, and there was a faint glimmer in the blurred eyes. He whispered in his ear, King Shan, do you love me? Well, of course. Li Qingshan found out that he was wrong. His body was slightly stiff, and raised the head. What did you say? I didn't understand. Kuei-Tang pushed him away, angry. Li Qingshan, when are you going to lie to me? Although infatuation makes people seem stupid, she has never been a stupid woman. Many coincidences have long been doubtful in her heart, and when he brought Hua Chengzhen and the dialogue with Hua Chengzhen on the lake, this doubt has been made. Reached the apex. She did not hesitate to self-form. The carefully planned beauty plan is not only the movement of love, but also to make his defenses to a minimum, carry out this question, to solve the doubts in happiness. The final result confirmed her conjecture, only to find that it was not easy to accept. She would rather he is North Moon, a monster. I really drank too much wine today. Li Qingshan scratched his head and sighed, and all of this came to this point. I should have known that North Moon is so smart that it will appear in the Cloud and Rain building. The person who breaks the fake jade is you. The person who saves me is also you. Moon Demon knows the method of clone. I am stupid. Will be cheated for so long. You have something to say. Kuei-Tang's body shape was shocked, and the clothes were dry and dry. It was just the rich wine, the faintness on the face, and the enticing of the genius. I am me. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, spread his hands, stepped forward, forcibly held her in his arms. Congratulations, you don't have to break your promise, you can make your own promise. Kuei-Tang struggling fiercely, you give me a hand. To her surprise, Li Qingshan really let go of his hand and looked up, and the morning light swayed on the lake. The sky is bright, thank you for your wine, I should go. Li Qingshan stretched out. Don't let go, you tell me clearly. Hey, if you have anything to say, you should cultivate. If you can't accept it, then you don't have to be reluctant. Goodbye. Li Qingshan waved his hand and disappeared into the lake. He did not hesitate to go. Kuei-Tang gnawed his heartache and muttered, I am not allowed to leave. I promised you. This little immortal cave, once again restored to silence, but became dead and silent. Kuei-Tang tears down, only to find that he has occupied such an important position in his heart. Is it true that the sentence, the face of the peach blossoms, after all, is not love? Cheat you, you can't escape my palm in this life. A familiar voice came from behind, and a pair of arms gently hugged her. When Li Qingshan returned to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it was already bright. As he said, she was really good. She only apologized, a little tender and sincere, and a lot of sweet words. She fully understood him. I had to hide my identity and said that I shouldn't react so much, whether he is Li Qingshan or North Moon. He did save her regardless of danger. When Li Qingshan got cheap and sold it, he said, you doubt my identity and ask, why should you use this method to swear at me? There are too many eyes. She even expressed her apology seriously, saying that she would not do so in the future. Let Li Qingshan feel embarrassed. When Li Qingshan was proud to leave and proud of his charm, in the depths of the secluded lake, Kuei-Tang sat cross-legged, looking a little complicated. Never imagined, the country boy would eventually become himself the man. And he really fell in love with him. It is really making people. Her eyes are determined to be God transformation. It is necessary to step up the cultivation and condense the rouge heart to display the rouge dyed red line. If this is the love that she is destined for, she will do whatever it takes, regardless of any means. Let him always be tied to himself. Neither Han Qiangzi nor other women can take him away. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 698 Chapter 134 The Fusion of Water and Fire Medicine. The continuous autumn rain gradually turned into a heavy snow, and the entire Dragon Snake Lake was filled with fluttering. On illusory Cloud Island, a clump of snow bamboo stands proudly, And in a white world, it looks more and more green. Li Qingshan was sitting in Zuxuan by the fire, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands, facing the small lake of the island, looking at the snow falling on the frozen lake, muttering to himself, water fire, water fire. It took another few months, and it felt that I had already grasped the relationship, but it was impossible to break through the first level film. This feeling is really not very pleasant. A hot tea, I have to admit that cultivation is the most time-consuming, so whether it is monster or human race, it takes 100 years of life to come through a difficult time. Want to be a glimpse and unrealistic, if it is floating discouraged, but more unfavorable to cultivation. He turned to boundless sea art. As your sea pearl whirls, a spiritual power rushes out, flowing through the body, making a tidal sound, a wave of unrest, unceasing torrent. After more than a year of cultivation, as your sea pearl has been completely stabilized, Sea of Consciousness has become more powerful, and several magical artifacts are multiplying power, and with the addition of Demon Heart, the more fierce demon suppression catalog, even if you don't use Gods and Demons 9 transformations, the world can go. However, it is not so easy to get to the intermediate stage from the Golden Core initial stage. If you go to this step, whether it is human cultivator or monster cultivator, the time will be calculated in years. Unfortunately, you can't use water now. God Seal, mobilizing the entire Ruai County's spiritual power for cultivation. Otherwise the speed can be a lot faster. Just after breaking through Monster Martial Realm, you have enough strength to face Ink Sea's Dragon King and break this game. Li Qingshan blinked in the corner of his eye, and a glimmer of light fell through the heavy snow and landed on the frozen lake. Boom! The ice trembled a little, cracking a crack, and the snow was flying. Han Qiangzi's waist was long, and the hero was cool. Qiangzi, how come you don't come to me? Aren't you allowed me to come to you? Han Qiangzi glanced at the weak, pretending to be surprised. Hey, how did Li Laozi not be happy in the Cloud and Rain building? A person drinking in this deserted place. Tea, no flowers, no wine, not your name. It's not easy to want a beauty. Don't underestimate it. Novel school. Li Qingshan smiled a little, a ringing finger, a beauty of a beautiful woman, from the shade to the thick. The virtual reality appeared in front of Li Qingshan, looking at Han Qiangzi with a provocative gesture, full of enthusiasm. No one can see that she is illustrated with the great amplifying divine symbol. Hey! The arc flashed, and the air wave pushed the snow to Li Qingshan. Han Qiangzi coldly gave a knife and returned to the sheath. There is a thin blood mark on the neck of the beautiful woman. The color of the horror and fear on the face is lifelike, and people can't help but feel the pity. But fortunately, there is no terrible scene where the head falls, but it is weakened and weakened. Li Qingshan touches the tip of the nose, but Blade Aura will pass over his eyes and pat the position next to him. Don't be stupid. I am also fortunate in my heart. Fortunately, it is not in the Cloud and Rain building. The side is not exquisite, otherwise it will not be slashed, but it will be a big temper. You are stupid. Han Qiangzi said that he came to sit next to him, but separated from the distance, until Li Qingshan opened her arm and held her in her arms. She kissed her on her head and the dissatisfaction on her face quietly dissolved. Quietly lingering in his arms, looking at the heavy snow, silently looking forward to that grand wedding. Over the past year or so, they have finally stopped gathering more, especially when she refining Tao Elements pill. It was a full stay for 3 months. In addition to the usual cultivation, almost always stay together, lingering between the mountains and rivers, as if returning to the time of love. Then Li Qingshan discovered that it is not a good thing to stay for a long time, and then how to have a warm love will eventually cool down. Han Qiangzi walked out of the haze of the past, or calmed down because of his love, but it was really tempered. For a while, it was simply moody. Even if you don't look at me, you will cancel the marriage contract. Even though look at the woman you like. All the words have been said. Li Qingshan was able to understand the indulgence in her heart, his multiple secrets, and what he wanted to do. all made her heart uneasy, afraid that Han and Jun's prophecy would come true. At this time, he couldn't say anything sweet, but only when he hugged her and played Spirit Turtle's resistance to the surname. It was a difficult time. Later, when everything calmed down, Han Kyungzi felt very embarrassed and pinched his cheek. We still don't want to stay together for too long. You guys look cute, but it's really annoying to stay for a long time. I also think. Li Qingshan said that the neck was tight and he was tightly held by a pair of hands. Han Kyungzi said, I hate it. By the way, when the two said these words, Han Kyungzi was fiercely riding on Li Qingshan, and both of them were naked and honest. In the face of such a naked threat, Li Qingshan can only surrender softly, shake his head hard. Han Kyungzi happy to let go of his neck. This is almost the same. The next moment Li Qingshan turned over the master. The so-called Dao companion is a person who can help each other's cultivation. This condition can be met, even if two men can form Dao companion together cultivation. But couples have no such effect, and sometimes they will affect each other. As a cultivator, its own reading power surname is extremely important, and mortal husband and wife pay attention to sacrifice a part of their own reading power to pay for the family, which forms a difficult contradiction. Not just for a long time it would be annoying to be so simple. Even if she wanted to be like Li Qingshan, she used to choose to break through the Spirit Turtle fifth layer and embark on a more difficult road. Han Kyungzi's entanglements caused by him, not to mention, and deep feelings can't live like this. Ever since the two did not live together, but each time they met together, short 1 or 2, long 3 or 5, the rest of the time they each cultivation, forming a special way of getting along. Han Kyungzi is not the kind of woman who is trapped in love and entangled, quite a bit of a man's refreshment. Suo surnamed his mind. Let him do what he wants, do what he likes, and don't delve into the secrets. If he is not such a surname, she will not like him. It is only when the two meet together that the power of the hostess must be absolutely exercised. It is absolutely unbearable to be intimate with the woman who has turned out the illusion. She does not force herself to accept everything, nor does it force him to follow his own mind. Her affairs are actually no less than Li Qingshan. In addition to personal cultivation, there is family responsibility, and even the task of Eagle Wolf Guard. Unlike Kuhei Tang, she is not just living for a love letter. I also told Li Qingshan seriously, if she was tired of her, she told her honestly that she would never have the slightest reluctance. She would write a book to him. At this time, Li Qingshan felt a familiar atmosphere close. Ruxin came snowing, perhaps feeling the presence of Han Kyungzi. She stopped, hesitated, and then continued to walk until he appeared in his sight. The white clothes in the snow, and the skin is like jade. Han Kyungzi immediately took off Li Qingshan's arms and rose to the hand. If fellow Taoist, I haven't seen you for a long time. She hasn't seen Ruxin for a long time, and she has amazed color. She used to be a very beautiful beauty in the past. Now she has a feeling of icy dust. If it weren't for those smart eyes, I would probably think it was a beautiful one. The jade carving of the extreme. For this woman who is the most popular with Li Qingshan, she can't help but give her a little vigilance. Fellow Taoist Han, I am sorry, bothering the two relatives. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his arms. The heart is not as good as action, you can. The voice did not fall. The cold blade was placed around his neck. Li Qingshan helplessly spread his hand. It seems to wait until the tigress is gone. Ruxin smiled and said, okay, elder brother Qingshan, is it like we usually do? Elder brother Qingshan. Li Qingshan has a sour root, as usual. Han Kyungzi's eyebrows were picked and cut down. Li Qingshan was busy bowing his head, and the sharp aura crossed the top of his head. Oh, make a joke, fellow Taoist Han, don't get me wrong. Although fellow Taoist Li has a lot of beautiful people, I am lucky not one of them. Li Qingshan said, do you say that it is not easy to misunderstand? Han Kyungzi said, hey, misunderstanding? When you are married, I will send you a gift. I hope you have not been hacked by fellow Taoist Han at that time. Let's talk slowly, I will leave. Li Qingshan pulled Han Qiangzi into his arms and said to Ruxin, well, don't laugh, come in for a cup of tea. Nothing goes to the 3 treasure hall. What are you looking for? Ruxin said, the tea is free. You have asked me to refine the medicine. I have already made it. Pharmaceutical? What medicine? Li Qingshan can't remember what medicine Ruxin has refining. Hey, you forgot, it's aphrodisiac. Ah, almost said to Leek. Ruxin smiled. You have already said it. Li Qingshan was not angry. It turns out that it's no wonder. Han Qiangzi stretched the tone and looked at Li Qingshan with a look of disdain. Ruxin put a glass vial filled with light red liquid on the palm of Li Qingshan and smiled and patted his hand. Keep your weight. When the fingertips touched, Li Qingshan felt her hands cold, like cold jade. Is it the reason of cultivation? Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book. Looking at her eyes, really, what is this medicine? Reconcile yin yang. Blend the water and fire medicine, keep your child born, and go to the 1st level building. How do you try the effect first? Han Qiangzi heard harmonizing yin-yang, early birth. His face was dizzy. Li Qingshan heard the 1st level meaning of integrating the water and fire medicine, keeping you on the 1st level floor. The heart is moving, and I have to say something more. Ruxin's chic hand is going on the snow. Q. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 699 Chapter 135 Harmony of Water and Fire, promoted to Monster Marshal. This is like fellow Taoist. It's really beautiful. Han Qiangzi can't help but sigh, even if she is not the kind of thoughtful person, can also appreciate the wonderful tacit understanding between the two. The heart is a bit tasteful. But Ruxin was extremely calm, and she refused to attack, and she seemed to be a small family. Li Qingshan looked at the glass bottle in his hand. For this confidant, he never said a sweet word. Most of the time he was swearing at each other, but the depth of his feelings was extraordinary. Just a word, even if it went through the fire. Do not hesitate. He is a good wine, a beautiful woman, a good man who doesn't hide his heart, but with her beautiful lady together, it is rarely moving. It cannot be said that it is an odd number. Han Qiangzi said, why, still thinking about it? It's been a long time, there is nothing to be reluctant. Li Qingshan took the potion seriously and got up and laughed. I just dare to blame it. Today I will let you taste it as a husband. Holding Han Qiangzi walk inside the bamboo building. Han Qiangzi broke free from his arms. I don't want to, you can solve it with Novel School's magic spell. Li Qingshan threw her on the bamboo floor and smiled. You can't help you. Han Qiangzi looked up at him. You still have to try the potion. I still have the task of the Eagle Wolf Guard to run. Li Qingshan a glimpse. He got the potion, and he couldn't wait to try it out to see if he could break through the last 1st level barrier to reach Monster Marshal realm. This desire is stronger than any desire. But Han Qiangzi came to see him, and she couldn't just leave her here. She always had to get along very well. I didn't expect to be taken out by her. When you do what you want to do you think that I will be happy when I perfuse me? When doing that kind of thing, I am most annoyed by the double heart. For a long time, I am not in a hurry. Cultivation is heavy. Han Qiangzi silently said that I might not be able to help you, but it will never be a hindrance to your cultivation. Thank you. Li Qingshan took a kiss on her cheek and smiled. I will spare you a life today. The next time I will not ask you for mercy. Han Qiangzi blushes. You can't think about it. The voice turned soft. After the cultivation, don't forget to come to me, or I. Watching Han Qiangzi disappear into the sky, Li Qingshan returned to the King Xiao Immortal Cave. It was a little strange to take out the bottle of reddish potion and stare for a while. Since the legendary water fire flower does not exist, where does this potion come from? Although I don't know much about concocting medicine pill is good. Whether it is a potion or not, it is not a passive water, and it is necessary to combine the medicinal properties of some herbs to get it. I want to go and have no results. Wait until next time and ask her. Li Qingshan opened the cork and drank it. The taste was faint and familiar. It's too late to taste. The light red liquid diffuses in the body, and after a little refining, it immediately turns into a strange drug. Try to incorporate it into Monster Core. Li Qingshan flashed a glimmer of joy, holding his breath and tightening his muscles. Really useful. I saw the two forces that were similar to the water and fire, and it was difficult to blend Spirit Turtle and Phoenix. The conflicts between each other have gradually eased, although they are still far from being integrated. But for him, what he lacks is just a footstep, and the film is finally broken. In the dark sky, there was a small gap, and a slight sunrays descended from the sky and passed through Li Qingshan's head. In an instant, the hard work of this year has all come to mind, and the problem that has been plagued for a long time has been solved. Li Qingshan has a strong spirit and closed his eyes to start a new round of cultivation. Time passed by, when the glaciers thawed, when the earth rejuvenated, in the depths of the endless earth, rolling in the magma, mirror image clones suddenly turned into a stream of water. In the hot magma, was evaporated into a mist. This also means that Li Qingshan needs to concentrate all his spirits to make breakthroughs. In the King Xia Mort cave, he opened his eyes and was tired, but more of it was gratifying and joyful. It is time. The two divine ability cleaning techniques, Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets and Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, are running at the same time. These two can be described as the root of Monster Core. If Li Qingshan wants to cultivate any kind, it must suppress the other side, so that running both at the same time is the first time, which will inevitably lead to the most intense two forces. Conflict. The Monster Core is spinning and spinning, and it glows with both blue and red. The blue light is vast and full of peace and tranquility. The red light is small but endless, as if it will never go out. Sure enough, the two forces produced a fierce collision, and the two lights became more dazzling. They were so pure they could not accommodate any other power, let alone diametrically opposite each other. Spirit Turtle instinctively squeezes Phoenix into the deepest part of the sea, extinguishing its last flame. And Phoenix didn't dare to show weakness, burning blazingly, like boiling the sea, and Spirit Turtle burned. Li Qingshan carefully controlled the two forces, neither letting Spirit Turtle beat Phoenix, nor let Phoenix take the upper hand. Try to make the strength of the two levels equal to each other, and it is difficult to distinguish between them at one time. In this fierce glue, the two rays of light intertwined and gradually began to show signs of integration. This is the result of his years' painstaking cultivation, and thanks to Ruxin's bottle of syrup, helping him save a lot of time. Li Qingshan knows that it has reached the most critical moment, success or failure, and suddenly released the suppression of Spirit Turtle, and the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture First Layer Heart Law to Pinnacle. The loud rumble in the mind, the shocking Li Qingshan's head creaked, and the two colors of light filled the heart. Behind him, Phoenix wings suddenly opened to Pinnacle, almost unconsciously giving out a gorgeous phoenix cry. Phoenix broke through the suppression of Spirit Turtle and flew its wings. Spirit Turtle also seemed to recognize this power and no longer suppress it. Li Qingshan has come back, my heart is overjoyed, and all the light converges back into the Monster Core. The two forces are no longer so distinct, but you have me, I have you. Like a red and blue tie-kai, the ball is constantly running. After a lot of hardships and obstacles, until this moment, he really became the first layer of Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, qualified for using Phoenix Divine Ability, but not too late to understand what Phoenix's divine ability is. Monster Chi on his body is almost out of control, rushing out, if not the containment of the 8-door gold lock, almost straight into the sky. When he calmed the conflict between the two forces of water and fire, Monster Core resumed its unrelenting state and began to produce qualitative changes, moving towards Monster Martial Realm. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 700 Chapter 136, Monster Martial, Dark Light Total Reflection. In fact, Li Qingshan has already promoted the capital of Monster Martial. After reaching the Spirit Turtle 4th layer, it is only the next step away from Monster Martial. Together with Phoenix, it has enough monster power. However, when the two forces in the monster core conflict with each other, instead of repairing the Phoenix Nirvana scripture, now he makes the water and fire blend, and the time begins to break through. Monster Chi continues to rise, covering the mountain's 8-door gold lock array. There is a feeling of uncontrollable feeling, life and death shocked and opened the scene. The 8 doors constantly rotate, emitting a golden light. Li Qingshan thought about it. If you come to Monster Chi, I am afraid that I can see you in the square, and I can no longer hide the identity of North Moon. With one hand, the core formation plate of the 8-door gold lock array is rotated and flew out. He bites the tip of the tongue and sprays it on the formation plate. The formation plate rotates like a fly. In this way, the power of the forming is promoted. Although it can support for a while, it will completely destroy the 8 gold locks. Li Qingshan has not taken care of this many times. He stood upright, his black hair became red, his skin turned black, a pair of iron hooves stepped on, a pair of bull horns stabbed, and his body swelled and swelled. 1 foot, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. Has been reaching 20 feet. And there are still no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, it has reached 30 feet and is still growing. If the immortal cave was not built, the most important thing is that the interior space is vast, and the whole mountain will be hollowed out, otherwise it will have to be collapsed. When Li Qingshan's figure rose to nearly 40 feet high, he stopped growing. He spurted 2 white smokes on his cheeks. He had several animal prints on his cheeks. His eyes were red and red, and the murderous aura was so horrible. Only a pair of phoenix wings behind him, highlighting a different kind of gorgeous gesture. For many years, painstaking cultivation has become a party, Monster Marshall, and Li Qingshan, screaming in the sky, and her heart is overwhelmed. At the same time, the new innate divine ability began to condense in Monster Core. Bull Demon stands on the ground, not moving. Tiger Demon fights and fights. Spirit Turtle suppresses the sea and hides the hidden shape. Li Qingshan silently realized that these 3 divine ability are extraordinary, enough to make his strength to the 1st level, plus the original innate divine ability. It also became stronger as he was promoted to Monster Marshal, and his overall strength improved 10 times more. If you meet an opponent like Wu Dan, you don't have to do any hard work, you can beat it easily. Under 3rd heavenly tribulation, he has no rivals. However, Phoenix's innate divine ability had some surprises. He thought he could directly stimulate Phoenix's 3 innate divine ability, but the result only inspired 1. In general, Monster Marshal will have 3 innate divine ability, which condenses Monster Core to inspire 1. The Avatar Monster General inspires 1, promotes Monster Marshal and inspires 1. Each change in Li Qingshan cultivation has its own divine ability system. In theory, Phoenix should have 3 innate divine ability pairs. It's still more acceptable, and Phoenix's power is still too weak to reconcile with Spirit Turtle. However, it is still not possible to compete with Spirit Turtle in strength, and it is not surprising that it fails to inspire 3 innate divine ability. He believes that as long as the 2nd layer and 3rd layer are built, they will naturally have the 2 innate divine ability. What made him unacceptable was that he couldn't figure out what Phoenix's innate divine ability is, neither as active as Tiger Demon blowing breath nor as passively as Earth divine power. Just feel that life has become stronger. Li Qingshan has a total of 10 innate divine ability, except for the Phoenix divine ability, which means that he has 3 times the number of innate divine ability, which is 3 times that of other Monster Marshal. Ink Feather, the monster race crown prince, is just a 3 known innate divine ability. It's time to get back what belongs to me. It's time to meet the people who see you. The largest lake in Ruai County is the Pingpo Lake in the south. Pingpo Lake spans Sanfu, and it is endless, vast, and the mortals on the lake think that the legendary sea is no different. Because the lake is quiet and the waves are not good, it is called Pingpo Lake. The lakeside residents live by fishing. The days are very comfortable. Until more than a year ago, the lake began to scream and squander, and engulfed a lot. Ships, sometimes big waves, even landed on the shore, and even the houses on the shore were not spared. Legend has it that the big demon, but I do not know why, never see the cultivator flying around to Demon Slayer. It was once the largest water region in Li Qingshan Refining, but it wasn't long before it was swallowed up by the unknown monster. At this time, Li Qingshan stood on a white cloud on the sky and looked down. This Pingbo Lake is vast, and even at such a height, it cannot be seen. Li Qingshan still remembers how much energy he spent in refining the lake. He was so taken away. If he is not angry at all, it is a fake. If you're not bad, Inxie's Dragon King is here in the water region. Try Spirit Turtle's new innate divine ability. Li Qingshan waved his hand and a hexagonal Spirit Turtle dark armor appeared in front of him, which gradually reflected a picture, which is the Pingbo Lake below. Li Qingshan thought, the Pingbo Lake reflected by Spirit Turtle dark armor quickly pulled closer, swept a swallow, and stayed in a water region, clearly seeing the waves on the lake and then passing through the water. Enter the bottom of the water to view. Li Qingshan raised his left hand and appeared in a Spirit Turtle dark armor. It also reflected a picture, but it reflected the water region of Pingbo Lake and began to search. A piece of Spirit Turtle dark armor appears in front of and behind him, faintly forming a sphere, which reflects different scenes, like a display, showing the different places. Li Qingshan, who is in the middle of it, has a feeling of control. This is Spirit Turtle's new innate divine ability, Dark Light Total Reflection. This divine ability is somewhat similar to the Water Moon Plate, and magic spell has the same effect in the Cultivation Road, but the effect is very different. Water Moon Plate can view the entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Even with Water God Seal, you can view Moon Court Lake at most. If you rely on magic spell alone, the scope is even smaller. But this Dark Light Total Reflection, if Li Qingshan needs it, concentrates all the power on a Spirit Turtle dark armor, and even penetrates the scene thousands of miles away. And it is just like the previous Life Spy satellite. Already has strategic significance. And he is only initially mastering this divine ability. And when it comes to integration, the effect should be stronger. He even imagined that one day, he could sit in the immortal cave and take a panoramic view of the entire 9 provinces. As the saying goes, the otaku doesn't go out and knows the world. It is said that this dead house is really like Spirit Turtle. In order to avoid various risks, I shut myself down at home, watching the screen on the East every day, and the characters in the game, the personality in the forum is not like mirror image clone normal. Suddenly, Li Qingshan's eyes rested on a Spirit Turtle dark armor and smiled slightly, revealing 2 sharp tiger tooth. Well, find it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation.